Chapter 28-34. Wizard Qi was shocked. He did not expect this great wizard to be able to do this. He quickly waved his hand, and the flying skulls immediately shrank as if they were summoned by something. They were held in his hand. Looking down, Wizard Qi was furious. His face suddenly turned ferocious. A crack had appeared on his wizard tool. This was the shaman weapon of a shaman king. Not to mention a crack, under normal circumstances, no matter how the shaman king attacked, not even a mark would be left behind. But now this tiny crack was like a gaping mouth that was wantonly mocking his ignorance. Just as he was investigating the skulls, he suddenly felt his heart tremble. He looked up and roared, "Enough!" That ordinary-looking great wizard had flown in front of another skull and slashed down with his sword. After suffering once, Wizard Qi knew what the other party was capable of. He quickly recalled all the wizard tools that were spraying out the cold air of death, preparing to turn the village into a territory of death. The 6 skulls flew back and circled around him like shooting stars. They had shrunk to their original size. Without the skulls wreaking havoc, the air of death that covered the village quickly melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Xianxia rested the myriad sword on his shoulder and looked at Wizard Qi casually. He chuckled. "I'm not bragging, but you'd better give it your all." The Wizard Qi's eyes twitched. If it was any other great wizard who spoke to him like this, he would definitely not care. But the one in front of him was different. "Fault, was it really you who killed him?" Wizard Qi asked coldly. Xianxia said, "Not really. He died by self-explosion in the end." "It really was you." Wizard Qi was enraged. Previously he had some doubts. With Fault's capabilities, how could he be killed so easily? Moreover, even the stone castle had been massacred. After all, Qi and Zhu did not have the ability to kill Fault. Previously he thought that the Wizard King of the whole Gale tribe or the Raging Flame tribe had made a move. But now, after experiencing Xianxia's means, he knew that the other party was not lying. Fault had really died in his hands. Otherwise he would not have known so many details. Fault's abilities were mostly built on the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea was the manifestation of his wizard artifact, the Blood Gourd. The great wizard who killed Fault appeared to have a powerful wizard artifact as well. How could an ordinary wizard's tool damage his skull? But he was just a great wizard, even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. Now that he had personally made a move, could he still escape alive? "You will pay the price for your arrogance," Wizard Qi bellowed. Suddenly he raised his hands. The 6 skulls intertwined with each other and whistled as they pounced toward Xianxia. However, this time the skulls did not grow larger. Although they were less powerful, they were undoubtedly more agile. In just an instant, the 6 skulls had sealed off Xianxia's escape route. Then they opened their mouths. From their mouths they spat out a chilly aura. This aura seemed to be able to freeze everything. Even the Wizard King would not feel good if he came into contact with it. Xianxia stood upright with his sword in hand. Sword flowers bloomed as he shook his sword, creating an impenetrable defense. There was a series of clanking sounds. The 6 skulls' full-force attacks were ineffective. They were all blocked by Xianxia's sword aura. Even the skulls were beaten until they were unsteady. Wizard Qi did not panic. It was as if he had already expected this. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a disdainful smile. As his lips moved, he silently chanted an incantation. With a flick of his finger, a powerful wizard spell was silently launched. It quietly attacked Xianxia. Xianxia, who was facing him from the side, did not seem to be prepared for this. Wizard Qi sneered in his heart, silently waiting for the scene of Xianxia being killed. But at this moment, a transparent wizard shield strangely appeared. At the same time that the wizard shield appeared, a translucent ghost crashed into the wizard shield. It let out a miserable howl. Xianxia did not even look at it. He only grinned. While his right hand held the sword to block the 6 skulls, his left hand threw a washbowl-sized fireball at the ghost. An even more miserable howl came out. The formless ghost was instantly turned into nothingness. Wizard Qi was dumbfounded. This kid, he actually still has the strength to block my sneak attack. Where did he get such a strong divine sense to guard against my secret attacks in such a high-intensity battle? Wizard Qi's face was ashen. He felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. He was the Wizard King. Against a great wizard, he was actually being countered by him? In a fit of anger, Wizard Qi controlled the 6 skulls to continuously increase pressure on Xianxia. At the same time his hands danced and one wizard spell after another was launched at Yang Kai. He could guard against it once, but it did not mean that this kid could always guard against it. As long as he distracted him, his wizard would find an opportunity to kill him. But the next scene made Wizard Qi dumbfounded. In the face of his continuous wizard spell attacks, Yang Kai was actually not surprised. His left hand was constantly blooming with various wizard spell lights, methodically dealing with his own attacks. In an instant the two great wizards actually started a battle of wizard spells in the air. Although there was almost a large gap between their realms, the wizard spells they released did not seem to be inferior. Whether it was the frequency or the damage, they were all at the same level. They constantly collided in the air, blooming out dazzling lights one after another. Perhaps at the beginning Wizard Qi could feel that he had a certain advantage. His opponent occasionally felt a little flustered. But as time passed his opponent's mastery of the wizard spells became more and more refined. The power and control of the spells were not inferior at all. What the hell? This was only a small village, not even the scale of a tribe. In a village like this, Wizard Qi had destroyed at least 80 if not 100. In every village like this, it was already very good to have one wizard apprentice, but this village had a great wizard. What was even more unacceptable was that this great wizard could be on par with him in terms of wizard spells. How could he have mastered so many wizard spells? Any tribe's wizard spells were not easy to learn. Every wizard could only learn the wizard spells that were researched by their own tribe and passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. As far as he knew, the wizard spells of the southern barbarian tribe were not very special. They were relatively mediocre. And at the level of a great wizard, it was already very impressive to be able to master a dozen or 20 wizard spells. No matter how many wizard spells they learned, they would not have the energy to learn them. And among these dozen or 20 wizard spells, only a small half of them could be used to attack. The other half were mainly used to buff the warriors of the tribe. He was a low-rank wizard king, but he had only mastered 50 wizard spells. There were only 27 types of sorcery spells that could be used to attack. He had long since memorized these 27 sorcery spells by heart and could use them at his fingertips. With this kind of achievement, even some middle-rank wizard kings would have to admit defeat. But, compared to the opponent, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. In this short battle that lasted less than an hour, Wizard Qi had seen at least hundreds of wizard spells from the opponent. None of them were repeated, and the opponent did not seem to use any effort to cast them. It was as if he had practiced many times. Many wizard spells made his eyes red because those wizard spells were the secrets of many tribes. Only the great wizard of those tribes could master these secrets. Was this guy really a great wizard? Looking at his age, he did not seem to be very old. Where did he learn so many wizard spells? How did he have the time to master all these wizard spells and use them as one? If the opponent was an old man, Wizard Qi would not be so surprised. Old people could always do some amazing things, but the opponent seemed to only be around 20 to 30 years old. The more the Wizard Qi fought, the more shocked he became. For some reason he had the illusion that the opponent was a wizard king and he was a great wizard. This was because the performance of this great wizard was really amazing. It was so amazing that he wanted to capture him right now and bite off his flesh while he was still alive to taste the wonderful taste. Boom! In another battle of wizard spells, the two wizard spells collided in mid-air. However, they did not dissolve each other like before. Instead, the opponent's lightning strike, after breaking through his soul-collecting spell, continued to rush towards him. The flickering lightning was like a poisonous snake, opening its mouth full of fangs. Wizard Qi was shocked. His wizard spells were broken through. In a hurry, he could only condense a wizard shield in front of him. After successfully blocking the lightning strike, Wizard Qi's face turned green and white. He was silent for a long time before he said, "You are using a wizard book to practice?" Recalling the scenes from before, Wu Qi suddenly had a bad feeling. If his guess was right, then this time he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Yang Kai laughed loudly. With a wave of his sword, he pushed back the 6 skulls around him and said loudly, "Thank you, Wizard King Master, for helping me." Yang Kai had inherited a huge amount of knowledge from Qing, but he did not have time to carefully digest it. During this month of training in seclusion, he was also digesting Qing's inheritance. Unfortunately, training in seclusion was not as good as using real swords and spears. It was rare for a wizard king to come to his door, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to test the results of his 1 month of training. The result was very satisfactory. All the ideas he had during his seclusion were tested today. Although there were some differences, it did not affect the overall situation. After getting Yang Kai's confirmation, Wizard Qi's face became more and more ugly. A huge sense of shame shrouded him. He trembled and said, "You're looking for death." Fighting against Wizard was definitely a wrong decision. This guy was completely relying on his own training, so the wizard spells he released were getting stronger and stronger. He gradually lost the initiative and broke through his own wizard's interception. This great wizard was really terrifying. He could actually grow rapidly in battle. The speed of his growth had already made Wizard Qi feel uneasy, so he decided not to play around with him anymore. He wanted to end the battle quickly. When Yang Kai shouted, the 6 skulls that had been hovering around him suddenly flew back. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Wizard Qi's side. Wizard Qi's expression was stern. He chanted an incantation. The 6 skulls that were flying around him flew faster and faster. They gradually turned into a dark green light. Chapter 28:35. When the light dissipated, the wizard pool and the 6 skulls disappeared at the same time. In their place was a monster that was about 5 meters tall. The monster had a green face and fangs. Its hair was disheveled and its face was ferocious. At first glance, it looked like a legendary evil spirit that could reap souls. On the evil spirit's body, translucent human faces floated up and down. They struggled and wriggled, revealing all sorts of tragic expressions. The wails that came from their mouths were chilling. Yang Kai stood with his sword in hand. His expression was cold as he said, "You really deserve to die." The human faces that appeared on the evil spirit's body were clearly souls. Where did the souls come from? They were clearly the people that the wizard pool had killed and eaten. Those people that the wizard pool had killed had not only suffered great terror and torture before their deaths, but even their souls had not been able to escape. They had been devoured and refined by the wizard pool and kept in his body. They could not reincarnate and would forever fall into hell. If such a wizard king was placed in the future, he would be a veritable evil cultivator. He would be hated by everyone. However, in this era, the bone-eating tribe had the protection of the wizard saint. He could do whatever he wanted. The wizard pool, who had transformed into an evil spirit, had his already powerful aura reach a new height. That shocking might was comparable to that of a high-tier wizard king. He laughed sinisterly. The aura that came out of his mouth seemed to be able to kill the world. The vegetation around him quickly withered. He opened his hand, which turned into a screen of light that covered the sky. He grabbed at Yang Kai. The space around him was locked. Yang Kai tried to teleport, but it was completely ineffective. His expression turned ruthless. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The myriad sword in his hand released a circle of light. His body was wrapped in sword light as he pounced toward the giant hand. The power of a great wizard surged wildly. As the giant hand closed, Yang Kai's muffled groan could be faintly heard. However, in the next moment, a hole appeared on the back of the giant hand. Yang Kai rushed out from it, his whole body covered in blood. He arrived above Wu Qi's head without any fear of death and fiercely chopped down with his sword. The wizard pool was not flustered. His other palm swept across the air as if it was light, as if he was swatting a fly. Before Yang Kai could attack, the palm had already sent him flying. The wizard's spell shield did not have the slightest effect and shattered in an instant. Rumble! Yang Kai tumbled in the air and hit a small hill before he regained his balance. When he got up again, he was in a sorry state. His mouth and nose were full of blood. "It ends here." Wizard Pool's cold voice rang in his ears. By the time he finished speaking, he had already reappeared in front of Yang Kai and reached out to grab him. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Yang Kai sneered, his hands quickly forming a seal, and a mysterious power suddenly fluctuated. Wu Qi was stunned, and he inexplicably had the misconception that time had stopped. At the same time, an enormous feeling of panic and danger assaulted him from the bottom of his heart, and this caused him to be slightly surprised and transform himself into the evil spirit path. This was his most powerful trump card. With this trump card, he was able to compete with a high-rank wizard king. His opponent was only a great wizard. Even if he was struggling on the verge of death, what kind of trouble could he bring? But that sense of panic and crisis was real, and he could not ignore it in the slightest. Thinking of this, he quickly withdrew 80% of his power to protect himself and take a defensive posture. The next moment, the pause time seemed to flow again. He saw the great wizard in front of him casually throw a palm at him. That palm seemed to have no power at all, but it gave people a feeling that it could destroy all things. It gave people the feeling of reincarnation. Flowing time, great emperor, shuttle like shuttle. Wu Qi's pupils abruptly contracted. Even though he couldn't discern what kind of mystery was contained within this palm strike, his instincts told him that he absolutely couldn't take it. Once he took it, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He fiercely opened his mouth. There was a whistling sound. In an instant, countless ferocious ghosts flew out from his mouth and rushed towards the palm print. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce surge of power burst out. Wizard Pool took advantage of this moment to retreat more than 100 feet. Those ghosts that were hit by the palm print without exception were all scattered. Before dispersing, these souls not only did not show any pained expressions, but instead all of them looked as if they had been liberated, their expressions calm and peaceful. Occasionally, a few of them would glance towards Yang Kai, but these gazes were filled with gratitude before quickly dissipating. What kind of wizard spell was this? It actually had such power. Wizard Pool's expression was uncertain. The method that the great wizard in front of him used was beyond his understanding. After the palm print, Yang Kai was gasping for breath. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He secretly cursed. Flowing time, great emperor, shuttle like shuttle like shuttle like shuttle was a divine technique of the great emperors. Although he had the opportunity to cultivate it, it was not something that he could casually use. As a low-rank great wizard, using this divine technique was still too much for him. As such, after the palm print, Yang Kai immediately felt that he was very weak. However, Wizard Pool had already used his trump card. If he did not go all out, there was no way he could contend against him. Not daring to expose himself, Yang Kai reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth and nose. Taking advantage of this action, he stuffed an emperor-level spirit pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He pointed the myriad sword at Wizard Pool and sneered, "Are you afraid?" Wizard Pool coldly snorted, "Your method is indeed unexpected, but it is far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the air and a pitch-black scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. He lightly waved it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. At this moment he felt his divine soul suddenly jump, as if it was about to leave his body uncontrollably. He immediately understood that the scythe was not a wizard tool, but a strange and inexplicable wizard spell that had the effect of collecting souls. If it was not for the fact that his divine soul did not belong to a great wizard, he would have been in trouble. Yang Kai let out a muffled snort as he guarded his mind and locked down his knowledge sea. He only felt a strong suction force pulling at his soul, trying to pull his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea. There seemed to be an invisible connection between his knowledge sea and Wizard Pool's pitch-black scythe. As the Wizard Pool waved the scythe faster, the stronger the suction force became. Yang Kai did not dare to make the slightest movement. "It's very tiring, right? If it's very tiring, then don't resist. Obediently enter this wizard's embrace. This wizard will lead you to enjoy the rest of the show." The Wizard Pool's gloomy voice sounded, carrying a strong sense of bewitchment, trying to break Yang Kai's mind. "You want my divine soul?" Yang Kai clenched his teeth and shouted. "You can't block it. Why deceive yourself?" The Wizard Pool sneered. "Okay." Yang Kai shouted, "If you want it, I'll give it to you." The Wizard Pool was startled. He thought the other was just joking. After all, if a person's divine soul was taken, they would become a walking corpse with no chance of survival. So who would be willing to take the initiative to give away their divine soul? But soon the Wizard Pool was dumbfounded. Because the other was not joking. He actually took the initiative to give up his defense, allowing his wizard spell to be successfully used and draw out the other's divine soul. This taste. The Wizard Pool was shocked but immediately became overjoyed. Wonderful, too wonderful. This wizard really can't wait to try it. He never thought that this great wizard's divine soul would be so strong and so pure. This kind of divine soul should not appear on a great wizard, but on a high-rank wizard king. No, it was not that he had not killed a high-rank wizard king before. Even a high-rank wizard king's divine soul was not as wonderful as this. In an instant the Wizard Pool was like a cat that smelled fish. His eyes lit up and he could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. This wizard will accept it. Don't worry, since you are so cooperative, this wizard will not make you sad. The wizard pool laughed and withdrew his black scythe. A dazzling light was pulled out from Yang Kai's mind. One could vaguely see that the light was pure and clear without any impurities. Not only was it unimaginably pure, it was also extremely vigorous. The wizard pool's eyes lit up. Just now he only smelled the scent of the other's divine soul. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his judgment was right. This was really a delicious meal that he could not refuse. After Yang Kai's divine soul was pulled out, he fell from the sky like a wooden stake. Without a divine soul, a person naturally could not control their own body. On the other side, the divine soul that was pulled out quickly approached the wizard pool. But at a certain moment, the wizard pool's expression suddenly changed. The joy and anticipation on his face melted away and was replaced by anger. You dare to lie to me? Yang Kai laughed loudly. Idiot, when did this young master lie to you? Didn't I take the initiative to deliver myself to you? But let's see if you have the ability to eat it. When the words fell, the divine soul's divine soul exploded with a sword light. The entire divine soul's divine soul leisurely turned into a long sword and directly rushed towards the wizard pool. The wizard pool's figure suddenly retreated. Although he did not know what method the other party was going to use at the expense of exposing his divine soul, the great wizard's various methods from before were too outrageous. He had to be on guard. The pitch-black scythe in his hand turned into a pure divine soul attack and slashed forward. In the next moment, the wizard pool's expression changed again because his wizard attack did not have any effect. The other party's divine soul wrapped in the sword light was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. The wizard pool turned pale with fright. His surging divine sense fiercely surged and fiercely defended, not daring to let the other party come half a step closer. The result made him feel aghast. His Wizard King level divine sense seal was actually unable to block the other party's attack. When his mind hurt, the other party had already broken through his divine soul's defense. The divine soul's divine soul along with the sword light rushed into his knowledge sea. The wizard pool groaned. Although he had encountered a great change, he did not panic much. His body fell rapidly, and at the same time he closed his eyes and transformed his divine soul's divine soul into his knowledge sea, quietly hiding to the side. In the purgatory-like knowledge sea, there were evil spirits everywhere. The surroundings were full of ghostly shadows and ghostly wails. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai would not have dared to believe that there was someone in this world with a knowledge sea like this. Chapter 28:36. How was this the knowledge sea? This was clearly hell. A group of blind ghosts smelled the unfamiliar aura and rushed toward Yang Kai. However, before they could get close, Yang Kai's sword flashed and eliminated them all. Wizard Qi, who was secretly investigating, was shocked when he saw this. He looked at the long sword with a complicated expression. Instinctively, he was afraid of this long sword. What kind of wizard tool was this? Why did it have such a miraculous effect? And he actually brought it into his knowledge sea. How could such a thing happen? How could there be such a miraculous wizard tool in this world? Although the souls in Jihao's spiritual sea were born from all living creatures, they had been nourished and refined by Jihao himself, and were not ordinary souls at all. Even if a Magus King's soul intruded into his spiritual sea, they would be able to divide and devour him. However, when the sword flashed a few times, Wizard Qi clearly felt the ghosts in his knowledge sea become frightened. They were like mice that had encountered a cat, not daring to get too close. Yang Kai held the sword with one hand and looked around. He sneered, "You're not going to come out? Wizard Qi, oh Wizard Qi, you are still a Wizard King. Don't disappoint me." Wu Qi didn't pay any attention to him. As a Magus King, he wasn't an idiot. He hadn't figured out what exactly that weird long blade was, so of course he wouldn't dare to take the risk and attack. As if he understood the fear in his heart, Yang Kai raised the long sword and flicked it. He said, "This sword is called the soul-severing sword. It does not harm the physical body but rather the soul avatar. Letting this young master into your knowledge sea is your biggest mistake. Wizard Qi, quickly come and accept your death. This young master will be merciful and give you a quick death. Does not harm the physical body but rather the soul avatar?" Wizard Qi did not want to believe this nonsense, but what he saw made him admit that the other party was right. This was definitely the most evil wizard tool he had ever seen. Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to come out, right? If you don't want to come out, then don't come out. Yang Kai sneered. He raised the soul-slashing saber high, poured his spiritual power into it and slashed down. The huge saber light seemed to tear apart the sea of consciousness. When the saber light rushed out, countless ghosts blocking the way were killed on the spot. Even the wizard pool who was hiding in the dark felt pain all over his body, as if he was being torn apart. This was his sea of consciousness, so no matter what kind of damage Yang Kai caused here, it would not affect him. They would all affect his body. Although the injuries he suffered temporarily were not painful, if it happened too many times he was afraid that it would not be good. Just as Wizard Chi's face turned ashen, Yang Kai had already brandished his soul cutter. As if he had gone mad, he slashed in all directions. As he slashed, he laughed maniacally. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? I'm asking you, isn't it great? It would be a miracle if he could feel good. As the saber slashed down, Wizard Chi could feel a huge pain, causing his soul avatar to tremble. Knowing that there was no point in hiding any longer and that letting this madman destroy his sea of consciousness would only result in more losses than gains, Wizard Chi finally could not bear it and shouted, "Enough!" As soon as his words fell, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and raised his hand slightly, blocking Yang Kai's attack. Although the soul cutter was extremely strange and had the magical effect of destroying one's sea of consciousness, this was his home field. He was the master of everything. If they really fought, the most likely outcome would be a mutual defeat. He was not without the ability to fight back. If you like to hide, keep hiding. Yang Kai pointed his saber at Wizard Chi, a look of ridicule on his face. Get out. Wizard Chi's expression was indifferent. He gave the order to leave. Having an outsider invade his sea of consciousness was not a good thing. The sea of consciousness was not only the home of his soul but also the place where he hid many of his secrets. No one was willing to have their sea of consciousness invaded by others. Beg me and see if I'll get out. Yang Kai grinned. That appearance made Wizard Chi burn with anger. He felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest, ready to erupt at any time. I'll say it again, get out. Wizard Chi coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, the one who wants to take my soul avatar is you. Now the one who wants me to get out is you. Give me a quick answer, what do you want? Wizard Chi lowered his eyes and lightly said, it looks like you want this wizard to drive you out. I hope you can withstand this wizard's anger. With just a few words, he knew that if he wanted to drive this great wizard out, he had to use force. After all, he had taken the initiative with great difficulty, so how could he let it go so easily? Moreover, Wu Chi wasn't willing to waste his breath on him, and he'd made up his mind to expel him even if he was injured. Otherwise, Wu Chi would always have a feeling of his life hanging by a thread if he were to stay here with that strange shaman weapon, and his entire body would feel uncomfortable. When he finished speaking, Wizard Chi's figure collapsed as if he had merged with the world. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He knew that Wizard Chi was going to fight to the death with him. Space suddenly froze, and in the next moment, a huge repulsive force rushed towards him. That was the Wizard Chi's power as the master of this sea of consciousness. Invading someone's sea of consciousness could cause harm to them at any time, but in an away battle the situation would be very passive, so this kind of thing was not common. Only when there was a large difference in strength between the two sides would the stronger side invade the sea of consciousness of the weaker side. But then again, if the difference in strength was too big, there was no need to use this kind of method to kill the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him increase as if he was going to be pushed out of this world. He forcibly stabilized his body, but no matter what, he could not continue to stay. Seeing that he was about to be driven out by Wizard Chi, Yang Kai suddenly moved. At the same time, the soul cutter buzzed and a burst of light burst out. He swung the sword forward. I'll give you a big gift, I hope you like it. How is this possible? Wizard Chi's shocked and angry voice came. The power of the opponent's sword suddenly increased by a lot, almost twice as strong as before. Caught off guard, Wizard Chi did not have time to defend. In an instant his defense was broken and his soul was cut. He only felt pain that made him want to die. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed out of Wu Chi's knowledge sea. In the next moment, a pitch-black radiance enveloped him, and when he dispelled the darkness, Wu Chi was already nowhere to be seen. Wizard Chi actually escaped. You're smart. Yang Kai coldly snorted and did not rashly pursue. This time he was lucky to be able to repel Wizard Qi, thanks to the soul secret technique heaven-piercing strike at the last moment. Wizard Qi obviously noticed that something was wrong, so he feinted and took the opportunity to escape. If he continued to stay, the ending was destined to not be good. Yang Kai sighed and felt the location of his body. He did not dare to continue to expose his soul avatar. His body shook and his body and soul became one. When he opened his eyes, he only felt and looked up he was in Butterfly's arms. It seemed that when his soul avatar left his body, Butterfly discovered it, so she specially came to protect his body. How are you? Butterfly asked with concern. Yang Kai shook his head and tried to stand up, but he felt dizzy and fell back into Butterfly's arms. He bitterly smiled and said, I won't die. Butterfly looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze and felt that it was unreal. As a lower-rank great wizard, he defeated and seriously injured a wizard king. This achievement can be called a miracle. Although he paid a price, it was obviously not too serious. After not seeing him for a month, he actually became a great wizard. How did he cultivate? Butterfly's heart was full of doubts. What about the villagers? Yang Kai lay down for a while to recover some strength and asked. They've all been arranged. Butterfly replied. Previously, she took the villagers of Tsongnan village through the passage and left the village. After everything was settled, she returned to check on Yang Kai's situation. She just happened to see Yang Kai's soul avatar leaving his body, so she immediately protected Yang Kai's body. Call them all back. It should be fine. Yang Kai sighed. The bone-eating tribe's wizard king had personally made a move and was defeated by him. Presumably, the bone-eating tribe would not make any moves in the near future, unless an even more powerful wizard king or wizard saint came. However, the wizard saint probably would not care about such a thing, and the bone-eating tribe's wizard king might not necessarily be of any use. After the wizard pool revealed his trump card, his strength was comparable to a high-rank wizard king. Even he could not do anything to Yang Kai, so what could the other wizard kings do? Moreover, as long as Yang Kai was given some time to recover, his strength would become even stronger. The next time he encountered a wizard king, he would not have such a hard time. While he was talking to Dai, Kai Yang suddenly frowned and turned to look in a certain direction. Butterfly also noticed something and looked in the same direction. She immediately said with a vigilant expression, Someone's coming. Yang Kai's face darkened as he secretly put up his guard. Tsongnan village was just a small village. Usually it was isolated from the rest of the world and very few outsiders came here. This time they were able to find the wizard pool only because of Qi's lead. Yang Kai had just defeated the wizard pool and another person suddenly appeared. It was hard to say if this person was in cahoots with the wizard pool. If it was a wizard king, then they would be in trouble this time. Butterfly obviously thought of this as well and her pretty face turned pale. However, she soon heard Yang Kai make a sound of surprise. What's wrong? Butterfly turned to look at him. It's just a wizard. Don't be nervous. Maybe he's just passing by. Butterfly heard this and could not help but sigh in relief. That wizard was obviously not just passing by, because after a while he flew straight towards Yang Kai and Butterfly. A moment later, an honest-looking barbarian appeared in front of Yang Kai. Did someone just fight here? The wizard looked around and asked condescendingly. The traces of the battle were still there. Although he could not determine how strong the person was, the aftermath of the battle made him feel a little shocked. This was clearly an extremely high-level battle. It was definitely not something he could get involved in. In such a battle, perhaps even a slight scratch would be enough to make his soul scatter. Thinking of this, he quickly looked towards Yang Kai and Butterfly. Yang Kai had a weak expression. The wizard power on his body was faintly discernible, allowing him to clearly see the opponent's cultivation. Great wizard. The barbarian was shocked and flew down from the sky. Chapter 28:37. He didn't think that there would be any strong people in this remote corner, so he didn't care. But now that he realized that Yang Kai was a great wizard, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. Greetings, master. Yang Kai stood up with Butterfly's help. He frowned and nodded. No need to be so polite. Hearing this, the magus straightened his back and asked curiously, My lords, which village are you from? He didn't recognize Kai Yang and Dai, but the two great shamans were not unknown figures, so he should have heard of them, especially since he was the messenger between the tribe and the villages below. Even if he didn't know all the shamans in the tribe like the back of his hand, he at least had some understanding of them. Songnan village. Yang Kai replied. Ah. The wizard was stunned. He looked at Yang Kai with suspicion and said in disbelief, Songnan village? How could there be two great wizards in Songnan village? He remembered that the village chief of Songnan village was only a wizard apprentice and a low-rank wizard at that. So he didn't believe Yang Kai's words. But there was no reason for a great wizard to lie to him. He said in a daze, Master is from Songnan village? Yes. Yang Kai looked at him and said, What's the matter? What about Wizardly? Wizardly. The name of the old village chief. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that this person knew the old village chief. And this time he came here to find the old village chief. His face sank and said, The old village chief is no longer here. Now this wizard is the village chief. Wizardly is actually. The man was slightly stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, Wizardly was old and his cultivation was not high. He couldn't live long. Maybe his life was up and he returned to the arms of the barbarian god. He changed his mind and said, Master, what is your name? Wizard is awesome. The man nodded. His expression turned solemn as he said in a clear voice, Wizard Master Bull. Under the orders of the Wizard King, the Master, I order you to gather all the villagers of Songnan village within 5 days and gather them in the capital. An order from the Wizard King Master? Yang Kai was stunned. Although the southern barbarian tribe wasn't considered very powerful among the barbarian tribes, they still had the Wizard King. And according to Yang Kai's knowledge, he was an upper-level Wizard King. The place where the Wizard King was stationed was the royal city of the southern barbarian tribe. Just like the status of Snowfrost City in the southern barbarian tribe, the various small tribes and village chiefs of the southern barbarian tribe were located there. They all lived around the king's city. The king's city and the Wizard King had absolute authority over the small tribes and villages. This sudden order made Kai Yang smell a trace of unusualness, faintly feeling that something big was about to happen. It's an order from the Wizard King Master. The man replied seriously, I came here to inform the wizard of the ceremony, but since Master is now the village chief of Songnan village, it's the same to tell you. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Is there a tribe at war with us? In ancient times, it was common for the various barbarian tribes to fight for the remaining living space. For the benefit of their own tribe, it was common to see war between tribes. And once this happened, it was necessary to invest all the manpower and military force. No one could avoid it. So when he heard this order, Yang Kai subconsciously felt that a tribe was at war with the southern barbarian tribe, and the first to bear the brunt was the cruel and inhumane bone-eating tribe. If that was the case, Yang Kai didn't mind being the vanguard. It just so happened that he couldn't fight to the death with the wizard pool today, which made Yang Kai feel quite regretful. The messenger smiled bitterly and then slowly shook his head. He said softly, If it's just a tribe at war with us, then it's no big deal. Yang Kai said in surprise, Is there something even more serious? The messenger hesitated before saying, This has always been a secret. It can't be divulged. However, the two master are both great wizard masters. Even if you reach the king's city, you'll be summoned by the Wizard King Master. You'll understand the situation by then. With that, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, It's an invasion of demon folk. What? Say that again? Yang Kai almost thought he had heard wrong. The messenger's expression was extremely stern as he repeated, Invasion of demon folk. Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment before sucking in a cold breath. His face was filled with shock. Really? The messenger said, 3 major tribes have already been destroyed, so it obviously can't be fake. Yang Kai's expression immediately became stern. Although the ancient barbarians had a small population, the 3 major tribes had gathered several 100,000 people at the very least. They had been destroyed just like that. This was truly an earth-shattering matter. Invasion of demon folk. This term was not unfamiliar to him, but he was not familiar with it either. He learned from Qing's legacy that this land had already been invaded by demon folk more than once. The most recent time was 30,000 years ago. Back then, Qing was still just an evergreen tree that had just gained sentience, absorbing nutrients from the earth and cultivating diligently. He had personally witnessed the overwhelming changes to the land after the demonfolk's invasion. He had personally witnessed the deaths of countless people. He had personally witnessed the extraordinary people of the land using their own lives to stop the demonfolk's invasion. Countless generations of people stepped forward one after another, paying with their precious lives. It took almost 1,000 years before they managed to save the land from the demonfolk's hands. During that 1,000 years the land wailed in grief. After the flames of war, the boundless mountains and rivers took an entire 10,000 years to gradually recover their vitality. Afterwards the ancient barbarians emerged, becoming the masters of the land. And now the scene from 30,000 years ago had appeared once again. No one knew what kind of situation it would be this time. Demon folk was a general term. Even Yang Kai had no idea what they looked like. All he knew was that they came in various shapes and sizes and they were extremely vicious. In comparison, the bone-eating tribe was basically as docile as a lamb before them. However, there were also rumors that the reason why the bone-eating tribe stood out among the barbarians was because they possessed some of the demonfolk's inheritance. During the great battle 30,000 years ago, some demon folk had tainted the women of the land, giving birth to a group of descendants. These descendants were the ancestors of the bone-eating tribe. Rumors were just rumors after all. No one knew whether they were true or false, especially in this current age. This rumor had already vanished into the long river of history, so no one knew the truth. Only a tree demon like Qing, who had stood for several tens of thousands of years, knew a thing or two. However, as the saying went, there was no smoke without fire. Countless barbarians had suggested wiping out the bone-eating tribe and removing them from the list of barbarians, which probably had something to do with this rumor. However, even now no one knew why they wanted to wipe out the bone-eating tribe. They only thought they ate everything, including barbarians. The invasion of demon folk would definitely be a great disaster to this world. No one knew where the demon folk had come from. Even Qing, who was the most knowledgeable of them all, did not know much about this. The demon folk from 30,000 years ago seemed to have suddenly appeared on this land overnight. They were fearless, doing whatever they wanted. Slaughter had become second nature to them. The arduous war that lasted 1,000 years left the Yuan-Chi of beautiful land heavily wounded. The humans had almost been wiped out. Yet, in the ancient times after 30,000 years, the demon folk actually invaded again. Yang Kai felt like he could see the end of the world, as if he could see mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Compared to that, his grievances with the bone-eating tribe did not seem to be anything. Master, master. The messenger called out a few times, but when he saw how Yang Kai remained in a daze, he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath. Within 5 days I will take the villagers of Tsangnan village to the king's city. The messenger was overjoyed. He clutched his chest. Thank you, master. I still need to inform the other villages, so I'll be taking my leave first. Yang Kai nodded. He did not keep him. After watching him leave, he looked at Butterfly. How much do you know about the demon folk? Butterfly said, I don't. Do you? That made sense. She was only in her teens. Even if Qing had raised her, it was impossible for her to know too many things. Why would Qing tell her about the demon folk for no reason? Rest in the village today. You can go back and find Senior Qing tomorrow, Yang Kai said before turning around and making his way back to the village. The invasion of demon folk would stir up great waves across the entire world. If there was still a safe haven, it would be Snowfrost City protected by Qing. Perhaps that would be the final safe haven. You're chasing me away? Butterfly widened her eyes and said furiously, You're actually chasing me away? Leave if you want. Yang Kai could not be bothered with her. He turned around and said, Oh right, call who and the others back. I have something to say. Butterfly stomped her foot furiously, turned around and left with gritted teeth. Before long the villagers returned to the village. When they saw Yang Kai safe and sound despite his pale face, they were obviously overjoyed. However, their joy did not last long before Yang Kai said coldly, Everyone, I've just learned from the messenger in the royal city that the demon folk have invaded. 3 tribes of our barbarians have already been destroyed. The Wizard King Master has ordered all the villagers of our Tsangnan village to gather in the royal city within 5 days and await orders. With that, over 200 villagers fell silent. Who asked, What are demon folk? Everyone wanted to ask that, as they had never heard of that before. Yang Kai said, I'm not too sure about what demon folk are either. All I know is that they're an enemy that's hundreds or even thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. They're the enemies that bring us disaster. They're the number one enemy that we barbarians and even humans will never share. Hundreds or even thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. The villagers' expressions changed when they heard that. They had just been captured by the bone-eating tribe, so they knew just how vicious the bone-eating tribe was. Now, there were actually people who were hundreds if not thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. Were they still human? The royal city's orders are there, but I won't force you to follow them. I'll be setting off for the royal city tomorrow. If anyone is willing to come with me, I'll take everyone with me tomorrow. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the village. Yang Kai's voice was not loud, but it rang out in everyone's ears. I won't lie to you all. If you go, you'll most likely die. You might not even get the chance to return to the village. Think about it carefully. With that, Yang Kai did not wait for the villagers to respond. He directly returned to his room, took out a healing pill and shoved it into his mouth. The battle against the wizard pool was close, but his injuries were not too severe. He should be fine after a night of rest. And he had benefited quite a lot from an intense battle like this. If he fought a few more battles like this, it would be much more effective than cultivating behind closed doors. As a result, he gladly accepted the orders from the royal city. Firstly, he was interested in meeting the so-called demon folk, and secondly, he wanted to grow as quickly as possible through battle. Chapter 28:38. The next day, when Yang Kai emerged from the wooden hut, over 200 pairs of eyes focused on him. Everyone in the village, regardless of gender or age, was gathered here. There were many of them, but they were completely silent. A sense of unity connected every single villager. The petite butterfly was among them too. As she stood at the front of the crowd, she seemed particularly eye-catching. Yang Kai looked around. Every single villager who met his gaze would give him a simple and honest smile. Perhaps they had no idea what demon folk were, much less what an invasion of demon folk entailed, but every single one of them knew that they might not be able to return once they left. They were destined to die in a foreign land. This was because Nyo had already explained everything clearly yesterday. However, not a single person backed down. The barbarians were destined to press forward bravely, a race that would never turn back. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with grief. He did not say anything more. He only waved his hand. Let's go. He led the way to the royal city first. Over 200 villagers followed closely behind him. Their steps were orderly like a well-trained army. With the speed of the barbarians, it would take them 3 days at the very least to reach the royal city. If a regular wizard led these 200 people, they would probably have to travel at full speed to reach their destination within the allotted time. However, Yang Kai was now a great wizard and he was skilled in various wizard spells. With a single cast of the lightning technique, the speed of the villagers suddenly increased by 30%. Although they moved quickly, they did not seem flustered at all. They moved in an orderly manner. 2 days later, when Yang Kai led the villagers to the royal city, the 200 people under his command had surprisingly expanded to 1,000 people. There was no other reason other than the fact that they had been walking all this way. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of people from other villages. There were wizards in these villages as well, but they paled in comparison to a great wizard like Yang Kai. The most powerful one was only a high-grade wizard, while the rest were all low-grade and mid-grade wizard apprentices. The strength of these villages was basically the same as the Tsongnan village when the old village chief, Wizard Li, was still alive. The barbarians had always had the custom of surrendering to the strong. Since they were all from the southern barbarian tribe and Yang Kai was a great wizard, they had no choice. These villages that had gathered together naturally merged into his team and were led by him. And after witnessing Yang Kai's wizard spell completely enveloping an army of 1,000 people, these wizard apprentices were even more in awe of him. The villages had some interactions with each other, so many of the villagers were familiar with each other. After gathering together, they quickly integrated into one. After this battle, if these 1,000 people didn't die, Yang Kai could establish a small tribe with his own strength and prestige. In front of the southern barbaric tribe's royal city, the 1,000-man army stopped and looked from afar. King City was no worse than Snow Frost City. The only difference was that Snow Frost City was protected by an evergreen divine tree, while the southern barbarian tribe did not have such a guardian. Outside the royal city in the surrounding open space, Many barbarians had already gathered here. Hundreds of people formed groups, thousands of people formed groups, and each small group had a wizard overseeing it. Their strength was different. Obviously, they had all received orders from King's City and rushed over from all directions. With so many people coming at once, it was impossible for them all to rush into King's City. King's City did not have such a large space to accommodate them. Therefore, everyone could only wait outside, eating and sleeping in the open. However, this kind of thing was nothing to the barbarians. Yang Kai and the others came neither early nor late. The place near King's City had already been occupied by the people of other small tribes. When Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense, he found a medium-sized open space and led the team there. After arriving at the place without any instructions, the 1,000-man team began to get busy. Some took out the dry food they had brought with them, while others started to make fires to cook on the spot. Everyone was in good order. At this moment, a wizard flew out of King's City and shouted as he flew, "The Wizard King Master has ordered all great wizards to gather in King's City." He shouted several times in a row and attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, great wizards flew out of the crowd and headed straight for King's City. With someone taking the lead, it was like a chain reaction. Powerhouses with the aura of great wizards constantly leapt out of the crowd and threw themselves into the embrace of King's City like swallows returning to their nest. Yang Kai glanced at them, then turned around and said, "I'll go. You keep an eye on things here." Butterfly nodded slightly. Although she was a great wizard, she was a great wizard of the floating department, so it was inconvenient for her to show up in an occasion like this. King's City was huge. Although Yang Kai set off later, he arrived before many people. Just like the other great wizards, he landed in front of a palace in King's City first and waited quietly. Quite a few people had already gathered here. With the invasion of demon folk, the Wizard King ordered the entire southern barbarian tribe to gather. Great wizards that were rarely seen in the past were like cabbages and carrots. They could be seen everywhere. Yang Kai scanned with his soul sense and knew that there were at least 100 great wizards here, and this was not all of them. There should be even more great wizards on the way, unable to make it to King's City. Without a summon, the great wizards were not bold enough to barge into the Wizard King's palace, so they could only wait outside. The great wizards who were familiar with each other gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the invasion of demon folk, this time in low voices. They had clearly received some news from the messengers, but no one could explain what demon folk were. The more they discussed, the more confused they became. However, such a large movement in King's City made everyone feel slightly uneasy. Everyone knew that the battle they were about to experience this time would probably be unprecedented. Just when Yang Kai was bored to death, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The black shadow was like a mountain enveloping him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a broad, sturdy chest full of black hair. "You're also from our southern barbarian tribe?" The owner of the black shadow looked down at Yang Kai and asked with a rumbling voice. The discussions in the surroundings immediately quieted down. Many great wizards cast their gazes in this direction, watching with great interest. To be honest, when everyone had gathered here, there were already quite a few people who were curiously sizing up Kai Yang. Kai Yang's physique was really a bit out of place here, as if he was a mountain goat that had suddenly appeared in a group of tigers. It was a bit out of place. It was difficult for such an unconventional person to not attract attention. There were very few berserkers with such a body type among the berserkers. Even the old village chief of Tsangnan village, Wu Li, might have been old before he died, but it was not difficult to deduce how tall and sturdy he used to be based on his physique. However, Yang Kai did emit the aura of a great wizard. Although others were curious, they did not pay too much attention until someone questioned Yang Kai face to face. Ever since he came to this ancient world, it had become a habit to raise his head when talking to people. It seemed that everyone had to look up at him, which made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. This time he simply stared at the black hair on the man's chest, nodded and said, "Yes." "Ah." The man laughed. "Boy, I'm talking to you. Raise your head and look at me. My neck is sore. Why don't you squat down and talk to me?" Yang Kai shook his head with a serious face. In front of him, the burly great wizard's aura suddenly became heavy. Beside him, someone laughed. "Wizard 2, this guy is looking down on you. Hurry up and teach him an unforgettable lesson." The barbarians had a fiery temperament, so naturally there was no lack of troublemakers. Anyway, everyone was bored staying here, so they could find some entertainment to pass the time. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him with interest, as if they were waiting for a good show. You don't need to talk nonsense. Wizard 2 turned his head and shouted at the person who spoke before. Then he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly. What? You don't have the guts to look at me? Yang Kai still stared at the black hair and said, I prefer people to lower their heads and talk to me. Wizard 2 was stunned but soon understood Yang Kai's meaning. He flew into a rage and said, Boy, you're looking for a beating. When he finished speaking, his big fist was already smashing towards Yang Kai's head. The onlookers were not shocked but happy. Some of them even whistled, looking very interested. Anyway, the barbarians could take a beating and everyone standing here was a great wizard. This punch would not kill anyone. At most, he would bleed, and bright red blood was something that the barbarians loved to see the most. Yang Kai did not move at all, as if he did not feel the attack. When the fist came whistling, his hair was blown away. At this moment, the door of the palace that had been closed suddenly opened. A barbarian warrior with a steel sword at his waist walked out and shouted, Wizard King, Master wants you to enter. The huge fist was only an inch away from Yang Kai's head. Wizard 2's face twisted, and it took a lot of effort to suppress his desire to hit someone. He pulled back his fist and said, You're lucky. If you dare to do this again, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, he turned around and left. He did not dare to ignore the Wizard King's order. Although he could hit that fist if he angered the Wizard King Master, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Although the barbarians were simple-minded, they were only simple-minded. They were not mentally retarded. Naturally, they were able to consider this point clearly. A group of more than 100 great wizards walked into the palace in an orderly and silent manner. It was no longer as noisy as before. Yang Kai walked at the back. When he passed by the barbarian warrior, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. This was because he felt that the blood in this barbarian warrior's body was unreasonably strong. Tiger and the others simply could not stand in front of him. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that this barbarian warrior was not someone to be trifled with. Even if an ordinary great wizard went up against him, he might not have a good ending. However, Yang Kai did not detect any fluctuations of wizard power from him. In other words, this guy was purely cultivating his body. Sure enough, there were 3,000 ways and each of them was connected to the heavens. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were people who could become saints with their bodies. Yang Kai did not pay much attention to it before, but after seeing this barbarian warrior, he felt that it was not a lie. And it was said that among the 4 great wizard saints, one of them was a saint with his body. Yang Kai's gaze was unscrupulous. It was impossible for the barbarian warrior not to feel it. He raised his eyes and a pair of sharp eyes looked straight at Yang Kai. It was like 2 sharp blades piercing Yang Kai's eyes. Chapter 28:39. When they passed by each other, Yang Kai smiled and nodded. The barbarian warrior stared at his back for a long time before retracting his gaze. He smiled and said, Interesting. Although he was not a wizard, he did train his body. As the captain of the royal guards, his strength was not weaker than a great wizard. The only thing he lacked compared to those great wizards was the wizard spell that could buff the power of his people. In a one-on-one fight, no great wizard could be his opponent. But the seemingly weak great wizard just now made him eager to fight. The only ones who could make him want to fight were powerful opponents that could not be crushed. This could be seen from the other party's calm gaze. Although the gaze just now did not have the buff of a wizard's spell, it was an instant burst of his fighting spirit. No great wizard could easily withstand it, but the other party did. What an interesting great sorcerer. He looked so weak, but there was an unimaginable amount of power hidden in his frail body. That guy called Wu Tu should thank me. It was because of my timely appearance that he was able to avoid being humiliated in front of everyone. In the hall, a person with an aura as deep as the sea stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for the arrival of the crowd. After more than 100 people came in, he slowly turned around. He frowned as if he was confused about something. He looked up at the crowd and said loudly, I am the Wizard King, the 6th Wizard King of the Southern Barbarian tribe. Some of you may know me, some may have heard of me, and some may not know who I am. But it doesn't matter because from today onwards we will often meet. Greetings to the Wizard King, Master. Everyone put their hands on their chests and bowed. Yang Kai was also among them. His eyes flashed slightly. The 6th Wizard King. In other words, Among the wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe, his strength was ranked 6th. Above him there were 5 more powerful wizard kings. It was unknown how many wizard kings were under him. Yang Kai only knew that there were no wizard saints in the southern barbarian tribe. There were only 4 wizard saints in the entire barbarian tribe, and they were all in the 4 largest tribes. In the southern barbarian tribe, the most powerful wizard king was a high-rank wizard king. He didn't even know his name was Yang Kai. Most of what he knew about the southern barbarian tribe was taught by the village chief. As a low-level wizard, the information that the village chief had access to was too little. I believe everyone has heard that the reason why I've gathered you all here this time is because of the invasion of demon folk. 3 tribes have been destroyed. The wizard's voice was deep. It was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. When they heard that the 3 divisions had been destroyed, the 100 great wizards' expression turned cold. Those 3 divisions. None of them were weaker than the southern barbarian tribe. They all had a high-rank wizard king, 100 to 200 great wizard, and thousands of wizard disciples, but they were still destroyed. In other words, if the southern barbarian tribe encountered such an enemy, they probably wouldn't end up well. This was no longer just a matter of the 3 divisions that had been destroyed, but a matter of the entire barbarian tribe. However, this news is already outdated. The wizard's words caused a huge commotion. Just as everyone looked at him suspiciously, he spoke again. In the few days that we've gathered here, the Lonely tribe has been destroyed too. What? Really? The Lonely tribe has actually been destroyed too. It's said that the wizard king master of the Lonely tribe is the existence most likely to become a wizard saint within 100 years. How is he now? All the great wizard cried out in surprise. They could not be blamed for their ugly expressions. It was mainly because the Lonely tribe's overall strength was greater than most of the barbarian tribes. It was only second to the 4 wizard saints tribes. It would be strange if they were not shocked when they suddenly heard that the Lonely tribe had been destroyed too. The wizard said in a deep voice, "Not a single survivor of the Lonely tribe has survived." The hall immediately fell silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Not a single survivor. In other words, everyone had been wiped out, including the great wizard king who was extremely likely to become a wizard saint. A great battle was imminent. Suddenly hearing this news shook everyone's confidence. Even the Lonely tribe had been destroyed. Just how terrifying were the demon folk? Who in the world could stop them? As if he could see through everyone's thoughts, the wizard Dang said, "The 4 wizard saint master have all been mobilized. I believe their strength is enough to deal some damage to the demon folk. However, this is a war that concerns all of the barbarians. The wizard saint master may be powerful, but we can't place all the burden on them. We barbarians have to do our part too. This is also why the King City has urgently gathered all of our clansmen here." Only when they heard the wizard Dang say that the 4 great wizard saints had all been mobilized did everyone relax. The wizard saints were the most powerful existences in this world. With them taking action, the invasion of the demon folk would definitely be stopped. However, the wizard Dang was right. This was a war that concerned all of the barbarians. No one could stay out of it. The wizard saints were powerful, but there were only 4 of them. I believe you very much want to ask me what the demon folk are, where they come from, and why they want to destroy my barbarian tribe. The wizard Dang glanced past everyone and said sternly, "I want to tell you that even I don't know much about these matters. However, you just need to remember that the demon folk are the irreconcilable enemies of us barbarians. As long as there's still a single breath left among us barbarians, the demon folk can't touch this land." The blood of the great wizard surged from what he said. They were all excited, ready to face death. It was as if they were tempted to fly onto the battlefield right now and dye the sky red with their blood, using their lives to stop the demon folk's invasion. Yang Kai watched on coldly. He only felt like the barbarians really were simple-minded. The wizard Chi's words were not bewitching at all. It was just a simple explanation, but it was enough to resonate with the many great wizard. If he casually bewitched them a little more, the effect would probably be even better. "Master, what should we do now?" "Yeah, Master. Are we going to set off for the battlefield right now? I already can't wait to witness the power of the demon folk." I hope the demon folk don't piss their pants when they see me, the wizard." The group of great wizard yelled out. They did not take the demon folk who had already destroyed the 4 tribes seriously at all. The wizard Dang smiled. "You'll all have the chance. When the time comes, I hope you'll remember what you said today. However, he changed the topic and said sternly, it's not the time yet. We have to wait for news from the Saint Master of the Wizard, and our southern barbarian tribe hasn't finished gathering yet. There are still many clansmen on the way. If we had more time, our southern barbarian tribe would definitely be able to do even better. It's a pity that time waits for no one. What you need to do right now is very simple. Gather all the clansmen of the southern barbarian tribe. Gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen each and then train them and make them listen to orders. The entire southern barbarian tribe had several 100,000 clansmen. If a great wizard wanted to gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen, it would be just enough to gather all the people in the tribe. However, these clansmen were usually scattered in various villages. If they gathered together rashly, it would definitely lead to all sorts of conflicts. Obviously, they would need some time to get used to each other. This was something that required the great wizard as the leader to deal with. Yang Kai nodded slightly when he heard that. A snake couldn't do without a head. 2,000 to 3,000 people was just the right number for a team. It was not too much, not too little. It was basically the limit that a great wizard could control. Currently, he had gathered around 1,000 people under him. According to the wizard Dang, he still needed to gather at least 1,000 more people. However, this was simple too. With the wizard king's orders, the clansmen would definitely cooperate. Those villages that did not have a powerful wizard would definitely find a powerful backer to rely on. However, this required mutual consent. Currently, there were just too many great wizards gathered in the king's city. If he wanted those stragglers to rely on him, he would need to demonstrate some strength first. No one was willing to rely on an unreliable great wizard. Thinking of this, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. The wizard Dang did not speak much. This time he gathered everyone here mainly to inform them of this mission. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he gave a few words of advice and let everyone leave. In an instant, more than 100 great wizards rushed out of the hall. Obviously, they were all anxious to recruit more people. Once the war started, the more people they had, the more protection they would have. Therefore, at this critical moment, no one was willing to fall behind others. They all wanted to use their means to keep others here so that they could carefully select the strongest warriors. Only Yang Kai, after waiting for all of them to leave, walked forward at a leisurely pace. What's your name? Suddenly, the wizard Pool's voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and replied, Wizard Awesome. Then he said, I was born like this, but I am indeed from the southern barbarian tribe. I was born in Songnan village. The wizard Dang nodded and said, It doesn't matter how strong or weak your physique is. You are a great wizard. Next time if someone questions your identity, just tell them my name. Yang Kai was stunned. He did not know why the master looked like he was taking care of him, but he still nodded and said, Thank you, master. Go. The wizard Dang waved his hand. Yang Kai then walked out of the hall. After a moment, the guard captain who looked at Yang Kai before came in and looked at the wizard Dang curiously. The wizard Dang said, What do you want to ask? The guard captain said, Master, what's so special about that person? He obviously heard the wizard Dang's words, so he did not understand why the wizard king master specifically asked him to stay behind to talk. The wizard Dang heard the guard captain's question and said, Special, very special. He is a great wizard who is favored by the barbarian god. The guard captain frowned and said, People who can become a wizard are all favored by the barbarian god. The wizard Dang smiled and said, He is different. Before last winter he was just an ordinary person. You could even say that he was worse than an ordinary person. What? The guard captain was shocked. Master, are you sure? Before last winter he was just an ordinary person. After one winter he became a great wizard? How is this possible? The wizard Dang said, When I was a great wizard I taught a person called the Wizard Li for a while. And that Wizard Li was the former village chief of Songnan village. Chapter 2840. The old village chief, the Wizard Li, truly cared for Yang Kai in every possible way. He had personally witnessed Yang Kai's rise like a comet, shining with extremely dazzling light. He also knew that a small place like Songnan village was unable to accommodate a great wizard like Yang Kai with a limitless future. As a result, he had once written a letter last winter and got a hawk to take it to the king city, asking the king city to allow Yang Kai to study there. The letter back then was addressed to the wizard Dang. After all, the two of them had once been master and disciple. Although they had not contacted each other for quite some time, the old village chief felt that the wizard Dang should not turn him down with the aptitude and talent that Yang Kai displayed. If the invasion of the bone-eating tribe had not happened, then Yang Kai would have gone to the king city under the village chief's arrangements after winter. Unfortunately, the village chief had died along the way during the bone-eating tribe incident. He did not even manage to leave behind his last words. In reality, the wizard Dang was very interested in the person the village chief had mentioned in the letter, but the invasion of the demon folk had left him in a terrible state, so he had no time to care about anything else. Only when he saw Yang Kai in the hall this time did he vaguely feel that he was rather similar to the person the wizard Li had described in the letter. Did he specially ask about him? Sure enough, the seemingly weak wizard was the wizard Nyo from Tsongnan village. He was actually a great wizard. The wizard Li had mentioned in the letter that the wizard Nyo was only a low-grade wizard, yet he had actually become a great wizard after winter. So it really was a miracle from the god of barbarians? Just what kind of instructions did the god of barbarians hold for him to bestow such a miracle during this sensitive time of the demon folk invasion? Suddenly, the wizard Dang thought of a saying he had heard in the past. However, in times of great calamity, there will definitely be a savior. In the king city, the flow of people was like a tide. Shoulder to shoulder, no worse than any city Yang Kai had seen before. Unlike the other great wizards, he did not rush back to gather his subordinates and gather his men. Instead, he wandered around the capital alone. Not long after, he walked directly into a shop and conspired with the shop owner in the back hall for a long time before he walked out leisurely. The shop owner who followed behind him had a joyful smile on his face. His attitude was extremely polite, as if he had received some great benefits. Without stopping, Yang Kai walked into another shop. After a while, when Yang Kai walked out again, the owner of this shop actually sent him off respectfully. After running around for half a day, there were dozens of shops in and out of Yang Kai. The situation was almost the same every time. Half a day later, Yang Kai silently calculated. Then he nodded slightly and flew out of the city. Not long after, he flew back to where he was originally stationed. Butterfly stood there silently. When she sensed him coming over, she only raised her eyes to look at him. He lightly nodded. A few of his wizard apprentices came forward to greet him. They looked at Yang Kai anxiously. One of the older wizard apprentices said, "Master, where did you go? Why did you only come back now?" "I went to do something. What's wrong?" The old wizard apprentice said. "The other masters seem to be gathering people. I heard that the wizard king master gave an order for the great wizards to gather 2,000 to 3,000 subordinates. Master, you only came back now. Those strong warriors are almost all divided up by them." "Yes, the wizard king master did give such an order." Yang Kai nodded. When the wizard apprentices heard this, they immediately became anxious. The old wizard apprentice said, "Master, what are you waiting for? Since you are back, hurry up and prepare. I see that there are still a few villages with good warriors. They seem to be hesitating to join the great wizard. Master, you can go and invite them. Maybe you can persuade them to join." "Yes, master. This matter should not be delayed. If we wait any longer, the rest will be crooked melons and cracked jujubes." The wizard apprentices persuaded one after another. On the way here, they merged with the Tsongnan village led by Yang Kai. Now they did not want to join the other great wizard. Seeing that their master was not in a hurry, they were a little anxious for him. Anyone could see that only by having more and more powerful warriors under their command could they gain a certain advantage in the future war. Over 100 great sorcerers had been roaming all over the place during this half a day. They had been constantly swallowing and recruiting those barbarian warriors from various villages. Only Ji Hao's group hadn't moved at all. It seemed to be an anomaly. The tense atmosphere made them feel a sense of crisis for no reason. Don't worry. Yang Kai waved his hand. His face was so calm that the wizard apprentices did not know what to say. For a moment they were so anxious that their mouths were burning with anger. When they turned their heads to look at the other groups, the great wizards were using all kinds of methods to attract people. Some of them even directly used powerful wizard spells to attract people's attention. Looking at the strong warriors approaching the great wizard, they felt like they were watching a trace of life slip away from them. However, as the great wizard Yang Kai said that he was not in a hurry, it was useless for them to be anxious. After all, they were only a few wizard apprentices. In this kind of situation they would not be of much use, especially when they were not familiar with Yang Kai. Sure enough, they were inexperienced. The wizard apprentices looked at each other and thought of the same thing. Time slowly passed in torment. The scattered barbarians gathered around the capital were gradually swallowed up by the groups led by great shamans one after another. The news of the demon folk invasion gradually spread through the crowd, and all of the barbarians began to band together for warmth. Some of them even took the initiative to seek refuge with the great shamans that seemed to be relatively stronger, even without being roped in. Yang Kai looked young and weak, so no one cared about him. And Yang Kai himself did not seem to have any intention of recruiting anyone. After returning from the king's city, he sat side by side with Butterfly and meditated. All the noise around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. This made the wizard apprentices under him feel more and more helpless. This continued until evening when a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. "Where is the wizard master ox of Tsongnan village?" With that, the noisy plains suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in that direction. They wondered why this guy was looking for the wizard ox of Tsongnan village. Tsongnan village. Many people had heard of it before. It was just a small village, so how powerful could a wizard from that place be? In a place where great wizard gathered, how could a wizard from a small village dare to call himself a master? However, when the people saw what the owner of the voice was carrying, their eyes could not help but light up. Even their breathing became ragged. This could not be helped. This person was actually carrying many wizard tools forged from steel. They shone brightly under the afterglow of the setting sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. This was a real weapon. Look at the sharp blade and the heavy hilt. If someone was really hit by such a weapon, he would be split in half. Then they looked at the stone spears and stone axes in their hands. Countless barbarian warriors felt ashamed of their inferiority. Only the truly powerful warriors of the barbarian race were qualified to possess such weapons. This was because ordinary people couldn't get their hands on these weapons. They had to offer something of considerable value in exchange for these weapons. How could the barbarian warriors who came from various villages have anything of value? In the entire southern barbarian tribe, only the king's city could make such weapons. None of the villages had this ability. So when a guy who was armed to the teeth suddenly appeared in a group of warriors carrying stone spears and stone axes, compared to those warriors from various villages, they were incomparably country bumpkins. This was not the end. Behind this person there was a group of people who were armed to the teeth. Each of them carried a weapon on their back. With every step they took, even the ground trembled and groaned. "Here." Yang Kai flew into the air and waved at them. "Come here." The leading barbarian raised his eyes and looked. After seeing Yang Kai, he grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Then he beckoned the people behind him to follow him and quickly approached where Yang Kai was. "Why is it this guy?" Not far away, a great wizard who was like an iron tower looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of surprise. So he was called Wizard Bull. The abnormal situation here obviously attracted a lot of people's attention. Many great wizards flew into the air and looked down, wanting to see what was going on in Tsongnan village. "Wizard Master Bull, the things you want are here. Please accept them," the leading barbarian warrior said as he took off all the weapons on his back and threw them on the ground. The weapons were of different shapes and sizes, but they all had one thing in common. None of them weighed less than 100 pounds, and this person carried more than a dozen of them on his back. He walked like the wind, and when the weapons were thrown to the ground, a circle of dust was kicked up and a dull sound was heard. "We'll put them all here. Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Boom! One weapon after another was thrown on the ground. One barbarian warrior after another walked past. Soon, a mountain of weapons was piled up on the ground. Ahu and the others were dumbfounded. The surrounding barbarian warriors were also dumbfounded. The great sorcerers who had flown into the air to watch were similarly flabbergasted. The sound of swallowing of saliva was heard. Everyone looked at the mountain of weapons with eyes full of shock and desire. In the past, the barbarian warriors were very eager to get their hands on the weapons, but now they were piled up here. It was like a dream. Among those present, even those great wizards had never seen so many weapons gathered in one place. Any one of these weapons was worth a lot of money, and it was far from over. More people walked over and threw down the weapons they brought. Why did the owners of the shops in King City take out their weapons and throw them here? What was the relationship between them and this wizard bull? What was going on? Could it be that they gave these weapons to the wizard bull? That was not possible. But what about the scene in front of them? Many great wizards knew the owners of those shops and some of them had dealt with them before. Naturally they would not be wrong. Chapter 2841. Many of the great wizards could no longer stay calm as they thought of this. Why? Everyone was a great wizard. Why did they only give the wizard bowl to him and not to them? They were also great wizards. Furthermore, none of the great wizards present would be weaker than that wizard bowl. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Why did you give all the things to him? Why don't you give some to me too? A great wizard shouted in midair. That's right. The war is imminent. These things should be divided equally. We can't let him have all of it. Someone immediately agreed. This statement was accepted by even more great adepts. For a moment, everyone was shouting non-stop and the scene was chaotic. What are you shouting about? The barbarian warrior who was leading the group shouted angrily. He did not have any intention to give these great wizards any face. He raised his head coldly and snorted. Who said that we are giving these weapons to the wizard master bull? These are all things that he exchanged for. Exchange? Exchanged? Impossible. So many weapons. What did he exchange for them with? No one had such a huge amount of wealth. There were at least 1,000 weapons piled up at the scene. Moreover, there were still more weapons being sent over. Even the Wizard King would not have so much wealth to exchange for so many weapons, right? The barbarian leader shook his head and said, I don't know what the Wizard Master Bull used to exchange with others. However, he gave me this. As he spoke, he took out a rolling object. The barbarian warriors looked at it but still did not understand what it was. However, the great wizards all changed their expressions and said, the inner core of a beast. Moreover, it was an extremely high-quality inner core of a beast. This kind of inner core was even beneficial to the training of the Wizard King, let alone a great wizard. If it was an inner core of a beast like this, it could be exchanged for many weapons. However, no great wizard would use this kind of treasure to exchange for weapons that they could not use. In order to exchange for so many weapons, how many inner cores did this wizard have? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The Wizard Master Bull also used this to exchange with me. Another shop owner agreed. At the same time, he took out another inner core and shook it. It almost blinded the eyes of the great wizards. If it was said that the variety of weapons had an incomparably huge attraction to every barbarian warrior, then the barbarian warriors would definitely be attracted to them. Then these inner cores were the same for the great wizard. For a moment, the way many people looked at Xianxia changed. There was only one question in their minds. Where did he get so many monster cores from? No grand magus had the ability to kill so many savage beasts, not even a magus king. Time passed by slowly. After learning the truth of the trade, the noisy great adepts were too embarrassed to make any more noise. They could only watch as the weapons were tossed aside one by one. Their faces were full of envy. There were even some who were silently contemplating whether they should form a good relationship with Wunyielding. Not to mention other things, if they could obtain a demonic beast's inner core from him, it would be enough to benefit them greatly. After a long time, the last barbarian who brought the weapons walked past. The weapons piled up on the ground had reached thousands. Rapid breaths showed just how restless the hearts of many berserkers were. The villagers from Songnan village were so excited that they swallowed their saliva. They had already guessed what these weapons were used for. After all, they were not idiots. The devil people were invading. With the war imminent, Xianxia suddenly bringing out so many weapons was clearly meant for them to use, but such a miraculous method made them somewhat unable to believe it. Ahu went to Xianxia and pulled him down. He whispered, Anyo, are these things for us? Xianxia smiled and patted his shoulder. Of course they are for you. Then he waved his hand and said, choose for yourselves. One for each of you. As soon as he said that, thousands of people became serious. The few wizard apprentices who were secretly complaining about Xianxia's inaction were speechless. They were full of respect. The great wizard gathered outside King's City. There were hundreds of them. But who had the ability to gather so many weapons at once? Who had the courage to do so? If you want to do something, you must first sharpen your tools. With so many sharp weapons, even if there were only 1,000 people, the advantage they had was not something a team of 2,000 or 3,000 people could compete with. And the weapons piled up here were more than 1,000? The few wizard apprentices could almost predict what would happen next. The complaints and dissatisfaction they had with Xianxia had already disappeared. They only felt that this wizard bull was very experienced. Although he looked young, he was very experienced. He did not make a move, but once he made a move he hit the vital points. It was hard not to admire him. The few wizard apprentices who came from different villages looked at each other and smiled. The sound of people swallowing their saliva came one after another. The 1,000 people who were under the command of Yang Kai gathered around the mountain of weapons. But no one was in a hurry to fight for anything. They all looked at the piled-up weapons in a daze. Everyone's eyes were full of soft light. It was as if they were not looking at cold weapons but at naked beauties. "You guys go first." Tiger suddenly turned his head and looked at the villagers from other villages. As a warrior who came from the same village as Yang Kai, Tiger felt that this was the time to win glory for Yang Kai and establish prestige. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to fight for it. Instead, he gave priority to the villagers from other villages. Hearing what Tiger said, the leaders of other villages looked at each other. One of them smiled and shook his head. These weapons were brought by the Wizard Master Bull. Songnan village should have the priority to choose. "You guys go first." "Yes, Tiger, you guys go first." "Yes, Tiger, don't decline." Tiger shook his head and said, "It is because Bull brought these things that you guys should choose first. These things were not brought for Songnan village but for everyone." The leaders of the few villages immediately quarreled. They did not want to give in to each other. They did not want to be the first to make a move. The barbarians who were watching cursed in their hearts. They were envious and helpless. The oldest wizard apprentice suddenly smiled and said, "Don't quarrel. Now that we are gathered in one place, there is no difference between villages. Now we are a whole. We belong to the Wizard's Bull division. It doesn't matter who goes first. What's more, there are so many weapons here. Even if each of you take one, you won't be able to divide them all. There is no need to decline. The Wizard's Bull division." Everyone's eyes lit up. They all started to ponder. The old wizard apprentice was right. Now that everyone had gathered in one place, there was no need to differentiate between villages. Only when they became a whole they would be united in the future war. Everyone's will was like an impregnable fortress. Deliberately dividing the villages would only cause selfishness between each other. Any selfishness might cause people to lose their lives in the future war. Tiger thought for a while and nodded. What the old master said is right. Since that is the case, let's choose together. The rest of the people naturally did not have any objections. Everyone immediately swarmed up and began to divide the weapons. They took out the weapons that were suitable for them and let the others choose. For a moment there was a hubbub of voices. Everyone was laughing. Although it was lively, it was not chaotic. Everyone advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. This scene made the other great wizard look at it with different expressions. Needless to say, they were envious and jealous. This wizard was able to gather more than 1,000 people just by gifting them weapons. His method was admirable. Looking at their own barbarian warriors who were envious of him, they all sighed. They couldn't help it. Although this method was obvious at a glance, it could not be replicated. They did not have the huge financial resources of this wizard. Although they admired him, they also felt a sense of crisis. Previously, the Wizard King Master's order was very clear. He wanted the Great Wizard to each recruit 2,000 to 3,000 people. Half a day had passed and many people had completed the task. However, there were still many people who were still working hard. There were also a lot of stragglers who were still observing. Originally, everyone had used their own methods to compete fairly, but now that Voodoo Bull had suddenly made such a move, he had the advantage and left the other grand wizards far behind. They believed that after the 1,000 people had divided the weapons, there would be more people who would be willing to join them. If the powerful warriors were all recruited by the wizard, then what would they do? Thinking of this, a few great wizards who had a good relationship with each other gathered together and began to discuss countermeasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the 1,000 or so barbarian warriors under Yang Kai's command all received their own weapons. Each of the warriors was holding a large axe, a broadsword and a spear forged from fine steel. They looked majestic and had a completely new temperament. As for the archers, they were also given more powerful bows and arrows. The mountain of weapons had only shrunk by a third. There were still more weapons waiting for the owner to choose. A group of barbarian warriors gathered around and looked at the weapons. They all licked their lips and looked like they were hungry. When they turned to look at Yang Kai, their eyes were full of desire. Yang Kai smiled and snapped his fingers. "Wizard Bull Tribe. Set. Wizard Bull Master, I am willing to join. I'll join. I want to join too." Wizard Bull Master, please accept me. I am the strongest warrior in our village. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, it was covered by the voices of countless people. The situation was almost out of control. Fortunately, Tiger and the others took out their shining weapons in time and blocked the people who were crowding over. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Don't rush and don't push. The Wizard King Master ordered us to recruit 2,000 to 3,000 people. My Wizard Bull's target is 3,000 people. So many people will have a chance. Those who are interested in joining my Wizard Bull tribe, please line up and come forward to receive your weapon. After that, you will be a member of my Wizard Bull tribe." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately quieted down. The next moment, the barbarians rushed forward and formed a long line. Chapter 2842. 3,000 people? Wizard is awesome. You're just a low-level great wizard. How can you control so many people? Be careful. At the same time, a burly figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the side of the weapon mountain. The huge impact made the ground tremble. Dust flew up and the entire weapon mountain made a clanking sound. Yang Kai looked at the lush black hair on the man's chest and raised his eyebrows. "Wizard 2? What do you want?" Wizard 2 laughed and said, "I'm just worried about you because you're young and weak. Thank you for your kindness, but don't worry." Wizard 2 shook his head and said, "You can't say that. We're all great wizards of the southern barbarian tribe. We should help each other. How about this? This shaman is a little stronger than you, so I'll work a little harder. You take in another 1,000 people and this shaman will help you digest the remaining 1,000 people. As thanks, you can give me the extra weapons." As he said that, he reached out his hand and grabbed the weapon mountain, not giving Yang Kai any chance to react. "Stop." Ahu was furious when he saw this. Anyo had paid a huge price to get these weapons from King City. Although he did not know where Anyo got so many internal elixirs that could be used for trading, now that someone dared to reach out their claws, he naturally could not sit back and do nothing. "What bullshit, great wizard. If you dare to steal my things, then you're my enemy." While shouting, Tiger had already chopped at Wizard 2 with his axe. "Fuck off." Wu 2 didn't even turn his head. He only let out a roar and a shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from under his feet. The shockwave clearly contained a huge impact because when Ahu was touched by the shockwave, he instantly flew high into the air like a kite and fell to the ground. At the same time, Wizard 2 had already reached out and grabbed a fine steel spear. With a slight force, the entire weapon mountain shook and almost half of the weapons flew up into the air. Looking at the direction, it was obvious that they were flying towards the barbarian warriors led by Wizard Tuesday. Seeing this, everyone in Wizard 2's department was overjoyed and excitedly prepared to welcome the arrival of many weapons. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the weapon mountain out of thin air. He didn't do anything, but the thousands of weapons flying in the air seemed to be pressed down by a mountain. They all fell back and collided with each other, making clanking sounds. High up in the air, Yang Kai looked down at Wizard 2 and mocked, "Are you robbing me?" Wizard 2's face turned red and defended himself. "How is that robbing? I've said that we're all from the southern barbarian tribe." Wizard. Wu 2 shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. I've always been willing to help others. Hurry up and get lost. Don't be unappreciative." Yang Kai said in shock, "Wizard, can you be a little more shameless? Don't you feel embarrassed for lying through your teeth?" As expected, the wizard's face turned red, but his tone was still firm. Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, I, as an upper-level great wizard, have the responsibility and obligation to teach you the truth." As he spoke, he chanted an incantation and raised his hand. Wizard power surged and 2 visible chains of wizard power wrapped around Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was trapped tightly. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he lectured. "Remember, if you can't see the reality now, you'll only lose face. If you can't see the reality on the battlefield, you'll lose your life. So there's no need to thank me. This is what a wizard should do." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to drag Yang Kai down from the air. But in the next moment his expression changed. This was because under his actions the wizard bull standing on the weapon mountain didn't move at all. He looked at him with a smile on his face as if he was nailed there by some force. He was slightly shocked and instinctively felt that it was impossible. His opponent was just a low-level great wizard 2 levels lower than him. Since he was bound, how could he resist his power? He didn't believe it and tried again, but he was shocked to find that there was still no effect. He didn't seem to be binding a low-level great wizard but a real mountain. After 2 futile attempts, he was a little embarrassed. Many of the clansmen were at a loss. They didn't know what the Wizard 2 was doing. A few great wizard even glanced at the Wizard 2, hinting him to quickly end this farce. Previously, when they gathered together to discuss, they felt that the best way to solve the current situation was to make the Wizard Bull lose face. It was a fact that he brought thousands of weapons, which attracted the attention of many powerful barbarian warriors. It also attracted their interest to join him. However, this interest was only built on the basis of weapons. If the clansmen saw that this Wunyielding couldn't even withstand a single blow, presumably, those clansmen who wanted to join him would make other plans. Weapons were tempting, but a weak great wizard was not worth entrusting their lives to. The barbarians were about to face a bloody battle of life and death. A powerful great wizard leader was much safer than those weapons. That was why the Wizard 2 jumped out to find trouble and deliberately fought with Xianxia. According to their previous plan, as long as they could crush this Wizard Bull in front of everyone and make him lose face, then his advantage would be gone. But the current situation was a little different from what they had discussed before. The Wizard Bull was already captured. What was the Wizard 2 doing? In a flash, another great wizard flew down and cast a chain-like wizard spell to tie up Xianxia. He shouted, "Wizard Bull, Wizard 2 is a kind person. I don't want to embarrass you like this. This wizard is not that easy to talk to. Get the hell down here." With a bit of strength in his hands, he was actually pushed over and almost fell to the ground. This great wizard's eyes almost popped out. Only now did he realize that the Wizard 2 was not being merciful, but he was really powerless. What's going on? While he was stunned, he saw Xianxia grab the 2 wizards' chains and grinned. The scenery above is beautiful. This wizard doesn't want to go down. It's better for you two to get the hell up here. The big hand that grabbed the chain suddenly pulled back. Accompanied by 2 exclamations and countless pairs of shocked eyes, the Wizard 2 and the other great wizard flew directly from the ground and uncontrollably threw themselves at Xianxia. While in midair, the 2 of them danced and struggled to stabilize their bodies. But then their hearts sank, because they saw the Wizard Bull was actually grinning and rubbing his hands together. He looked like he was up to no good. Forcing themselves to take a breath, the 2 of them simultaneously urged the wizard's power to condense a wizard's shield on the surface of their bodies. As soon as the light of the wizard's shield lit up, Xianxia had already swung his fist. Left hook, right hook, 2 punches like the wind. Crack. At the same time, the 2 great wizards' shield on the surface of the wizard's body shattered. Facing Xianxia's punches that didn't seem to have much strength, they didn't have the slightest strength to resist. The 2 grand magi let out a muffled groan as they were sent flying like ragged sacks. They landed heavily on the ground, their faces covered in blood. The whole world was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Especially those great wizards, the corners of their mouths twitched and their faces twitched. They couldn't believe what they just saw was real. The barbarian warriors didn't practice wizard's power, so they didn't know the huge difference between a great wizard and a great wizard. But the wizards on the scene knew. Under normal circumstances, a great wizard of the upper rank could easily crush a great wizard of the lower rank. The difference of 2 ranks was not just for show. But the scene in front of them was so real that they couldn't find a suitable reason to explain it. The wizard's shield cast by the 2 great wizard was easily broken by this wizard. If the wizard's shield was so weak, then what was the point of learning it so hard? In fact, it wasn't that the wizard's shield was weak, it was that this wizard was too strong. All the great wizard's scalp went numb. Previously, when they saw that he had brought a few thousand weapons and suddenly gained a huge advantage in terms of recruiting people, they were a little dissatisfied. Some even wanted to find trouble with him like the Wizard Tome and wait for an opportunity to snatch some weapons from him. But now who would dare to have such thoughts? Even the 2 great adepts had lost so much face. Who could possibly be his match? On the other side, the 2 great wizards who were sent flying were also a little confused. The Wizard Tome struggled to stand up from the ground, shook his head and finally came back to his senses. He looked at the eyes of the people around him blankly and his face turned green and red. He suddenly became angry and said, "You dare to sneak attack me?" He didn't want to admit that he wasn't Xianxia's opponent. He only felt that the loss just now was because he didn't notice it, because he didn't think that Yang Kai would really attack him. If he was fully prepared, he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This time he came out to teach Yang Kai a lesson, to suppress Yang Kai's advantage, and at the same time to increase his prestige. Who would have thought that he would go for wool and come home shorn? Not only did his plan not go smoothly, but his face was also covered in dirt. He couldn't just let this go. If he just admitted defeat like this, his prestige would definitely plummet and he wouldn't be able to gather any more people. "Surround them for me," the wizard Tome shouted. At the same time, there was a burst of noise, and nearly 2,000 barbarians rushed out and spread out, surrounding Yang Kai and his 1,000 people. When the other great wizard saw this, he also silently waved his hand, and the 1,500 people under him also gathered. In an instant, 3,000 to 4,000 barbarians heard the command and moved. Tiger and the others' bodies tensed up, and they all held the weapons in their hands tightly. When the other barbarians saw this, they immediately understood that this matter was not going to be easily settled. They quickly retreated to the side, making space for the two sides of the battle. Chapter 28:43. You want to fight? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and grinned. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly chanted an incantation and waved his hand. A halo of light suddenly spread out and enveloped the 1,000 people on his side. The 1,000 people's bodies suddenly emitted a dark red light, as if they were covered in a layer of blood mist. Not only that, but Tiger and the others' bodies also emitted crackling sounds. Their originally tall bodies suddenly grew 3 times taller, and the animal skin clothes they wore tightened. Every pair of beautiful eyes became as red as blood, and there was no fear in them. It was as if even if a wizard saint stood in front of them, they would still be able to swing their weapons and hack at him. The 1,000 people's killing intent gathered in one place, as if it wanted to break through the clouds. Boundless energy gushed out from their bodies as thousands of people gripped their weapons tightly. It was as if they had been reborn. All of them had excited expressions on their faces as they stared blankly. They couldn't believe that they had such powerful strength. Bloodthirst. And it was an extremely high-grade bloodthirst. This was because although the eyes of these 1,000 people were as red as blood, and they didn't seem to be afraid, they didn't lose their rationality. This was an effect that only the most profound bloodthirst technique could produce. An ordinary bloodthirst technique could certainly make the barbarian warriors more powerful and reduce their senses. However, it would also affect the warriors' rationality to a certain extent. In serious cases, it could even cause them to go crazy and damage their primordial spirit. After the effects of the bloodthirst technique disappeared, there might even be some repercussions. However, this wizard's bloodthirst was different. It was something that only a great wizard on the level of a wizard king could use. Many of the great wizards were shocked. Just this bloodthirst was enough to make them view this wizard in a new light. This wasn't something that just anyone could use. In particular, the bloodthirst he used could easily envelop 1,000 people, not one more, not one less. What kind of precise control did this require? And it seemed that he was far from reaching his limit. Was this really going to start a war? The bloodthirst had already been used. The arrow on the bow had to be released. However, this wasn't the end. After using the bloodlust technique, Yang Kai didn't stop chanting. His hands moved up and down as he moved. Rays of light of different colors burst out one after another, enveloping the 1,000 people. Lightness, stone armor, mega strength, layer after layer of light. The light enveloped every wizard and every warrior of the Bull tribe. The surface of their bodies emitted a dark red light mixed with yellow light, as if they were wearing a layer of heavy armor, impenetrable by swords and spears. A light breeze wrapped around their legs. It made their speed faster and fiercer. The golden light that symbolized the potency skill increased their strength by 30 to 50%. The breathing of the 1,000 people became heavy, and their fighting spirit was fully unleashed. The 3,000 to 4,000 people surrounding them were so shocked by this power that they couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces full of fear. There was no need for them to fight. Just by looking at their posture, they knew that each of the Wizard's Bull clan members had the ability to fight one against 2 or more people. The Wizard 2 and the other great wizards' faces were extremely ugly. They thought that they would use their own people to intimidate them. That Wizard Bull was definitely going to lose his mind. Who knew that this guy would be so fierce? Not only was he not afraid, but he also directly buffed his own people with many wizard spells. At this moment the two great wizards were just like the other great wizards. They were immersed in the deep shock. Casting so many large-scale wizard spells consecutively by himself, even a wizard king wouldn't be able to withstand it. The wizard bull was just a low-rank great wizard. How could he have so much wizard energy to squander? Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this wizard bull. Just the amount of wizard energy stored in his body was far more than an ordinary great wizard. Currently he was just a low-rank great wizard. What would happen if he was promoted to a high-rank great wizard? Just when the two were still in shock, Yang Kai's mouth started chanting again. Another ray of light enveloped them. At the same time that the beam of light descended, the expressions of over 1,000 people simultaneously changed. The dark red light that spread out from their bodies seemed to come alive and fuse together. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of people seemed to have merged into one. There was no longer any distinction between them. The monstrous aura that gathered together made the heaven and earth tremble. Life chain. The wizard too's face changed. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a monster. Life chain. That was a truly profound wizard spell. Only great wizard had the qualifications to learn this wizard spell. This wizard spell could connect the life force of different numbers of barbarian soldiers together. Under the effect of the life chain, the damage that was inflicted on anyone would be evenly distributed. This allowed the barbarian soldiers to withstand more damage than they could withstand. This was the wizard spell that the entire barbarian race relied on the most in large-scale battles. However, although great wizard could learn how to learn the life chain, they would often need the help of other wizards if they wanted to use it. If there were only a few people, then it would be fine. A high-rank great wizard's life chain could connect the life force of 200 people together. However, if there was help from other wizards and disciples in the team, the number of people could increase by several times. The more wizards there were, the better the effect would be. When this wizard too used the life chain just now, there was no one to help him. However, the light of his wizard spell instantly enveloped the thousands of people, connecting the life force of the thousands of people together and fusing the thousands of scattered individuals into one. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, no great wizard would believe it. Only Magus Kings and high-grade Magus Kings at that, could create life chains that could connect the lives of 1,000 people. Facing such a terrifying group, the advantage of having several times the number of people was instantly gone. The wizard too and the other great wizard could also use the life chain to connect the life force of their own soldiers, but that would require some preparation time. After all, they still needed the help of their wizard subordinates. How could they be like Yang Kai, who could use the life chain so casually? In other words, if they really fought now, the 1,000 people under Yang Kai's command could easily crush 10,000 barbarian soldiers without much damage. This wizard is ready. When do we fight? Yang Kai looked down at the wizard too and asked with a straight face. This calm look made the other great wizard's eyelids twitch. So many large-scale wizard spells were cast, but he didn't look tired at all. Was he really a monster? Just casually casting 2 or 3 wizard spells like that was enough to exhaust any great wizard. Facing such an enemy, what was the point of fighting? But was it really worth it? If it was other wizard spells, it wouldn't affect the soldiers much. But Bloodlust spell was different. Once it was activated, it would consume the blood essence of the barbarian soldiers. After the effect was over, they would be weak for many days. This wizard didn't say anything and just cast Bloodlust spell on his soldiers. Was he crazy? Didn't he know what the consequences of doing this would be? Facing Yang Kai's aggression, the wizard too's face turned red. He couldn't say a word. What could he say? Fight now. He didn't really want to fight with Yang Kai. He just wanted to use his people as a deterrent. Who knew that this guy would be so unruly? Now that he was in a difficult situation, the wizard's intestines turned green with regret. Oh. Yang Kai looked at the wizard too mockingly and laughed. Looking at the wizard master too, it seems like you aren't ready? Do you want me to give you a few days to prepare? The wizard too's face turned red. He straightened his neck and said, Wizard two, don't be too arrogant. This wizard just thought that this is outside the king's city. If you and I really fight, it will definitely alarm the wizard king master. If the wizard king master is angry, no one will have a good ending. It's not that I am afraid of you. When these words were heard by everyone, the great wizard had different expressions. Now that the situation was like this, Anyone could see that the wizard too had no chance of winning. He could only use his mouth to save some face. However, after this incident, Wu Tu's reputation had been completely lost. There was no point in saying anything more. It was impossible for him to recruit more clansmen. On the other hand, this wizard was awesome. He had the battle record of sending 2 great wizards flying, and now he showed his strong great wizard skills. It would only make the stragglers more interested in him. Fortunately, the Shaman King's order was for every Grand Shaman to gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen. If he was allowed to do as he wished, he might be able to gather tens of thousands of people. If that was the case, many Grand Shamans would not be able to complete their mission. Wizard Master 2, do you mean you don't want to fight? Yang Kai chuckled and said with disappointment, I prepared for so long. The wizard 2 snorted, we are all from the southern barbarian tribe. What's the point of having a civil war? If you want to fight, go fight with the devil people. When the time comes, let's see who can kill more devil people. Yang Kai touched his chin and thought for a while. He nodded and said, Wizard Master 2 is right. The Wizard 2's expression relaxed. You also think it's right? Yang Kai smiled. If that's the case, then let's fight on the battlefield. Okay. It's a deal. This wizard will not lose to you. After the Wizard 2 said that, he waved his hand. The 2,000 people under him immediately let out a sigh of relief and scattered like birds and beasts. The Wizard 2 turned around and was blown by the wind. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked with sweat. He could not help but shiver. He secretly cursed himself for not having eyes. He actually kicked an iron plate. On the other side, Yang Kai's hand seals changed continuously. He undid the chains of life and bloodlust. To the surprise of Hu and the others, after the bloodlust was undone, they did not feel dizzy like before. Although they were more or less tired, it was reasonable. And this kind of aftereffect was nothing to the strong barbarian warriors. They could recover by eating something casually. Chapter 2844. Not only did the wizard's provocation not have the desired effect, but it also increased Yang Kai's prestige. Now everyone knew that although this great sorcerer called Wunyou looked thin and weak, his personal strength was unfathomable. If one could follow such a great sorcerer, it would definitely be more secure and have a better future than following others. What's more, if they joined him, they could even get weapons. Who wouldn't be tempted by such conditions? Therefore, after the wizard left, Yang Kai's recruitment work went smoothly. In less than half an hour, another 2,000 people joined the team, and the remaining weapons were divided up. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't accept anyone, but rather he recruited people on a per-village basis. Each village had 200 to 300 people, so the number of 2,000 people he could recruit was only 8 or 9 villages. Among these people, 90% were barbarian warriors and archers. Only a few were wizard of varying strength. Butterfly coordinated the situation of the newly recruited 2,000 people and reported it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately had a few more wizards under his command. In addition to those who had followed Yang Kai to the king's city, he now had 13 wizards under his command. 4 of them were wizards and 9 were wizard apprentices. There wasn't a single wizard under his command. This couldn't be helped. The number of wizards was low, and it was difficult to cultivate a wizard in a village. Only a few small tribes with thousands of people and the king's city had wizards. However, this wasn't a big problem because Yang Kai still had Butterfly. Other great wizards had wizards under their command, but Yang Kai had a great wizard under his command. Butterfly wasn't an ordinary great wizard. She had been taught by Qin Yan for many years. The wizard skills she mastered were definitely more abundant than other great wizards. Once the war started, if the two of them worked together, it would be more than enough to cover 3,000 wizards. Next, Yang Kai personally split the 3,000 people into 10 small teams. Each team consisted of 250 to 300 people, with the strongest warriors and archers taking up the position of captain and vice-captain. 100 elites were selected from the 3,000 men to form a guard team. It wasn't that Yang Kai needed a group of guards. With his current strength, why would he need the protection of these barbarians? The main task of this special group of guards was to protect the 13 wizards other than himself and Butterfly. These wizards were just wizards and wizard apprentices. They wouldn't be of much use in a one-on-one fight, but in a small-scale war they would be of great help. It was indeed the hub that connected the 10 teams, and the death of any one of them would be a huge loss. Therefore Yang Kai had to plan for their safety. After the allocation of the teams was made clear, The team of 3,000 was immediately clear. Each team was managed by their own captain and vice-captain, and these captains and vice-captains were directly under Yang Kai's command, which was much more effective than him giving orders to the 3,000 people. The great sorcerers in the surroundings saw this and realized the benefits of it. They also learned from others. Very soon the various great adept clans were in an orderly fashion. After this display of strength, the 3,000 people became even more submissive towards Yang Kai, feeling that they had truly chosen the right person this time. In the future, perhaps they would have an advantage over their fellow clansmen in future battles. After ordering the 3,000 people to practice and familiarize themselves with the formation, Yang Kai and Butterfly quietly left King's City. "Where are we going now?" Butterfly didn't know why Yang Kai pulled her out, so she asked curiously. Yang Kai flew in front to lead the way and said without looking back, "When I was in King's City, I saw some tamed monster beast. Let's go catch some." "You want to tame a beast?" Butterfly looked at him in surprise. "Senior Qing taught you the art of taming a beast, right?" Yang Kai looked back at her. Butterfly nodded lightly. "Yes, he did. But I haven't used it before, so I don't know if it's effective." "It's fine as long as he did. As for whether it's effective or not, we'll know when we try it. I haven't used it before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "But, do you know where there are savage beasts? Just follow me. Those beasts in King's City couldn't have appeared out of thin air. If they can catch them, we can too." Yang Kai continued to move forward as he spoke. He had already inquired about the location before. There was a mountain range about half a day's journey away from King's City, and Yang Kai's target was in that mountain range. The two set off at night, and only at dawn did a continuous mountain range appear in front of them, as if a giant dragon was lying on the ground. After entering the mountain range, they kept moving forward without stopping. After half a day, a fierce cry suddenly came from above. Yang Kai's figure paused and looked up. Through the scattered leaves, he saw a huge eagle-shaped monster beast swooping down from the sky and rushing into a kernel. When the monster beast flew up again, its sharp claws had already caught a giant python. The python was struggling non-stop, even coiling its body around the eagle's claws. The eagle lowered its head and pecked the python's body. Blood suddenly spilled out from the air, and the python struggled even more fiercely, causing the eagle's body to sway unstably, as if it could fall from the sky at any time. But soon the giant eagle opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade-like attack, cutting the body of the giant python into several pieces. The internal organs of the giant python were blurred, and the struggling body gradually stopped moving. The fierce cry sounded again, and the eagle turned in the air, grabbed its prey and flew in a direction. Seeing Yang Kai looking at it with great interest and a look of interest, Butterfly immediately understood his intention and asked, "You want to catch this kind?" "Of course I want to catch this kind," Yang Kai said as he called Butterfly to follow in the direction of the eagle. Butterfly was speechless. Although she knew that Yang Kai wanted to catch savage beasts, she didn't know that his goal was actually flying savage beasts. These things are much harder to catch than ordinary savage beasts, and judging from the eagle's size and aura, its rank is not low. Relying on her beast-taming skill may not be effective. Although she was nervous, she didn't say anything and just followed Yang Kai all the way. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two of them arrived at the bottom of a valley. This valley was surrounded by steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The cliffs were filled with rugged rocks, and between the rocks of the cliffs, there were countless huge bird nests. Almost every nest had a giant eagle proudly standing there, as if they were monarchs overlooking their territory. Even more giant eagles were soaring in the air, either out looking for food or returning from their hunt. So many. Butterfly looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. "It's good to have more." Yang Kai grinned. According to his idea, the more the better, but the prerequisite is that the beast-taming skill is useful. If it's useless, then everything is just empty talk. "Wait a moment, I'll try." Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he suddenly disappeared. Butterfly looked around with wide eyes, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. Her pretty face couldn't help but be shocked. This is definitely not the effect of any wizard skill that she knows of. The more she interacts with this wizard, the more Butterfly finds him to be unfathomable. Just as she was looking around for Yang Kai, she suddenly felt something strange on the opposite cliff. When she looked up, she saw Yang Kai. She didn't know when he ran over there, but he was holding a giant eagle by the neck and pressing it into the nest, so that it wouldn't be discovered by the other giant eagles. A weak light flashed and disappeared into the giant eagle's body. Butterfly clearly saw that the struggling giant eagle had stopped moving. After a while, the giant eagle stood up again and stretched its wings. It became extremely arrogant again, as if nothing had happened. Success. Butterfly's eyes lit up. Taming Beast is a very overbearing wizard skill. Not only does it consume a lot of wizard power, but it is also a wizard skill that can only be mastered by a great wizard, and the conditions to use it are also very harsh. If it succeeds, it will leave a brand in the body of the savage beast, controlling its life and death. But if it fails, not only will the great wizard who uses Taming Beast suffer a certain degree of backlash, but the target will also die in an instant. So under normal circumstances, if you want to use Taming Beast on a savage beast, it is best to first capture it and spend some time to cultivate feelings so that it will lower its guard. Only then will there be some hope of success. Like Yang Kai, who forced himself on a savage beast, failure is the only outcome. But in fact he actually succeeded. Even though she has seen many miracles brought by this wizard's skill, Butterfly was still a little stunned. Is it just luck? She thought. The next moment, the giant eagle that was subdued by Yang Kai suddenly spread its wings and flew directly towards him. A moment later, when the giant eagle landed in front of him, Yang Kai, who was hiding on the back of the giant eagle, poked his head out. I have a very good idea. I need you to cooperate. Butterfly asked in a daze. What idea? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. I want to capture the Eagle King. Butterfly couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. But after Yang Kai explained the situation, she felt that this is indeed a good idea. After using Taming Beast to subdue a giant eagle, Yang Kai vaguely sensed the thoughts of the giant eagle. And from its thoughts, Yang Kai understood that there is an Eagle King in this place. That Eagle King is stronger than all the other giant eagles, and all the other giant eagles have to bow down to it. If they can really directly attack the root of the problem and subdue the Eagle King, then there are so many giant eagles here that they can take for themselves. This is a way to take the firewood from under the cauldron. It is much more effective than Yang Kai's plan of subduing the eagles one by one. The two of them discussed for a moment and quickly finalized the plan. Then the giant eagle flew up again while Yang Kai and Butterfly hid on the back of the giant eagle. This monster beast's back is very wide, enough for two people to sit side by side without feeling crowded. Under the cover of the long feathers, Yang Kai and Butterfly's figures are not exposed at all. Chapter 28:45. Inside a giant eagle's nest, the Eagle King was locked in place by Yang Kai's wizard spell. Rays of Taming Beast light blossomed from Yang Kai's hands and enveloped the Eagle King, but to no avail. The Eagle King continued to cry out, its scarlet eyes filled with an untamed look. Around the eagle nest, hundreds of giant eagles launched attacks without fear of death. They kept rushing over in an attempt to rescue their king. Butterfly stood in the air, urging her wizard power. A wizard shield enveloped the entire nest, blocking all the giant eagles outside. Even the wind blades they spat out could only create ripples on the wizard shield. Previously, Yang Kai and Butterfly had directly attacked the Eagle King's nest. Yang Kai had just subdued the Eagle King, but before he could use Taming Beast on it, the Eagle King let out a fierce cry, and after this cry, the giant eagles all rushed over as if they had received an order. If it weren't for Butterfly blocking them, Yang Kai wouldn't have had time to deal with the Eagle King. These giant eagles' levels weren't low, but they weren't too high either. With Butterfly's means, if she was ruthless enough, it wouldn't take long for her to slaughter them all. However, this time Yang Kai wasn't here to kill but to subdue them, so Butterfly could only block the giant eagles from rescuing them, not daring to hurt them. This made her unable to use her great wizard skills, making the situation very passive. Bull, hurry up, I can't hold on for long. Butterfly's forehead was covered in fine sweat. Stopping the giant eagle's attacks and wind blades for a long time had taken a toll on her. I'm trying. Yang Kai replied, sending out another ray of Taming Beast light into the Eagle King's body, but it didn't have the expected effect. Instead, under his continuous attempts, he had already caused considerable damage to the Eagle King. Taming Beast was an extremely overbearing wizard spell, but the Eagle King was unyielding, so the wizard spell couldn't be used. Under the impact of the wizard power, it was bleeding from all 7 orifices. If it wasn't the Eagle King, It was much stronger than the average giant eagle, but it was probably already dead by now. However, with the current situation, it wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Eagles were proud and belonged to the sky. No shackles could stop their freedom. Coldly staring at the pair of red eyes, Yang Kai said, "You should be able to understand my words. Even if you don't, you should understand what I mean. You only have two choices. Submit, or die. I don't have much time and you don't have that many opportunities either. Choose wisely." Just as he finished speaking, another beast-taming light was released. This time the beast-taming light did not enter the Eagle King's body. Instead, it was repelled by the Eagle King's powerful will. Yang Kai cursed as a ferocious look appeared on his face. He rolled his eyes and suddenly raised his hand. A moon blade flew out. It accurately cut into the body of a giant eagle, splitting it into two. The blood-curdling screech came to an abrupt end. The giant eagle's blood and internal organs scattered in the air, and the two halves of its body fell into the deep ravine. Butterfly looked back at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know what was going on with him. Yang Kai looked at the Eagle King and sneered, "If you refuse once, I will kill one of your companions. Let's see how many times you can refuse." As he spoke, he once again used the beast-taming technique. This time, the beast-taming light was not repelled, but the Eagle King was still resisting and unwilling to cooperate. Yang Kai did not hesitate. With a raise of his hand, another giant eagle was cut in half and fell from the sky. Screech. The Eagle King cried out, obviously becoming very angry. If it wasn't for Yang Kai using the wizard technique to bind it, it would have immediately rushed up and fought with him to the death. Yang Kai was not surprised but happy. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good, angry is good. If you don't want them to die, just obediently lower your head." The beast-taming technique could be traced back to ancient times and looked forward to the future. In the star boundary there was a famous beast-taming school. This school was famous for their ability to tame monster beast. Every disciple in the school had a few beasts, and when fighting with others they had the advantage. However, the beast-taming school's beast-taming technique was extremely gentle, but it was also very complicated and time-consuming. Yang Kai didn't know the mysteries of the beast-taming school's beast-taming technique, but he thought that it should have originated from the beast-taming technique of ancient times. No matter how despicable and sinister the method was, it was only for one purpose: to make the monster beast submit and be used by them. As long as they could achieve their goal, there was nothing wrong with using some methods. With Yang Kai's current strength, if he was given enough time, taming an Eagle King like this wouldn't be difficult. But the key was that he didn't have much time. He had to rush back to King City as soon as possible in case there was any battle there. The Eagle King was stubborn and untamed, so he could only use some strong medicine. Perhaps it didn't care about its own life and death, and would rather die than live in dishonor. But as the king of a clan, if it couldn't protect its own people, that would be the greatest failure of duty. For any proud creature, this was something that couldn't be tolerated. Every time Yang Kai killed a giant eagle, the Eagle King's mood became more and more irritable and uneasy. The wizard's chains that bound it were clearly distorted by its struggle. Yang Kai's expression didn't change and he killed 10 giant eagles in succession. Only then did the crazily struggling Eagle King suddenly stop its movements, revealing a pleading expression. Could probably see that if it really didn't submit, Yang Kai would really kill all of its people. Yang Kai observed the Eagle King's expression and knew that it was time. He used the beast-taming light again, and this time the beast-taming light wasn't reflected or blocked. It easily broke through the Eagle King's defenses and directly branded into its body. Yang Kai's body shook. He could clearly feel that there was an additional layer of connection between him and this giant eagle, as if he could control its life and death at any time. And the arrogant Eagle King also became docile at this moment, lowering its noble head. "Time to go." Yang Kai grinned and patted the Eagle King's head, then took out a few healing pills and handed them over. The Eagle King looked at them with a very human-like look of curiosity in its eyes, but it still swallowed the pills in one gulp. Once the pills entered its stomach, the Eagle King's spirit was clearly lifted. Its originally dispirited spirit from Yang Kai's torment was rejuvenated. Yang Kai tried to communicate with it. The Eagle King immediately responded. The giant eagles that had been gathered around and didn't show the slightest fear or even retreat even when Yang Kai killed them, seemed to have received some kind of order. They all stopped attacking and flapped their wings to circle in the air. Seeing this, Butterfly couldn't help but sigh in relief. She looked back and asked, "Did it work?" Yang Kai nodded. Butterfly then put away the wizard shield, her face slightly pale. "You rest for a while, I'll take care of the rest." Yang Kai ordered, then communicated with the Eagle King for a while. Although the Eagle King hadn't reached the level of shape-shifting, it was already intelligent. Yang Kai didn't need to use much effort to communicate with it. He had the Eagle King give the order for all the giant eagles to return to their nests. A moment later, the giant eagles circling in the air returned to their nests. Yang Kai then led the Eagle King to visit them one by one. If Yang Kai came alone, these giant eagles would definitely treat him as an enemy and attack him without any explanation. However, with the Eagle King by his side, the situation was different. Under the Eagle King's suppression, none of the giant eagles had any thoughts of resistance. They obediently stayed in their nests and allowed Yang Kai to plant the beast-taming light in them. The process was extremely smooth and he succeeded every single time. There was not a single failure. After busying himself for an hour, Yang Kai had subdued all the giant eagles. After a careful count, there were as many as 76 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but be overjoyed by this harvest. With so many giant eagles, a vague idea in his mind could be implemented. After an hour of recovery, Butterfly was also full of energy. The two of them immediately rode on the Eagle King and returned the way they came. Behind the Eagle King, there were 76 giant eagles in a continuous line, forming a shadow that seemed to want to cover the earth. The giant eagle's flying speed was extremely fast, not at all inferior to a great wizard's flying speed. Moreover, their backs were extremely stable without any interference from the airflow. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at the sky above the capital. From afar they could hear an uproar below. Someone even exclaimed, "Savage beasts are attacking." Many barbarians from all over the country heard the commotion and moved. The archers all drew their bows and aimed at the Eagle King who was leading the way. There were also great wizards who chanted incantations and flew into the sky. Their bodies shone with the light of a wizard shield as they charged towards the Eagle King. The distance between the two sides was quickly closing. Waves of bright and dark wizard power undulated in all directions. Seeing that the attack was about to start, Yang Kai quickly stood up from the Eagle King's back and shouted, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." The sudden appearance of a person on the Eagle King's back shocked many barbarians. The great wizards who were charging towards the Eagle King were even more dumbfounded. One of them rubbed his eyes hard and said in surprise, "Wizard awesome." The battle between Yang Kai and the Wizard 2 yesterday caused quite a commotion. Many great wizards had seen it from the beginning to the end. Naturally, they had a deep impression of this thin and weak Wizard Tuesday. Therefore, when they saw Yang Kai, many of them immediately recognized him. In the crowd, the Wizard 2 jumped out and said in a daze, "Wizard awesome, where did you get so many savage beasts?" Yang Kai smiled slightly, "Of course I caught them." Caught them. Everyone's eyes twitched when they heard this. If these flying beasts were so easy to catch, they wouldn't be so surprised. If it was just one, it could be said that the Wizard awesome was lucky. However, these giant eagles were obviously a group. There were 70 to 80 of them. How could they catch them? Yang Kai stood on the Eagle King's back and said in a clear voice, "These are the wizard's aerial mounts. What do you think, Master?" Aerial mounts. The great wizards weren't idiots. Although it was their first time hearing about aerial mounts, they instantly understood what Yang Kai was planning. In the next moment, many people's eyes turned red. They looked at the giant eagles with eyes full of desire. The war was about to start. If they could have such aerial mounts, they would have a unique advantage in terms of intelligence gathering. Chapter 2846. Oh my, I forgot. It's April Fool's Day today. I was wondering why so many beauties were confessing to me today. What a waste of joy. Above the city, 75 huge eagles soared through the air apart from the Eagle King. An archer sat on the back of every single eagle. These archers clung onto the feathers on the backs of the eagles firmly. All of their faces were pale. Some of them even vomited in the air, but they persisted. They were not wizards, so they had never experienced the wonders of the sky. They were obviously not used to riding eagles recklessly into the sky. However, they were all barbarians. They were born with great resilience and adaptability. They only needed a few more days and they should be able to take a turn for the better. These were the aerial cavalry under Yang Kai's command. a Hua who came from Tsangnan village, was the captain of the aerial cavalry. Yang Kai had not appointed a Hua as the captain of the aerial cavalry through favoritism. Instead, he had chosen her through a competition between many archers. All the archers of the barbarians were godly archers. Not only did they have great eyesight, but they could even hit the wing of a mosquito from several hundred meters away. With such impressive abilities, there was obviously no one who wanted to be below them. When the aerial cavalry was established, every archer had their eyes set on the position of captain. Yang Kai did not say anything about it, only letting them compete in archery. Whoever was the best would be the captain of the aerial cavalry. In the end, the archers that had been carefully selected were dragged out for a stroll. When they returned, a Hua was filled with pride, while the others were all docile and obedient. However, even as the captain, a Hua, she found the training of aerial cavalry rather difficult. Every time she descended from the sky, she would directly collapse on the ground, unable to return to her senses for quite some time. Within Yang Kai's encampment, there was a newly constructed wooden hut. It was extremely simple, but it did provide shelter from the wind and rain at least. Currently, Yang Kai and Butterfly were meditating and cultivating inside. Yang Kai slowly withdrew his soul sense and nodded. A Hua and the others are improving very quickly. They should be able to go into battle in another 2 days. Butterfly opened her eyes and glanced at him. She said, "I wonder what demon folk are like. Although aerial cavalry is nimble, they're far too obvious a target. If they have long-range attacks, this aerial cavalry probably won't be of much use." Yang Kai smiled. Being able to investigate the enemy's situation is the greatest use. At this moment, the voice of the old wizard's apprentice came from outside the house. "Master Wizard Bull." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai shouted with a dark face, "Tell them to scram. I won't see any of them." Ever since Yang Kai brought back more than 70 giant eagles 2 days ago, the other great wizard came to visit one after another. All of them were full of enthusiasm as if they had known Yang Kai for many years. When they arrived, they even prepared some small gifts and politely presented them. Under normal circumstances, the gifts prepared by the great wizard would naturally be extraordinary. However, for someone as wealthy as Yang Kai, the gifts given by these country bumpkins were nothing to him. The great adepts slowly revealed their true intentions as they continued to argue with each other. They hoped that Yang Kai could share a few of the giant eagles with them. Everyone could see that these giant eagles could be used to investigate the enemy's situation, so they all wanted to take a few back from Yang Kai. For this kind of rude, shameless, and even unreasonable request, Yang Kai naturally refused without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? 75 giant eagles were all subdued by Yang Kai one by one, and they were just enough to form a medium-sized air cavalry unit. If they were divided up among others, what was the point of him going through all that trouble to catch them? After being refused, the great wizard naturally didn't give up easily. They either tried to reason with him, move him emotionally, or even threaten him with force. Without exception, they were all thrown out of the wooden house by Yang Kai. The few great wizard who tried to fight him were beaten black and blue. Now, Yang Kai's reputation in the southern barbarian tribe was very bad. All the great wizard knew that this guy was selfish, bad-tempered, and didn't listen to others at all. Even so, there were still many great wizard who shamelessly came to visit, hoping that there would be some miracle to change Yang Kai's mind. So when he heard the old wizard's report outside, Yang Kai thought that it was some idiot who wanted to share the giant eagles with him. His mood suddenly became bad. If he had the time to talk to them, he might as well practice. Suddenly, another person's voice came from outside the door. It sounded familiar. "Wizard Bullmaster, the Wizard King Master wants to see you." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then immediately got up and opened the door. Seeing a simple and familiar face, he couldn't help but grin. "It's you." This guy was the wizard messenger he saw in Tsangnan village before. Yang Kai didn't know his name, but he remembered this simple and honest face. The sorcerer chuckled. "That's me." Yang Kai's expression became serious. "The Wizard King Master wants to see me?" The messenger nodded. "Yes." Yang Kai said, "Then let's go." On the way, Yang Kai asked the messenger why the Wizard King wanted to see him. The messenger was also vague, and it wasn't clear whether he didn't know or didn't say. However, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of making things difficult for him. He just chatted with him on the way, which made the messenger feel flattered. Over the past few days, Wunyou's name had spread throughout the entire king city. Everyone knew that this skinny great wizard was not someone to be trifled with. He had only been in the king city for a few days, but he had already beaten up more than a dozen great wizards who were more powerful than him. He had even formed an air cavalry that used giant eagles as a carrier. The 70 to 80 giant eagles would hover over the king city from time to time and drop a pile of feces on people's heads. This made the residents of the king city hate Wunyou to the core. They could not wait to rush out and beat him up so badly that even his own mother would not recognize him. Before the messenger came, he was also a little scared. Who knew that after seeing Yang Kai, he would find that this person was not as fierce as the rumors said. Instead, he was very amiable, which made him feel that the rumors were wrong. The two of them chatted along the way and soon entered King City. In the palace they saw the sixth wizard, King Dang. The wizard bull greets the master. Yang Kai put his hand on his chest and saluted. I don't know why the master summoned me. The wizard Dang was not far away. The captain of the guards stared at Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. It was as if two sharp blades were stabbing into his mind and prying into the secrets in his heart. Yang Kai frowned and looked back at him. He thought that this guy was crazy. Every time he came, he would look at him like this. It was as if he would be at a disadvantage to the wizard Dang at any time. The wizard Dang turned around and said with a smile, "Sit down and talk." Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and didn't stand on ceremony. He said, "Thank you, master." He sat down as soon as he finished speaking. The wizard Dang said with a kind face, "I didn't call you here for anything important. It's just that I heard some interesting things in the past few days." Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The wizard Dang smiled. He thought that Yang Kai would ask him something interesting, but he didn't say anything after that. The wizard Dang's expression was a little awkward. He could only cough lightly and say, "I heard that you spent a lot of money to buy many weapons from the city for the soldiers under your command?" Yang Kai suddenly looked like he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Wizard King Master, for this war, this subordinate has spent all of his family's wealth selflessly. The wealth that I have accumulated for a lifetime has been scattered. This subordinate is loyal to the great barbarian tribe. My heart can be seen by the sun and the moon, the heavens and the earth. It's hateful that those unscrupulous merchants actually raised my price at this time. They raised the price by 20% to 30%. They are really the cancer of my barbarian tribe. It's a shame." As he finished speaking, his spittle flew everywhere, and his expression was one of hatred. The wizard Dang's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai a few times. He didn't know how to respond. As the wizard king, he had seen a lot of storms, but it was the first time he saw Yang Kai like this. He had only said a few words, but the other party was already talking like a river. He was pouring out bitter water. One after another, extremely novel words came out of his mouth. It was actually interesting. With a serious face, Yang Kai lowered his voice and said, "Wizard King Master, did you call me here this time to punish those unscrupulous merchants? The barbarian tribe is facing a great disaster. It's fine if these guys don't provide convenience, but they actually raise the price. They really need to be severely punished. If the Wizard King Master has such intentions, this subordinate is willing to testify. I guarantee that none of them will be able to escape and all of them will be punished. This will eliminate the business atmosphere of the southern barbarian tribe." This time even the guard captain, who had been standing there quietly, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The wizard King Dang helplessly waved his hand and said, "This king doesn't have such intentions. Business is a matter of mutual consent. It can't be forced. Those merchants didn't do anything wrong." "Oh." Yang Kai suddenly showed a disappointed expression, but soon his eyes lit up and said, "Could it be that the Wizard King Master is going to reimburse me for part of the expenses?" "What?" The wizard Dang was startled. "Reimburse?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously. "This subordinate has already spent all of his family's wealth and now I have no money. If I want to buy anything, I'm afraid I won't be able to. King City has a lot of businesses if you can." "Impudent." The guard captain finally couldn't listen anymore and shouted angrily, "How dare you talk nonsense in front of the Wizard King Master?" Kai Yang glanced over at him and rolled his eyes, causing the guard captain to become even angrier. The wizard Dang helplessly smiled. He realized that it was unrealistic to chat with this wizard Dang. He could only prepare to get straight to the point. Wizard Dang, actually, this king called you here because I have something to tell you. Yang Kai sat up straight and still. As long as you don't talk about the things in the sky, you can talk about anything else. The Wizard Dang said, I just want to chat with you about the things in the sky. Yang Kai sullenly said, no way, King City also wants to take advantage of my aerial cavalry? Wizard King Master, are you kidding me? Before he came here he had a bad feeling. After all, he had just seen the Wizard Dang a few days ago. If there was really a war, he wouldn't have summoned him alone. And other than those giant eagles, there was probably nothing else that could catch the Wizard King's attention. This trip probably bodes ill rather than well. Chapter 2847. Now it seemed that Wu Dang had summoned him for the giant eagles. It was obvious that the royal city wanted to get a share of the pie from him. If other great wizard wanted to get some giant eagles from him, Yang Kai could refuse without hesitation. He could even beat them up. Since they were on the same level, it didn't matter if they were beaten up. However, if King City asked for it, he was afraid that he couldn't do anything. How despicable. Master, I saw that King City also has aerial mounts a few days ago. My giant eagles are wild beasts in the mountains. They can't be tamed. I'm afraid they won't be presentable. The wizard smiled. King City does have some aerial mounts, but there aren't many of them. Flying wild beasts are difficult to tame. To be honest, I'm very surprised that you could tame so many wild beasts at once. Yang Kai immediately said, I spent a lot of effort and spat out a few liters of blood. I almost died there. The wizard said, so King City won't take your giant eagles for free. Yang Kai was suddenly interested. His eyes lit up. Then how many giant eagles do King City want? What price are they willing to pay? Since he couldn't do anything, he could only try to minimize the losses. King City could ask for the giant eagles, but they had to show some sincerity. Yang Kai's giant eagles didn't come from the wind. The wizard's expression turned serious. Half. You can name your price. As soon as she said this, Kai Yang jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He angrily said, half? Master, you really dare to ask for so much. How about I give you all the giant eagles? This sudden action shocked the guard captain. He pulled out his weapon and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. The wizard patted him on the shoulder and smiled. It's rare that you have this kind of heart. It would be impolite for me to refuse. Yang Kai looked at him blankly, his eyelids twitching. Master, I have a question. The wizard raised his eyebrows. Do you have any shame? The wizard laughed. That's why I said you have to name your own conditions. He didn't mind Yang Kai's rudeness at all. This made Yang Kai a little surprised. He immediately felt that this wizard king was also a wonderful person. Yang Kai was silent for a while before he said, I'll give you 25. I'll keep 50 for myself. With this number I'll be able to use them in a small-scale battle. If it's any less, it won't be of any value. Royal City only wants the giant eagle for reconnaissance, right? The wizard did not deny it. He nodded and said, that's right. It doesn't matter how many there are. 25 giant eagles, plus the aerial cavalry of Royal City, are enough for reconnaissance. Wizard Dang still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted. 25. This is my limit. Fine. 25 is fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Wizard Dang readily nodded in agreement. It was obvious that he was mentally prepared. He raised his head and said, then what are your conditions? Yang Kai immediately said, give each of my subordinates a set of armor. Wizard Dang looked at him with a strange expression. Yang Kai scratched his face. All right, 1,000 sets of armor should be enough, right? Wizard Dang shook his head. Let alone 1,000 sets, Royal City can't even take out 100 sets. Is Royal City that poor? Yang Kai was shocked. It's not that Royal City is poor. Wizard Dang smiled helplessly. It's just that most of the resources in the city have been swept away by the great wizards. If we really want to talk about it, you were the one who started this. You gave 3,000 people weapons at once. How could the other great wizards not show some sincerity? Otherwise, how could they convince the people? Although they don't have as much wealth as you, if each of them bought a little, how many things in the city would be enough for them to divide? That's true. Yang Kai nodded. He knew that Wizard Dang wasn't lying to him. In the past few days outside the city, there were indeed many barbarians who were equipped with weapons and armor. They must have been bought by the great wizards themselves. It was just that they couldn't equip everyone, so they could only give priority to a few people. Let's not talk about the resources anymore, I can't do anything about it. Yang Kai thought for a moment. If the resources are not enough, then give them to people. Wizard Dang narrowed his eyes. What kind of people do you want? Yang Kai grinned and said, it just so happens that I don't have enough wizards under me. Master, why don't you transfer a few wizards under me? How many? 5. Yang Kai smiled. 5 giant eagles for 1 wizard. It's a very good deal, Master. 5 is too much, I can only give you 1. What kind of wizard is so precious? Yang Kai was shocked. Master, can you show some sincerity? Wizard Dang coldly snorted. You want 5 wizards, do you have sincerity? Yang Kai calmly said, raise the price on the spot and pay the price on the spot. Business is like this. At most 2, this is my limit. If it's not enough, then you can go back. Just go back and pretend that this prince never mentioned this matter. How can it not be enough? Yang Kai hurriedly said, 2 it is. Who told you to be the Wizard King, Master? Wizard Dang reached out and pointed at him. He wanted to scold him but didn't know what to say. Then he turned to the guard captain and said, call Yu and Lu over. When the guard captain heard this, he was obviously shocked, but he still walked out without saying a word. After waiting in the hall for a while, footsteps sounded outside the door again. Not long after, the captain of the guards led the 2 women in. Yang Kai looked up and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Previously, although he had vaguely guessed that Yu and Lu were women, he did not expect that these 2 women would be so good-looking. Compared to the other barbarians, their appearances could be considered very delicate and pretty. Moreover, their figures were tall and slender. They were actually quite impressive. The most important thing was that these 2 women actually looked exactly the same. They were clearly a pair of twins. This made Yang Kai particularly surprised. Among the barbarians, the number of wizards has always been very small. Because only those who are favored by the barbarian god can practice wizard arts. In a village, to have a wizard disciple is a very amazing thing. But these twins are actually wizards, which is really rare. What's even more rare is that they have already practiced to the level of wizard. Looking at their young appearance, it seems that they are not much older than Butterfly. With time, their future is limitless. Facing Yang Kai's gaze, the 2 of them didn't look sideways. With a cold expression, they stepped forward a few steps and said in unison, Master, you summoned us? The voice of the 2 was almost exactly the same. If it was heard by someone who didn't know, perhaps they would think that it was the same person talking. Telepathy. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at them with shining eyes. Although it is easy for twins to have telepathy, telepathy is a more profound level. When the twins reach this state, no matter what they do, they will get twice the result with half the effort. If they join hands to cast a spell, the power will far exceed their current level. In other words, although Yu and Lu are only wizards, once they join hands, even a great wizard may not be as good as them. Picking up a treasure, Yang Kai was very happy. He just wanted to casually ask for 2 wizards to fill the gap on his side. Who would have thought that the wizard sent such a pair? The wizard nodded and looked at Yu and Lu. There was a trace of gentleness and love in his eyes. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. He thought that these 2 girls couldn't be wizards people, right? If so, he didn't know if he would be punished in the future if he took them over. Just as he was feeling nervous, the wizard said, from today onwards, you will follow this wizard Master Cow and listen to his orders. Do not disobey. Hearing this, Yu and Lu turned their head to look at Yang Kai and said, greetings to the wizard Master Cow. Their tone was flat, without the respect that many wizards have for a great wizard. Yang Kai put on the posture of a master and nodded, no need to be so polite. The wizard smiled. Yu and Lu have been living and practicing in the wizard temple since they were young. They just returned to King City a few days ago, so they don't know much about the ways of the world. In the future, when they follow you, you can freely discipline them. If they don't listen to your orders, you can also punish them at will. Sorcerer Temple. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. The wizard temple was the spiritual place of the entire barbarian tribe. It was the symbol of the barbarian tribe. In the sorcerer god's shrine, there was a statue of the sorcerer god. Only the most outstanding sorcerers from each tribe were qualified to enter the sorcerer god's shrine to cultivate and serve the sorcerer god. Under normal circumstances, the wizard who came out of the wizard temple all practiced exquisite wizard techniques. Their strength was outstanding and they were basically invincible in the same realm. Yang Kai inherited the knowledge of Qing, so he also knew the status of the wizard temple in the hearts of the barbarians. In the past he had even considered going to the sorcerer goddess's shrine if he had the chance. He wanted to see if he could learn something from it. However, the invasion of the devil people made his plan fall through. But he didn't expect that now there were two wizards from the wizard temple standing in front of him. No wonder they could cultivate to such a realm at such a young age. If they could enter the wizard temple, then Yu and Lu's talent for cultivation was beyond doubt. They were definitely the most talented wizard in the entire southern barbarian tribe. The wizard smiled. With your talent, if this accident didn't happen, you can also enter the wizard temple. So, Livewell Wizard is awesome. The really powerful wizard techniques can only be passed down in the wizard temple. If you want to appreciate the brilliance, then become stronger and save your life in this war. Yang Kai said solemnly, yes, I will follow the master's teachings. Go. The wizard waved his hand and said no more. Yang Kai held his chest and retreated. Before Yu and Lu left, they looked at the wizard reluctantly and said together, Master, take care. The wizard nodded gently. Only then did Yu and Lu turn around and walk out of the hall. Immediately, only the wizard and the captain of the guards were left in the hall. Master, he's just a great wizard. Why did you give Yu and Lu to him? The captain looked at the wizard in confusion. Obviously, he was troubled by the decision he made before. He only wanted 2 wizards. Although the number of wizards in King's City wasn't too many, it wasn't few either. He could have just given him 2, but he gave Yu and Lu. Chapter 28:48. The wizard Nyo didn't know about the relationship between Rain and Dew and the Wizard King Master, but the captain of the guards knew about it. The war was about to begin. How could leaving Rain and Dew to a great wizard be safer than staying with the Wizard King Master? The wizard Dang said indifferently, only by following him will we have a chance to survive. The captain of the guards frowned slightly. He clearly didn't agree with this point of view, but in front of the Wizard King he couldn't show it too obviously, so he could only remain silent. Outside the capital, Yang Kai led the twins back to his base. After a while he suddenly turned around and said, Who is Rain and who is Dew? The 2 girls stopped. The one on the left said, I am Rain. The one on the right said, I am Dew. Yang Kai grinned and nodded, I will remember. The Wizard King Master said that you 2 have been training in the Wizard Temple since you were young. The Wizard Temple. Is it fun? The twins frowned. Rain said in a deep voice, The Sorcerer Shrine is the most important place in the entire barbarian tribe. Only the most outstanding sorcerers are qualified to enter and serve the sorcerer god. It is not a place to play around. Dew continued, Please be careful with your words, Master. Yang Kai shrugged. He had a vague understanding of the personalities of these 2 wizards. He didn't say anything else and led the way. He returned to his base in a short while. A group of barbarian warriors and wizard who were training saw him come back with a pair of beautiful twins. They couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Kai clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. He said loudly, These 2 wizards are Rain and Dew. They were specially sent by the Wizard King Master to the wizard tribe. Now that everyone knows each other, I hope that everyone can get along peacefully in the future and work together to fight against the demon folk. Everyone agreed in unison, and the group of barbarians looked at the twins with eyes full of amazement. If it weren't for the fact that the wizard Rain and Dew's status was too high, there would definitely be people who couldn't help but approach them. The wizard apprentices and wizards respectfully stepped forward and saluted the 2 wizards. Yu and Lu only nodded slightly. He scanned the wizards' members from the Bull clan. Continue with your training. Yang Kai waved his hand and said to the twins, You 2 go with them. The wizard temple will only teach you the cultivation of wizard spells. I don't think they taught you how to use your abilities in battle, right? Take advantage of these few days to familiarize yourself with it. Don't be flustered when you're on the battlefield. The twins nodded slightly. Yang Kai whistled to the side and in the next moment the Eagle King, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have received some kind of order and raised its head. A sharp howl came out of his mouth. The giant eagles flying in the sky responded one after another. Soon they returned from the sky with the archers and landed on the ground. Many of the archers turned pale and jumped off the back of the Eagle King. They ran around and vomited, and some even wobbled and fell on their butts. Master, what orders do you have? Hua carried a longbow on her back and walked over valiantly. Although her face was slightly pale, it was obviously much better than the others. At least her footsteps were not as weak as before. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, I just received the Wizard King Master's order. He wants me to send 25 giant eagles to King's City. Hua was shocked. 25 giant eagles? Doesn't that mean? Originally, each of the 75 giant eagles was assigned to an archer. If 25 giant eagles were sent out, it meant that 25 of them would lose their right to ride on the Sky Mount. This was unacceptable to any archer. These archers were all elites of the wizard clan. They were carefully selected from among them. None of them were worse than the other in terms of rotation shooting. So I'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, the 25 with the worst performance will return to their respective teams. Do you understand? Hua pondered for a moment and nodded, understood. Yang Kai waved his hand, go. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes. Hua turned around with mixed feelings. When she looked up, 74 pairs of eyes full of fighting spirit looked at her. Needless to say, everyone had heard Yang Kai's words clearly. If they wanted to keep their giant eagles, they had to perform better than the others on this last day. Not long after, 75 giant eagles took to the sky together. The scene was spectacular. Yang Kai returned to the wooden house, swallowed a monster beast's core and sat down to meditate. A day later, Hua came to report the situation of the Sky Mount. With Yang Kai's approval, 25 archers who performed poorly were eliminated and the rest of the giant eagles were sent to King's City. The following days passed by peacefully. The wizard clan's 12 teams were also training in an orderly manner. As time passed, their cooperation with each other became smoother and smoother. Especially with the addition of Yu and Lu, the shamans of the wizard bull tribe were able to cast a spell that was enough to cover all 3,000 people. This was something that they had not been able to do before. In the past, if they wanted to reach this level, they would need Kai Yang or Dai's help. But now that they had Yu and Lu, Kai Yang and Dai did not need to intervene. The more they interacted with the Rain and Dew twins, the more the wizard realized how strong they were. As expected of a sorcerer from the sorcerer god's temple. The sorcerer spells that they had mastered, their understanding of sorcerer spells, and the timing of their spells were not something that an ordinary person could compare to. Under their guidance, the wizard and wizard apprentices improved rapidly. Although the twins were not cold, they were not cold. In fact, if they took the initiative, they were easy to get along with. So in these days, the wizard and wizard apprentices had become familiar with them. If they had any questions, they would carefully guide them without holding anything back. After a few days, the two wizards had built up quite a reputation in the wizard clan. Yang Kai was happy to have nothing to do. He hid in the wooden house all day long and worked hard to train. The level 9 inner core did not give him enough improvement, so Yang Kai started to devour the level 10 inner core. In just 3 short days, he had raised the realm of a low-grade Great Magus to the level of a mid-grade Great Magus. On this day, the peace was finally broken. When the dull sound of the horn sounded in the king's city, all the busy barbarians quieted down. Hundreds of thousands of eyes looked towards the king's city. Everyone smelled the smell of a storm from the dull sound of the horn. Figures flew into the sky and rushed towards the king's city. Not long after, many great wizards arrived at the palace where they gathered last time. This time, the number of great wizards was more than half of the previous time. After all, when they came last time, many great wizards were still on their way and had not yet arrived at the king's city. But today, all the great wizards of the southern barbarian tribe had gathered here. This was basically the gathering of the elites of a large tribe. The wizard Dang was nowhere to be seen in the hall. When the great wizard arrived, they obviously gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the development of the war. However, they had all been training their subordinates outside the king's city recently, so they did not receive the latest news. As a result, they had no idea what was going on in the outside world. They could only wait for the wizard Dang to come and explain to them. A while later, the wizard Dang walked out with a stern expression. The noise suddenly died down. Many gazes were cast over. As soon as they saw the wizard Dang's expression, many people's hearts skipped a beat. They had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the wizard Dang opened his mouth and said, "A few days ago, the Saint Master of Wizards became the demon race's hinterland and fought a bloody battle with the powerful demon folk. In the battle, 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Only the hero master managed to escape, but he won't be able to fight again for a while." With that, everyone was shocked. Many of the great wizards opened their mouths wide, as if an invisible fist had been shoved into their mouths. They could not close them no matter how hard they tried. They were all extremely shocked. No wonder everyone reacted like that. In an era where there was no wizard god, the saint wizard was synonymous with the strongest. There were only 4 wizard saints in the entire barbarian tribe. A few days ago they heard the wizard Dang say that the 4 great wizard saints had already taken action. Many people still held on to a sliver of hope, hoping that the 4 great wizard saints could exterminate the demon folk or whatever. However, only after hearing this shocking piece of news today did everyone realize that demon folk were not pushovers either. The 4 great wizard saints had all taken action. 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Only one of them managed to escape, but he would not be able to fight again for a while. To be able to beat the 4 wizard saints into such a state, the demon folk clearly had no lack of existences that could rival the wizard saints. Even the wizard saints were not their opponents, so what could they do even if they had more people? Immediately many people paled. The wizard Dang looked around and raised his voice. However, the Saint Master Wizard Saint's efforts have not been in vain. According to the information that the Master Hero sent over, the strongest demon folk either died or were injured. As a result, the battle between the higher-ups this time was not our loss. Only when they heard him say that did everyone suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The 4 great wizard saints had personally taken action. This was an acceptable result. The Saint Master Wizard Saints needs to rest and recuperate. The powerhouses of the demon folk need to rest too. And, at this crucial moment, the final direction of the war lies in our hands. If we can use this opportunity to kill off all the other demon folk, then we can protect our barbarian tribes. However, if we fail, then this land will sink into the enemy's hands. As a result, we only have one choice. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. In the hall, many of the great wizard saints called out together. Their blood boiled. The wizard Dang looked at everyone's performance in satisfaction. He gestured with his hand and only then did everyone calm down. The wizard saints' efforts have slowed down the pace of the demon folk's invasion. They seem to be using the 4 territories they conquered before as a foundation to construct a line of defense. Our mission is to take back these 4 territories and prevent them from gaining a foothold. Master, what exactly do we do? Someone asked. The wizard Dang said, let's all take a look. As he said that, he waved his hand. As the power of wizards surged, a huge map constructed from the power of wizard saints suddenly appeared in the air above the hall. On the map was a large, startling region of red, which made everyone's faces stiffen. Everyone could see it clearly. It was the territory of the 4 territories occupied by the demon folk. Chapter 2849. Outside Royal City, the sound of bugles rang out one after another. One troop after another moved in an orderly manner towards the north. That was the direction where the great battle would take place. The Wizard's Ox tribe consisted of 3,000 people. 10 regular troops, 1 troop of aerial cavalry, and 1 troop of guards were all ready to set off. There were a total of 12 troops. 3,000 people gathered together, but it was completely silent. At the front of the troops, 2 wizards from the Wizard Temple for Wizards, and 9 wizard disciples raised their heads and looked up. Xianxia sat on the back of his Hawk King like a true commander. His sharp gaze scanned across the entire place. Every single clansman straightened their backs, displaying their most powerful side. There was no need to say anything. Xianxia waved his hand. Set off. With the cry of an eagle, the aerial cavalry set off first, spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. With Yu and Lu in the lead, the many wizards and wizard disciples even worked together to cast a large-scale lightning technique. After being enveloped by the light, it buffed the 3,000 people, making all the clansmen even lighter. With a rumble, the Wizard's Ox tribe left the capital extremely quickly. There were a lot of people, but they moved in an orderly fashion. In the air, Xianxia sat on the Hawk King's back. He did not waste any time at all. He had been meditating and cultivating the entire time. Earlier in the capital, the wizard Dang's orders were very simple. The demon folk were currently fortifying their defenses and setting up a line of defense, as if they wanted to buy time so that the strongest on their side had enough time to recover. The barbarians obviously would not just sit by and watch. So the various large tribes had already set off right now in an attempt to reclaim the territory of the 4 tribes that they had invaded while the strongest demon folk were recovering. On the side of the southern barbarians, 100 to 200 troops led by great wizards would surround the demon folk from the south, eating away at their strength and forcing them to retreat. Afterwards, the wizard kings of the various large tribes would take action, leading everyone in a battle to the death against the demon folk. This strategy made the early stages of the battle very flexible. None of the great wizard troops had any special missions. All they needed to do was kill the demon folk they came across. They were completely free to do whatever they wanted. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. His current strength was still in urgent need of improvement. If there was a special mission, he would definitely be too busy. The current situation was the best for him. As long as it was before the final battle. If he could raise his strength to a certain level, there would definitely be a stage for him on the battlefield in the future. After coming to this ancient world for such a long time, Yang Kai had unknowingly considered the issue from the perspective of the barbarian tribe and was involved in such a war. He could no longer simply be a spectator. More than 150 teams led by the great wizards set off from the capital. As time passed, more and more teams split up and headed to different destinations. In the beginning, the wizards' bull tribe could still vaguely see the silhouettes of their allies. However, after 10 days of leaving King City, the aerial cavalry could no longer detect any allies within their detection range. Hundreds of thousands of people had been completely scattered across the vast land. Many of the berserkers rushed toward the cruel battlefield with the belief that they would either live or die. 10 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating on the back of the Eagle King, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, Ah Hua was riding her giant eagle towards him. When she got close, she suddenly stopped and skillfully stabilized her body. Without changing her expression, she said, "Master, there is a village in front of us. Did you find anything?" Yang Kai asked. Ah Hua shook her head and said, "There is no one." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let everyone rest there. If we continue forward, I am afraid that the days will not be peaceful. Eat and drink to your heart's content and prepare for a big fight." Yes. Ah Hua accepted the order and left. The team continued to move forward. 2 hours later, they saw a small village as expected. The size of this village was slightly larger than Songnan village, but not by much. Most of the houses in the village were made of wood and stone. Outside the village was a mud wall. After entering the village, immediately, some people began to take charge of guarding the surroundings. Some people began to make fires and cook. Everything was in order. Although such a troop had been formed not long ago, it was already a well-trained army. Yang Kai also wanted to find a place to rest, but after entering the village he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. Faintly, he felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at him. This surprised him. He quietly released his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation of the village. But what surprised him was that he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and the feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared. Shaking his head, he called Dai and said, "Tell everyone to be careful. Maybe something will happen." Dai looked at him in surprise. "What did you feel?" Yang Kai said lightly, "There is no harm in being careful. This is no longer a peaceful area." Dai nodded and said, "I know." After Dai passed the order, the clansmen became more vigilant. Not long after, the smell of meat began to spread. After marching for 10 days, they basically only had a full meal every day. Even the barbarians could not bear it. At this moment, after smelling the smell of meat, many people's stomachs began to growl. Without waiting for the meat to be cooked, the clansmen began to divide and eat, each with a satisfied expression. At this time, Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped. In the perception of his divine sense, dozens of strange and hidden auras appeared out of thin air in the village. Before he could investigate what was going on, he roared, "Enemy attack!" The clansmen who were eating heartily were stunned for a moment. But they quickly reacted. They hurriedly threw away the food in their hands and took out their weapons to guard the surroundings. The dozen or so wizards also hurriedly urged their wizard power, ready to attack at any time. The next moment, accompanied by a strange sizzling sound, a dark aura emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire village. The clansmen were shocked. No one knew what this was, but they instinctively urged their physique power with vigilance. Demonity. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his face full of shock. This was demonic qi. And it was extremely pure ancient demonic qi. Although he had constantly heard about the invasion of demon folk in the past, Yang Kai had also wondered whether the demon folk of the ancient world were the demon race he knew of. However, because he had never come into contact with them personally, nor did he have too many clues, he was unable to make a judgment. Only when he saw the pitch-black aura with his own eyes did Yang Kai immediately understand that the so-called demon folk were the demon race he was familiar with. In the past, when the ancient trolls revived outside Maplewood City, the demonic chi surrounded the city. Who knew how many people had been corrupted by the demonic chi and turned into demon folk? Even he had been corrupted. Fortunately, the energy in the gold and silver tree had turned into sealing power, sealing the ancient demonic chi in his dantian. Otherwise he would have lost his mind long ago. The demonic chi was extremely corrosive. Anyone who came into contact with it could be turned into a demon folk, an existence that was neither human nor demon, enslaved by the demon race. A barren village like this actually hid so much demonic chi. It was clearly a trap. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the demonic chi was hidden extremely well. He actually failed to sense it when he used his soul sense to investigate earlier. The demonic chi could not appear out of thin air. Even if it was hidden underground, someone had to activate it. Yang Kai also paid great attention to the several dozen unfamiliar auras earlier. With a sweep of his soul sense, Yang Kai immediately discovered some clues. On the ground, under the cover of the demonic chi, there were bumps on the ground one after another, and those unfamiliar auras were emitted from these bumps. These bumps appeared silently and abruptly, and after a certain extent, they turned into human figures that seemed to be molded by sand. They had complete facial features, but their skin was dry like mud, and their whole body exuded an indescribable demonic chi. These were actually demon folk with unusual abilities. The sudden turn of events caused the 3,000 people to panic. No one had ever experienced such a thing. In the darkness it was pitch black. Moreover, there seemed to be something hidden in the pitch-black aura that could evoke evil thoughts in people's hearts. It made people involuntarily restless, and they couldn't help but want to kill everything in front of them. The light of the wizard's magic shield lit up in the darkness, like guiding lights, giving the 3,000 people a bright direction. The light on Yang Kai's body was particularly dazzling, directly spreading out to a radius of 10 feet, making all the demonic chi unable to enter. Concentrate, purify. Yang Kai roared and took the lead in waving his hands. Circle after circle of milky white light shrouded the surrounding area. The dozen or so other magi who were at a loss for what to do, instantly found their pillar of support when they heard this. They imitated the magi and began to cast the 2 magi spells. With this action, the level of the wizard was immediately determined. The light of the wizard's spell cast by Yang Kai could cover the whole village every time, and there were even more. Butterfly's light could only cover half of the village, and under the joint efforts of Yu and Lu, there was not much difference between them. The remaining 10 wizards and wizard apprentices paled in comparison. The worst of the wizard apprentices could only light up a radius of 10 feet. Chi-chi-chi-chi-chi sounds were loud. At the same time, when the light of the wizard's spell bloomed, the darkness that enveloped the sky seemed to have encountered nemesis, disappearing into the void in large pieces. The thick darkness was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demonic chi that was disturbing between heaven and earth at this moment was constantly moving around to avoid, as if it was alive, but it still couldn't avoid the light of the wizard's spell. The situation was good, but Yang Kai was cold all over. The barbarians didn't know much about the demonic chi, but he had personally experienced it once, so he knew the horror and power of the demonic chi. His 3,000 subordinates were basically all infected by the demonic chi, except for the 10 wizards who activated the wizard shield in time. Once infected by the demonic chi, it was inevitable that they would be turned into demons, and when that time came they wouldn't recognize anyone, and it would be bloody and ferocious. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a shrill scream rang out. Following the source of this sound, Yang Kai's heart sank. Chapter 2850. Not far away there was already a tribesman who had been demonized by the demonic chi. The weapon in his hand viciously chopped off the tribesman's head without mercy. Could it be that the wizard bull tribe was going to be wiped out right after they set off? When the screams were heard, all the barbarians were shocked. No one knew what was going on around them. They could only huddle together in groups of 3 to 5, keeping their backs against each other and being vigilant of their surroundings. After the demonized tribesman killed one of his companions, he did not stop. He once again raised the weapon in his hand and chopped at another person. Yang Kai shook his hand and a wizard chain flew towards the tribesman and tied him up tightly, making him unable to move. More screams were heard one after another. It was obvious that many of the tribesmen had been killed by their trusted companions. Yang Kai's spiritual sense shrouded the entire village. One wizard chain after another flew out of his hand and bound all the demonized tribesmen. After such a short delay, Yang Kai suddenly realized that the situation was much better than he had expected. The 3,000 warriors of the Voodoo Bull tribe hadn't been completely annihilated. Roughly counting, only 100 of them had been demonized. The rest of the warriors didn't have much of a reaction. They were still conscious. It was just that the omnipresent demonic chi was constantly eroding their bodies. If the demonic chi was not dispelled quickly, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He continuously cast purification on a large scale, and every time he cast a spell, the demonic chi in the surroundings would fade a little. Other than him, the rest of the wizard were wantonly casting their wizard power and wizard spells. The wizard spells that the wizard cast seemed to be the nemesis of the demonic chi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the darkness that had shrouded the world had disappeared and light had returned. Only now did the clansman see the situation clearly. Hundreds of his companions died on the spot, blood flowing like a river. Many of his companions were tied up in chains by the wizard. They continued to struggle, and the eyes of these companions were all crimson black. They looked extremely terrifying, as if they had lost their rationality. A series of meaningless roars came from his mouth. This situation caused everyone to be horrified. On the other side, the dozens of bizarre existences that had emerged from the ground had only fully taken form at this moment, transforming into sand devils that seemed to be made of sand. These sand devils shuddered as a monstrous demonic chi swept out from their bodies, creating a whistling wind. Each of them moved swiftly and pounced on the surrounding barbarians. Even though he had no idea what was so special about these sand demons, since they dared to charge over, they were enemies. The barbarian warriors roared, raised the weapons in their hands high, and launched a brave and pointless charge. The eagles screeched, and the air riders took to the sky, hovered over the village, and accurately shot down one arrow after another. On the other side, led by Yu and Lu, the dozens of wizards were also chanting spells, and a series of spells bloomed with colorful light. The battle started suddenly and it ended quickly. Although the dozens of sand demons had successfully launched a wave of sneak attacks under the cover of the demonic chi, the Wizard Bull tribe members were a little flustered at the beginning, and lost some of their men. The following battle was completely one-sided. No one died and only a dozen or so people were slightly injured. The dozens of sand demons were all killed. After the fierce battle, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Looking at the dead and demonized companions around them, they did not feel the slightest sense of victory. This was the first battle that the Wizard Bull tribe encountered since the day they set out from King City, and their opponents were only dozens of sand demons. But even in such a battle, there were also unbearable casualties. This made all the barbarians feel ashamed. Ahu, come here. Yang Kai solemnly waved his hand and called. Ahu responded and walked a few steps to Yang Kai and said in a deep voice, "Master, what orders do you have for me?" Although they were from the same village before and they were very good friends, but now Yang Kai was the commander of an army, so Ahu could not call him casually in front of others. A commander should have the dignity of a commander. Do you feel like something is wrong? Yang Kai asked while putting his hand on Ahu's wrist. The wizard power surged and carefully checked Ahu's body. Ahu was silent for a moment and then said, "I feel very uncomfortable." Yang Kai was shocked. "Where are you uncomfortable?" Ahu turned his head and looked to the side. "If I had been more careful, maybe fewer people would have died." Yang Kai was relieved and patted Ahu's shoulder at the same time. "Things have come to this, don't blame yourself, this time everyone is responsible." Waving his hand to dismiss him, Yang Kai looked at him blankly. Because under his investigation, Ahu did not have the slightest abnormality, and there was no trace of being contaminated by demonic chi. But just now, the demonic chi had enveloped the entire village, and the 3,000 people should have been contaminated without exception. In disbelief, he pulled a few more clansmen to check and found that the situation was the same as Ahu's. All of them were very good, which made Yang Kai frown. It was a good thing that the clansmen were contaminated by demonic qi, but he did not understand why. If all the clansmen were like this, it would be fine, but there were hundreds of people who had been transformed into demons. Thinking like this, he came to the side of a demonized clansman who was being controlled. At the moment, the clansman was in a delirious state, constantly growling, and his eyes were red and black. He was standing next to him, constantly casting purification and concentration, but it did not seem to have much effect. The other dozen or so wizards were also busy around the other demonized clansmen. Various wizard spells were cast, but there was no surprising scene. "Master, they can't be saved." Lu came from not far away, and a trace of sorrow appeared in her usually indifferent eyes. Yang Kai did not answer, and his divine sense swept through every demonized clansman and soon found a common point. Compared to the other clansmen, these clansmen were somewhat weak. Although the barbarians were all strong, there were also differences in strength, and these demonized clansmen were basically at the bottom of the 3,000 people. Obviously, the reason why they were demonized was related to their own strength. The barbarian warriors did not practice wizard spells, but only the physical body. The stronger the physical body, the more vigorous the vitality. On the other hand, the weaker the strength, the lower the vitality. Vitality. Yang Kai muttered to himself, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind, making his eyes light up. Walking straight to one of the demonized clansmen, Yang Kai reached out and touched his forehead. Everyone watched nervously, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. But soon they found that after Yang Kai touched the demonized clansman, his whole body was emitting a dark red vitality, and his body suddenly became a lot taller, as if he suddenly became a lot stronger. Bloodthirst spell. Lu and Yu's eyelids twitched and they looked at each other in shock. Because they did not hear Yang Kai's incantation, and this bloodthirst spell was cast. In other words, this bloodthirst spell alone, this wizard had reached the level of being able to cast spells from the heart. This was not a level that just anyone could reach. Only a few people who had a high level of understanding of certain wizard spells would be able to achieve this. This was something that even they who came from the wizard temple could not achieve. Shock was shock, but what was the point of casting bloodthirst spell now? The clansman was already demonized, and it was already difficult to control. If the bloodthirst spell was added, the situation would be... Before they finished this thought, Lu and Yu looked at the clansman who was affected by the bloodthirst spell in shock. After the effect of the bloodthirst spell appeared, a layer of dark red appeared in the clansman's black eyes. Although it was not very eye-catching, it was very obvious when mixed with the black. The clansman, who was roaring and struggling at this moment, seemed to be startled and stopped struggling. Then there was a painful groan from his throat, and a trace of consciousness appeared in his eyes. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Yang Kai and said with difficulty, "Wizard. Great. Master." Yang Kai looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "You are a child of the barbarian god, you are a warrior of the barbarian tribe, you have a strong body and a strong will. I believe that you can defeat the evil in your heart. Quickly find yourself, your brothers are waiting for you." Pairs of eyes looked at him. As if he had been encouraged, the clansman who had been demonized let out a low roar, and the dark red light on his body became brighter, and even the red in his eyes burned like flames. The darkness in his eyes was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. The next moment, a dark light suddenly overflowed from the clansman's 7 orifices. It was obvious that the demonic qi that had eroded his body was forced out. Yang Kai raised his hand, and a purification spell was cast, purifying the demonic qi. After the demonic qi left his body, the clansman immediately seemed to collapse, forcing a smile, and fainted on the ground. A few clansmen who were familiar with him quickly went to check and quickly turned around and said, "He's not dead, he just fainted." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Wait for him to wake up." Under the investigation of his divine sense, the demonic qi in the clansman's body had disappeared completely. In other words, the hidden danger had been eliminated. "Master, can the bloodthirst technique also restrain the demonic qi?" Rain looked at Yang Kai curiously with a look of curiosity on her face. Yang Kai ordered his clansmen to bring his demonized companions over and casually explained, "I don't know the specific situation, but I feel that it is not the bloodthirst technique that can restrain the demonic qi, but the strength of the barbarian tribe's warriors has the effect of resisting the demonic qi. The stronger the strength of the qi, the more it can resist the corrosion of the demonic qi." Chapter 28:51. This was obvious. The reason why Ah Hu and the others remained unscathed after being contaminated by the demonic qi was because their bodies and vital energies were powerful enough. The 100 or so demonized clansmen were all the weakest existences in comparison. However, after Yang Kai used the bloodlust technique on them, their vital energies would suddenly swell by 2 to 3 times, enough to force out the demonic qi that had invaded their bodies. Yang Kai had only planned on experimenting earlier, but he never thought it would actually be so effective. Looking at it now, if he used the bloodlust technique on his clansmen when the demonic qi surged and stimulated their vital energies, they probably would not be corroded by the demonic qi. The barbarians' understanding of demonic qi was far too shallow. There was far too little useful information. When the demon folk invaded, the 4 tribes were destroyed. None of the 4 great tribes were spared, so there was obviously not a lot of information. Afterwards, the 4 great wizard saints took action and directly sought out the strongest people from the demon race. A great battle ensued. Before setting off from the king city, the wizard Dang had also said that he wanted the great wizard Dang to search for the weaknesses of the demon folk in battle. Now Yang Kai felt like he had found a way to counter the demonic qi. However, if he used the bloodlust technique too many times, even the strongest clansman would not be able to avoid the fate of premature aging. However, who could care about that when the clan faced a crisis of life and death? As he thought about it, Yang Kai felt like something was off. If the power of vital energies alone could resist the corrosion of demonic qi, then there was no reason for so many cultivator to be turned into demon folk when the demonic qi surrounded Maplewood City in the past. Although most of the later cultivator did not focus on the cultivation of the body, they had nourished their bodies with the spiritual qi of the world for many years. Their physical constitution was not necessarily worse than his subordinates, Ah Hu and the others. However, in front of the demonic qi they had no ability to resist at all. All those who were contaminated by the demonic qi were turned into demon folk without exception. Their performance was nowhere near as good as Ah Hu and the others. Out of the 3,000 people under him, only a little over 100 could not resist it. Was it the laws of heaven and earth? This ancient world was at least hundreds of thousands of years away from the modern world. The laws of heaven and earth of the 2 eras were completely different. Under different laws of heaven and earth, the experts that could be nurtured were also different. Just like how he couldn't unleash the slightest bit of his strength after coming to this place from the Emperor realm. The barbarians lived in this ancient world. Under the influence of the invisible but omnipresent laws of heaven and earth, perhaps they had something that the later cultivator did not have. This allowed them to resist the erosion of the demonic qi purely with the power of qi and blood. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After hearing Yang Kai's explanation, the other wizards were enlightened. For the first time, Rain and Du showed respect to Yang Kai. The 2 of them were the most talented wizard in the southern barbarian tribe. As long as they were given enough time, it would not be impossible for them to become wizard king. As an elite of the wizard temple, what they came into contact with and cultivated were the most powerful and profound spells and knowledge of their time. Although they were assigned by the wizard to listen to Yang Kai's orders, to be honest, Rain and Du did not think that this wizard could be much stronger than them. For a long time, the 2 of them only regarded Yang Kai as their equal and did not pay the corresponding respect, because they felt that the 2 of them would surpass this wizard sooner or later, to reach a height that was difficult for him to reach. But after what happened just now, they found that not all powerful wizards were from the wizard temple. There were still masters among the people. Not to mention other things, just the bloodlust technique that was born from the heart shocked them. It was a technique that none of them could perform even if they joined hands. At this moment he found a way to cure the demonized people in a very short time. It was definitely not something that an ordinary wizard could do. This required an extremely wide vision and a huge amount of knowledge as a foundation. Yang Kai's inadvertent performance made the twins respect him. At the same time, under the command of Yang Kai, the other hundreds of demonized people also gathered in one place. Their eyes were all black. Although they were bound by the wizard's chains, they still roared like beasts. They bared their teeth at the people next to them, making everyone's heart palpitate. When Yang Kai waved his hand, a crimson light enveloped these clansmen. A layer of blood mist appeared on each of the demonized clansmen, and their crimson-black eyes slowly bloomed with red light. After activating the power of blood, some of the people quickly regained their consciousness, but some of them needed more time. Black demonic qi constantly flowed out of their 7 orifices. More than 10 wizards worked together to cast a purification spell. Under the cover of the light, the demonic chi was purified as soon as it appeared. Just as everyone was looking on with joy, something unexpected happened. With a muffled bang, a demonized person's head exploded. Red and white matter splashed out and his body fell limply to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. This was not the end. This person's experience was like a prairie fire, quickly spreading in all directions. With a series of explosions, more than 10 people fell to the ground and died. Everyone could clearly see that before these clansmen died, the crimson and black colors in their eyes were constantly clashing. It was as if two armies were using these clansmen's bodies as a battlefield, fighting for control of their bodies. When the two colors clashed to a certain limit, the people could no longer bear it. Fortunately, among the 100 or so people, only a dozen or so people had an accident. The rest were all saved. The demonic chi in their bodies was forced out and then they fainted. After everything was done, Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Remember today. Today's experience is the disgrace of our Wizard's Bull tribe. In the future we will definitely make the demon folk pay back 100-fold. An army of 3,000 people had actually lost over 100 people to the sneak attack of several dozen sand demons. Even though a large part of the reason was due to a lack of information, it was still rather difficult for them to accept. Many of the clansmen clenched their fists silently. Their breathing became slightly heavy as they glanced past their companions who had died one by one. They suppressed this fury in their hearts, waiting for the right time to erupt. After ordering the clansmen to take care of their unconscious companions, Yang Kai waved his hand. Hua. Master. Hua took a step forward. Send people to inform the nearby allies about our experience today. Let them learn a lesson from it. Yes. Hua accepted the order and immediately turned around to make arrangements. Although over 100 people had died in the Wizard's Bull tribe today, it was not all for nothing. At the very least, they learned about the sand demon's elusive methods, as well as the method to counter the demonic chi and save the demonized clansmen. This was extremely important information, so they had to pass it on as soon as possible. Perhaps it would reduce the losses of the other great wizard tribes by quite a lot. Master, since this is a trap, we can't stay here any longer. Rain took a step forward and said softly. There had only been a few dozen sand demons earlier. If they delayed any longer, who knew whether even more demon folk would appear? Yang Kai nodded. Pass down the order. Rest here for 15 minutes before setting off. 15 minutes later, the Wizard's Bull tribe that was ready to set off continued towards the depths of the north in a mighty manner. After everyone had left, a bulge suddenly protruded from an empty space in the center of the village. The bulge slowly rose up, slowly turning into a shriveled sand demon. Its scarlet-black eyes glanced in the direction that Yang Kai and the others had left in emotionlessly. Suddenly it dove back into the ground and vanished. Half a day later, in a cave deep in the mountains, the sand demon suddenly appeared strangely. In the cave, a tall, slender woman in revealing clothes that exposed a large portion of her snow-white skin and a short tail behind her glanced at him before suddenly pressing her hand against the sand demon's head. Pitch-black demonic chi surged out from the woman's body, turning into visible streaks of light that wrapped around the sand demon. The sand demon immediately felt like he had been subjected to inhumane torture. His emotionless eyes actually became extremely terrifying, but even with that being the case, he dared not resist at all before the evil woman. All he could do was let her do whatever she wanted. The light in the evil woman's eyes flickered, and images flashed past one after another. They were all scenes of what had happened in the village earlier. Who knew what she had done, but she was actually able to reproduce everything that the sand demon had seen before. However, this method was clearly extremely domineering, not something that a normal person could endure. A while later, the evil woman pulled back and the sand demon collapsed on the ground. He was feeble all over, as if he was about to die. The evil woman had no intention of paying attention to him at all. She could only sneer. Hateful outsiders, as expected, they attacked. Beside her, a short demon race wrapped in black chi asked, "Master, what happened?" The evil woman turned around and sat on a large stone chair. She propped up her chin with her snow-white hand and lazily said, "It's nothing much, only a few dozen sand demons died. Moreover, these outsiders seem to have a way to restrain us." The short demon race said, Do you need this subordinate to lead people to those outsiders? The evil woman shook her head. No need. Before the demon Saint Master went into seclusion to heal, he gave us the order to just defend and not take the initiative to attack. Then, are the sand demons going to die for nothing? The short demon race asked. Die for nothing? The evil woman chuckled, but her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. How could that be? I have already memorized the appearance of that leader. Once the demon Saint Master recovers, I will personally settle the score with him. As she spoke, she licked her lips with her pink tongue as if she was very hungry. Her coquettish appearance caused the short demon race to tremble. He forced himself to look away, his back drenched in cold sweat. The Queen Master was a famous succubus demon. Even among the 100 races of the demon race, she was one of the top existences. The men that were targeted by her never had a good ending. Even if he was a demon commander, if he was immersed in the Queen Master's light of charm, he would quickly lose his mind and become her plaything. Being able to spend a night with the Queen was wonderful, but if he became a walking corpse in the future, it would be a disaster. Chapter 2852. Master, where are we going? Rain looked at Yang Kai curiously. Ever since they left the village 3 days ago, the 3,000 people had been marching in a very strange direction. Sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes south, sometimes north. There was no pattern to it at all. It was like Yang Kai had casually given out orders on a whim. Logically speaking, Yang Kai was the leader of the group, so obviously everyone had to follow his orders. However, such an aimless and strange march always left people scratching their heads. After holding it in for a few days, Rain finally could not help but ask what exactly was going on. Pass down my orders. Turn southeast and advance at full speed. Yang Kai called out before glancing at Rain leisurely. He grinned. Where else can we go? To get revenge, obviously. Revenge? Rain and Lu, who stood together, were both taken aback. Revenge on who? Where were they going to get revenge? During the past few days, the group had not managed to find any useful information. And apart from accidentally suffering a sneak attack in the village last time, the past 3 days had been peaceful, which made them wonder whether the demon folk had all retreated or not. Now that Yang Kai had suddenly mentioned revenge, they were obviously confused. However, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining it to her. In his mind, a faint connection guided him forward. He gazed in that direction and squinted his eyes. Cold light flickered in his eyes. There was still a sand demon hidden in the village. Yang Kai had learnt this back then. However, he did not kill him immediately. Instead, he secretly attached a sliver of his soul sense to the sand demon. A while after his group left the village, he sensed the sand demon leave in a certain direction as well. Half a day later, he stopped somewhere. During the past few days, the sand demon had always stopped at a certain place, and that place was clearly a demon cavern. His target was that demon cavern. The outcome of the initial battle was not ideal. Against several dozen sand demons, over 100 people had actually died out of a group of 3,000. During the past few days, every single barbarian warrior had been holding back a ball of anger. They were all hoping to encounter other demon folk and have a good battle with them so that they could avenge their fallen companions. That Devil's Den was the best place for them to vent their anger. On the other hand, the Wizard Bull Division also needed a solid victory to boost their morale. These few days of marching were not aimless. From a bird's eye view, one could see that the Wizard's Bull tribe was patrolling the Devil's Den in a radius of 300 miles. The situation was slightly better than Yang Kai had anticipated. There were no other demon folk in the surroundings. It seemed that the Devil's Den was the only thing that existed within a radius of 1,000 miles. This way, once the Wizard's Bull clan and the Devil's Den start fighting, they won't have to worry about being ambushed from behind. The only problem right now was how many demon folk were in the demon cavern, and what kind of powerful cultivators watched over them. Half a day later, the team marched into a valley. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly and the 3,000 people stopped abruptly. He ordered the clansmen to rest where they were and take out their own rations to recover. Yang Kai summoned over a dozen wizard subordinates for a secret discussion. When they learned that there was actually a Devil's Den 50 kilometers away, they were all astounded. They basically refused to believe it. They had not seen Yang Kai do anything out of the ordinary in the past few days, nor had he left the main group, so where did he get this information from? When they learnt that Yang Kai wanted to personally investigate the Devil's Den, the wizard subordinates all became worried. Yu and Lu even volunteered themselves. They wanted to take on this mission. Although the two of them were wizards of the southern barbarian tribe, they had cultivated in the wizard temple for so many years, so they still had some grasp over the art of concealment and concealment. A job like this did not require great strength, but if their whereabouts were exposed, the outcome would definitely not be too good. Towards the good intentions of the two sisters, Kai Yang naturally refused. After giving a few more instructions to the wizard subordinates, Yang Kai suddenly vanished with a flash. Butterfly was used to this, but the other wizard subordinates could not help but drop their jaws. They looked around trying to find Yang Kai, but how were they supposed to find him? A while later, Yang Kai drifted over like a ghost in the demon cavern 50 kilometers away. The demon folk guarding the entrance were like decorations. This was the belly of a mountain. The interior seemed to have been hollowed out. It was huge, and the tunnels in the belly of the mountain twisted and turned. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Yang Kai held his breath and focused. He hid himself as he investigated the situation here. Without knowing whether there were any powerhouses watching over this place, Yang Kai was afraid to release his soul sense recklessly. He could only investigate bit by bit. There were indeed quite a few demon folk in the demon cave, and these demon folk didn't seem to belong to the same race because they all had different sizes. The tall demon race members were even more majestic than the strongest barbarian race warriors, while the short demon race members were only 3 feet tall, as if they were pocket-sized people. Without exception, these demon folk all exuded a kind of demon chi that Yang Kai found extremely disgusting. The uneven density of this demon chi showed the difference in their strength. This was the first time he had come into contact with a demon race at such a close distance. He had no idea what kind of abilities they possessed, so Yang Kai dared not lower his guard at all. Moving through the demon cavern, Yang Kai discovered another phenomenon that gave him a headache very soon. There were actually quite a few demonized barbarians here. These barbarians were clearly the clansmen of the 4 destroyed tribes. According to the reports, the 4 tribes had been completely wiped out without a single survivor, but that did not seem to be the case now. It was just a portion of the barbarians that had been demonized into demon folk. He could tell that there was a huge difference in status between the demonized demon folk and the proper demon folk. Any demon folk could order them around, while the demonized barbarians did not complain at all. Instead, they were extremely cautious and fearful before the demon folk, obeying their orders with their heads lowered. They were like slaves. Not only were their regular clansmen demonized, but Yang Kai even saw a few wizards. The strongest one was clearly a wizard. Yet now, this wizard, who was extremely noble even among the barbarians, had been ordered around by a short demon folk like a servant. He allowed the demon folk to scold and beat him as he pleased without complaining at all. Shaking his head slightly, Yang Kai continued deeper in. Not long after, a beast-like roar suddenly rang out. The roar was mixed with an indescribable evil aura. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and followed the source of the sound. Not long after, he arrived at a huge cave. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had sensed something. They all looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression froze. He hurriedly used the nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. The pairs of scarlet eyes stared at him for a while before slowly retracting. Yang Kai could clearly see that the owners of these pairs of scarlet eyes were clearly demonic chi-entwined beasts. The demon race also had a monster beast? Wouldn't that be a demonic beast? He just did not know how these demonic beasts differed from a monster beast. After carefully observing these demonic beasts for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense. After confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly appeared beside a demonic beast and grabbed it. With a surge of his divine sense, he completely enveloped it and stowed it away in the sealed world bead. This action clearly alarmed the other demonic beasts. In an instant, over 100 demonic beasts in the cave stood up together, roaring continuously. A series of hurried footsteps rang out from afar. Clearly, a demon folk had sensed the abnormality here and wanted to see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered. By the time the demon folk arrived, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At this moment, Yang Kai felt slightly awkward. The teleportation earlier had accidentally brought him to a very unusual place. This place was extremely spacious, dotted with strange stones, making the cave seem hazy and dense. In a room in front of him, There was actually a series of moaning sounds that would make one's heart beat faster. The moaning sounds were mellow and extremely pleasing to the ear. When they reached his ears, it was like a small, invisible hand was plucking at his heartstrings, making his heart itch unbearably. Yang Kai hid in the dark shadows with a strange expression. He could guess what was going on even if he used his toes to guess. Quietly scanning with his divine sense, it was just as he had guessed. There was a stone bed in the cave. A muscular and burly berserker lay naked on the bed, and a woman with a graceful figure was sitting on the berserker's body. Her delicate and fair body was heaving up and down. Her head was raised and her entire body was drenched in sweat. She was gasping for breath. A large expanse of snow-white, dazzling Kai Yang made him feel dizzy and his mouth dry. As for the berserker who was lying motionlessly on the stone bed, it was clear that he had an extremely delighted expression on his face. He was captivated by her beauty, and his strong physique formed an extremely stark contrast with the delicate woman. The strong visual conflict was enough to make any man unable to control himself. Bitch. Yang Kai cursed in his heart and carefully retracted his divine sense. Although he did not carefully investigate, he could feel that this woman was not to be trifled with. She should have the strength equivalent to a wizard king and a high-grade wizard king at that. She was definitely the strongest person he had encountered in this demon cave. Perhaps she was the leader of this place. The woman's characteristics as a member of the demon race were obvious. Not to mention the faintly discernible demonic chi in her delicate body, just the short tail behind her showed that she was a member of a different race. Fortunately, this woman was immersed in the pleasure of intimacy, otherwise his actions just now would have definitely alarmed her. Yang Kai was not too afraid of an existence comparable to a high-grade wizard king, but this time he was only here to scout for information. It would not be good to act rashly and alert the enemy. Quietly lying in wait, Yang Kai prepared to find an opportunity to leave. On the stone bed, the woman's movements became more and more violent. Her beautiful hair flew in the wind and became messy. Her delicate breathing also became louder and louder. Seeing that the woman was about to reach a critical point and Yang Kai was about to leave, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind him and a dagger swiftly swept towards his neck. This dagger was completely black and did not reflect the slightest light. It was mysterious and traceless. Moreover, this black shadow moved without any warning. Yang Kai, who was in the enemy's nest, did not constantly release his divine sense to be alert. In a moment of carelessness he actually succeeded. Chapter 28:53. It wasn't until he felt a chill on his neck that Yang Kai suddenly became alert, and almost reflexively urged the wizard's power to resist. With a sound, sparks flew everywhere, and the sharp dagger swept past Yang Kai's neck, bringing out a string of fine blood beads. Although his attack was successful, the person who launched the sneak attack from behind was a little stunned. This was because he could feel that although his opponent was injured, it was only a superficial wound. In other words, his surprise attack did not achieve the desired result. While he was still in a daze, Kai Yang had already turned around and sent a punch towards him. A muffled groan sounded, and in the black fog, a 3-feet-tall figure suddenly appeared, his eyes bulging high, his chest almost collapsed, and his whole body hit the stone wall, blood spurting out. After landing, this short demon race showed a look of fear. Seeing Yang Kai punching again, his face changed greatly and his body shook, turning into a cloud of black smoke, causing Yang Kai's punch to hit empty air. Yang Kai frowned slightly, although a few days ago he fought with the sand demon, but this was the first time he encountered such a short demon race. Such a troublesome ability did not give him the time to find a way to break it. The black fog quickly retreated. At the same time, an extremely sharp cry sounded from behind, like a cuckoo crying blood. And at the same time that the sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's soul shook, and he felt quite uneasy, and an illusion of a demon dancing wildly appeared in front of his eyes. Soul attack. Yang Kai shook his head hard, guarded his mind and urged the power of his soul to eliminate the effect of the scream. Chi-chi sounds came from behind and the sound of wind and thunder was loud. Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand, blocking the side of his body. With a light snap, a soft whip made of an unknown material was blocked by him, but it was not over. Although the soft whip that suddenly attacked was blocked, it magically turned a half circle with his hand as the center, and the head of the whip went straight for his face. In a flash, the head of the whip opened its mouth, and the big mouth was densely covered with fangs. Flashing a dark green light, it hissed and bit at Yang Kai. This was not a soft whip, it was clearly a poisonous snake. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his other hand, and pinched the snake's head with great precision. With a squeeze, the snake's head was crushed. A cry of surprise came from behind, as if it did not expect Yang Kai's reaction to be so fast that even such a killing move could be easily resolved. The next moment, a fragrant wind flew to Yang Kai's side, and turned into a white light, a sky full of palm shadows to envelop him. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stood firm, his hands also transforming into a series of afterimages. Papa rapid and dense sound Yang Kai's voice. When the white light retreated and rested the rock's cave, it was as if it could collapse cessest. Everything happened in a very short time, since the short demon race hiding in the darkness launched a sneak attack. At this moment Yang Kai and the white shadow fought in the blink of an eye. Only then did Yang Kai slowly turn around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked in front of him with a mocking expression. Less than 5 feet away from him, a woman was standing there quietly. Her figure was delicate, making people feel pity for her. However, her figure was very good. She was quite well-rounded. Her lower abdomen was flat, her legs were long and slender, and her skin was so fair that it was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. It was as if she had just been moistened by rain and dew. This female demon's face was slightly red, and there was a trace of satisfaction in her watery eyes. This female demon was the one Yang Kai secretly observed just now. She fought with the black shadow not far from her, so she naturally noticed it. At this moment she was completely naked. The most beautiful part of her body was openly displayed, and she did not feel uncomfortable at all. Beside this female demon, a black shadow was floating, and a weak aura was emitted from it. It was obviously the demon race that failed to sneak attack Yang Kai and was injured by Yang Kai. "It's you." The female demon glanced at Yang Kai and her eyes lit up. She tilted her head and said with an innocent look, "You actually found this place, you're really amazing." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Do we know each other?" The female demon smiled and said, "Don't we know each other now?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "What's your name?" The female demon giggled and her snow-white breasts jiggled. She said with a teasing look in her eyes, "Demon King Xianxia." "Demon King." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "If you're the Demon King, then is the Demon King above the Demon Saint?" Xianxia looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Little brother, are you trying to get information from me? That's not a smart move." Yang Kai shrugged and said, "It's my first time dealing with you, so I'm just casually chatting. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. You're quite interesting." Xianxia looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and frowned slightly. She said with some regret, "You're just a little weak." Yang Kai sneered, "Being small doesn't mean you're weak. You're also someone who's experienced hundreds of battles. Haven't you encountered a silver spearhead before?" Xianxia nodded in agreement. "You're right. That's right, above the Demon King is the Demon Saint. Don't you have a saint on your side? A few days ago they even fought. Don't tell me you don't know about it." "Of course I know. Seems like both sides were injured. It's a pity I didn't see it with my own eyes." Xianxia looked at him with a strange expression. "You want to see it with your own eyes? Be careful not to lose your life." Yang Kai laughed. "Everything about me is tough, especially my life." Xianxia said meaningfully, "Then I'll have to take a good look." "You'll have the chance." Yang Kai nodded slightly and changed the topic. "If the Demon Saint is above you, then what's below you?" "What's below me, can't you see it?" Xianxia's face suddenly blushed and her tone became gentle. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her beautiful charm, and the surrounding atmosphere changed abruptly. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and looked down. I see it. The short devil who had been standing next to Xianxia suddenly let out a muffled groan and ran away as fast as he could. Xianxia had used her charm, so he did not dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he would immediately become her captive and become a walking corpse. "Don't mind him. He's just a useless little thing." Xianxia smiled lightly and a faint moan came from her throat. Her delicate body was slightly red and she bit her red lips. "I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Can you help me?" Yang Kai's eyes were blurred and while he agreed he walked forward. His breathing became heavy, and his eyes were like leeches biting on Xiaoya's pure white body. This invasive gaze seemed to be very useful to Xiaoya, and her entire body was filled with unimaginable pleasure. She giggled and there was a strange magic in her laughter. She opened her arms and hugged Yang Kai. In her arms, Yang Kai, who should have lost his ability to think, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He grabbed Xiaoya's hair and pulled, causing her body to bend backwards. Ouch! Xiaoya cried out and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She frowned. What are you doing? Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. What do you think I'm doing? Xiaoya was startled and said in shock, How can you? Looking at his mocking eyes, Xiaoya immediately understood that he was not affected by her charm at all. How is this possible? She was from the famous succubus demon clan among the 100 clans of the demon race. She was also the demon king of the succubus demon clan. Her opponent's aura was clearly several levels lower than hers, and she could easily charm such an opponent. But in fact the charm she had silently used did not work. His previous confusion was just a disguise. Looking at the mocking and cold look in his eyes, there was no trace of him being charmed. Yang Kai laughed. You dare to show off your little skill in front of this wizard with a mere charm? You really don't know your place. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Xiaoya's full chest. Xiaoya had never encountered something like this before. Her charm had failed and she was momentarily stunned. It was only when Yang Kai made his move that she screamed in horror. At the same time that she screamed, Yang Kai felt as if an invisible blade had stabbed into his head, causing his head to sink slightly. However, his fist had already landed on Xiaoya's chest. With a boom, the wizard's power exploded. Xiaoya's snow-white and plump breasts exploded, turning into a pool of blood. Using the force of the impact and taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai's soul was affected, Xiaoya swung her head and her hair was cut off. Her whole body slid away from Yang Kai like a loach. After regaining her balance, Xiaoya looked down at her chest with a pale face, and her whole body trembled. The 2 snow-white lumps that she had always been proud of were now missing one. Blood dripped down from her lower abdomen and flowed down to her legs. I'm going to kill you! Xiaoya screamed as if she had gone mad. She was from the succubus demon clan, and her beautiful body was one of her assets. Now that Yang Kai had made her look like neither a human nor a ghost, she could not accept it. Although it was not impossible to recover from such injuries, she would need to pay a price to do so. In a moment of carelessness, she had suffered a great loss at the hands of a barbarian who was several levels weaker than her. Yang Kai did not say anything. His body swayed and he pounced toward Xiaoya again. Although he was here to gather information since he had already exposed himself, he might as well go all out. It would be best if he could kill this demon king here, and it would not be a waste of time for him to come here. Looking at the barbarian who was charging toward her like an angry lion, Xiaoya instinctively felt a sense of danger. It was as if she would die if she did not leave now. She could not believe this thought when it came to her mind. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoya decided to follow her instincts. A ring of light suddenly bloomed from her body, sending out an incomparably strong resistance. Flying in front of her, Yang Kai, who had not yet had the time to ruthlessly destroy her, was pushed back a few steps by this ring of light. Chapter 2854. A sand demon suddenly emerged from the ground where Xiaoya was standing, grabbed the injured Xiaoya and burrowed into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai pounced again, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai released his divine sense and sensed that the aura belonging to Xiaoya was rapidly escaping. Soon it was deep underground and out of Yang Kai's perception range, making him feel powerless. Yang Kai could not help but frown at the sand demon's ability. Fortunately, these sand demons seemed to have low intelligence. Otherwise, this special ability alone would be enough to render the barbarians helpless. Xiaoya had escaped and Yang Kai could not chase after her. Rumbling sounds came from all directions. Obviously, the demon race had sensed the commotion, or had received Xiaoya's order to surround Yang Kai and take him down with their numbers. In the darkness, groups of shadows appeared. Like the short demon race from before, they were a race that specialized in concealment and assassination. But before they could even prepare themselves, Kai Yang let out a sinister grin and pounced into the enemy group like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Wherever he passed, blood mist exploded in the air, like blooming flowers of blood, enchanting and cruel. The black shadows conveyed their feelings of panic and retreated one after another. Other tall demon race warriors rushed out from the surrounding corridors, raised their weapons and charged at Yang Kai without fear of death. Yang Kai stood in place with Myriad's sword in his hand. He swept his sword around and cut any demon race that dared to charge at him in half. Blood and organs spilled all over the ground, and the cave was filled with the pungent smell of blood. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai was unscathed. The demon race, on the other hand, had suffered hundreds of casualties. All the demon race masters were aware that something was wrong. This guy in front of them was not someone they could contend with, so even if they didn't fear him, they didn't dare step forward easily. Instead, all of them stood in place in horror as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Are you going up or not?" Yang Kai tilted his broadsword and grinned. "If you're not going up, then I'm going up." The demon race members didn't answer. Yang Kai immediately moved. With a flash of his body, he circled around the cave at lightning speed. When he returned to his original spot, the myriad sword was dripping with dark red blood. One figure after another fell to the ground without a sound. Yang Kai sneered, "A bunch of trash." As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed and a dark green color appeared on his cheeks. He cried out involuntarily, "Slut, you actually used poison. Shameless." The dark green color was like a living thing. After it appeared on Yang Kai's face, it immediately spread to every part of his body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body turned green. Even the top of his head was emitting a green light. Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Ha ha ha." Xiaya's maniacal laughter echoed in the cave, her voice drifting in and out. He didn't know where she was hiding and secretly watching. Even with the strength of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't lock onto her. Although the green demon's poison isn't the strongest poison, it is still the most mysterious and difficult to guard against among the 100 clans of the demon race. "Little brother, you're dead. Maybe you can beg me to turn you into a slave and live." Yang Kai frowned and thought back. Among the demon race members he just killed, there was indeed a guy who was green. He looked a little different from the other demon race members. In that case, the demon race member was the green demon that Xiaya mentioned. However, Yang Kai didn't see any signs of him attacking, and he didn't have any physical contact with the demon race. Even so, he was still poisoned. The green demon's poison was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. With a cold snort, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes." Xiaya's voice suddenly turned cold. "I'll slap your mouth and make you pay for your arrogance. Broken shoes, broken shoes, broken shoes, your whole family is broken shoes." Xiaya didn't say anything. She was probably very angry. There was no sound around. There was no demon race member and there was no sign of Xiaya. Yang Kai curled his lips and said sarcastically, "If you don't come out, I'm going to leave." There was still no response. Yang Kai nodded. His body flickered and suddenly disappeared. He left as soon as he said he would. After confirming that Yang Kai was gone for a long time, Xiaya slowly appeared somewhere in the void. She was still covered in clothes, but she didn't look weak and seductive like before. Instead, her face was full of anger. The cold air around her almost froze the flames. The short shadow demon silently appeared beside her and said anxiously, "Master, are we just going to let that guy go?" Xiaya snorted. "You don't want him to go?" The short demon race said, "He killed many of our people." "Then why didn't you let him stay just now?" Xiaya turned her head and asked. The short demon race had an awkward expression. He thought to himself, "If even you don't want to face such a madman, how much can I do with my small body?" He had accidentally been punched by him just now and had almost been killed. He couldn't understand how that skinny body could produce such domineering strength. If he's been poisoned by the green demon, unless he turns into a member of my demon race, he'll definitely die. Just wait, he'll come back and beg me. Xiaya sneered. She looked like she had victory in her hands. The short demon race heard this and felt that it made sense. Although the green demons didn't have much of a position in the demon race and were vassals of the succubus demon race, their poison was very effective against creatures that weren't part of the demon race. Once infected by the green demon's poison, there was no other way to get rid of it. Since that terrifying barbarian was already poisoned, there was no need to continue forcing him. Xiaya's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The short demon race looked at the corpses around him and sighed. He said, "Throw these into the beast lair." Immediately, many sand demons appeared from the ground and silently moved the corpses into the beast lair. Obviously, they were going to use these corpses as food for the demon beast. Master, what is going on? 100 miles away from the demon lair, as soon as Yang Kai appeared, more than 10 wizards looked at him in shock. The surrounding barbarian warriors also opened their mouths wide and looked at him in a daze. Dressed in green, he looked very delicate and new. Even the top of his head was emitting a green glow. He was very eye-catching in the crowd. If this was any other occasion, people would laugh their heads off. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai had gone to the demon lair to scout for information. Now that he suddenly came back with a green glow, it was obvious that something bad had happened. This made everyone turn pale with fright. Who could still laugh? Pairs of worried and nervous eyes looked at him. Yang Kai was the leader of this team and was the spiritual pillar in everyone's hearts. If something bad happened to him, then this team would have no one to lead them. On the battlefield where the two clans were at war, how much could a team without a leader be of any use? Perhaps the demon race would only need a small counterattack to wipe out all 3,000 people. I accidentally got poisoned. Yang Kai's face darkened. He waved his hand and pushed back the few wizards who were about to approach him. Don't get too close to me. It might be contagious. Contagious. Hearing this, the few wizards who were about to approach him instinctively took a few steps back. They seemed to have realized that their actions were not appropriate. Their faces were slightly embarrassed. Poison of the green demon? Rain suddenly asked. Huh. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. How did you know? Rain could actually identify the origin and name of the poison. It was obvious that she did not blindly guess. She really knew. But even Yang Kai had only just learned of this matter. So how could you have known? Rain nodded slightly and said, "It really is the poison of the green demon." Lu added, "Then there is no saving him." The twin sisters spoke one after another and directly sentenced Yang Kai to death. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at him with pity. How did you know about the poison of the green demon? Yang Kai asked again. The twins looked at each other. Rain said, "There is a book in the wizard temple that recorded some things about the demon race. There is very little information and it is not comprehensive. However, there is a description of the green demon. We came across it by accident." So it was the wizard temple. Yang Kai nodded slightly. From the knowledge passed down by Green, Yang Kai knew that this was not the first time that the demon folk had invaded a large area of land. In other words, the residents of this land had some contact with the demon folk before. Although it had been tens of thousands of years and basically no one remembered the situation of that war, it was normal for the wizard temple to have some records about the demon race as the most important existence in the entire barbarian race. In the Wizard Ox tribe, the oldest wizard disciple said with a trembling voice, "Master and Wizard Ox, is there really no way to cure the poison of the green demon?" Rain and Lu shook their heads at the same time. Rain said, "Although there is no way to cure it, you don't have to worry about it being contagious. The poison of the green demon is not contagious." As she said that, as if to prove what she said, she actually went up and touched Yang Kai's cheek. Yang Kai frowned, but he did not avoid it. When Rain pulled back her hand, there was no trace of the poison at all. This was more or less good news. However, the wizard looked at Yang Kai with a grief-stricken expression. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "What are the symptoms of the green demon's poison?" Rain shook her head. "The records are not comprehensive. They only mention a few things. All they know is that if you want to cure the poison with the green light that you're shining with right now, you can only be demonized into a demon or you'll definitely die. I don't know much about the rest." Lu said, "Master, do you have any last words? We can pass them on for you." Yang Kai laughed. "I'm not dead yet," Lu said seriously, "but if you die, you won't have a chance to say anything." Yang Kai nodded. "I won't die. I don't know why, but I feel good right now, so please don't worry." Rain and Lu frowned at the same time. They glanced at each other and could see the uneasiness in each other's hearts. Chapter 2855. As twins, the two of them had practiced wizard spells together for many years and had long reached the level of telepathy. Therefore, even if it was just a simple exchange of glances, they could see each other's thoughts. The poison of the green demon was incurable, but the wizard bull said that he wouldn't die. Then he only had one choice. How much do you know about the demon race? Xianxia asked again. Rain collected her thoughts and replied, not much. The information recorded in the ancient book is really little. Other than the green demon, there is also a corresponding red demon. These two demon race caused countless casualties in the last war. Red demon? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and some laughable figures involuntarily appeared in his mind. Is it a short and round guy with red skin and hair? Maybe. Rain wasn't too sure. What special ability does the red demon have? Rain said, the red demon is also known as the explosive demon. The only value and use of their existence is to explode. There is such a demon race. Xianxia was shocked. In the demon's den, Xianxia had indeed killed a few red-skinned demon race. Those demon race emitted an extremely dangerous aura from head to toe. They were short but they were fat and round like a wooden barrel. When he killed them he didn't feel anything. Now that he heard Rain's explanation he knew that these guys were completely born to explode. Thinking about it, if they didn't know this news in advance, they would encounter an army of red demons and the red demons would explode one by one in the battle. The barbarians would definitely suffer heavy casualties. This was another extremely important piece of information. However, regarding the demon race, the Rain sisters only knew about the red demon and the green demon. They didn't even know about the sand demon before. Therefore, they couldn't provide Xianxia with too much information for reference. On the other hand, Xianxia went to the demon's den and obtained a lot of information. He told the wizard what he saw and told them to pass it down so that when the two armies fought in the future, the clansmen would be careful. Subsequently, Xianxia found an open space and raised his hand. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared. It was the demonic beast that Xianxia had captured from the devil's denver. This demonic beast's body was surrounded by a pitch-black aura that constantly overflowed. As soon as it appeared, it let out an angry roar, scaring the dozen or so shamans. They all looked at the demon beast in surprise, then at Xianxia. She had no idea how he had managed to conjure such a big fellow out of thin air. However, Xianxia had already placed several restrictions on this demonic beast, and its strength was completely sealed. So even though it looked ferocious, it couldn't display the slightest effect. There seems to be cavalry in the demon race. These demonic beasts are their mounts. Let's do some research and see if we can find any weaknesses. It would be best if we can use them. If we can't find any weaknesses, it's fine too. I'll just kill them. Kai Yang threw down these words. He then walked to a wooden house that had just been built by the side. A group of wizards immediately surrounded that demonic beast and began studying it in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Xianxia had also been hiding in the wooden house for 2 days without appearing. Nobody knew what he was doing. The army of 3,000 had suppressed their anger and fighting spirit, yet they had nowhere to vent it. Within the devil's den, Xianxia sat on her own throne. Her tight and revealing clothes accentuated her beautiful figure. The lump of chaotic origin essence that was blown apart by Xianxia a few days ago had regained its majesty. It was unknown what secret technique she had used. It actually allowed her injuries to recover completely. At this moment, her hand was supporting her chin as if she was taking a nap. That short and small demon race stood there silently without any aura. It was like a dead person. After a long time, Xianxia opened her eyes and said indifferently, "What's the situation over there? Is he not here yet?" The short and small demon race immediately replied, "According to the spies of the Sandmen, the mood of the other races over there is slightly unstable. Instead, that fellow has been hiding all this while without any special movements." Xianxia sneered. "It seems he is thinking of ways to neutralize the poison of the green devil." What a joke. If the poison of the green devil could be neutralized so easily, it wouldn't be the most mysterious poison of our demon race. But for him to be able to hold on for 2 days without yielding, he is quite formidable. As she spoke, she stood up. Her beautiful eyes were sharp as she said, "Pass down the order for the clansmen to prepare." The short and small demon race became spirited. "Master, are you going to start a war with them?" Xianxia sneered. "If he doesn't come looking for me, I'll go look for him, right? It's rare to see such an interesting slave. I don't wish for him to die just like that." When the short and small demon race heard that, he could not help but feel sad for that barbarian. But he still turned around and passed down the order. In an instant, The demonic qi in the devil's den surged and many members of the demon race gathered. Half an hour later, the members of the bull wizard tribe who were 100 miles away suddenly felt a strange sound coming from the ground. At the same time, the sky cavalry in the sky blew the horn in their hands. The dull sound resounded through the sky. The 3,000 clansmen's expressions turned cold. They all picked up their weapons and got into formation. Yang Kai's body was still covered in green light. He quickly walked out of the wooden house and looked up at the devil's den. He saw that the sky there was dark as if a storm was coming. The darkness was quickly rushing over, trying to cover up the light. Yang Kai's mouth hooked up and he sneered. More than a dozen wizards stood in front of the 3,000 clansmen. They all looked at him with worried expressions. Yang Kai had been poisoned for 2 days. Although he seemed to be fine now, who knew when he would not be able to hold on? Now that the war was about to start, what if he was affected by the green poison in the battle and accidentally died? In this kind of war, if the commander died, it would be a great blow to everyone. It might even turn the victory into nothing. But at this critical moment, no matter how worried they were, they could not ask. They could only pray in their hearts. Yu and Lu were also prepared for the worst. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the dozen wizard and looked at the 3,000 clansmen. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Standing here are the most elite warriors of the barbarian race. They are my wizard companions of the bull tribe. The demon race has come. Our only choice is to fight to the death with them. Our opponent is the enemy who attacked us in the village a few days ago. A few days ago we lost hundreds of people, but that is just the beginning. If you do not win this war, then thousands of people will die. They will kill our men, take our women, enslave our children, and conquer our land." The 3,000 clansmen's breathing became heavy. Their fighting spirit soared and gathered into a ball. It was as if they wanted to tear apart the sea of clouds. This war is our first real war, so we only have one goal: to win. Not only do we have to win beautifully. Only in this way can we wash away the shame of the wizard bull tribe a few days ago. My warriors, are you all ready? The 3,000 clansmen were like 3,000 crazy beasts. Even without the support of the bloodlust spell, their eyes were glowing red. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to point at the place where the darkness was the thickest. "If you are ready, then let them pay the price." The eagle's cry sounded, and the air riders quickly rose to the sky. Under the leadership of their respective captains, the 10 regular teams did not say a word and quickly rushed to the battlefield. The orderly and dense footsteps made the earth begin to tremble. The guards surrounded the dozen or so adepts, guarding the place with their lives on the line. Cryptic incantations began to ring out as beams of magical light bloomed from the hands of the adepts, enveloping the 10 regular squads in circles. Bloodlust spell, lightness spell, stone armor spell, mega strength spell, life chain. Every warrior's body was glowing with colorful light. Every strong barbarian became taller, with bulging muscles and ferocious faces. Their originally red eyes became even redder. Without any fancy moves, the demon race and the barbarian race charged at each other as if they had agreed beforehand. Looking down from the sky, the two teams with thousands of people converged from different directions. The wide flat ground in the middle was the battlefield. The distance of 100 miles was shortened in just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Moreover, the barbarians' desire to fight and kill had soared to the limit after traveling dozens of miles. When the black clouds began to cover the earth, the two armies officially met. The barbarians who were charging at the front were slightly stunned. That was because they saw familiar faces. Those were the faces of the barbarians. Those were the faces of the barbarians of the past. The vanguard of the demon race's camp was actually the demonized barbarians. But at this moment, these barbarians had lost their usual clarity of mind. Every one of them seemed to have gone crazy. It was as if the barbarians in front of them were not their former compatriots, but their irreconcilable enemies. They mercilessly raised the weapons in their hands and fiercely hacked down. Kill. An angry roar sounded. The wizard's bull tribe was stunned for a moment but quickly recovered. Thanks to the information that Yang Kai had gathered, everyone was mentally prepared to encounter such a situation in the battle against the demon race. Every barbarian had asked themselves if they would be able to kill the demonized barbarians if they were to encounter them. No matter what the current situation of these barbarians was, they were barbarians. They had their own brothers and sisters. Maybe there was a chance to save them. But soon everyone realized that this kind of thinking was meaningless. If they were to encounter such a barbarian on the battlefield, letting them die quickly would be the best relief. Showing mercy to them would be irresponsible to their companions. In front of the crowd, Tiger jumped up high. He jumped 100 feet high and fiercely hacked down with the giant axe in his hand. The attack had not yet arrived, but the sharp aura of the giant axe had already caused the skin of the demonized barbarian to crack open. By the time Tiger landed on the ground, the barbarian had already been split into two. Tiger raised the giant axe high and fiercely roared, "Kill!" Chapter 28:56. Pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere. The battlefield seemed to have turned into a giant meat grinder, shredding all the living creatures that entered it into pieces. One by one, the demonized barbarians fell to the ground. Although they were also born in the barbarian tribe and had strong bodies, they had not been blessed with any witchcraft. After being demonized, they had lost their independent thinking. Now they were only humanoid weapons that were purely occupied by the idea of killing. How could such an existence fight against a real barbarian that was well-equipped, filled with killing intent, and blessed by the wizard's spells? Therefore, when the two armies clashed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the other hand, the warriors of the wizard's bull tribe were like bulldozers. Everywhere they went, no one was left alive. 10 regular teams, each with 250 to 300 people, were led by their respective captains. They were like 10 sharp nails that pierced into the demon race's camp. In a split second, the entire place was turned upside down. In the sound of weapons clashing, heads flew high into the air. Strong bodies slowly fell to the ground. Their widened eyes showed a trace of infatuation with the land, but more than that, they were stunned. The demonized barbarians did not know what they were doing until they died. Why did they block the path of their former comrades? Why did they have to fight against them? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the vanguard of the demon race was smashed into pieces. A bunch of trash. Sitting at the back of the army, Xianxia did not panic. She was still as graceful as ever. Her beautiful eyes looked coldly at the demonic barbarians in front of her. There was no change in her expression. Unlike the barbarians, this was not the first time she fought against them. It was only when she destroyed the 4 major barbarian tribes. They were all led by the demon saint. The demon race was invincible. Wherever they went, there was no resistance. They easily destroyed the 4 tribes. However, now that she was in charge, she realized how difficult it was to deal with these barbarians. In terms of individual strength, these barbarians were not much different from the demon race. However, they were blessed by the wizard. The difference between the two was obvious. The various types of sorcery spells were indeed miraculous. However, she didn't care. They were just demonized slaves. She didn't care how many of them died. The key to this battle didn't lie with the demonized people. It didn't even lie with the 2 armies. Instead, it lay with the sorcerer who was poisoned by the green demon's poison. Looking into the distance, Xianxia saw the fellow covered in green through the barrier of space. The corners of his mouth curled up. He felt that he should have reached his limit, right? Disperse. On the battlefield, Ahu roared, his voice piercing through the clouds. The barbarians stopped in their tracks when they heard the roar. They turned around and scattered in all directions in an orderly manner. There was no other reason. Behind the vanguard of the demon race. Suddenly, a group of short and round guys with red skin jumped out. These guys had ferocious and excited expressions on their faces. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their bodies were bouncing on the ground like meatballs. Every time they bounced, they would be able to advance more than 100 feet. They were charging towards the barbarians without any fear of death. Red devils. Thanks to the knowledge that Yulu and Yulu had gained from the wizard temple, the barbarian warriors immediately gave the most accurate response when they saw these red-skinned guys. Otherwise, if they were to charge forward without knowing what was going on, there would definitely be heavy casualties. The regular squads circled around the red-skinned devils and continued to charge forward. The red devils were entangled and scattered as well. They all jumped and pounced towards the nearest group of people. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky, sharp arrows flew over, bringing with them the sound of breaking through the air. They were filled with killing intent. Every arrow accurately shot into the body of a red devil. The red devils that were shot were like ignited barrels of dynamite. Their originally red skin turned even redder. An extremely dangerous aura surged out from their bodies. Their round bodies suddenly expanded by several times. Then with a series of booming sounds they exploded one by one. It was as if they could blow up a hole in the void. Oh my god. Yang Kai looked at the sparks that bloomed in the sky. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. The power of the explosion of these exploding devils was not small. Although one or two of them were not very eye-catching, if 100 or so of them exploded together, even the Wizard King would be at a disadvantage. The demon race could really give birth to some strange people. The green devils were like this, and so were the red devils. On the other side, Xiaoya's complacent smile suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked at the riders in the sky. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it." According to her understanding, the other races should not have known anything about her side. However, when the red devils moved out, the other races made the most accurate response. The surprise attack of the red devils did not have any effect at all. Instead, they lost a lot of people for nothing. Swishing noises could be heard without an end. Those non-humankind cavalrymen mounted on those giant eagles were all highly skilled in archery. Even in the air they could still maintain their accuracy. Every single arrow they shot would kill a red devil that leaped into the air, saving the lives of their warriors. "Kill them." Xiaoya waved her hand. The clouds of black mist behind him suddenly disappeared into the void. After a short while, a short and small figure appeared on one side of an air cavalryman. At the same time he directly slashed his pitch-black dagger towards the neck of this air cavalryman who was caught off guard. The dagger was incomparably sharp. Even Yang Kai's body had been slightly injured by it, but if these cavalrymen were to be hit by it, their heads would most likely be chopped off. The air rider sitting on the giant eagle and shooting arrows did not respond. His sharp eyes were still locked on to a red devil below, and he fired an arrow. Just as the demon race rider was about to succeed, another dagger suddenly appeared in the void and accurately blocked the neck of the air rider. With a clang, when the two daggers collided, the demon race rider who launched the sneak attack frowned and retreated vigilantly. He was a natural killer and assassin. He would only launch an attack at the safest time, so he was very surprised that someone could block his attack. Looking up, he saw a petite girl suddenly appear beside the air rider. Her figure was delicate, and her waterfall-like long hair fluttered in the wind. Strangely, she was holding a dagger in each hand, one facing the other. She stood there weakly as if she would be blown away by the wind. She was actually holding two daggers. The demon race assassin frowned. As an assassin, he naturally knew the difficulty of controlling two daggers. This was a fellow assassin, and an extremely skilled one at that. He could not help but lick the corner of his mouth, and a sense of excitement welled up in his heart. He wanted to compete with her. "Slaughter." The girl suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was low and sweet, and she slightly raised her head with a pious expression, as if she was praying to an unknown god. "What?" The demon race assassin was stunned. "Feast." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl danced like a butterfly. Her posture was elegant and beautiful, and anyone who saw it could not help but be immersed in it, enjoying the pleasure brought by this dance. Her black hair fluttered in the wind and cold light overflowed. The demon race assassin, however, was not in the mood to appreciate it. He only felt cold all over, and his hands and feet were trembling. As an assassin, one must have an extremely strong psychological quality. He was one of the best assassins and was especially outstanding in this aspect. Therefore, under normal circumstances, his state of mind would not fluctuate in the slightest. But at this moment he seemed to have seen an extremely shocking scene. At the same time that he was terrified, he actually revealed a trace of satisfaction, as if he had heard the Tao in the morning and could die in the evening. He saw the most exquisite mystery of the assassination path. Streaks of cold light bloomed densely in the air. In a flash, they covered an area of 300 feet in radius. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly as streaks of blood strangely drifted out from the void. When the girl stopped moving, the daggers in her hands slid down a string of blood beads. Puff, puff, puff. In the void, blood spurted out. One after another, the figures of the demon race assassins suddenly appeared. Each of them had a stunned expression, as if they did not expect that someone would be able to find them in the void. Each of the demon race assassins only had one wound on their body, and those wounds were all fatal. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. One by one, the short demon race assassins fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. "What is your name?" The demon race assassin facing the girl asked calmly. The girl turned her head and glanced at him and also calmly said, "Die." The demon race assassin whispered as if he wanted to remember this name. In the next moment, a blood arrow shot out from his chest and he fell straight to the ground. As he fell, his vitality quickly faded. Although Dai's action deterred the demon race assassins and saved the lives of many air cavalry, there were more demon race assassins hiding in the void. A ray of light flew from below and turned into a circle of light, enveloping all the air cavalry. In the next moment, the eyes of many air cavalry suddenly brightened, as if there was a torch burning in them. The light could illuminate all the shadows hidden in the darkness, making them unable to hide. After receiving the support of the wizards, the air cavalry immediately locked their eyes on the demon race assassins who were hiding in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Arrows were shot out one after another, reaping the lives of these assassins while they were still in a daze. The assassins naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death. Seeing that their bodies were exposed, they immediately launched an attack. The air cavalry riding the giant eagles nimbly avoided those assassins in the air, making their sneak attack fruitless. Yu and Lu, who came back to their senses, chanted an incantation at the same time. After 3 breaths, a bolt of lightning like a dancing snake appeared in front of the twins. That bolt of lightning was like a chain, crackling as it moved forward. Chapter 2857. One of the assassins couldn't dodge in time and was touched by the electric snake. Instantly, his hair stood on end and a burnt smell came from his body. The electric snake exploded with the assassin's body as the center, turning into an electric net that covered the entire sky. The assassins of the demon race were paralyzed and trembling. The air cavalry that was being chased didn't even look back. They shot arrows backward. The powerful arrows shot into the chests of the demon race assassins and came out from their backs, leaving bloody holes. A nebula lightning bolt found all the assassins of the demon race. On the contrary, the air cavalry of her own clan weren't affected at all. The exquisite control of the Rain and Dew twins over the wizard's spells was evident. Without any worries, the aerial cavalry once again displayed astonishing combat strength, continuously providing strong and powerful support to their companions below. Xianxia sent out 3 waves of assassins in a row, but they didn't kill any air cavalry. Instead, they lost many people. He was furious. On the battlefield, the demon race and the barbarians had officially clashed. The demonized demons were the vanguard. The strategy of the red demons at the back didn't have any effect. Instead, the barbarians broke through and penetrated deep into their own territory. The demon race had no choice but to resist with all their might. The Sandmen relied on their magical ability to travel through the earth to constantly create chaos on the battlefield. It also had some effect, causing the Wizard's Bull clan to inevitably suffer some losses. However, with the support of the life chain, the life force of all the barbarians in the 10 regular teams coexisted. Therefore, even if someone suffered a fatal injury, they wouldn't die immediately. Instead, under the effect of spreading the injury, their life force would be replenished by the other members of their clan. At this point in the battle, the demon race had suffered hundreds of casualties. On the other hand, not a single barbarian fell. The life chain was indeed the most important wizard spell in the large-scale battle of the barbarians. With such a wizard spell connecting them, the Wizard's Bull clan dared to fight even if they were facing a giant dragon. Xianxia couldn't sit still anymore. She paid a heavy price for her rash decision. At the beginning of the battle, she thought that with the surprise of the red demons she would be able to quickly win. Victory would soon be decided, but he did not expect that the red devils he sent out would not have any effect at all. The shadow demon clansmen that had set off after him were also slaughtered by the other party like falling flowers and flowing water. Although the 2 armies were about the same in terms of numbers, the difference in their true combat strength was like night and day. Xianxia had no choice but to mobilize her strongest team. When the bestial roar rang out, the ground began to tremble. The cavalrymen of the demon race charged out like a mighty army of thousands of horses. They were tall and their bodies were wrapped in black gas. They were mounted on ferocious-looking magical beasts, and they rampaged through the battlefield. Not a single barbarian was able to stop them. Wherever they passed, people would be thrown off their horses. The demon race's declining situation was gradually being reversed. The rest of the demon race was led by this group of cavalrymen. They pounced on the barbarian tribe and pushed the front line forward. The arrows shot by the cavalrymen did not have much effect. The magical beasts had thick skin and the arrows were like tickles to them. "It's our turn," Rain and Dew said at the same time, and their expressions were solemn. More than a dozen wizards of different levels straightened their backs. Some of the older wizards were better, but the younger ones were a little nervous. It was their first time on a real battlefield and they kept seeing people die. This was a huge impact on them. But if they wanted to stop the momentum of the demon race's cavalrymen, they could only rely on them now. The guards escorted more than a dozen wizards to the battlefield. Xianxia looked over and frowned. She did not know what the barbarians were doing. But there was an uneasy feeling lingering in her heart. "You're finished." A voice suddenly came from not far away. Xianxia was shocked. When she turned her head to look, she immediately saw a green guy appear beside her out of nowhere. Xianxia almost jumped up. Even with her strength, she did not notice how the other party appeared here. If the other party had launched a sneak attack, would she have been able to block it? Probably, maybe, but when the two armies were fighting, why is this guy not guarding the rear but suddenly running over to my side? As if she thought of something, Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. "Have you considered joining the arms of the great demon god?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and grinned. "I'm still thinking about it. Of course, if you can cure me of the green poison, I will consider it more sincerely." Xianxia sneered. "Don't be wishful thinking. There is no way to cure the green poison unless you become my slave." Yang Kai frowned. "Is this the only way?" Xianxia said, "Only this one." Yang Kai nodded. Xianxia smiled charmingly and said, "These 2 days haven't been easy, have they? To be honest, I'm a little surprised that you can still be conscious after 2 days. But the more you insist, the more pain you will suffer." Yang Kai sighed. "I'm in so much pain right now." Xianxia tilted her head. "I can't see it." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Men always have to act strong, don't they?" Xianxia smiled. "You are indeed qualified to be my slave. I can assure you that after I transform you, I will preserve your own consciousness. There won't be any difference compared to before." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Retain my consciousness? But why did my demonized clansmen?" Xianxia curled her lips and showed a disdainful expression. "They are nothing. They are just a bunch of trash. Naturally, they are not worth my effort. But you are different. An expert like you is more suitable for having a clear mind. I am willing to pay a price. You're so good to me. I don't know how to repay you." Yang Kai smiled gently. Xianxia giggled. "Just be obedient. Then shall we begin now?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Xianxia's smile disappeared. She looked up at the battlefield and saw that the demon race had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position. After the dozen shamans took action, a series of powerful witchcraft were cast, and the demon cavalry was forced to retreat. The advantage that the demon cavalry had gained before was gone. If it weren't for the Sandmen constantly appearing and disappearing to cause trouble, bringing various restraints to the barbarians, the cavalry would have been wiped out very quickly. But even so, the situation of the demon race was not optimistic. More than half of the demon race's forces were dead or injured. The losses were constantly increasing. On the other hand, the barbarians were getting braver and their morale was high. "I need to pay a price to take you as my slave. What can you pay?" Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. "What do you want?" Yang Kai asked. Xianxia raised her hand and pointed forward. "I want to see your sincerity. Only with enough sincerity can you earn my trust. Decide for yourself. You don't have much time left." Yang Kai laughed. "That's easy." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the battlefield. Wherever he passed, anyone who blocked his way would be killed with a single punch. None of the strong demons were able to stop his advance. Xianxia did not like this bloody scene. Instead, it made her even more interested. When she looked at Yang Kai, her eyes bloomed with a strange light. The demon race clearly knew that he was not to be trifled with. They all retreated. A short while later, Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield where the two armies were clashing. "Master, why are you?" Rain suddenly noticed Yang Kai. She was stunned. "Did you come from that side?" Her camp was at the back, but Yang Kai clearly came from the demon race's side. Moreover, as the commander-in-chief of an army, it was not wise for him to appear on the battlefield where the two armies were facing each other instead of commanding from the rear and strategizing from within the tent. When she was about to persuade him, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lu also felt it. She raised her head and looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Master, what are you going to do?" Yang Kai smiled and looked at the twins. "Come with me." The twins were silent. Then they slowly shook their heads. The more than 10 wizards were also confused by the situation. They looked at each other. "It's not good to disobey orders. Wizard, did you forget what the master said when he handed you over to me?" Yang Kai looked at them with a gloomy look. There was a sense of dignity in his eyes. Rain said in a deep voice, "If the master is really thinking about the barbarian race, we will not disobey. But now don't you want to join the demon race?" "What?" The more than 10 wizards were shocked. They could not believe what they just heard. They all looked at Yang Kai, hoping that he would deny it. But what made them feel like falling into an ice cellar was that Yang Kai actually smiled. "You are very observant," Rain said. "There is only one way to get rid of the green demon's poison. That is to be turned into a demon. You have really disappointed us." In a few words, the more than 10 wizards instantly understood what was going on. The wizard Master Bull was poisoned by the green demon's poison. Obviously he did not want to die like this. That was why he had to join the demon race. The twins seemed to have seen through his thoughts. What should they do? This was the Wizard Bull's first real battle. The 12 teams worked together and were about to win. But at this crucial moment their leader wanted to betray them. The sudden change made everyone lose their ability to think. Their minds were in a daze. "You are very smart. No wonder you can enter the wizard temple. But even if you know, what can you do?" Yang Kai smiled and reached out his hand to cover the twins. When his hand reached down, it was like a curtain of light, blocking the light in front of everyone's eyes. The twins' faces changed. Even though they knew that the Wizard Master Bull was very strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. The two of them did not even have time to think before their bodies stiffened. They did not know what kind of technique Yang Kai used. Chapter 28:58. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the twins as easily as pinching 2 chicks. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the twins were terrified and couldn't help but move closer to Yang Kai. They were immediately taken away by Yang Kai and flew towards the back of the demon race. The remaining wizard and wizard apprentices watched all of this with their eyes wide open. A chill spread out from their pores as they froze on the spot. Xiaya's smug laughter resounded throughout the battlefield, extremely harsh to the ears. When a figure flashed in front of them, Butterfly blocked the way. Yu Lu showed a look of surprise and desire at the same time and said in unison, "Master, Wizard Bull has defected to the demon race, quickly stop him." After this period of contact, Yu Lu knew that Butterfly was also a great wizard and was on the same level as Wizard Bull. If she made a move, perhaps it would have some effect. Butterfly turned a deaf ear and stood there without moving. She just looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Yang Kai also stopped and narrowed his eyes at Butterfly. "You want to stop me?" Butterfly was silent for a while and silently moved aside. The light of hope in Yu Lu's eyes suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai nodded and passed by Butterfly with Yu Lu. "Be careful." Butterfly whispered softly like a mosquito. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't even know that she was talking. Yang Kai was already far away and soon disappeared. "The battle is not over yet, what are you waiting for?" Butterfly looked at the 13 wizard below and shouted. He was the first to move. Her body fluttered and moved around the battlefield. Sometimes she used her extraordinary agility to reap the lives of the demon race members. Sometimes her hands bloomed with the light of wizard spells, giving the barbarian soldiers all kinds of buffs. Seeing her like this, the 13 wizard and wizard apprentices found their backbone again and gradually stabilized their position. The incantation sounded again and the light of wizard spells flashed repeatedly. On one side of the battlefield, Yang Kai floated to the ground and waved his hand. Yu Lu and Yu Lu fell to the ground. The twins' eyes were burning with hatred as if there was a volcano hidden in them. They looked at Yang Kai and then at the scantily clad Xiaya. She clenched her teeth. On one hand she felt humiliated by their situation, on the other hand she was indignant at Yang Kai's cowardice. If they knew that this Wizard Bull was such a person, they would never agree to follow him. "Is this sincerity enough?" Yang Kai looked at Xiaya and asked. Xiaya, Yu Lu and Yu Lu looked at Yu Lu and then looked at Yang Kai. She slowly shook her head. "Why is Xianxia raised her hand slightly and casually pointed at Lu. Kill her. You Lu. Kill her and I'll believe you. Xianxia tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai with a hint of provocation in her eyes. He was not a fool. Although this barbarian tribe great shaman was poisoned by the green devil and showed the intention of surrendering, if it was only to this extent, it was not enough to win her trust. This was the last test. If this barbarian great wizard could really kill her subordinates, then his intention to surrender would be unquestionable. On the other hand, this was a trick to get closer to her. Xianxia was conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that this barbarian great wizard would fight to the end and would rather die than surrender. Prey that struggled between life and death was the best prey. On the other hand, she felt that it would be a pity if he died like this. She hoped that he would listen to her. But a slave that listened to her too much. What was the use of having him? She did not lack such people under her command. Therefore, she did not know what decision she wanted this barbarian great wizard to make. She carefully observed him, hoping to see a hesitant and struggling expression on his face. That would make her feel more or less happy. But what surprised her was that Yang Kai did not say a word after hearing her order and directly walked forward. There was no sign of hesitation. The twins' expressions changed. Yu forced herself to stand in front of her sister. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai and said sternly, "Kill me, let her go." Yang Kai stood in front of her like an insurmountable mountain. He looked down at her and nodded slightly. The sisterly love is touching. Unfortunately. At the same time, Yu was sent flying by Yang Kai with a kick. She flew more than 10 feet and fell heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. This is Master Xiaoya's first order. I have to obey it. When Yang Kai was talking, he had already grabbed Lu's slender neck and slowly lifted her up. Lu struggled with all her strength. Her face was red. But with her strength restrained, how could she shake off Yang Kai's grip with her own body? Her movements of using her hands and feet looked so funny. Let her go. Yu stood up not far away and screamed. She wanted to rush over but was firmly held down by a black shadow. Yang Kai's strength was getting stronger and stronger. His wizard power began to fluctuate. He was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. As if their hearts were connected, Lu struggled to turn her head and look at her sister. He was also looking at them sadly. When their eyes met, Lu opened her mouth slightly but no sound came out. You knew that she was saying goodbye to her. No. You shouted hysterically. Ping! A cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded. Lu, who was lifted up by Yang Kai, directly exploded. Not even her bones were left. Only blood and minced meat dripped down. Yu's screams stopped abruptly. She looked at the blood mist as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't believe that her sister, who was so close to her a moment ago, would end up in such a miserable state. 2 lines of blood tears silently fell from the corner of her eyes. She didn't cry. Her eyes became cold and piercing. She looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her eyes were filled with hatred. If it was possible, she was willing to bite this wizard to death bit by bit. She would eat all his muscles and flesh, drink all his blood. She would even chew his bones and swallow them into her stomach. Ha ha ha. Xianxia suddenly let out a burst of crazy laughter. He seemed to be very happy. It was as if the scene in front of her had touched her sensitive nerves and gave her an unprecedented satisfaction. Yang Kai ignored Yu's gaze. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Master, is this sincerity enough?" "It's enough." Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Only now did she truly believe that Yang Kai was here to surrender. "Come here." Xianxia called out as if she was summoning her pet. Yang Kai walked to her and stood in front of her. "Kneel down," Xianxia said again. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "I'm sorry. My legs hurt. I can't kneel down." The smile on Xianxia's face instantly turned cold. She stared at Yang Kai coldly and said, "How dare you disobey my orders? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "In life some things can be given up but some things must be persevered. Master, you are a woman. You don't understand the perseverance of men." Xianxia's lips curled up. What a joke. You can even kill your own subordinates. Why are you not willing to kneel to me? Yang Kai shrugged. I'd rather die. The two of them looked at each other. Yang Kai's expression was calm while Xianxia's was dignified. After a long time, Xianxia curled her lips. She realized that this great wizard was a tough guy. He had no intention of kneeling to her in order to survive. His perseverance did not make her angry. Instead, it made her excited. She felt a sense of accomplishment when she tamed such an unruly slave. All right. Since you have shown your sincerity, it's my turn now. Saying so, Xianxia lightly stepped forward and gracefully arrived in front of Yang Kai, reaching out her hand and placing it on his forehead. A dark demonic chi suddenly flowed out from Xianxia's fingertips. The demonic chi was similar to the demonic chi that the wizard encountered in the abandoned village. In comparison, Xianxia's demonic chi was undoubtedly more outstanding, purer and more corrosive. After forcing out the demonic chi, Xianxia's face suddenly showed a hint of fatigue. It was obvious that it had taken a toll on her. The demonic chi was like a living creature. It circled around Xianxia's fingertips a few times before disappearing into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and staggered back 2 steps. A faint black color immediately spread out from his body. The black color was like a burning flame. It burned the demonic green poison into nothingness wherever it passed. The lush green light disappeared and was replaced by a strange and heavy darkness. That's it. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Since you can withstand my demonic chi without dying, you are now a member of my demon race. However, to become my slave you will need to add something else." Yang Kai said, "I am willing to serve under master." Xianxia said with satisfaction, "Very good." As she spoke, she opened her mouth and spat out a fist-sized object. Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, narrowed her eyes. The object did not look like anything else. It looked like a heart. A pitch-black heart that was beating rhythmically. Xianxia held it in her hand. It was gently beating. Every time it beat, it would send out a powerful force. Moreover, it also contained a mysterious power that would make people feel uneasy and dizzy. Kai Yang, on the other hand, watched with great interest. Xianxia smiled and said, "This is my demonic heart. Is it okay for you to take it out like this?" Yang Kai asked with concern, "Will it affect you in any way?" Xianxia laughed and said, "In my demon race, every expert who has cultivated to a certain level has their own demonic heart. As long as the demonic heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die. Didn't your ancestors tell you this?" Yang Kai said, "This is the first time I've heard of it." Looking at the demon heart with a burning gaze, Yang Kai asked, "In other words, this thing is your foundation, right?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Can I have a look?" Yang Kai looked at the demonic heart curiously. Xianxia raised her head. Her gaze was deep, as if she wanted to see if he was just asking casually or if he had other plans. Yu suddenly held her breath and her expression became nervous. Chapter 28:59. "I have something to do today, so I'll be going out soon. Sorry." Under Xianxia's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he was really just curious about the demon heart. Xianxia smiled and unexpectedly threw the demon heart to Yang Kai, saying, "Be careful, don't break it." Kai Yang took it and turned it over and over in his hands. Rain was so nervous that she could even hear her own heartbeat. She looked at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression, temporarily forgetting that he was the enemy who killed her sister. There was only one voice in her mind: crush the demon heart. If Yang Kai could really crush the demon heart and kill the demon king in front of her, then Lu's death would not be in vain. If Yang Kai really did that, then it would mean that everything that happened before was fake. He surrendered to the demon race just to find a chance to kill the demon king. Even if Lu died because of this, she could forgive him. However, what made her disappointed was that Yang Kai held the demon heart and looked at it for a long time without any intention of doing anything. "What are you hesitating for? Crush it." Rain finally couldn't help but shout out. Xianxia glanced at her with a smile, her eyes full of mockery. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the demon heart back, saying, "What do you want to do now? You didn't take out your demon heart just to surprise me, right?" Rain saw this scene and her face turned pale. Her body went limp and fell to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. The wizard really surrendered to the demon race. Lu died for nothing. It was laughable that she had a little bit of hope for this spineless coward. It was a shame that she had such thoughts. Xianxia, who took back the demon heart, smiled, showing a very satisfied expression, and said, "Of course I didn't do it for you to see." As she spoke, she didn't do anything, but the demon heart in her hand seeped out a trace of black blood. The blood was rolling, filled with unimaginable magic power, and was sent to Yang Kai by Xianxia. He smiled and said, "Swallow it. From now on you are mine." Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai swallowed the devil blood and let out a muffled groan. The pitch-black aura on the surface of his body flourished. Xianxia smiled and looked at Yang Kai approvingly. "You made a wise choice. Thank you, Master, for giving me this chance," Yang Kai said calmly. "So now." Xianxia stepped forward and looked at the chaotic battlefield. The demon race had been utterly defeated. Even the strongest cavalry under Xiaoya's command had been mobilized. However, there was no sign of panic in Xiaoya's eyes. Instead, she was confident in her victory. She raised her hand and said, "Let us end this ridiculous war." Xiaoya's eyes were filled with confidence. The barbarian commander had already surrendered. Although there were a lot of barbarians left, they were nothing to worry about. As long as she joined forces with this newly recruited slave of hers, winning the battle would not be a problem at all. "By the way, what's your name?" Xianxia asked without turning her head. "Wizard Niu. My name is Wizard Niu," Yang Kai replied. As he spoke, the power in his body surged violently. A golden light suddenly bloomed under his feet and penetrated deep into the ground. The next moment, a series of muffled groans came from the ground. One by one, the sand demons hiding underground were killed by Yang Kai before they could even react. Xianxia was slightly startled. Before she could turn her head, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she looked down, she saw the tip of a broad sword piercing through her plump breasts, leaving behind a trail of blood. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes trembled. She could not believe her eyes. On the other side, Yu let out a cry of surprise. She was shocked by the sudden turn of events. "Master, how do you feel?" Yang Kai's voice came from behind. It was very calm, as if he was asking her if she had eaten. Xianxia coughed a few times. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She said with a ferocious expression, "How can you go against my will after swallowing my devil blood?" If that was not the case, she would not have been so careless and exposed her back to this wizard Niu. All the previous tests, this wizard Niu had passed them perfectly. When she wanted him to show enough sincerity, he captured 2 of his wizard subordinates and even killed one of them in front of her. She seemed to have casually thrown the devil's heart to him, but it was also a test. If the wizard Niu had attacked at that time, Xianxia had a way to resolve it. Even if the devil's heart was really crushed, she would not die. However, he did not show any signs of betrayal. After observing the devil's heart for a while, he returned it. If he had really betrayed her, that would have been the best time to make a move. From that moment on, Xianxia truly believed in him. Giving him the devil's blood was the last layer of protection. After swallowing her devil's blood, he would be one of her people. She could kill him and he would not have any power to resist. That was why she was willing to expose her back to him. However, she did not expect to receive an actual betrayal and a thunderous blow. His betrayal came without any warning, as if it was a sudden decision. However, such a decisive move was obviously premeditated. The devil's heart was in great pain. Xianxia could clearly feel that it was pierced by a sharp weapon. Even someone as strong as the Demon King could not help but tremble and almost fall to the ground. "Ha ha ha." Xianxia was not angry. Instead, she laughed. She tilted her head with difficulty and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes. "In order to gain my trust, you did not hesitate to kill one of your subordinates? If you want to get something, you have to pay a price first," Yang Kai replied casually. Xianxia looked at Yu, who was not far away, and said, "Did you hear that? In his eyes, you are only chips to win. When necessary, he can sacrifice all of you." Yu frowned but did not show much emotion. When she saw Yang Kai suddenly attack Xianxia, she knew that her guess was correct. The Wizard Master Ox really did want to get close to this Demon King. That was why he went through so much trouble and did not hesitate to kill his own sister with his own hands. Revealing one's death should be valuable, right? Don't try to confuse people with your lies. Your life is in my hands. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Xiaoya's expression was filled with hatred. How did you do it? What she could not understand the most was how Yang Kai could go against her will. Logically speaking, after consuming her devil's blood, Yang Kai's thoughts should not have escaped her senses. As long as he had the slightest thought of resisting, she would know in advance. However, after he attacked and when her devil's heart was pierced, she did not sense that he had any intention of harming her. How could the devil's blood not have any effect? No comment. Yang Kai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense fiercely surged out and turned into a wave that wrapped around Xianxia. Xianxia instinctively wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's myriad sword only slightly pressed down, and the intense pain made all her efforts go to waste. It was as if an invisible whirlpool was surging. As the whirlpool spun, Xianxia suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai swung the myriad sword and shook off the blood on the blade. He sighed softly. The shadow demon that had been guarding Xianxia all this time were stunned. Even now they had not recovered from their shock. Yang Kai wiped the myriad sword with his fingers. As the sword flashed, screams rang out. As blood spurted out, all the shadow demon were killed. Yu regained her freedom and looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She tried her best not to hate this person in front of her, but the image of her sister dying in front of her kept replaying in her mind. Lu is not dead. Yang Kai grinned at her. What? Yu was stunned. What did you say? Did she hear him wrong? Or did he say something wrong? Lu was crushed in front of her. How could she not be dead? Yang Kai said, I thought that you sisters were telepathic and should be able to sense something. I didn't expect you to not be able to sense it. Well, after all, you are separated by a world barrier. It would be strange if you could sense it. You had no idea what he was talking about, but what she saw in the next moment made her unable to hold back her tears. Silently, Lu, who should have exploded into a bloody mist, suddenly appeared in front of her. You only saw Yang Kai waving his hand. I crushed another corpse, Yang Kai explained. Just now, Yang Kai had his back to Xianxia, so she hadn't been able to see some details clearly. The moment before he crushed Lu, Yang Kai had directly thrown her into the sealed world bead, and what had exploded was a corpse he had brought back from the battlefield just now. This method was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Any negligence was enough to let Xianxia see through it. Fortunately, although Yang Kai was only a great wizard, he had the background of the Emperor realm, so the substitution was very smooth. Yu's eyes instantly became wet. Lu was a little confused. She did not know what had happened. She only remembered that the wizard bull had lifted her up, and then she entered a strange and quiet world. In that world she was trapped in a 10-meter radius area. She could not walk out and there was no one around. When she tried to escape, she suddenly returned to the same place. After hearing her sister's voice, Lu's first reaction was to move closer to her sister, and then look at Yang Kai vigilantly. You said, Wizard Master Bull did not betray us. Everything just now was an act to gain the trust of the Demon King. Lu was stunned. Fake? When Yang Kai lifted her up by the neck, she almost thought that she was going to die because Yang Kai looked at her without any emotion. It was an expression that showed that he really wanted to kill her. You nodded. Yes, thanks to the Wizard Master Bull. That Demon King was also killed, right? Xianxia mysteriously disappeared, and you did not know what happened to her. Yang Kai smiled at them and explained, she suffered a bit when I fought with her 2 days ago, so if I did not use this method, I am afraid that I would not be able to get close to her, let alone make her lower her guard. She also has the help of the Sand Demon, so she can escape at any time. I also do not know what other trump card she has, so I had no choice but to use this method. In short, I have made you worried. The twins shook their heads and you said, it's nothing, but I have some misunderstandings about Master. Yang Kai waved his hand. In that situation, it is normal for you to have doubts. Alright, let's not talk nonsense, now let us end this war together. Chapter 2860. The battle ended very quickly. The demon race had always been at a great disadvantage, suffering countless casualties. Xianxia had placed all of her hopes on Yang Kai, but in the final moment the seemingly loyal Yang Kai had dealt her a fatal blow. Without a commander, the demon race was even more of a mess. There was no coordination between the various groups at all. They only knew how to charge around on instinct, which instead fulfilled the barbarian warriors' mission of reaping the lives of their enemies. When Yang Kai returned to the battlefield with the twins, the situation had already become a one-sided slaughter. The light of the wizard's techniques constantly flickered and bloomed. Demon race members fell one after another. Even the most powerful demon race members were unable to cause a stir before such a united army of barbarians. The sand demons who were skilled at escaping wanted to flee, but they discovered that for some reason the ground was no longer protecting them. The light of the wizard's techniques dyed the vast ground golden. No matter how they used their divine technique, they were unable to escape. In the end, they were killed off one after another. The shadow demon members who came and went without a trace lost their advantage as well. Under the enhancement of the eagle's eye technique, the aerial cavalry could always find their tracks with precision, shooting out lethal arrows one after another. The most powerful group of demon race riders had been wiped out a long time ago, only leaving behind the cries of a few demonic beasts on the battlefield. The cries constantly echoed through the wilderness, making everyone's hair stand on end. This was a victory for the barbarians, a victory for the Wizard's Ox tribe, and it was a glorious victory. When the last demon folk fell, all of the barbarians gasped for breath. They studied the surroundings with bloodshot eyes, but they could not find a single enemy. The surroundings were filled with an aura of desolation. The clansmen stood in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, like undefeatable gods of war. They were awe-inspiring and inviolable. A warrior raised the weapon in his hand high into the air and roared at the sky, venting his excitement and joy. Even more clansmen responded. The continuous roars were enough to make the surroundings change color and the sun and moon dim. Wrapped in black qi, Kai Yang flew up into the air and surveyed his surroundings. He carefully scanned every corner within several dozen kilometers with his soul sense. After confirming that no one had escaped, he called out, "Clean up the battlefield and count the wounded." The 10 regular squads received the order and began to bustle about under the lead of their captains. After this battle, everyone showed the greatest respect to their commander. However, the wizards gazed at Yang Kai rather worriedly. After all, the demonic chi of the wizard's master ox tribe. Who knew whether he would actually be demonized? If that really happened, then this victory would be meaningless. Even their commander had been turned into a demon, so no matter how great their victory was, it was still a failure. Yang Kai's ox tribe glanced at Yang Kai's captives. However, he didn't explain too much. Instead he said, "Yulu, bring some people to check the demon's den over there. That will be our base for the next few months." Yes. The twins received the order and immediately hurried over to the demon cave with the guards. Very soon the casualties of this battle were announced. The wizard's ox tribe had almost 3,000 people. Over 200 of them had died, which was basically equivalent to a regular squad. The remaining people were basically all injured. This loss could be called a miracle. If Xianxia had not deployed her troops properly, she would have been overconfident. Moreover, they were too confident. It was impossible for the barbarian race to only suffer such small losses. She had placed all of her focus on Yang Kai, but the result disappointed her greatly. In this battle they had already killed over 3,000 members of the demon race. They had even taken some captives. The true demon folk obviously would not be taken captive. They had all died a long time ago. The captives were the demons that had been transformed by the demonic chi. They were originally part of the barbarians. Xianxia had sent them as the vanguard to face the wizard's ox tribe head-on. Although before the battle Yang Kai had warned his clansmen not to show any mercy during the battle, however, when faced with their former compatriots, many of them still chose not to kill them. As a result, many of the transformed clansmen survived. However, they were still affected by the demonic chi, so they did not have much rationality to speak of. Over a dozen wizards gathered in one place. They seemed to be trying to find a way to save their clansmen. Who knew what kind of effects and progress they would achieve? In addition to these demonized clansmen, the witchcraft bull tribe had also captured several dozen demonic beasts. Dealing with these demonic beasts was much easier. When Yang Kai had gone out to scout for information, he had brought back a demonic beast from the demon cave. The wizard experimented several times. To their surprise, they discovered that the beast taming technique was actually effective on magical beasts as well. Although magical beasts were a little more difficult to tame than savage beasts, as long as the beast taming technique was effective, these magical beasts could become the mounts of the wizard's ox tribe. Several dozen magical beasts were enough to form a small squad of cavalry. The valiant and heroic bearing of the air cavalry had long been envied by the other clansmen. The awe-inspiring sight of the demon cavalry charging in formation had always lingered in their minds, and they naturally imagined that they would one day be able to do the same. And now the opportunity had come. However, a few dozen magical beasts were still a little too few compared to an army of 3,000 people. Moreover, not everyone could tame a magical beast. Even if the wizard could use the beast taming technique to tame them, the demonic chi on the magical beasts could not be removed. To ride on such a magical beast, one must have the ability to resist the demonic chi's corrosion. All signs showed that only the strongest warriors were qualified to ride these magical beasts and become a member of the cavalry. Even though the shaman bull tribe had just experienced a great battle, they were still busy for an entire day before they managed to clean up the entire battlefield. Thousands of people worked together and dug a big pit not far away. They buried all the corpses of the demon race in it. The wizard's hands moved and burned them. The fire burned half the sky and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. It was nauseating. The situation at the demon's den was also clear. Xianxia had never thought that she would lose this battle. Therefore, when the battle began, she had basically put all of her forces into the battlefield. Only a few people were left in the demon's den. When the Yu and Lu sisters led the guards to the demon's den, the remaining members of the demon race were killed before they could even react. The demon's den that was hidden in the belly of the mountain instantly changed owners. It became the Wizard's Ox tribe's main camp. Over the next few days, the clansmen rested and recuperated. After all, after the battle, everyone was exhausted, especially after the effects of the bloodlust technique disappeared. Even the strongest clansmen couldn't withstand that kind of exhaustion. In other words, in the next few days, they did not have much combat power. If a large group of demon race attacked at this time, they would be at the mercy of the enemy. More than 10 wizards' feet did not touch the ground and they looked exhausted. They had to treat the demonized clansmen, tame the demonic beasts that were captured, and cast wizard spells to heal the injured clansmen. Everyone wanted to divide themselves into 10 or 20 parts. The Yu and Lu twins' faces had been pale for the past few days. It was obvious that they did not have enough rest. The wizard's power was exhausted. Even Butterfly was the same. The other wizard and wizard apprentices were even more so. Sometimes they would be so busy that they would fall to the ground and start snoring loudly. After sleeping for a while, they would wake up, wipe the saliva from the corner of their mouth and continue with their work. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Ever since he came to the demon's den, he had occupied the stone house that originally belonged to the demon king, Xianxia. He did not care about anyone who came to see him. No one knew how he was doing. However, in private conversations, the wizard was worried about their commander. They were afraid that he would suddenly turn into a demon and start a war with them. Of course, Yang Kai would not turn into a demon. His condition was unexpectedly good, except for the demonic qi that lingered around him. He felt strange when he was infected by the green demon's poison. The green demon's poison was not the most powerful poison in the demon race, but it was definitely the strangest poison. It was silent and hard to guard against. After being poisoned, there was no antidote unless one turned into a demon. It was because of this that the green demons did not have a high status in the demon race. This was because their poison did not work on the demon race. It was only effective on the other races. However, although Yang Kai was poisoned by the green demon's poison, he did not feel anything strange. This made him have a vague guess in his heart. In order to verify this guess, he did not hesitate to take the risk and took a drop of Xianxia's demonic blood. As expected, even Xianxia's demonic blood did not have any effect on him. It only changed his aura slightly. The effect of the demonic blood was that it completely removed the green demon's poison. Ancient demonic qi, Yang Kai muttered to himself. His dantian still had an extremely pure ancient demonic qi sealed. When he was outside Maplewood City, he was corroded by the ancient demonic qi and turned into a demon with no clear mind. It was thanks to the sealing power of the gold and silver tree that he was able to regain his sense of self. After the experience of being transformed, Yang Kai had a strong resistance to the demonic qi. Unless the demonic qi was purer than the ancient demonic qi in his dantian, it would not have any effect on him. However, whether it was the green demon's poison or Xianxia's demonic blood, compared to the dantian, they were not small. Naturally, they would not have any effect on him. If even Xianxia's demonic blood could not compare, then what was the ancient Cyclops demon? Could it be a demon saint? Yang Kai faintly felt that the mountain-like Cyclops demon he saw in the memories of the ancient demonic qi was probably an anomaly in the demon race. Because the demonic war axe in his embodiment's possession was the weapon of the ancient Cyclops demon. The grade of the demonic war axe was extremely high, not inferior to a top-grade emperor artifact. Ordinary members of the demon race could not possess such a weapon. Only the masters of the demon race were qualified to wield it. In the memories, countless ancient almighty masters rushed forward one after another, bursting forth with the light of their lives in order to kill the Cyclops demon. However, in the end, after paying a huge price, they were unable to completely destroy the Cyclops demon. They left behind a single eye and used all means to seal it. Countless years later, the seal loosened and Maplewood City suffered a calamity. Yang Kai obtained the demonic eye and fused with it, refining it into a black pupil. This was one of his trump cards, a trump card that he did not dare to use easily. Chapter 2861. In this tranquil world, Xianxia furrowed her brows as she flew forward. The fatal wound on her chest had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only some bloodstains on her clothes. The demon race's vitality had always been strong, especially for someone as strong as Xianxia. As long as the demon heart was not extinguished, the demon race would not die. She had been trapped here for a few days. There was no sun, moon, or stars here, but there was plenty of light. The environment was also very good, and the world's spiritual energy was unexpectedly dense. But she didn't have the slightest bit of happiness. A few days ago she was sneak attacked from behind by that fellow called Wuxia, and when she was heavily injured she inexplicably arrived at this world that was filled with the singing of birds, the fragrance of flowers and pleasant scenery. Xianxia thought that she was dreaming. However, the wound on her chest made her understand that this was reality. Where is this place? Why did I come here? She did not understand. After carefully inspecting her surroundings, she still could not find any clues. Xianxia could only continue to move forward, looking for a possible exit. However, even with her Demon King strength, she still could not find anything after a few days of searching. This world was like an endless cage and she was like a caged beast. No matter how hard she tried, she could not escape from this cage. Xianxia's mood was extremely gloomy. When she thought of that guy who stabbed her in the back, she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. He could not understand. After swallowing her demon heart blood, that wizard bull could still betray her. Why did she not feel any thoughts of betrayal from him? According to the demon race's strength classification, that wizard bull's aura was only that of a demon commander, which was a level lower than her, a demon king. How could he resist her demon heart blood? There were too many things that she could not understand. She realized that ever since she met that guy called the Wizard Bull a few days ago, she had been at a disadvantage everywhere. Now she did not even know where she was. However, no matter what, she had to spread this news. That brat was too strange, even she had to suffer losses. If other demon kings encountered him, they would have to be careful. Just as she was thinking about this, Xianxia suddenly stopped in her tracks and frowned slightly. In that instant, she actually felt like she was being watched. This was something that had not happened in the past few days. It was as if she was the only one in this world and there was no trace of any other living person. Confused, Xianxia tilted her head and looked over. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted at the figure floating in the air, "Wizard is awesome." Yang Kai smiled at her. "Good morning, Demon King Master." Good my ass. Even if Xianxia had a good temperament, she could not help but curse. In this damned place where the sun, moon and stars were nowhere to be seen, she did not know whether it was morning or night. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that she was enraged to see her enemy. Although the wound had already healed. When she saw the wizard was awesome, Xianxia could clearly feel the pain coming from her demon heart. The wound that was pierced through felt like it was going to split open again, making her feel like her heart was being torn apart. Yang Kai did not mind her rudeness and only smiled. "It seems like I guessed right. Even if I really destroyed your demon heart, you won't die. Is the demon race so lucky?" Xianxia's expression was cold. Instead of answering, she asked, "Where is this place? What do you want to do by bringing me here?" "This place." Yang Kai looked up slightly, his gaze piercing through the void. As if he could see the end of the world, he opened his arms and said, "This is my world. In this place I am the ruler." Xianxia sneered. She obviously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. A mere demon commander dared to say that he was the ruler of the world? Even the demon saint master did not have this ability. "As for why I brought you here," Yang Kai smiled gently, "of course it's to train you." "Train me?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment before she chuckled. "Interesting. This is the first time I've heard someone say that to me." She had always been the one to say such things to others. So when she heard it for the first time, she felt that it was a novel idea. "You think I'm joking?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Xianxia curled her lips and said, "I just think that you have nothing better to do." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "You should be glad that you still have some value in my eyes. Otherwise you would be a dead person right now." Xianxia stroked her hair coquettishly, her charm blossoming. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai and said, "Then I wonder what kind of value I have in your eyes. In any case, it's not the kind of value you think." Yang Kai's lips curled up. "I told you before that I have no interest in broken shoes, especially a piece of rotten meat like you that even wild dogs wouldn't care to smell." Xianxia's charm instantly disappeared and was replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. Yang Kai's insulting words had obviously crossed her bottom line and she couldn't accept it. Xianxia opened her mouth and roared, her pure spiritual energy rippling out and turning into a huge impact that rushed towards Yang Kai's mind. At the same time, a soft whip suddenly appeared in her hand and she lashed out at Yang Kai. Her movements were gentle, but they contained the power to overturn rivers and seas. The Demon King's attack was truly extraordinary. Even the world energy in this small world rippled. Yang Kai stood motionless with a mocking smile on his face. He raised his hand slightly and interlocked his thumb with his middle finger, then flicked it lightly as if he was flicking a mosquito. Xianxia, on the other hand, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. A large part of her lower abdomen had caved in and she was sent flying by a huge force. Her body continued to bleed in mid-air. After stabilizing herself with great difficulty, Xianxia no longer had her previous calmness. Her eyes were filled with panic as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. How is this possible? He didn't show any signs of using any power at all, but he was able to send her flying with just a raise of his hand. His strength was just right, causing her to feel pain without harming her foundation. How can he be so powerful? That's impossible. Although she had only fought this wizard once, Xianxia knew how strong he was. He was indeed strong, but that kind of strength had a bottom line. What happened just now made her unable to think. That was an ability that even the demon saint couldn't use, so how could it appear on an outsider who was equivalent to a demon commander? Experiencing such a blow personally was completely beyond Xianxia's understanding. She calmed herself down and sized up Yang Kai as if she wanted to find some clues. Yang Kai curled his middle finger again, and Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She reflexively activated her demonic qi and turned into a black shadow to cover her body. However, in the next moment, her head flew backward as if it had been hit by a meteor. Her whole body flipped in the air, making her dizzy. The huge impact made her unable to stabilize her body. Xianxia didn't know how far she flew before she felt the force slowly weaken. She forced herself to support her body and stand firm again. Hot and moist liquid flowed down her nose and mouth. She reached out and wiped it and it was all blood. Her forehead was numb and she couldn't feel anything at all. It was as if her skull had been shattered. She looked up, but the outsider's figure was nowhere to be seen. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice that made her feel terrified came from behind her. "I've said it before. In this world I am the ruler. Even if your great demon god comes, he will have to kneel here and submit to me." Xianxia pursed her lips. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know what to say. Her opponent's 2 attacks made her tremble. She thought that with her strength, the wizard would definitely be no match for her. However, it seemed that she was the one who was no match for him. Under his means, she didn't have any time to resist or even react. "I can't fight him head-on, I can't fight him head-on." Xianxia made a decision in her heart. She could only run. With that thought, Xianxia no longer hesitated. Without saying a word, she pushed her body to the limit and flew in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Xianxia's divine sense surged until she could no longer sense the aura of that guy called the wizard. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief, as if she had just escaped death. As the Demon King, there were very few things or people in this world that could make her feel fear. Even when facing a demon saint, she would only show enough respect and caution. However, that wizard truly made her feel fear. It was the fear of facing an unknown power. Although the demon saint was strong, Xianxia knew how strong they were and how strong they could be. However, that wizard was strong, but he had no bottom line. His arrogant words seemed to echo in her ears. Xianxia couldn't help but think, could it be that he really is the ruler of this world? How is that possible? Who can rule the world? Xianxia, who was running away, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at a certain place in front of her in shock. In the void over there, a figure that made her feel fear was quietly standing there. There was still that mysterious smile on his face. Seeing that she was running over, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her. He only put his hands behind his back and looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. What the hell? She clearly didn't feel any fluctuation of power. How did he appear in front of her? In her shock, Xianxia quickly stopped and turned around to run in the opposite direction. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a scene that made Xianxia despair appeared again. That wizard once again appeared in front of her. He stood there in the same posture as before, as if he had never moved. Looking at the scenery around him, it looked a little familiar. There were still some traces of blood that hadn't dried up on the ground nearby. That was the blood that she had just spat out. Why did she run back here for no reason? She was running in a straight line, so why did she run back here? The smile on the face of that person in front of her was like a demon's call. As the Demon King, Xianxia felt a chill run down her spine. Her blood began to turn cold and her face turned pale. She turned around and ran again, not even having the courage to face that person. Chapter 2862. What did you do to me? Xianxia asked through gritted teeth as she panted slightly. Her face was filled with despair as she stared at the terrifying figure in front of her. It had been several hours since she started to run, but Xianxia sadly discovered that no matter how hard she tried to escape, she could not get out of the range of a few dozen miles. It was as if she was constantly circling around a certain spot, and somehow she would end up in front of the Great Witch Bull, walking right into his trap. She was a succubus demon. Her powerful divine sense was an innate ability that they were born with. Initially, she thought that she had been hit by some wizard's spell and was hallucinating. However, after checking several times, she could not find any trace of it. It was not a hallucination. She did not feel anything strange either. However, she kept running and running until she returned to the starting point. This inexplicable experience terrified her. It was just like how she feared this wizard's power. Her eyes were dark as if they were covered by dark clouds. She could not see a single ray of hope. In her fear, she gave up on the idea of running away. After a few hours of hard work, she realized that she could not escape. I've said it before. In this world, I am the ruler. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will not be able to live no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai took a small step forward. That step felt like it was stomping on Xianxia's heart. Her body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai walked toward her step by step in the air. His expression was calm and emotionless. With every step he took, Xianxia's aura weakened a little. She kept spitting out blood. It was as if the entire world was trying to make things difficult for Xianxia. It could not accept her existence and would not stop until she was turned into dust. At this moment of life and death, Xianxia made the wisest choice. She suddenly knelt on one knee and said sincerely, "Master, please spare my life. Xianxia is willing to serve you." He was a smart person. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess the wizard's intention of sparing her life. Since this wizard did not covet her beautiful body and was not in a hurry to kill her, there was only one reason for him to do so: subdue her. Therefore, Xianxia knew that she could not escape. She immediately lowered her head when she realized that she could not resist. She did not have any noble character or unyielding character. In order to survive, she was willing to do anything. This was the instinct of all creatures in nature. Yang Kai's footsteps stopped as he smiled. Very well. It was only then that Xianxia felt the pressure around her lessen. She could not help but sigh as she looked at Yang Kai. "Master," she said pitifully. Just like before, when Kai Yang surrendered to her, she needed Kai Yang to show his sincerity. At this moment, since she chose to abandon her self-respect and her position, she naturally needed to prove it. No one would be stupid enough to believe empty words. With. Yes. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. In the end, she gave up on the defense of her divine sense. The many secrets in her sea of consciousness instantly became defenseless. As long as Yang Kai was willing, he could take whatever he wanted. Of course, if he really did that, it might cause irreparable damage to Xianxia. If he was not careful, she might turn into an idiot. Yang Kai did not pry into those secrets. Instead, he sent his divine sense into Xianxia's knowledge and branded his soul brand. Xianxia's body trembled. Somehow she felt that there was an invisible connection between her and this Wunyio. It was as if there was a rope tied to her, and the other end of the rope was in the Wunyio's hand. For some reason she felt a sense of familiarity with this wizard. He was no longer as repulsive as before. Xianxia knew that this was because of the soul secret technique. At the same time she secretly sensed the strength of the soul secret technique. In the next moment Xianxia's heart sank. She had thought. With the power of her soul, even if the other party branded his soul into her knowledge, she would be able to find an opportunity to erase it. After all, he was only in existence equivalent to a demon commander. However, in reality Xianxia discovered that the brand was so sturdy that she could not shake it at all. This caused the last bit of hope she had in her heart to vanish in an instant. You should know that I can sense any bad thoughts you have. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Xianxia's face turned slightly red. She looked up and said coquettishly, Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. From now on Xianxia is Master's woman. I hope that Master will take care of me. She looked extremely delicate and seductive, and it was as if the entire world had lost its luster. Yang Kai raised his hand. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as she felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she looked down she saw that there was a bloody hole the size of a thumb in her chest. It went all the way through her chest and back and blood spurted out. Xianxia's face turned pale. The next time you dare to use your charm technique on me, this hole will be on your head, Yang Kai said coldly. Yes. Xianxia's expression turned serious. Although a hole in her head wouldn't be fatal, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience, so she immediately became obedient. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He frowned and said, You said before that the demon race will not die as long as your demon heart is not destroyed. Since your demon heart is your foundation, why didn't I take your life after destroying it twice? Previously on the battlefield, Yang Kai had attacked her from behind. The myriad sword had clearly pierced through Xianxia's demon heart. Just now he had also pierced through her demon heart with his finger. However, other than looking a little weak, Xianxia was not in any danger of dying. Xianxia replied, I have 2 demon hearts. As long as one demon heart exists I will not die. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Are the other elites of the demon race the same? Xianxia said, Most of them have multiple demon hearts. Only a very small number of them have only one. If Master wants to kill an existence above the level of a demon king in the future, you must ensure that their demon hearts are completely destroyed. She had just surrendered and was eager to prove herself. Therefore she did not hide this information. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand. Xianxia's expression changed reflexively. She thought that she had accidentally angered him again. However, she soon realized that she was overthinking. An exquisite jade bottle flew toward her and gently landed on the ground. Xianxia raised her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Take the pill inside. I have some questions for you later. Only then did Xianxia pick up the jade bottle. She opened the bottle cap and poured out a round, crystalline pill. The fragrance of the pill assaulted her nostrils. Xianxia had the urge to swallow it immediately. She didn't hesitate and swallowed the spirit pill. Soon Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground with a shocked expression. She silently adjusted her breathing. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, her injuries had healed. Even the hidden injuries and weak aura from before had been greatly replenished. She was once again in high spirits. The vitality of the demon race was indeed strong, especially when Xianxia was in existence on the level of a demon king. However, a large part of the reason why she was able to recover so quickly was because of that miraculous pill. The outsiders were actually able to refine such a thing? Just now the wizard master cow seemed to have called it a pill. Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together. Her understanding of the barbarian tribe's pharmacology was still limited to some herbal mixtures that looked like paste. She had never even heard of such a fragrant pill, let alone seen it. It was undeniable that the effects of this pill were extremely powerful. If the outsiders were able to casually refine such a pill, then their injured clansmen would be able to receive good treatment. This was very disadvantageous for the demon race. Xianxia smiled as she thought about it. Why was she thinking about these things? She was now a prisoner. If she wanted to live, she could only shake her head and wag her tail and beg the wizard master cow for mercy. Thinking about these things was completely meaningless. She had suddenly become someone else's slave. Xianxia sighed softly and gathered her thoughts. She stood up and obediently walked towards Yang Kai. When she stood in front of him she said, Master, I'm done. Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. he asked his first question. Where did you come from? Demon territory. Demon territory. Yang Kai frowned. Xianxia smiled faintly. There are many worlds. Master's world is not the only one. Demon territory is in existence on par with Master's world. Yang Kai inhaled slightly. You're saying that there are more worlds like this? Xianxia nodded. Of course. Although I haven't been to many places according to the records left behind by my ancestors, there are indeed many worlds in this endless space-time. However, there are barriers between the worlds. It's not easy to detect each other. Only those who have reached the peak of power can sense one or two things. Then how did the demon race discover those worlds and enter them? There are strong and weak barriers between worlds. Some worlds' barriers exist in name only. As long as you find the entrance, you can enter and exit at will. However, some worlds' barriers are very strong. Not everyone can enter and exit. If you want to enter and exit, you have to pay a price. Master, the barrier between your world and demon territory is somewhat strong. Previously, it was the demon god master who personally opened the barrier. Demon god. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He had heard Xianxia mention this before. However, Yang Kai had always thought that this so-called demon god was like the wizard god to the barbarian race. It was a symbol and spiritual pillar. However, according to Xianxia's words, this so-called demon god actually existed. Furthermore, he had even broken through the barrier between the two great worlds. This news made his hair stand on end. How powerful would one need to be to do that? In the star boundary, he wondered if the famous 10 great emperors had such power. Xianxia said solemnly, in demon territory, only the most powerful existence is qualified to become a demon god. Not just one? Yang Kai's eyebrows twitched. Of course not. Xianxia looked at him strangely. She did not understand why he would ask such a question. Chapter 2863. When he returned from the small sealed world, Yang Kai's face was solemn. After chatting with Xianxia, he learned a lot about the demon race, which made him realize that the demon race was not an easy race to deal with. The demon race consisted of 100 races, each with their own innate divine technique. For example, Xianxia was a succubus demon. Her innate divine technique was the light of enchantment, which was an ability she was born with. Once she used it, she could easily enchant those who were weaker than her. In less severe cases, they would become her slaves, while in more severe cases, they would lose their minds and become walking corpses. The short black shadows they encountered in the previous war were the shadow demon of the 100 races. They were best at stealth and assassination, wandering in the darkness and shadows. There were also the sand demons, red demons, green demons. The race with the largest population was called the power demons. They were natural warriors of the demon race. 80% of the demon race they encountered in the previous war belonged to this race, but they were all dead now. Yang Kai led Xianxia out of his rock cave, causing a huge commotion among the crowd. More than a dozen wizards and other barbarians looked at the demon king Xianxia in shock. The Yulu twins even condensed their wizard spells, ready to fight at any time. This was the demon king, the commander of the demon race army from before, so everyone was naturally on guard. Only Dai had a calm look on her face as if she had already expected this, not showing the slightest bit of surprise. Don't be nervous, everyone. I am now the slave of the wizard master cow. I won't have any malicious intentions. Xianxia smiled in the face of everyone's hostility. Slave. Everyone exclaimed. Everyone knew what the word slave meant. Yulu cast a questioning look at Yang Kai, but when she saw him nod in acknowledgement, she still felt that it was unreal. Although Yang Kai's performance before was extremely strong, taking a demon king as a slave was still too inconceivable. None of the barbarians trusted Xianxia completely. Even with Yang Kai's affirmation, they were still wary of this demon king. Yulu stepped forward to report her work. After a few days of treatment by the wizards, many of the captured demons managed to break free from the entanglement of the demonic qi and regain their consciousness. However, perhaps it was because they had been demonized for too long, so more than half of them died in the process of being treated, which made people sigh with regret. This was something that couldn't be helped. His former compatriots had turned into demons. They no longer recognized their own kin and had lost all sense of reason. If he wanted to save them, he would have to pay a price. Saving a small portion of them was better than keeping all of them in their demonic state. During the war a few days ago, the Wizards' Bull Division had lost more than 200 men, but they were quickly replenished. However, the rescued clansmen were still a little weak at the moment. They would need a few days of rest to recover. Yulu was also researching a better treatment method. Using the bloodlust spell to stimulate the vitality of the clansmen, supplemented by the mind-cleansing spell, was a method that Yang Kai casually came up with. Although it had some miraculous effects, there should be a better way. Yulu came from the wizard's temple and was knowledgeable. She was most suitable for this kind of research work. If it was successful, then the casualty rate would be greatly reduced when treating the clansmen in the future. In addition, most of the captured demonic beasts were also tamed by the wizard's beast-taming spell. The twins wanted to select some of the strongest warriors from the wizard's bull division to form a cavalry. However, without Yang Kai's approval, they didn't dare to make a decision on their own. That was why they came to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any opinions. Although the demon race was defeated in the previous war, there were countless casualties. However, Yang Kai was still a little impressed by the cavalry. Now that he had tamed the demonic beasts, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the wizard's bull division to have a real cavalry. If there was really such a cavalry, then in the future when they encountered a war like last time, it would definitely be more advantageous for them. Do you need my help? Xianxia took the initiative to ask. She gave up her dignity and joined Yang Kai, becoming Yang Kai's slave. Naturally, she couldn't wait to show off. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Xianxia smiled and said, I am the Demon King after all. If I am here, those beasts won't dare to do anything. Besides, I know how to control them better. Alright, then go and help. Yang Kai nodded. Yulu didn't believe Xianxia, but she couldn't refute Yang Kai's decision. She could only leave with Xianxia and prepare to find a suitable cavalry candidate. The next few days were uneventful. The Voodoo Bull tribe continued to recuperate and build up their strength for the upcoming war. The great victory of the first war had boosted their morale and boosted their confidence. They suddenly realized that the demon who had destroyed the 4 barbarian tribes wasn't a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. They weren't immortal and couldn't be destroyed. They could also bleed, they could also die, and they could also be timid when facing a powerful enemy. The mystery and fear of the demon race disappeared in an instant. The unknown was a very scary power. However, if you knew what kind of existence your opponent was, then you would be able to determine your position in the process of dealing with it. You would be able to fully utilize your abilities. This was the first time that the Voodoo Bull tribe had participated in such a large-scale war. Because of this, the Voodoo Bull tribe no longer felt that the Voodoo Bull tribe was unfamiliar with the demon clan. The Voodoo Bull tribe was like a girl who was about to be married. As expected of the Demon King, Xianxia's methods were impressive. In just a few days she was like a fish in water in the Wizard's Bull division. Even the dozen wizards were no longer wary of her, including Yulu and Yulu. Although Yang Kai didn't deliberately observe her actions, he sensed some things through the soul brand between them. Xianxia didn't use any traces of the light of charm. She only used her sincerity and patience to move the dozen wizards. She truly integrated into them and made them accept her existence. With her help, the dozens of captured demonic beasts successfully became mounts for the clansmen, successfully forming a skilled cavalry. Of course, the demonic beasts had demonic chi, so the clansmen didn't dare to touch them casually. Only after stimulating their vitality and gaining a certain level of resistance to the demonic chi would they slowly familiarize themselves with the technique of riding. 5 days later, Yang Kai called Xianxia to him in the stone cave. Master, what are your orders? Xianxia was quite dignified and beautiful when she wasn't licentious. However, ever since she was warned by Yang Kai in the small sealed world a few days ago, she didn't dare to show off in front of her master anymore. Every time she met with Yang Kai, she would behave like a proper maiden. Of course, she still didn't change her revealing clothes. The reason why she was able to integrate into the wizard division so quickly was related to her exposed beauty. 70 to 80% of the dozen wizards were men, and men liked beautiful women. Last time, you said that there are other demon race strongholds nearby, right? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. Now that the demon saint master is recuperating, our demon race can only bide our time. Everyone is now scattered in various places to guard the defensive line and prevent you barbarians from advancing. Where's the nearest stronghold? 300 kilometers away. Xianxia vaguely understood Yang Kai's meaning. She smiled and said, Master wants me to lead the way and attack them? That's not a problem. The stronghold over there doesn't have a demon king guarding it. There's only a demon commander with about 1,000 subordinates. With our current strength we can easily wipe them out. She was a demon king, but when she used the word, we, she didn't feel awkward at all. It was as if she had really become a barbarian. We won't attack them. Xianxia was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with surprise. Yang Kai grinned and said, let them come over themselves. Xianxia suddenly understood Yang Kai's plan. You should be able to contact them, right? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Xianxia nodded and said, we demon race do have a way to contact each other. Then go and prepare. You don't need me to teach you what to do, right? Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. I'm at a critical point in my cultivation and can't spare any attention. There's a foreign army attacking us. Once you receive the news, come and support us immediately. Very good. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Go. Xianxia bowed and left. Not long after, outside the cave, Xianxia stood in the air. A jet-black demonic chi suddenly flew out from her body and turned into a black crow. It flapped its wings and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When she turned around, she suddenly found a young girl standing there quietly staring at her. Although she didn't do anything bad, Xianxia felt guilty for no reason. It was as if she had just passed on some bad information to the barbarian race. Xianxia had a deep impression of this young girl because in the battle a few days ago, she had used an extremely exquisite killing technique. It was something that even her strongest subordinate, the shadow demon, couldn't do. She seemed to be called Dai. Xianxia had interacted with more than a dozen other wizards and was familiar with them. Only Dai was mysterious. Xianxia had only seen her face a few times. It was rare to meet her, so Xianxia naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity to get closer to her. She smiled and said, hello. Dai was still looking at her quietly. She didn't seem to have any intention of replying, like a delicate puppet. Xianxia didn't know why, but she felt an inexplicable fear. She suddenly didn't want to get close to her and explained, just now Master ordered me to send a message to the nearby demon race so that they will walk right into the trap. Dai was still looking at her with that indifferent gaze. Xianxia felt uncomfortable and forced a smile. I'm going to report. As he spoke, he brushed past Butterfly. After walking a dozen steps, Xianxia looked back and couldn't help but be stunned. There was no trace of that person behind her. That young girl came suddenly and left mysteriously. Even as a demon king, she didn't notice anything. Chapter 2864. Xianxia shuddered and decided that she would never be alone with this girl in the future. That sense of danger was too strong. Even when she was facing the wizard Master Bull, Xianxia did not feel this way. After reporting, Yang Kai immediately summoned the shamans and the captains of the various teams. The Wizard Bull tribe originally had 12 teams. Among them, 10 were regular teams, 1 was an escort team and 1 was an aerial cavalry team. Now there was an additional cavalry team and Tiger was the leader of the cavalry team. Therefore the Wizard Bull tribe had a total of 13 teams. After Ji Hao briefly explained his plan, the Magi and the 13 captains were all excited, rubbing their palms together in anticipation. After many days of rest, the Wizard Bull tribe was in perfect condition. Their victory in the previous battle had boosted their confidence. Right now they needed another battle to maintain their current condition. Moreover, this was the best way for the barbarians to grow. Many barbarians felt that they had become a lot stronger after the great battle a few days ago. This was especially true for the captains and vice-captains of the various squads. They were the best of the best. Moreover, their latent instincts had been stimulated under the baptism of blood and injuries. Many of them had broken through the shackles of body refinement in the past. Many barbarian warriors had experienced tremendous growth. Therefore, the Wizard Bull tribe was eager for war. The peace in the past few days had made them feel uncomfortable. Now that Yang Kai suddenly told them to prepare for war, they were naturally happy. After some arrangements, the wizard and team leaders were clear about their tasks and positions. They immediately dispersed. At noon on the second day, there was a group of uninvited guests outside the cave. There were about 1,000 of them. The members of the group were mixed together just like the group led by Xianxia before. The reinforcements from the nearby demon race stronghold had arrived. Xianxia's summon was indeed very effective. After all, she was a demon king and the leader of the demon race stronghold was only a demon commander. Therefore, when he received Xiaoya's order, he immediately brought his people and rushed to the stronghold. He wanted to perform well in front of the Demon King Master. Perhaps he could even get the attention of the Demon King Master. For this demon commander did not hesitate to bring all the forces under his command. Thousands of people rushed to the place and took a look. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. According to the Demon King Master's orders, there was an attack from a foreign race. He had been cultivating and had no time to spare. However, in the eyes of this demon commander, there were no traces of battle. The surroundings were unbelievably calm. This made him instinctively feel uneasy. He didn't advance rashly. Instead, he stopped about 10 miles away from the cave. He summoned his subordinates, the Shadow Demon and Sand Demon, and ordered them to scout for information. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew over from the front. After sensing the aura contained in the black shadow, the demon commander immediately turned solemn. He dismounted from his mount and stood respectfully in place, waiting for the black shadow to arrive. A moment later, Xiaoya appeared in front of the demon commander. "Greetings, master." The demon commander immediately bowed. His eyes were unconsciously lingering on Xiaoya's beautiful body. Even though he was well aware of how terrifying the succubus demon was, he still couldn't control his eyes. The Demon King Master was truly beautiful. If he could spend a night with the Demon King, he couldn't help but gulp. His breathing became heavy. "You've brought all your men?" Xiaoya asked as she scanned the area below her. "I've brought all of them," the demon commander respectfully replied. He revealed a curious expression and said, "Master, didn't you send a message saying that there was an attack from a foreign race? Could it be that the matter has been resolved?" Thinking about it, since the Demon King Master had appeared, it meant that she had personally taken action. With the Demon King personally taking action, how could those foreign race people survive? This made the demon commander feel that it was a pity. He felt that he had lost a chance to show off in front of the Demon King. "Yes, it's been resolved." Xiaoya revealed a faint smile. Her smile was like a blooming flower. It made the entire world lose its color. The demon commander stared at her in a daze. There was nothing else in his eyes other than her. Xiaoya continued, "However, you're so loyal. This prince has to reward you." The demon commander immediately said excitedly, "This subordinate doesn't dare." Although he said that, his expression was extremely excited. It was as if he was looking forward to what kind of reward Xiaoya would give him. The answer was quickly revealed. Xiaoya only lightly waved her hand at him. The demon commander suddenly felt his vision turn upside down. He blinked his eyes in a daze. He saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. The neck was flat and fresh blood was spurting out. Why, did this look like his own body? Had his head been chopped off? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. The demon commander's consciousness quickly faded away. The moment Xiaoya made her move, the demon race under the demon commander's command went into a frenzy. No one knew why the Demon King Master killed their leader without saying a word. However, the Demon King was still the Demon King. Even though they were panicking, these demon race members still stood in place. They looked at Xiaoya, hoping that she would give them an explanation. The light of charm rippled out. This was Xiaoya's explanation. The grand halo enveloped thousands of people in an instant. Under the Demon General, all the members of the demon race were at a loss. Although the Demon General was trying hard to resist, it did not have much effect. It was obvious that they were about to fall. The sound of an eagle's cry could be heard. The sky cavalry flew over from afar. The ground began to tremble. The Wizard's Bull tribe troops surrounded them from all directions. The ones charging at the front were Tiger's cavalry. The demon beasts galloped. It was the first time that they carried their new master on a battlefield. They were especially energetic. Dozens of demon beasts gathered together. The 10 regular troops following behind the cavalry also did their best. They were not willing to fall behind. The distance of 10 to 20 miles was closed in a few breaths. At this moment, Xiaoya's face turned slightly pale. She had no strength left. Although she was a demon king and the light of charm was her natal divine technique, it was still a heavy burden for her to envelop thousands of people in one go. When the Wizard's Bull tribe troops arrived, she immediately became weak. The light of charm disappeared. The demon race members regained their senses. However, what awaited them was the Wizard's Bull tribe warriors charging and killing them together. Screams could be heard one after another. One by one the demon race members fell. Rays of light from the wizard's magic bloomed. The sun in the sky lost its brilliance. The blood on the ground gathered into a river and flowed. The demon race members were filled with grief and anger. They did not understand why their own demon king master would help the mutated people to destroy them. Even the sand demons, who were the best at escaping, did not have the ability to escape under the wizard's magic. The mutated people were everywhere. There were even sky cavalry in the sky. Arrows were accurately shot down, reaping the lives of the demon race members. They did not have any space to escape. The only thing that awaited them was to be slaughtered. After realizing this, the demon race rose up to resist. However, the huge disadvantage in numbers and lack of preparation made their resistance look ridiculous. Ahu led a cavalry of dozens of demon beasts in and out of the demon race. Wherever they passed, people would be thrown off their feet. The cavalry was like an invincible sword, plowing out abyss after abyss of death on the battlefield. Everyone's weapons were stained with blood. Everyone was filled with murderous intent. The barbarian warriors, who were supported by the wizard's magic, were like invincible gods of war. Their monstrous momentum could even move the heavens and earth, let alone the demon race. This was a one-sided slaughter. The demon race's performance in the previous battle was remarkable. The two sides fought back and forth. If Xianxia had not been captured by Yang Kai at the last moment and thrown into the sealed world bead, the barbarian race would definitely have suffered more casualties. In that case, the barbarians would be in charge of everything in this ambush battle. No matter how fierce the resistance was, it was meaningless under the pressure of the wizard's bull tribe. After half a day the battle ended. The wizard's bull tribe had paid the price of only a dozen deaths and almost wiped out the demon race. The reason why there were still some survivors was because those who survived were all demonized clansmen. This time, the wizard's bull tribe did not kill their clansmen because these demonized clansmen did not participate in the battle under Xianxia's control. The demonized clansmen did not have any intelligence. They only instinctively obeyed the higher-level demon race. In other words, any demon race had the right to command and kill them. Among the clansmen, Xianxia was the strongest demon race. Naturally, she gained control of these demon dwellers. After the battle began, she ordered these demon dwellers to leave the battlefield. At this moment they were all alive and well. None of them were even injured. There were quite a few of them, more than 300 of them. This was one of the main reasons why the demon race lost so badly. They only had 1,000 clansmen to begin with. After losing 300 of them, they had lost a third of their manpower. It would be strange if they could do anything against the 3,000 wizards bull tribe. After the battle, they checked the battlefield as usual. The demon race had many weapons in their hands. Naturally, they were all collected by the wizard's bull tribe. The wizard's bull tribe immediately rushed to the demonized clansmen and prepared to save them. He didn't know how many of the 300 tribesmen could be saved. Although the twins had been working hard to find a more reliable treatment method, they hadn't had much time and didn't have any good results. This batch of demon dwellers could be their test subjects. With Xianxia's deterrence, these demon dwellers did not resist at all. This provided the twins with a better research space. During the entire battle, Yang Kai did not appear. Even Butterfly did not make a move. The wizard's bull tribe still managed to win the battle at a negligible cost. Although this was expected, everyone was still excited. They were looking forward to more battles. They hoped that they could kill more demon race members. Then one day they would be able to drive the demon race out of this land. Chapter 2865. Outside the grotto, battles of various sizes would break out every 3 to 5 days, ranging from 10 days to half a month at the longest. Xianxia played the role of a traitor perfectly. All demon commanders within the area of 10,000 miles in radius were deceived by her, along with their subordinate troops. Without exception, every single one of those demon commanders who rushed to this area with the intention of rescuing was mercilessly attacked by the Voodoo Bull clan, and was completely annihilated. The 3 months of patterned battles had allowed the Voodoo Bull tribe's clansmen to grow tremendously. Not to mention those warriors who had broken through their shackles under the baptism of blood and become true warriors. Many of the dozen adepts and adepts had unknowingly broken through their bottlenecks and reached a higher level. Today in the wizard bull tribe, apart from Yulu, who was an upper wizard, there were 2 other newly promoted wizards. This made the wizard spell buffs much stronger than before. The increase in numbers was very obvious. In the beginning, the Wizard Bull tribe only had 3,000 people. However, after 3 months, the Witchcraft Bull tribe already had 5,000 people, which was almost twice the number of people they had at the beginning. As for the other 2,000 clansmen, they were the ones who had been captured and saved in battle after battle. They had gotten rid of the erosion of the demon chi and found themselves again. Without any hesitation, they joined the Voodoo Bull clan and became a member of the clan. They had played a vital role in battle after battle. In total, the Wizard Bull tribe participated in more than a dozen battles in the past 3 months. They killed at least 10,000 enemies and killed more than a dozen demon marshals. This was a glorious achievement. It could be said that there wasn't a single troop led by a great sorcerer in the entire barbarian race who had such an outstanding battle record as the Witch Bull tribe. After all, a demon commander was basically on the same footing as a great sorcerer. Therefore, other great sorcerers had to be prepared to die if they wanted to kill a demon commander. However, the Wizard Bull tribe was different. Every leader of the demon race team that was lured over died at the hands of Xianxia. Then the team fell into chaos. They were mercilessly crushed by the Wizard Bull tribe that was charging from all directions. Within 3 months, not a single demon race member could be seen within a radius of 10,000 miles. Xianxia's sacrifice allowed her to gain the recognition of all the barbarians, even though she was still a member of the demon race. But everyone knew that she was on their side. In fact, Xianxia was the one who had been leading the battle for the past 3 months. The Yulu twins had been assisting her from the side. As for the Wizard Master Bull, the commander of the Wizard Bull tribe, he had not shown up for 3 months. He had been staying in his grotto all this time. Every time a wizard wanted to see Xianxia, Xianxia would stop them. Even Yulu was the same. If it wasn't for Xianxia's determination to lure and kill the enemy, everyone would have thought that Xianxia was controlled by Xianxia. On a certain day 3 months later, the shamans Xianxia and the others were discussing what to do next. Suddenly, Xianxia turned around as if she sensed something, and then her expression became solemn as she bowed and said, "My lord." All the shamans looked up as well. Xianxia had appeared not far away. He quickly stood up and bowed. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Tell everyone to get ready. We will depart tomorrow." Depart? Rain was stunned. "Master, are we going somewhere else?" Xianxia said, "There is no demon race nearby. There is no point in staying here. Let's go to a place where there is a demon race." "Master, you know." Rain was surprised. There was no demon race nearby. In 3 months, under Xianxia's strategy of luring the enemy, all the demon race within a 10,000-mile radius were summoned and killed. Although there was a demon race further away, those demon race were not under Xianxia's rule. Every demon king had a limited territory. The demon race further away were under the rule of other demon kings. Even if Xianxia sent out a request for help, those demon race would not necessarily respond. They were also discussing whether they should move their positions. However, Xianxia was not there, so no one could make a decision. They did not expect Xianxia to show up at such a crucial moment. Xianxia smiled faintly. "Although I've been cultivating all this time, I haven't. Although I have been cultivating, I still know a lot about the outside world." As he spoke, he glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia had planted the soul brand on her and turned her into his slave. He could easily read Xianxia's mind. He would do that every few days. Naturally, he knew the current situation like the back of his hand. "Then I will pass down the order now." Yu's expression brightened. She immediately made the arrangements. The other wizard also dispersed. The migration of 5,000 people was not a large scale, but it was not small either. There were many things to be done. Xianxia was asked to stay by Xianxia. When the two of them were alone, Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. She looked at Xianxia in surprise. "Master, your aura." It had only been 3 months, but this man's aura had become several times stronger than before. According to the demon race's classification of strength, he was probably close to reaching the level of a demon king. If it was the barbarian race, he would be close to becoming a wizard king. Xianxia had stayed here for 3 months. She knew a lot about the barbarian race. She clearly remembered that when she first met Xianxia 3 months ago, he was only a middle-rank great wizard. Even if he had been training in seclusion for 3 months, he should not have improved so much. In her mind, she suddenly remembered a private rumor in the Wizard Bull tribe. The rumor said that before last winter, the Wizard Master Bull was just an ordinary person who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. He could not even compare to the children of the barbarian race. However, one night he was blessed by the barbarian god and soared into the sky. This rumor seemed to have been spread by the villagers of the same village as the wizard bull. The people who said this seemed to be telling the truth. It did not seem like they were lying. Xianxia did not think much of it at first. However, it seemed that the rumor was not groundless. In 3 months he had improved from a middle-rank great wizard to the level of a wizard king. This speed of growth was simply too terrifying. Moreover, he had injured her when he was still a middle-rank great wizard. Now that his strength had increased several times, Xianxia felt that if she were to have a direct confrontation with him, she would not be able to escape like last time. Xianxia ignored her shock and said, "Tell me, where is the nearest demon king?" As Xianxia's slave, Xianxia could naturally see through his intentions. She replied, "I know a guy called Baoqi. I also know where he is." Intentionally or unintentionally, Kai Yang glanced at her and smiled. "Do you have a grudge with him?" Xianxia's expression was a little uncomfortable, but she still admitted, "He humiliated me before, but that was his fault first. Also, his position is closest to us, so no need to explain." Xianxia waved his hand and nodded. "You have worked hard these past few months. You're my slave. Since he has a grudge against you, then let's go and teach him a lesson." Xianxia's eyes lit up. Yes. The wizard bull tribe set off the next morning. They left the stronghold that they had defended for 3 months and headed to the unknown but bigger battlefield. The 5,000 people were in an orderly manner. After 3 months of war, the barbarians had learned the meaning of coordination and discipline. A large-scale battle was not a place to show off. Only with trusted companions by one side would there be hope for victory. The aerial knights explored the path in front, and they kept sending back information. The 5,000 people continued to advance, and they did not encounter any demon race. Speaking of which, with Xianxia's help over the past few months, all the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles had been wiped out. Even if some small fries were still alive, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Why would anyone be so foolish as to stand in their way? After half a month, the wizard bull tribe finally stopped in a forest. They used the tall trees and thick grass to hide their presence. Xianxia pointed in front and said, "Master, there is a barbarian city over there. Baoqi is there." Xianxia nodded and said, "You live in the cave and he lives in the city. You are both demon king, but the treatment is a little different." Xianxia was a little embarrassed as she said, "Baoqi is a little stronger than me. In terms of barbarian rank, I should be a low-tier wizard king, while Baoqi is a mid-tier wizard king." "Then which tribe is Baoqi from?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia's expression became serious and she said, "The blood demon tribe. So master, if you have any disputes with him, you must not be injured by him. Any injury is enough for him to use his innate divine technique and bleed you to death." "I will remember." Xianxia nodded and looked into the distance. He said, "Rest for half a day. When night falls we will depart." Xianxia obeyed and left. She guessed Xianxia's intention and felt a little uneasy. Although her master's aura was close to that of a wizard king, and his true strength could not be measured by normal standards, if he encountered Baoqi she did not know if he could win. After all, Baoqi was the blood demon Baoqi. But now that she was a slave there was no point in thinking too much. No matter what decision Xianxia made she could not go against it. She did not even dare to have any doubts in her heart. She could only obediently find a place to rest. Time passed quickly. When night fell, Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her head and looked in a certain direction in the darkness. Then she walked out without saying a word. A few miles away, Xianxia stood there waiting for her. When he saw her, he nodded and said, "From now on I am your slave. Be careful not to expose yourself." Xianxia smiled confidently. Acting is the succubus demon's specialty. "Little guy, don't worry. Big sister will treat you well." She changed her respectful expression and giggled. It was as if she had returned to the way she was when Xianxia first met her. Xianxia did not mind her offensive words. He nodded slightly and followed behind her. He lowered his eyes and looked like a slave. Chapter 2866. Above the barbarian city, a pure black gas floated over. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the layers of defenses and rushed into the city. The demon race in the city were all alarmed and rushed over from all directions. They appeared one after another nearby and stared at the two figures that emerged from the black shadow with vigilance and fear. One of them had a graceful figure and a vigorous aura. It was a demon king-level existence. This made the demon kings in the surroundings not dare to rashly approach. Xianxia looked around and let out a burst of laughter that sounded like a silver bell. It was mixed with a charm that was hard to guard against. The demon race members retreated and distanced themselves. They clearly knew how terrifying the succubus demon was. Only the strong demon commanders dared to stay in place, but they also silently resisted. Yang Kai stood behind Xianxia and did not say a word, so he was not very conspicuous. "Bitch, you dare to come to this king's territory." A thunderous voice suddenly came from the palace in front of them. At the same time, a blood-red light suddenly shot out and arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a figure as tall as a tower. He reached out with one hand and grabbed Xianxia's neck, lifting her up high. His face was full of a sinister smile and full of killing intent. Xianxia was lifted up by him, but she did not struggle. She only looked at him quietly, not panicking at all. It was as if she had already expected this. "Do you want to die?" Bao Qi stared at Xianxia coldly. "Killing a demon king without permission. The demon saint master will not allow it." Xianxia spat out those words with difficulty, her face slightly pale. She was also a demon king, but she did not even have the thought of resisting in front of Bao Qi. Bao Qi snorted coldly. "Everyone here is my people. If I kill you, who will know? The demon saint master is recuperating. Who will have the time to care about you?" Xianxia said, "Then you can just kill me." Bao Qi's gaze became dangerous, but he resisted the urge to attack. He then flung Xianxia away. When she landed, Xianxia coughed violently for a while before she slowly recovered. She raised her head and said, "Bao Qi, I'm not here to start a conflict with you, but to discuss something with you. I have nothing to say to you. Hurry up and scram or don't blame me for killing you." Bao Qi coldly snorted. Xianxia smiled, her red lips moving. He said something but no sound came out. Bao Qi was stunned. He looked at Xianxia with a strange expression, obviously surprised. He mocked, "You're really a bitch." "I'm just a succubus demon," Xianxia said softly. "The mutated tribe is not easy to deal with. I'll only have a chance to survive if I join forces with you. I'm willing to pay any price for this." Bao Qi sneered, "It's precisely because of this. I'm the one who looks down on you." Xianxia said, "There are many people who look down on me. I only care if you agree to my suggestion." Bao Qi pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "If you're so self-aware, why should I be afraid?" As he spoke, he licked his lips and his eyes shone with a lustful light. "A demon king-level succubus demon, I've never played with one before." Xianxia giggled and walked forward, swaying her hips. "Then you'll get what you want tonight." Bao Qi laughed and reached out to hold Xianxia's waist, then slapped her perky butt. Xianxia was extremely shy. "Not here. There are so many people here." "You're afraid of too many people?" Bao Qi said disdainfully. His body swayed and he brought Xianxia with him as he flew toward the palace. The two of them were like fire and water when they first met, but in the blink of an eye, they were like lightning striking fire. It was a little unreasonable. Yang Kai followed them without saying a word. In the palace, Bao Qi let go of Xianxia, then turned around to look at Yang Kai. He scoffed, "Where did you get this slave?" He could tell at a glance that Yang Kai was not from the real demon race, but had been transformed by the demonic qi. Although there was demonic qi on the surface of his body. However, the aura of the demonic race could not be hidden. Xianxia chuckled. "This guy overestimated himself and brought people to attack me, so I taught him a lesson. Just ignore him." Bao Qi said sarcastically, "You were afraid of too many people just now, but now that there's someone watching, you're not afraid anymore? He's just my slave." Bao Qi did not say anything else. He reached out and tore off Xianxia's clothes violently. In an instant, her beautiful snow-white body was exposed to the air, and all kinds of beauty were faintly discernible. Xianxia scoffed as if she was blaming Bao Qi for his barbarism, but her beautiful eyes were full of seduction, and it was enough to make people fall head over heels for her. Her whole body coiled around Bao Qi's tall and sturdy body like a snake, and her full breasts pressed against his chest, which was slightly deformed. Bao Qi laughed coldly. He grabbed Xianxia's soft body with one hand and used a lot of force, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. His other hand began to wander around wantonly. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward. This strange movement alerted Bao Qi and he looked up at him. What he saw was a golden light in the demonic race's left eye. A vertical line was filled with majesty, and it seemed to have the power to take away one's soul. Bao Qi's soul was stirred and he was dazed for a moment. Bitch. Bao Qi cursed. He had never truly believed that Xianxia wanted to join forces with him. He only thought that he was stronger than Xianxia and this was his territory. He thought that it would be a waste not to eat the delicacies on the streets, and had the intention to play around with them. He believed that Xianxia would not be able to do anything to him. Succubus demon clan's charm technique was hard to defend against, but as a powerful demon king he had a high resistance to charm techniques. He immediately hugged Xianxia to stop her from secretly plotting against him. As long as Xianxia dared to show any improper intentions, he would attack her like a storm. He never thought that the one to attack him would not be Xianxia but her slave. He could roughly sense the strength of this slave. She was an existence equivalent to a demon commander and he did not put her in his eyes at all. However, when this demon commander attacked, he actually fell for it. In his anger, demonic qi surged out of his body and he wanted to kill Xianxia directly. As for the rules and possible punishments of the demon saint, he did not care. Xianxia was obviously stunned as well. Bao Qi did not think that Yang Kai would attack and she also did not think that Yang Kai would attack at this time. According to her plan, the best time to attack should be when she and Bao Qi were flirting. A man's vigilance would only be lowered at that time. Yang Kai's sudden attack was too unexpected, and she did not have time to react. Feeling the violent demonic qi in Bao Qi's body, Xianxia screamed in an ear-piercing voice. Under the attack of the pure soul secret technique, Bao Qi was stunned again. In the next moment he suddenly saw a budding lotus flower quickly bloom in front of his eyes. At the same time he felt intense pain in his head. The condensed demonic qi suddenly dispersed. Bao Qi did not even have time to roar before he felt his body become weightless. When he regained control of his body, he was no longer in the familiar palace, but in a strange place. His arms were empty. Xianxia took advantage of the moment when he was in a daze to escape. At this moment her face was pale and filled with lingering fear. Yang Kai stood not far away, quietly looking at Bao Qi with his hands behind his back. "Master, why are you?" Xianxia looked at Yang Kai with some resentment, but soon remembered her identity and said in a tactful tone, "If you want to attack, you should have told me in advance. What do I need to tell you when dealing with a mere mid-rank demon king?" Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Xianxia did not dare to say anything. She thought to herself, if I didn't run fast enough I would have been killed by Bao Qi. However, she could not help but be shocked. The last time she was dragged into this world by Yang Kai, it was because her demonic heart had been severely damaged. For a moment she could not move and could not resist. Although this world was strange, she also guessed that it was impossible for Yang Kai to casually drag people into it. There must be some conditions or a price to pay, otherwise he would really be invincible in this world. What was the point of cultivating? Bao Qi was much stronger than her. Xianxia did not understand how Yang Kai had managed to drag him into this world. The situation in front of her made Xianxia sigh in relief. Since Bao Qi had entered this world, his life and death were no longer in his control. Thinking of this, Xianxia smiled from the bottom of her heart. "Bitch, you dare to plot against me?" Bao Qi was not surprised. He quietly looked at this world while coldly looking at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "Who can you blame for your own carelessness?" She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Master, let me kill him." "Master?" Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia with disdain. "You actually call a demon commander master? What ability does he have to be superior to us demon kings? Xianxia, you are really degrading yourself." Xianxia smiled and said, "My master's strength is not something you can imagine." Bao Qi shook his head and said, "You are not worthy of being a demon king." Although his expression was calm, Bao Qi was a little surprised. He had thought that Xianxia and this foreign race person had a master-servant relationship, but the truth was actually the other way around. What kind of strange ability did this demonized demon commander have? He was actually able to make a demon king submit to him. Speaking of which, his ability was really strange. He had not been able to defend himself against the two soul secret techniques he had just used. He had been careless and ended up in this damned place. "Put on some clothes before we talk." Yang Kai glanced at Xianxia. "Yes." Xianxia obeyed obediently. She quickly took out a new set of clothes and put them on, She was still as revealing, but it was much better than being naked. Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Qi and said, "You can probably guess the situation. There are only two paths in front of you." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised a finger and pointed at Xianxia. "Like her, you will be used by me." Then he raised another finger and pointed at Bao Qi. "Or I will kill you." Chapter 2867. When Yang Kai said this, the two demon kings' expressions changed. Xianxia said in shock, "Master, you want to take him in?" She thought that Yang Kai had come here to kill Bao Qi, so she put in a lot of effort. Succubus demons were a race that held grudges, especially female succubus demons. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would remember any bit of hatred until the end of time. Bao Qi had only humiliated her once before, but she could not forget it. When Yang Kai asked where the demon king was, she immediately sold Bao Qi out. She thought that Bao Qi would definitely die if Yang Kai brought him into this world. She was secretly feeling happy, but she suddenly heard that Yang Kai had other plans. This was not a good development. If Bao Qi was really taken in by the wizard Master Bull, wouldn't she have to work with him in the future? Xianxia could not accept this when she thought about it. "You want to take me in?" Bao Qi also looked at Yang Kai with a funny expression. His mouth was full of ridicule, but he finally could not help but laugh out loud. He said in disdain, "Arrogant foreign race, I don't know what method you used to make this bitch submit, but if you want to take me in, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This king and this bitch are different." Xianxia said with a cold expression, "Watch your mouth, isn't that right?" Bao Qi coldly snorted and glared at her, but he did not argue with her. He only stared at Yang Kai with vigilance. Although he had made up his mind to not lower his head to this foreign race, this world was indeed a bit strange. He had to be on his guard, so he did not want to fail miserably. The only thing he could do now was to figure out where this damn place was and leave before making any plans. "Xianxia, is he very stubborn?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked. Xianxia immediately said, "He's very stubborn. He even dared to talk back to the demon saint master." Bao Qi had a proud look on his face as if it was something amazing. Xianxia continued, "So master, don't waste your breath on him. Just kill him and be done with it," she suggested with a malicious expression, but she had her own plans in mind. Not to mention that she didn't want to work with Bao Qi. If Yang Kai subdued another demon king, then her uniqueness would disappear. His position in Yang Kai's eyes was bound to be affected. Therefore she could not wait for Bao Qi to die as soon as possible. Then there's no other way. Yang Kai nodded slightly and decided to cut the Gordian knot. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently covered Bao Qi. Xianxia's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she cursed in her heart. He was looking forward to seeing Bao Qi's tragic end. Bao Qi suddenly activated his demonic energy and pounced forward the moment Yang Kai made his move. Yang Kai raised his hand and clenched it slightly, causing Bao Qi to be horrified, because he suddenly felt an incredible force tightly binding him. He was a dignified demon king, but it was as if he had suddenly become a newborn baby, unable to resist at all as he was fixed in place. His eyes trembled violently and his body turned cold. The demonic chi he activated was also suppressed by an invisible force in his body, unable to move. He had been cultivating for so long. Bao Qi had never encountered such a situation before. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Xianxia laughed loudly, "In this place my master is the ruler. Even the demon saint is no match for him, let alone you." 3 months ago when Yang Kai subdued her, he had said this to her. At that time Xianxia did not think much of it and thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. However, reality proved that Yang Kai indeed had the power to rule everything in this place. Today when she said this to Bao Qi, she couldn't help but take pleasure in his misfortune. Bao Qi's face flushed red. It was obvious that he was resisting with all his might, but in front of the magnificent power of the world, a demon king's resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree, clearly overestimating himself. Yang Kai's left eye changed color again. A golden light flashed. He looked at Bao Qi's eyes and activated his spiritual energy, destroying Bao Qi's spiritual energy without hesitation. Bao Qi screamed miserably, his face twisted. Having his spiritual energy forcefully destroyed like this caused him a lot of damage. Looking at Bao Qi's miserable appearance, Xianxia's smile became even more vicious, her face filled with pleasure. When Yang Kai's spiritual energy did whatever it wanted in Bao Qi's spiritual energy, Bao Qi's eyes rolled up and his body trembled violently. His towering body was instantly drenched in sweat. After a while, the golden light in Yang Kai's eyes faded. Bao Qi fell to the ground weakly, his aura weak. If one did not carefully sense him, they would have thought that he was dead. Xianxia frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Because she found that although Bao Qi was in a miserable state, Yang Kai did not really kill him. Just now he had just planted a spiritual energy brand in Bao Qi's mind, just like how he treated her in the past. It was just that at that time she had opened her spiritual energy, but now Bao Qi was forced to accept it, so the treatment was somewhat different. But in any case, with such an outcome, she was afraid that she would have to work with Bao Qi in the future. Xianxia could not help curling her lips. After standing in place for a long time, Bao Qi slowly stood up from the ground and stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. He, a demon king, had actually been subdued by a demon commander-level existence and branded with a brand in his mind. Bao Qi could feel that this brand had the ability to control his life and death. He had just mocked that bitch Xianxia, but he did not expect that he would become the same as her so quickly. Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, "If you are not convinced, you can kill yourself." Bao Qi's eyes flickered, but he did not have the urge to kill himself. It was not easy for him to cultivate to the level of a demon king, so how could he want to die? Although there was no lack of people in this world who would rather die than submit, Bao Qi was definitely not one of them. Very good. Yang Kai's lips curled, revealing an imperceptible smile. Then from now on you are mine. Xianxia's lips curled even more. Master, what orders do you have? Bao Qi asked with some difficulty. It was the first time he had addressed someone whose strength was lower than him as lord. So Bao Qi couldn't help but feel a little awkward. When he asked, he tried to straighten his back as much as possible to show his remaining backbone. Eat this first. Yang Kai tossed a jade bottle to him. Xianxia's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Bao Qi reached out to catch it and asked hesitantly, "What is this?" Xianxia harumphed, "Master wants you to eat it, so eat it. Why are you asking so much nonsense? It's fine if you don't want to eat it. Just give it to me." Xianxia could not forget the taste of a spirit pill she had obtained from Yang Kai the last time. She had never thought that such a thing could exist. It was laughable that Bao Qi did not know what was good for him and was actually so cautious, thinking that it was some kind of poison. Did he not think about it? Now that the master had planted a brand in his mind, there was no need for him to use any kind of poison? Hearing her say this, Bao Qi immediately understood that this thing was probably not bad. He opened the bottle with a cold laugh and poured the spirit pill into his mouth without even looking at it. In the next moment his expression changed and he could not help but sit down cross-legged. The pain from the injury to his divine sense lessened a lot, and he even revealed an extremely happy expression. Xianxia revealed a disappointed expression and turned to look at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression. A jade bottle flew towards her and Xianxia happily caught it. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Master, for your reward. Xianxia will definitely work harder." Half an hour later, Bao Qi opened his eyes. There was still some shock on his face. He found that the thing he had just taken had an extremely powerful healing effect. It had greatly nourished his injured soul. Although it was not completely healed, it was no longer a big problem. He only needed to rest for 1 or 2 months to recover, and there would not be any sequelae that would affect his future. What was that? Why had he never heard of the outsiders having such a thing? While he was in a daze, he suddenly heard Yang Kai say, "My name is Wizard Nyo. You can call me whatever you want." "Yes, Wizard Nyo, Master." Bao Qi replied respectfully. "Now tell me about the deployment of your people." When Bao Qi heard this, he could guess what this Wizard Nyo was planning. He hesitated for a moment and could not help but sigh. He did not hide anything and revealed all the details of his people. He also knew that hiding anything from the great wizard in front of him was useless. After listening, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. There are quite a lot of people. Bao Qi actually had 6,000 to 7,000 people under his command. This number had already surpassed the current Wizard Nyo clan and was more than double the forces under Xianxia's control at the time. After 3 months of replenishment, the Wizard Nyo clan only had 5,000 people. With such a large number of enemies, the Witchcraft Bull tribe would inevitably suffer casualties if they were to face them head-on, even with the support of the witchcraft. After all, it was a war involving more than 10,000 people. It was impossible for there to be no casualties. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "How about this? After you go out, do this. After giving some instructions, Yang Kai sent Bao Qi and Xianxia out of the small sealed world. Inside the room, Xianxia looked at Bao Qi with a sneer. "Don't mess this up or I'll teach you a lesson." As the first demon king to pledge allegiance to Yang Kai, although Xianxia's strength was not as good as Bao Qi's, she still acted strong enough to solidify her unique position in Yang Kai's heart. If Xianxia had said such words before, Bao Qi would definitely have quarreled with her or even fought with her. But now that he was in a bad mood, he was not in the mood to argue with her, so he just nodded gently and said, "Master, rest assured." "Good, then I'll wait for the good news." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he signaled to Xianxia with his eyes and the two flew out of the palace one after the other, turning into black qi that rushed out of the city. After the two left, a few demon commanders immediately rushed in. One of them with a square face looked at Bao Qi and asked, "Master, why did that bitch come here?" Bao Qi's expression was cold as he said lightly, "Nothing, she just came to ask for reinforcements." Reinforcements? The few demon commanders were shocked. Bao Qi said, "A group of foreign races have their eyes on her, so she came to ask for reinforcements." Saying so, he pointed to the square-faced demon commander and said, "Take 2,000 people with you and see the situation." Chapter 2868. On top of the tall and mighty demon beast, the square-faced demon commander stood straight with a demonic qi lingering around him. He led the way with 2,000 subordinates following behind him. Among these 2,000 people, a portion of them were transformed demons that did not have intelligence and only knew how to listen to orders. The other portion were members of the 100 clans of the demon race. This was the power that he could control now. The group did not move quickly as if they were not going to war but to a field trip. The square-faced demon commander was not in a hurry. After all, Master Bao Qi had already said that he was only going to bring some people as a gesture. As for whether or not he could provide any real help to Xianxia, that was up to fate. The square-faced demon commander actually looked down on the licentious succubus demon. Of course, the main reason was that he was jealous of Bao Qi. He also felt that his own demon king master was making a mountain out of a molehill. That bitch was only going to ask for help, but Master Bao Qi actually wanted to bring 2,000 people. He was giving her too much face. That succubus demon must have served Master Bao Qi very well, which was why she was able to receive such help. Thinking of this, the square-faced demon commander could not help but reveal a wretched smile. He had also tasted a succubus demon and it was indeed different. As the demon king of the succubus demons, Xianxia was naturally not someone that other succubus demons could compare to. When he became a demon king one day, he should go and have a taste of that bitch's ecstasy. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he suddenly sensed some abnormal movements. The square-faced demon commander immediately collected his thoughts and vigilantly looked forward. When he saw what was happening, he could not help but say in surprise, "Xianxia, Master?" He saw that Xianxia, who had just left half a day ago, was actually coming back. He did not know why this woman had come back. Although he looked down on her, she was still a demon king, so the square-faced demon commander could only maintain the appropriate respect. The demon beast under him stopped. The 2,000 people behind him also stopped. Bao Qi is quite obedient. Xianxia's voice was soft as she revealed a meaningful smile. The square-faced demon commander frowned as he felt a sense of danger. Xianxia's attitude and expression made him feel uneasy, so he instinctively looked around. The square-faced demon commander was shocked, because he found that this place was actually a perfect ambush area, surrounded by mountains that reached into the clouds, and there were only paths in front and behind them. Something seemed to be surrounding them from all directions, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Even the most of demon race members would be able to feel it. To say the square-faced demon commander himself. He listened carefully and his face suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Prepare for war." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge shadow soared over from an unknown place, spreading open their wings and blocking the light above their heads. The demons looked up and saw that it was a giant eagle. "I've been ambushed." The square-faced demon commander immediately had this thought, but he did not know who had ambushed him. And what role did that demon king Xianxia play in this? Wasn't he supposed to go to the rescue this time? How could he have been caught off guard without knowing what was going on? Although the demon race reacted quickly, the enemy was even faster. After a round of arrow rain, the forest in all directions suddenly flashed with a large number of lights. Those circles of lights were colorful and dazzling to the eyes. Dozens of tall demon beasts rushed out from the side. Riding on the demon beasts were burly barbarian warriors. They all had cold expressions and were filled with killing intent. Outsiders! Shouts resounded through the clouds. The square-faced demon commander turned his mount around, drew his weapon and raised it high. Just as he was about to shout something to boost morale, he suddenly smelled an intoxicating fragrance. A soft voice came from behind him. "I'll be taking your head." The next moment, the square-faced demon commander's vision suddenly turned. He stared blankly at the scantily clad demon king, Xianxia. His neck hurt a little. When he looked down, he saw a headless corpse falling from the demon beast's back. The battle was imminent, but the square-faced demon commander was suddenly killed. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. They all stared blankly at Xianxia. Their minds were in a mess. Xianxia chuckled. Her body flashed and she turned into a cloud of black gas, drifting into the distance. At this moment, the barbarians who had been buffed by various wizard spells had already surrounded them. The charging cavalry charged into the enemy group like a hot knife through butter. As the cold light flashed, the demon race fell one after another. The 10 regular squads that followed closely behind also blocked off the surrounding space. They did not look like they would let any demon race go. The battle started in an instant. 5,000 people against 2,000 people. The outcome seemed to have been decided long ago. In mid-air, Xianxia's figure reappeared. She was holding the head of the square-faced demon commander in her hand. She said in a crisp voice, "Master, my mission is complete." Kai Yang gently nodded, his eyes looking down deeply. Butterfly stood quietly behind him like a shadow. The battle had reached its climax since the beginning. The wizard bull tribe who was preparing to charge had the mentality of annihilating the demon race. Although the demon race members who were ambushed did not have the guidance of the demon commander, they were still well trained. They defended against the wizard bull tribe's frenzied attacks while looking for a chance to survive. Screams of agony could be heard. Corpses fell one after another. The smell of blood filled the air. Pieces of flesh and broken limbs flew everywhere. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the other hand, the wizard bull tribe did not suffer any casualties at all. After 3 months of continuous fighting, the wizard bull tribe had already familiarized themselves with the rhythm of the battle. They were able to complement each other and complement each other. Although they had the advantage in terms of terrain and numbers, no one was in a rush. They slowly nibbled away at the demon race's defensive line and slowly pushed them to the end of the road. Yang Kai looked at the battle for less than 10 minutes before he retracted his gaze. There was no need for him to worry about the rest of the battle. It could even be said that he did not need to worry about this battle. He only asked Bao Qi to send 2,000 people into his encirclement. He also asked Xianxia to kill the square-faced demon commander. The rest of the battle was won by the wizard bull tribe. Xianxia was holding a head in her hand. He felt bored and threw it away. 2 hours later, the battle was over. Yang Kai did not need to issue any more orders. The wizard bull tribe's team leaders were the first to count the casualties. More than 10 wizards also began to treat the wounded. After resting for half a day, the wizard bull tribe continued to push forward. They left behind a messy battlefield and set up camp after 30 miles. 3 days later, another team of 2,000 people sent by Bao Qi entered the wizard bull tribe's encirclement. The battle situation was almost the same as 3 days ago. Under the ambush of the wizard bull tribe's 5,000 people, the 2,000 people of the demon race did not even have the strength to fight back. They were completely defeated. In every battle, the wizard bull tribe would lose some people. However, they would also receive more reinforcements. Many of the demon race's members were corrupted by the demonic qi and turned into demons. After 3 months of research, the Yu and Lu twins had already grasped some tricks and methods. The number of people who were saved was increasing. The success rate was also increasing. This was excellent news. After another 3 days of rest, Yang Kai waited for his clansman's bloodthirst technique's aftereffects to disappear before immediately leading the witchcraft bull tribe towards the demon city. Bao Qi originally had 6,000 to 7,000 people under his command. However, after 2 ambushes he had lost 4,000 people. Now there were only 2,000 people left in the city. This number was no longer a concern. When the wizard bull tribe arrived at Demon City, many people of the demon race were in an uproar. They did not expect these people to be so bold. Although there seemed to be a lot of people, the demon race did not take the wizard bull tribe seriously. Because they had the demon king, many people of the demon race stood on the city wall and pointed at the crowd below. It was as if Bao Qi could wipe out these thousands of enemies with a single move. What happened next caused their eyes to pop out of their sockets. They were extremely shocked. Lord Bao Qi had indeed appeared, but it wasn't the scene of him killing thousands of aliens by himself as they had imagined. Instead, he respectfully opened the city gates and allowed the aliens to enter, slaughtering the demon race as they pleased. Many people of the demon race could not believe that this was real. In front of the city gate, the high and mighty master Bao Qi lowered his head and said something to a young man covered in black gas. His attitude was respectful as if he was facing a demon saint. Many people recognized the young man. He was the guy who came with the demon king Xianxia a few days ago. At that time, everyone thought that he was a slave of Xianxia. But now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Even Xianxia was standing behind him, showing the appropriate respect. This was a confusing war. The demon race was wiped out without any reason. From the beginning to the end, Bao Qi did not intend to help. In just 2 hours, the demons stationed in the city had been completely annihilated. Even the sand demons, who were most proficient in survival, were unable to escape. Corpses were strewn all over the streets and alleys. It was an incomparably tragic sight. The wizard and the bull clan people cleaned up the battlefield. Yang Kai followed Bao Qi to the palace he visited last time. Xianxia will tell you what to do next. I am going to cultivate in seclusion. Do not disturb me if there is nothing important. After Yang Kai said this, he found a side room and walked in. Bao Qi was left looking at Xianxia with an unconvinced face. Xianxia smiled and said in a strange tone, I hope we can get along well in the future. Bao Qi's face went black, thinking to himself that it would be strange if he was happy. He didn't want to obey Xianxia's orders, but with Yang Kai's words first, he didn't dare to disobey, only feeling extremely uncomfortable as if he had just swallowed a dead fly. Chapter 2869. Back then, Xianxia's territory spanned thousands of miles. It took the Wizard's Bull clan 3 months to wipe out all the demon race in that territory. Bao Qi's territory was even bigger. It was a few times bigger than Xianxia's. Naturally, he had more demon race under his control. Other than the 6,000 to 7,000 demon race members that were stationed in the city, there were about the same number of demon race members scattered around the city. Half a month. In just half a month, all the demon race members within 50,000 miles of the city were wiped out. All the demon race members that were stationed outside were summoned back by Bao Qi for the same reason. Then they were surrounded by the Wizard's Bull clan. They could not fight back at all. The efficiency was incomparable to the previous 3 months. Bao Qi and Xianxia were guessing which demon king would be the next unlucky one. The two of them kept thinking about the demon kings that had offended them. They were preparing to submit their names to the Wizard's Master so that they would end up like them. Just as the two of them marked the demon kings as slaves in their hearts, Yang Kai suddenly came out of seclusion. He summoned the two of them and gave them an order that made the two demon kings feel uneasy. Without giving them a chance to question, Yang Kai turned around and left. Bao Qi and Xianxia were left staring at each other. Suddenly they shuddered. Isn't this method a little too extreme? What if it doesn't work? Xianxia was a little worried. Bao Qi no longer had the intention to go tit for tat with her. Although he did not like Xianxia these days, he shared the same opinion as Xianxia on this issue. He always wanted to persuade Sir Wunyo not to be so impulsive. However, he did not have the guts to do so. In the end, he could only sigh. Since the master has given the order, we have to obey. Then we can only comply. Xianxia, you have to help me with this. Xianxia immediately jumped away. The master wants you to do this. I won't interfere. Bao Qi said, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can escape from this. Xianxia chuckled. Since his lordship only asked you to do this, he must have his own plans. If he wants me to help you, he will. He would have said it earlier. If I help you, I'm afraid I'll ruin the master's plans. Bao Qi frowned. Although he felt that this was Xianxia's excuse, it wasn't unreasonable. He sighed and went to prepare. Unlike Xianxia, he did not have much contact with the Wizard Bull. After returning to the city half a month ago, the Wizard Bull had been cultivating in seclusion. Although the Wizard Bull did not seem to care about the outside world, Bao Qi knew about it. He saw everything that happened in the city. This mysterious feeling of distance made Bao Qi even more fearful of the wizard. Not long after, Bao Qi's demonic qi surged out from the city wall. Streams of demonic qi separated from his body like living creatures. Then it twisted and changed in midair. They turned into black crows one after another, circling and dancing in the air, cawing chaotically. Bao Qi waved his hand and the black crows flew out in all directions. There were more than 20 of them. Looking in the direction that the black crows had left in, Bao Qi suddenly shivered. If this plan were to succeed, the demon army would most likely suffer heavy losses. Even though it wouldn't affect their foundation, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to their morale. The next few days were uneventful. Since the Voodoo Bull clan didn't need to fight anymore, they had been recuperating in the city, while Yang Kai had been staying behind closed doors, trying to break through to the level of Magus King. The laws of heaven and earth in the ancient world were different, giving birth to a special group like the wizard. However, no matter how many paths there were to reach the peak, the final destination was the same. Yang Kai had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Practicing the wizard method in this ancient world allowed him to comprehend many things by analogy. The more he practiced, the more he realized his previous weakness. He believed that if he had the chance to leave this mystery realm, even if his cultivation did not increase, his strength would increase greatly. 5 days later, Yang Kai came out. Bao Qi and Xianxia respectfully guarded outside the door. "Let's go." Yang Kai gestured and took the lead. The two demon king respectfully followed behind. After a long day, Yang Kai came to a stop in the wilderness. Looking around, there was no one around and it was extremely quiet. "You chose this place?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes." Bao Qi respectfully replied. He hesitated for a moment and said, "If Master feels that there is a problem, you can choose another place." "No need. This is the place." Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and spat out a rolling orb. Bao Qi and Xianxia curiously looked at the orb. They did not know what it was. Demon beasts and savage beasts in this land all had dantian. They had never heard of wizard beasts having dantian as well. Moreover, this rolling orb was emitting a very strange energy. It did not look like a dantian. Just when they were puzzled, the orb suddenly started to spin faster and faster. Suddenly, the orb disappeared and was replaced by a vortex visible to the naked eye. The vortex was chaotic and empty. It swallowed all the light and seemed to lead to another mysterious world. Bao Qi and Xianxia were stunned for a moment, but they quickly came to a realization. The vortex led to a world that they had been to before. In that world, the wizard master was omnipotent. He was comparable to a real god. So, that world was created by a orb. What kind of orb had such a strange ability? What kind of treasure was this? Even the demon saint master did not have such a treasure, right? Although they were shocked, Bao Qi still said, "Master, forgive me for being blunt. Although this entrance looks mysterious, it might not be able to fool the demon kings. The demon kings have always been vigilant. If I say that this is the entrance to the place where the ancient saint fell, they might not believe me." According to Yang Kai's plan, Bao Qi would send a message saying that he had found the place where the demon race's ancient saint fell. When the demon race invaded last time, there was indeed a demon saint that fell. This statement was also based on evidence. Therefore, it should attract the interest of many demon kings. The place where the demon saint fell might contain a secret that could allow a demon king to become a saint. Any demon king that pursued power would definitely not be able to hold back their curiosity and would want to come and investigate. As long as he could trick those demon kings into entering this entrance and going to that world, no matter how many of them there were, they would all be crushed by Yang Kai and become his slaves. Bao Qi had always felt that this plan was too risky and did not have much hope of success. Therefore, when he sent the message, he was somewhat unwilling and wanted to drag Xianxia into this. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. He had already sent the message and he believed that many demon kings would come. However, this vortex in front of him, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like the place where the ancient saint fell. It was clearly a trap. Which demon king would foolishly walk into it? Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "What you said makes sense. However, what if it's like this?" While speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn. Immediately after, a surging and incomparably pure demonic qi suddenly spread out from his body. The moment they sensed this demonic qi, both Bao Qi and Xianxia were shocked and felt uneasy in the depths of their hearts. This was because even their demonic qi could not compare to this aura. This was the demonic qi that only a demon saint could possess. Are you a member of the demon race? Bao Qi suddenly shouted excitedly, his face filled with excitement. Although he had already accepted his fate after being subdued by Yang Kai for so many days, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied deep down in his bones. He just did not dare to show it so easily. After all, he was a demon king, yet he was subdued by another race. It was truly humiliating. Only a shameless bitch like Xianxia would not care about it. A demon king had his own pride and dignity as a demon king. Now that he suddenly sensed the pure demonic qi in this young man's body, Bao Qi could not help but feel excited. This was the aura of a true ancient saint. Could it be that this young man was a descendant of an ancient saint? That's right. The last time the demon race invaded this land, they did leave behind some scattered bloodlines. It was said that there was a tribe called the Bone-Eating Tribe among the other races, and they had the bloodline of the demon race. If the wizard master Ox really did have the bloodline of an ancient saint and was a descendant of an ancient saint, then being subdued by him would not be a disgrace. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. Bao Qi's eyes lit up, and for the first time he felt that Yang Kai was so amiable. Xianxia also opened her mouth wide and stood dumbfounded. A thought flashed through his mind, and he finally understood why his demonic heart blood did not have any effect on the wizard master Ox a few months ago. Since his body was hiding such pure demonic qi, how could his demonic heart blood have any effect? Was he really a member of the demon race? But these days he had led the other races to slaughter countless members of the demon race, and he did not show any mercy. Why was that? If he was a member of the demon race, why did he have to go against the demon race? No matter what, the pure demonic qi flowing out of Yang Kai's body could not be faked. In the face of the two demon kings' shock and inquiry, Yang Kai only smiled lightly and did not give an answer. His mysterious appearance made Xianxia and Bao Qi's hearts itch even more unbearably. Of course, he was not a member of the demon race. The demonic qi he was activating now was just the ancient demon qi sealed in the dantian. If he had not practiced the wizard's technique, Yang Kai would not have dared to activate this power at will, lest the seal be broken and he accidentally become the demon race. But the wizard's technique seemed to have the ability to suppress demons, so it was not a big problem for him to draw out a little bit of demonic qi. As long as the seal was not completely broken, he would not have to worry about the danger of becoming the demon race. The pure ancient demon qi flew out of Yang Kai's hand and slowly enveloped the vortex. In an instant, the vortex leading to the small sealed world had an eerie feeling of demonic qi, as if there was some huge secret about the demon race hidden inside, attracting any member of the demon race to investigate. Even Bao Qi and Xianxia felt that if they had not seen Yang Kai's trick with their own eyes, they would have definitely thought of a way to go in and take a look. Bao Qi's expression turned solemn as he said in admiration, "If that's the case, we can deceive those demon kings." Chapter 2870. In the wilderness, in front of the small sealed world disguised as the entrance to the place where the demon saint fell, Bao Qi sat cross-legged alone with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for someone. The entrance to the vortex that could be seen with the naked eye was now hidden by Yang Kai in the void, making it difficult to detect. Only a demon king level master could feel the pure demonic qi coming from the void. Yang Kai and Xianxia were nowhere to be seen. After waiting for less than half a day, Bao Qi suddenly opened his eyes and stared deeply into the void in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "So what if you're here? Why are you hiding?" Suddenly a strange laughter came from the void. Then a black shadow appeared out of thin air. The person was wrapped in pure devil qi which covered the person's body. It was impossible to see the person's face clearly. It was even impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman. The person's voice was magnetic and neutral, as if it contained a strange magic power. Makoto. Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and recognized the identity of the person who came. The shadow demon Makoto. The strongest existence of the shadow demon clan, and his true strength was even stronger than Yang Kai's. The shadow demon clan was good at concealment and assassination, and as the demon king Makoto was one of the best. Among all the demon kings he might not be the strongest, but he was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Because once targeted by him, no matter how strong the demon king was, they would not dare to say that they could survive. He could always find the most suitable time to launch a sneak attack, and the best place to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Bao Qi did not expect that the first to come here would be the shadow demon Makoto, which made him a little nervous. In a head-on confrontation he was not afraid of the other party. But this guy had always appeared and disappeared like a ghost. If it was a life-or-death battle, Bao Qi felt that he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. It seems that I'm here early. Makoto chuckled, his temperament seemed to be extremely lively. Even though his body was wrapped in black demonic qi, Bao Qi still felt that his eyes were staring at him. You said that this is the place where the ancient saint fell? Where is it? Why didn't I see it? It's behind me. Sense it carefully. Bao Qi remained calm. As expected, Makoto began to investigate carefully. He immediately noticed the hidden entrance and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Clearly, he had also sensed the pure demonic qi and his tone immediately turned grave as he asked, "Are you certain that this is the place where an ancient sage fell?" Bao Qi snorted, "What else could such an obvious feature be? But I can't guarantee it. I'm at least 80% sure." Makoto did not respond as if agreeing with Bao Qi's words. Before entering, no one dared to make 100% guarantee. However, the aura that was being emitted was truly unbearable. "How did you find such a hidden place?" Makoto asked casually, but Bao Qi knew that he was being cautious. "This is my territory. I discovered it by accident." Bao Qi was naturally prepared for such a question. "You're quite lucky. Since you've discovered it, why don't you go in and take a look instead of inviting me over? If I'm not wrong, you must have invited others as well, right?" "Of course not just you," Bao Qi answered slowly. "But I don't know how many will come in the end. After all, this is the place where an ancient sage fell. There may be a secret that will allow us to enter the ancient sage realm, but there may also be danger. I, Bao Qi, haven't lived long enough. I want to live a few more years, but I don't dare to go in alone." Makoto sneered as if he was mocking Makoto. His entire body was wrapped in black qi and he circled the entrance of the vortex to investigate. Bao Qi said, "If you're willing, you can go in and take a look now. I believe that with the abilities of your Shadow Demon clan, there shouldn't be too much danger." He couldn't wait for Makoto to lose his patience and enter that world. As long as he entered, his life and death would no longer be in his control. Makoto seemed to be tempted by his suggestion. He stopped moving and after thinking for a while he still refused. "Let's wait for the others to come. You haven't lived long enough and neither have I. The place where an ancient sage fell was suspected to be dangerous. How could he be willing to lead the way for others?" Bao Qi grunted and didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and continued to adjust his breathing. Makoto walked a few rounds in boredom. He was also a little bored, so he simply stayed by Bao Qi's side, motionless like a shadow. The two of them waited here for 2 days. Demon kings continued to arrive. These demon kings were all well-known figures in their respective clans. Even if Bao Qi didn't have much interaction with some of them, he was still familiar with their names. The number of people who came exceeded his expectations. This made him a little nervous. He thought that it would be good enough if 10 people came under his invitation. After all, the demon kings weren't idle. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with some of the demon kings. But in just 2 days, 15 demon kings had already come. More than half of them were stronger than him. It seemed that he had underestimated the attraction of becoming a saint to everyone. With so many demon kings, could the wizard master cow eat them all? Don't go for wool and come home shorn. With so many demon kings gathered, the wasteland was instantly filled with demonic qi. Every demon king who came here naturally had to ask Bao Qi about the situation here. Then they would personally check and confirm that there was nothing wrong before they stayed. It had to be said that the entrance of the vortex that Yang Kai came out of was quite decent. At least it didn't arouse any demon king's suspicion. It was rare for them to gather together, so naturally the demon kings who were familiar with each other were chatting loudly. They boasted about how many experts of other races they had killed and how many beauties they had captured. When they were talking excitedly, their saliva was flying everywhere. Whenever there was a slight verbal conflict, they would get ready to fight at any time. Fortunately, everyone was relatively restrained. Even if there were conflicts, they were just talking. They didn't really fight. "Bao Qi, what are we waiting for?" A demon king with flames all over his body suddenly stood in front of Bao Qi. The scorching flames seemed to be able to melt the void. This guy looked different from the other demon kings. His skin and flesh were incomparably red, just like lava from a volcano. Flame Demon Galen. His strength was above average among the demon kings. His temper was also relatively impatient. After waiting for 2 days, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The other demon kings also cast inquiring gazes at Bao Qi. Although Bao Qi's strength wasn't the strongest among the demon kings, and could even be said to be above average, this was his territory. This exploration of the ancient saint's fallen land was initiated by him, so everyone would give him some face. Bao Qi looked around and said, "The agreed date is tomorrow, but since everyone is anxious, let's start now. In any case, the number of people is almost there. Those who didn't come can only count themselves unlucky. What do you all think?" The demon kings naturally didn't have any objections. 15 demon kings were gathered here. Even if the ancient saint's fallen land was really dangerous with their strength, they wouldn't be helpless. On the contrary, the more people there were, the more competition there would be. Who knew what was going on inside? Bao Qi's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone. Just as Bao Qi was about to say something, a sweet voice suddenly came from afar. I'm late. Brothers, I'm really sorry." After saying that, Xianxia appeared in front of the demon kings in a flirtatious manner. She arrived in front of them in just a few steps. Seeing Xianxia appear in time, Bao Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two's gazes met and nothing was said. Trash. A low growl was suddenly heard. Then a tall skeleton suddenly stepped forward to meet Xianxia. This skeleton didn't have any flesh on its body. Its bones were pitch black as if they were dyed with a layer of ink. Only its eyes had eerie, ghostly flames pulsing. Bone Demon Felix. As he spoke, he walked towards Xianxia, emitting a dangerous aura. This sudden change shocked Bao Qi and Xianxia. They didn't know why Felix looked like he didn't like Xianxia. Although the succubus demon didn't have a good reputation, they had never heard of any conflict between Felix and Xianxia. Bao Qi cast a questioning look at Xianxia, but Xiaoya's expression was full of innocence. Just as she was hesitating, Felix had already walked in front of Xianxia. He extended his skeletal hand, grabbed Xiaoya's slender white neck and raised it high. Xianxia immediately couldn't breathe and struggled with all her might. She was like a powerless child instead of a powerful demon king. Xianxia was helpless. If it was another demon king, she would have a way to save herself. However, facing Bone Demon Felix, who didn't have any flesh and didn't have any feelings, she couldn't resist at all. The bewitching arts she was proficient in had no effect on the Bone Devil clan. "What are you doing?" Xianxia couldn't break free. Her face was red and she could only ask with difficulty, looking pitiful. The demon kings watched on indifferently. None of them showed any pity for Xianxia. Everyone knew that her pitiful appearance was just a disguise that could not be shown in public. "You betrayed the trust of the demon saint master, and you still have the face to live?" Felix's black chin moved as he made a strange sound. When he said that, Xianxia and Bao Qi were shocked. They thought to themselves, could it be that the matter of me being subdued by the wizard master cow was exposed? But that couldn't be right. If it was really exposed, then Bao Qi wouldn't be safe. He would have been attacked by the other demon kings. But if that wasn't the case, why would Felix target Xianxia like that? "What do you mean?" Xianxia asked with a pale face. Half of it was because of Felix's torture, and the other half was to hide the uneasiness in her heart. "Felix, Xianxia is a demon king. How did she betray the trust of the demon saint master? We would like to know. Do you know something?" A demon king jumped out and asked. The others also looked at Felix. Fei Li coldly snorted and said, "The territory under her rule has already fallen, and the 3,000 people under her have also been completely annihilated. Is such a person not a waste? Doesn't she deserve to die?" Chapter 2871. The demon kings were all shocked when they heard this. Firstly, it was because of the information Felix gave them. Secondly, it was because they didn't know anything about this. They had all dealt with the other races before. They knew what kind of methods the other races had. They had even personally killed some of their so-called experts, so they didn't think the other races were difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the demon saint master giving them the order to defend before they went into seclusion to heal, they would have taken the initiative to attack and conquer this land. Now that they suddenly heard Felix say that Xiaoya's territory had fallen and that all of her clansmen had been wiped out, they were naturally shocked. It can't be. How could the other races be that strong? That's right, Felix. Did you make a mistake? Although Xiaoya isn't very strong, she is still a demon king. How could the other races have such great ability? A few demon kings who didn't know the truth began to question, But even more demon kings chose to watch from the sidelines. Facing the questioning, Felix only sneered, "You can ask her whether or not it's true. I have no enmity with her, so why would I target her?" A group of demon kings immediately looked at Xianxia. Xianxia knew that she couldn't hide it, so she could only bitterly say, "Felix is right. The territory I rule has indeed fallen, and all 3,000 of my clansmen have been killed. This is my negligence and incompetence." Hearing Xianxia admit it, the demon kings who had questioned her earlier immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes gradually turned cold as they looked at Xianxia. It was a kind of coldness that was filled with disdain and contempt. Ever since they invaded this land, the other races had resisted until now. It seemed that they hadn't suffered any great losses. Even if the other races occasionally won, it was just some insignificant victories. Every demon king had never tasted the taste of failure. But on Xianxia's side, not only had she lost her territory, even her clansmen had been wiped out. This was simply a disgrace to the demon race. She had indeed failed to live up to the expectations of the demon Saint Master. This kind of failure was enough to strip her of her qualifications as a demon king. She deserves to die. Felix's voice grew colder, as if he felt that Xianxia's failure had made him lose face. This time no one spoke up for Xianxia. Even Bao Qi didn't dare to casually open his mouth, lest others see through him. Xianxia was still lifted up in the air. Feeling the strength of Felix's skeletal hand, she could not help but laugh. "I do deserve to die. But I want to tell you that my clansmen didn't die in vain. They fought a bloody battle with over 10,000 outsiders, and not a single one of them retreated. Before they died, they made the outsiders pay a huge price." Bao Qi heard this. Of course, he knew that she was talking nonsense. However, the expressions of the other demon king changed. It was as if he had seen his 3,000 tribesmen desperately resisting the encirclement of enemies several times their number, not willing to compromise at all. In the end, they were tragically annihilated because of the disparity in strength. The coldness on their faces melted a little. "Then why don't you accompany them to die?" Fei Li seemed unmoved, only the ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped slightly. Xianxia opened her mouth but did not quibble. She only said, "Just kill me. After losing my territory and my clansmen, I really don't have the qualifications to be a demon king anymore." She no longer struggled. She looked like she was at the mercy of others. The ghost fire in Fei Li's eye sockets suddenly became cold. He nodded slightly and said, "You finally have some shame. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death." As he spoke, he was about to give Xianxia a fatal blow. Bao Qi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. "Wait a minute." Fei Li turned his head to look at him. Xianxia could not help but let out a sigh of relief, but her expression did not change at all. She still looked like she was facing death with equanimity, so that others would not see her cowardice. Fei Li did not say a word. He only looked at Bao Qi as if he wanted to hear his opinion on this matter. Of course, begging for mercy was useless, since he had already made up his mind to kill Xianxia. No matter who begged for mercy, it would not work unless the demon Saint Master gave the order. "Xianxia deserves to die, but she should not die by our hands," Bao Qi said calmly. As he spoke, he pointed at the disguised entrance and said, "Why don't we let her be the vanguard and see what is going on inside? I believe that no one wants to be the first to go in, right?" As soon as he said that, the eyes of the demon kings lit up. They looked at each other and a few of them lowered their heads to discuss something. They nodded one after another, obviously feeling that this was a good idea. The place where the ancient saint fell was indeed very attractive to the demon kings, but the unknown made them somewhat nervous. Even the ancient saint fell inside, so there must be some danger inside. Although they did not talk about it in detail before, everyone had thought about it in their hearts. Who would be the first to go in? It was undeniable that this was an extremely dangerous matter. The first person to go in might encounter a different opportunity, but it was more likely that they would encounter a danger that was difficult to guard against. The demon kings all cherished their lives. No one was stupid enough to volunteer to scout for others. But there was a good candidate in front of them. Fei Li did not move. The flickering ghost fire in his eyes calmed down a lot, as if he was thinking about something. Bao Qi struck while the iron was hot and said, "Fei Li, if you want to kill her, I won't stop you, but you have to be the first to go in." According to Bao Qi's previous plan, he would take the initiative to be the vanguard to eliminate the doubts in everyone's hearts. In any case, he knew where the vortex in front of him led, so there was definitely no danger. But if he did that, his persuasiveness and credibility would be reduced by a lot. After all, this place where the ancient saint fell was discovered by him. But if it was Xianxia who did this, it would be different. As long as she made a round inside and came back, no one would have any doubts. Fei Li snorted coldly and swung his hand, throwing Xianxia heavily to the ground. His dark chin opened and closed, saying, "Xianxia, you heard it. I won't kill you this time, but you have to prove the value of your existence." Xianxia coughed lightly and stroked her neck. After a while, she finally caught her breath. She looked up at the demon kings with a pleading expression, as if she was unwilling to be the vanguard. But who would pay attention to her? In the end, Xianxia could only sigh. She activated her demonic qi and walked toward the vortex. The demon kings held their breaths and watched. Xianxia suddenly paused and said, "If I don't return in 2 hours, it means there is danger inside." After saying that, Xianxia rushed into the vortex and was swallowed by the chaos and nothingness, disappearing without a trace. In front of the vortex, the demon kings were completely silent. They waited quietly, but every pair of eyes was staring at the entrance with expectant expressions. Xianxia said that if she didn't return in 2 hours, it meant there was danger inside. But if she really didn't return in 2 hours, the demon kings present wouldn't give up easily and would instead try to find a safer way to enter and investigate. At the same time, inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai looked at Xianxia, who walked in faintly, and nodded. "You did well." Xianxia was taken aback. Only now did she realize that even if Yang Kai was hiding inside, he was still aware of what was happening outside. She secretly thought to herself that it was fortunate she didn't have any bad ideas just now, otherwise she would have had to face a storm right now. It was Bao Qi who reacted well. "I almost ruined everything." Xianxia didn't dare claim credit. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There are always some small accidents, but it doesn't matter. This is more perfect than the previous plan." Xianxia smiled and said, "Then I'll wait here for half an hour and then go out and tell them there is no danger here?" Yang Kai said, "Words alone are not enough to make them lose their minds and rush in recklessly." Xianxia asked curiously, "Then what should I do?" "You'll know soon enough," Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Since he didn't explain clearly, Xianxia didn't dare to ask and could only stand there quietly and wait for time to pass. Half an hour later, in the wilderness, the demon kings who were quietly watching the entrance of the vortex suddenly looked shocked, as if they had discovered something, their eyes becoming more and more focused on the vortex. Under their watchful gazes, they suddenly discovered a strange ripple in the vortex. A graceful figure with a small and delicate tail appeared from within. "She's out." Flame Demon's expression brightened as he shouted. Xianxia had safely come out. In other words, even if this place where the ancient saint fell was dangerous, it was not enough to render the demon kings helpless. This was excellent news. The other demon kings also looked excited, but they also had some doubts. Because Xianxia had actually come out of the vortex with her back to them. Not only that, the speed at which she emerged was extremely slow, as if there was some kind of force pulling her from the other side of the vortex. "What's going on?" someone asked. "What is Xianxia doing? She wants to come out, then hurry up and come out. Why is she showing her butt? Is she trying to seduce us? I have to say that butt is really perky. It must feel good to touch." The group of people all talked at once, their words vulgar. Suddenly, Felix shouted, "She's in trouble." At this moment, the demonic qi in Xianxia's body vibrated, and her entire body shot out, leaving only her arms in the vortex. It was as if she was tightly grabbing onto something and trying to drag it out of the vortex. "Hurry! Hurry up and help!" Xianxia turned her head and shouted at the demon kings. No one moved. No one knew what kind of trouble Xianxia was in. If they were careless and fell into the trap while trying to help, the losses would outweigh the gains. "What are you doing?" Bao Qi was even more anxious than the other demon kings. The plan was progressing smoothly, and as long as Xianxia came out and told everyone that there was no danger inside, he believed that everyone would go in to investigate. At that time his mission would be complete. But at this critical juncture, Xianxia actually stirred up trouble again. This made Bao Qi anxious and angry. He did not know if this was the wizard master's plan, or if Xianxia was acting on her own. Sacred artifact. Xianxia's words shocked everyone. "I've caught the sacred artifact." "What?" The demon king's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 2872. Holy artifacts were treasures that only demon saint were qualified to wield. There weren't many of them in the entire demon territory, and all of them had the power to destroy the world. As demon kings, everyone had more or less seen a few holy artifacts before. They had sensed the destructive energy fluctuations coming from those treasures, so they naturally had some understanding of holy artifacts. Now that they suddenly heard Xianxia say that she had caught a holy artifact, they were a little stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, Xianxia didn't look like she was faking it. She had indeed caught something. So after a moment of hesitation, a few burly demon kings immediately rushed over and stood beside Xianxia. They reached out to grab the vortex, but when they touched it there was nothing. There was nothing at all. They turned their heads and looked at Xianxia suspiciously. Xianxia anxiously said, "Grab my hand." Only then did the demon kings come to their senses and grab Xianxia's arm. As soon as they made a move they were shocked. That was because they felt that there was a powerful force in front of them that was contending with Xianxia. They all roared and their demonic chi surged. Xianxia immediately took a step back as if she had received divine help. Her arms, which had been hidden in the vortex all this time, were immediately pulled out. In the next instant, more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked at the object in Xianxia's hand with shock and greed. Strictly speaking, the object had not been completely pulled out. Only a part of it was exposed. It was the handle of a weapon. As for what kind of weapon it was, no one knew. However, the part that was exposed was emitting an extremely pure and dense demonic chi. It was an existence that was even more powerful than the demonic chi of the demon kings. It really is a holy artifact. A demon king muttered to himself. His eyes turned red in an instant. The other demon kings also had excited expressions. Even though the object in the vortex had not been completely pulled out and they had only caught a glimpse of it, none of the demon kings present doubted anything. This was definitely a holy artifact that only a demon saint could use. While they were still in shock and daze, an even stronger power suddenly came from the whirlpool. The power was so strong that even the demon king felt that they could not resist it. They cried out in alarm and the demonic chi in their bodies became chaotic. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted out from her snow-white hands. Her body jerked backward. She fell to the ground and even the demon king that had helped her earlier staggered backwards. The whirlpool in front of them calmed down once again. The half of the sacred artifact had already disappeared without a trace. However, the demon king continued to stare at the whirlpool, as if he wanted to look into its depths. He was searching for traces of the saint weapon. Xianxia's gasp brought everyone back to their senses. Only then did the demon kings remember to look at her, wanting to ask about the situation. Looking at Xianxia's hands, they saw that her hands were a bloody mess. Her palms revealed her white bones. It was obvious that she had been injured in the fight with the sacred artifact. Such injuries looked terrible, but they were nothing to a demon king. What was worth paying attention to was the unique demonic chi that lingered around Xianxia's wounds. Every demon king was watching, and every demon king's expression was extremely excited. This was because they could see that the demonic chi was the aura left behind by the sacred artifact. This made everyone know that what had just happened was not the water moon mirror flower. Xianxia had really pulled out a sacred artifact from the whirlpool. Unfortunately, she had failed at the last moment, and they could not see the sacred artifact's true appearance. It was a pity. "Xianxia, what kind of sacred artifact was that?" the shadow demon asked. He had always been able to maintain his calm, but at this moment his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was very excited. Xianxia's eyes flickered with nostalgia. A war hammer. A war hammer. The demon kings took a deep breath. Bao Qi said in a low voice, "What did you see? Is there any danger inside?" Xianxia shook her head. "There's no danger. That seems to be a very special world. I saw a sacred artifact and I also saw the corpse of an ancient saint." The demon king's eyes lit up, and they all turned to look at the whirlpool. Although Xianxia did not bring back much information, it was enough. Moreover, the sacred artifact that had appeared for a brief moment was a fatal attraction to the demon kings. Bao Qi took a deep breath and said loudly, "Everyone should have heard it. Since there's no danger inside." Before he could finish, the shadow demon suddenly let out a strange laugh. However, what surprised the demon kings was that the other side had appeared from the other side. His voice actually came from the other side. When he looked in that direction, he saw that shadow demon had actually entered the whirlpool in a flash. The black shadow that was left outside was clearly a smoke screen. When he entered the whirlpool, it collapsed and disappeared. Makoto! Bone Demon Felix shouted. Unwilling to be outdone, he immediately chased after him. When the other demon kings saw this, how could they still be in the mood to listen to Bao Qi's nonsense? If they were any slower, they would not be able to catch up with the heat. They immediately rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared one by one. Bao Qi stood where he was, staring at his former colleagues with a strange expression on his face. He was not in the mood to talk. After all of them had left, he looked at Xianxia and asked, "What was that?" He did not believe that it was a real sacred artifact, but he could not find a reasonable explanation for what he saw. Xianxia slowly stood up. Her bloody hands recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming white and clean again. She smiled and said, "Didn't you see clearly what it was?" Bao Qi frowned, But where did the wizard Master Cow get a sacred artifact? There were only a few demon saint invading this time. Although they had fought with the wizard saints of the other races before, no one died. Naturally, the sacred artifact would not be left behind. "Why don't you go in and take a look?" Xianxia chuckled and stepped into the whirlpool. She entered the small sealed world without the slightest hindrance. Bao Qi did not want to follow in. After all, he had tricked so many demon kings under Yang Kai's orders. Although it was not his original intention, he really did not have the face to face them. However, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and walked into the whirlpool. Inside the small sealed world, a group of demon kings were fighting fiercely as if they were all mortal enemies. When the demonic qi surged, powerful divine technique was released one after another, each move ruthless and vicious. Bao Qi, who had just walked in, was shocked by the scene in front of him. He could not help but feel a little dazed. He instinctively thought that he was hallucinating, but when he took a closer look, he found that he was not seeing things. The demon kings who had gathered together just now were really fighting, and their attacks were very heavy. Just as Bao Qi was in a daze, his eyes were attracted by a war hammer in the air. The end of the war hammer looked very familiar. It was the same section he had seen before. Now that the entire war hammer was in front of him, he was even more certain that it was a sacred artifact. That was because the pure demonic qi emanating from the war hammer was not fake. During the battle, the sacred artifact war hammer kept changing owners. Whenever a demon king managed to snatch it, it would be attacked by the other demon kings. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to keep it. Even existences close to a demon saint like the shadow demon Makoto and the bone demon Philip could not do so. A bunch of idiots. Xianxia's chuckle came from the side. Bao Qi turned his head and saw that the wizard, Master Cow, and Xianxia had appeared beside him at some point. Xianxia looked at the battle below with a mocking expression. The wizard, Master Cow, looked indifferent, as if he was watching a group of children fighting. "Master, that sacred artifact." Bao Qi could not help but ask the question in his heart. "It's real," Yang Kai replied. Bao Qi was shocked. He wanted to ask more, but he did not dare to open his mouth. The demonic war hammer was naturally real. It was a spoil of war that Yang Kai obtained outside Maplewood City. It was the weapon of the ancient Cyclops demon. After Yang Kai refined it, he gave it to his avatar to use. However, the avatar had been fusing with the origin of the sacred spirit stone fire and had not awakened until today. The demonic war hammer had not been used. Yang Kai used it today, and it was indeed an excellent bait. Even the demon kings could not resist the temptation of the demonic war hammer and stepped into the fray. "Master, is it okay for you to appear like this?" Xianxia asked curiously. It was strange. She and Bao Qi were just standing there and watching the show. Even if the other demon kings had doubts in their hearts, they were not in the mood to think about it. However, even though Yang Kai was standing there so casually, the other demon kings didn't seem to notice him and didn't even cast a single glance at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since I control everything, I naturally have a way to prevent them from seeing me." Xianxia said, "Oh." Yang Kai said, "It's time for you to go on stage." Xianxia said, "Master, you must protect me carefully." As she said this, she shouted, "I was the one who discovered the sacred artifact. It's mine." Then, with a sway of her delicate body, she joined the battle, looking as if she wanted to snatch the demonic war hammer. However, her strength was only at the bottom among the demon kings. Even though she put in a lot of effort into her performance, she was still unable to charge into the inner circle. She looked anxious and helpless. The battle between the demon kings was bloody and brutal. In order to snatch the demonic warhammer, they were willing to do anything. Not long after, someone was injured. However, the injuries did not stop the demon kings. Instead, it stimulated their ferocity and made the battle even more intense. The demonic warhammer changed owners again and again. After a round of confrontation, the weaker demon kings no longer dared to approach the center of the battlefield. They could only wander around the periphery and look for opportunities. This way, Xianxia finally had a few companions and did not seem so unique. This chaotic battle between the demon kings lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, an angry roar sounded. "All of you stop." The demon kings instinctively stopped. At the same time, they distanced themselves from the others and looked towards the source of the sound. On the other side, the bone demon Felix's bones had loosened a lot. A casual movement made cracking sounds. The flickering ghost fire in his eye sockets also seemed to have weakened a lot. It was the same for the other demon kings. Their originally powerful auras had weakened a lot. All of them were gasping for breath. The shadow demon Mokito was currently the owner of the demonic warhammer. Black gas wrapped around the warhammer and moved away from everyone. Felix did not look at the other demon kings. Instead, he looked towards the sky, the ghost fire in his eye sockets facing Bao Qi. Chapter 2873. Although he didn't say a word, the demon kings all felt that something was wrong. They all looked up at the sky. Although they all noticed Bao Qi's abnormality, no one was in the mood to think too deeply about it at the critical moment of fighting for the sacred relic. Now that he stopped, Bao Qi's calmness and the demon king's loss of self-control instantly became very clear. "Bao Qi, you owe us an explanation." Felix's voice was bone-chilling. "Why did you provoke the demon kings to fight? What do you want from this?" Although the appearance of the sacred relic was somewhat inconceivable, Felix instinctively felt that this was a trap. It was a method Bao Qi used to make the demon kings fight. But he couldn't figure out why Bao Qi would do this. What kind of benefits could he get? The other demon kings frowned slightly before gradually coming back to their senses. Although they still had some attachment to the saint artifact, they still forcibly suppressed the restlessness in their hearts and turned their gazes to Bao Qi, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, as if they would teach him a lesson if he didn't give a reasonable explanation. "Ha!" Bao Qi couldn't help but sneer. His face was full of ridicule, as if he had stripped off a layer of disguise and revealed his true face. He lowered his eyes and looked at the demon kings below. He mocked, "I thought you would fight until the end of time. I didn't expect there to be a smart person." As soon as these words were said, the demon kings' faces changed. If they were only suspicious before, then after Bao Qi said these words, they were already sure. This was really a trap. They didn't know what the hell Bao Qi was planning. He actually used a sacred relic as bait to make them kill each other. As this thought flashed through their minds, the demon kings' hearts burned with anger. Felix gloomily said, "Bao Qi, you want to die." Bao Qi chuckled and said, "Do you have the ability? You'll know when you try." As soon as Felix finished speaking, his bones suddenly burned with green flames. He didn't see how he moved, but he took a step forward and arrived in front of Bao Qi. He reached out and pinched him. Although Bao Qi's strength was slightly higher than Xia's, he was still a level lower than Felix. According to the wizard classification, Xia was considered a low-level wizard king. Bao Qi was a mid-rank wizard king, while Felix was a high-rank wizard king. The suppression of absolute strength made Felix feel that it was impossible for him to fail. His movements were light and casual, as if he was going to squash a fly. Bao Qi smiled. In the face of the ruthless attack of this demon saint, the demon king's expression didn't change at all, and the ridicule in his eyes became even stronger. Fei Li instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be shot. There was no time for him to think too much. He immediately made up his mind to take Bao Qi's life and let him know the consequences of doing wrong. The next moment, the will-o'-the-wisps in Felix's eye sockets jumped. This was because his hand had involuntarily stopped 3 feet away from Bao Qi's face. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch forward. Then a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was a young man who had been eroded by demonic qi, but he didn't lose his mind because his eyes were full of wisdom. His expression was indifferent. The aura emitted from his body wasn't that great, but Fei Li felt extremely uneasy. This feeling hadn't appeared for countless years. The last time it appeared was 1,000 years ago. At that time he was just a skeleton that wasn't very strong. He walked unsteadily as if his bones would fall apart at any time. At that time he encountered the nemesis of the Bone Demon clan, Bone Crusher. He carefully hid in the bushes, not daring to move. He was afraid that the Bone Crusher would eat him as a meal. Recalling the feeling from 1,000 years ago, Fei Li wasn't surprised at all. Although he didn't have flesh, he could still feel a chill. It was a chill that came from the depths of his soul. He didn't know how this young man appeared in front of him. It was as if he had been standing there all along. The expressions of the other demon kings also changed several times. More than 10 pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. The demon kings who were fighting to the death just now gathered all their auras in one place. Even the shadow demon Makoto, who had snatched the sacred artifact, was no exception. They were moving closer to the other demon kings without leaving a trace. Master. Bao Qi bowed, using practical actions to show Yang Kai's high and mighty identity. Master. The will-o'-the-wisps in Fei Li's eye sockets jumped again. He was surprised by Bao Qi's address. As a demon king, he would only call master when facing a demon saint. The young man in front of him didn't have the aura of a demon saint at all. Instead, he was more like a transformed demon dweller. What qualifications did he have to be called master by Bao Qi? The transformed demon dwellers had the lowest status in the demon race. They were even inferior to demon beasts. Most of the time, the value of these demon dwellers' existence was to be used as food for demon beasts. Who are you? Fei Li asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled at him. Fei Li was baffled by the smile. However, he didn't have the mind to think about other things in the next moment because a terrifying power suddenly came from the front. He, in existence close to a demon saint, was sent flying back without any resistance in front of this power. His bones rattled and were almost shattered. Fei Li let out a strange cry and fell back to the other demon king's side. The expressions of all the demon kings were somewhat sluggish. They looked at Fei Li in shock and then looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. They almost thought that they were hallucinating. This guy is strange. Fei Li shouted as soon as he landed. It was indeed very strange. His aura obviously wasn't that strong, but he was actually able to send him flying back. If he wanted to kill him just now, would he be able to resist? Bao Qi, what do you mean? Xianxia jumped out and shouted. She was filled with righteous indignation. What do you want? It had to be said that the succubus demon really had an unparalleled talent for acting. Her expression and tone showed her anger. The other demon kings didn't have the slightest doubt. And the question she asked was the answer that all the demon kings wanted to know. Bao Qi smiled and said, Xianxia, you asked the wrong person. It's not what I want but what my master wants. Xianxia sneered. Master? A guy who is equivalent to a demon commander has the right to call himself master in front of us? Bao Qi's face darkened. My master's methods are unimaginable with your limited IQ. Xianxia had said similar words to him a few months ago. Now that he repeated it, he actually had a strange feeling. It was as if he had become the Xianxia from a few months ago, and the group of demon kings below was him from back then. As if he wanted to show off his unparalleled strength, Yang Kai raised his hand slightly. The shadow demon Makoto suddenly let out a strange cry and involuntarily flew towards Yang Kai. In midair, the black gas that had been wrapping around its body suddenly collapsed, revealing an exquisite figure. This shadow demon king, who was mysterious even in the demon territory and whom no one had seen before, was actually a female demon race. And unlike the tall and mighty figures of the normal demon race, her figure was extremely petite. The group of demon kings were almost dumbfounded. The shadow demon Makoto was an existence that ranked very high among all the demon kings. No demon king dared to fight her alone. And all this time, Makoto had been shrouded in black gas. Other than the demon saint, no one knew her true appearance. Till now. So everyone was very surprised. They never thought that the shadow demon king's true appearance would be like this. Without the mysterious black gas, she looked like an ordinary demon race. There was nothing special about her, and even her appearance was extremely ordinary. Makoto was equally surprised and even shocked. It was not her intention to disperse the black gas. It was clearly the young man's method. What shocked her was that she could not resist at all. How could this happen? Even when facing the demon saint, she, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, would not be so helpless. At this moment she could not help but have the illusion that her fate was controlled by someone else. And before this she had always controlled the fate of others. Under the complicated gazes of all the demon kings, Makoto was dragged in front of Yang Kai. Makoto naturally did not want to wait for death. She instinctively wanted to resist, but she could not gather any strength. Her face turned pale as she looked at the young man in front of her in fear. The young man smiled at her, but she felt her hair stand on end. It was as if she was facing a prehistoric beast that could devour her. "This is mine." Yang Kai reached out and pointed at her. Mokito looked as if he had been struck by lightning. With a grunt, he fell down like a meteor. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He was clearly injured. This scene made the other demon kings feel their hair stand on end. It had only been a few breaths of time since this young man had appeared, but the ability he had displayed had already exceeded the knowledge of all the demon kings. He was like a god of this world, having the power to decide the life and death of anyone. The sacred tool that Makoto had snatched and held in her arms was now quietly floating in midair. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, then casually threw it behind him. The demon war hammer immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared. No one knew where this young man had thrown the sacred tool to. At this time no one cared about the whereabouts of the sacred tool. Everyone was thinking if they joined forces, would they be able to contend against this young man? There was definitely no chance of victory if they fought him alone. Even Philip and Makoto could not block one of his attacks, so what could the others do? There was no need to say anything. All the demon kings looked at each other and reached a consensus. "I am called Wizard Bull." Yang Kai floated in midair and looked down at everyone from above. This made his figure seem even taller. "As you can see, Baoqi is my man." The demon kings did not say anything. This was obvious. "What do you want to do?" Xianxia asked in a timely manner. Yang Kai smiled. "I want you to be like Baoqi. Become my men." Chapter 2874. What a joke. Wishful thinking. Are you dreaming? The group of demon kings immediately shouted. Although this guy called Wizard Bull seemed invincible, it was impossible for them to voluntarily submit to him. Most of the demon kings were people who would rather break than bend. Xianxia was an exception. Baoqi stood beside Yang Kai and watched coldly. He sneered in his heart. Back then he was the same as these demon kings, unwilling to submit to the Wizard Master Bull. But in the end, so what? The Wizard Master Bull did not even need his cooperation. He forcefully broke through his Knowledge Sea's defense and planted a brand in his Knowledge Sea. Learning from the mistakes of the past, the fate of these guys below would probably be the same. In this place there was no one who could resist him. Ever since these former colleagues of his took the initiative to step into this world, everything had already been decided. "You want us to be your slaves just like Baoqi?" Felix's chin moved as he laughed strangely. "Then I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Kill us all if you can." Another demon king shouted. This was the voice of all the demon kings. Other than Xianxia, who had other plans, the other demon kings were unwavering. Yang Kai looked at him. The demon king looked back coldly, not showing any signs of weakness. Yang Kai suddenly nodded and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At this point he suddenly raised his hand. The demon king's expression changed, and his body involuntarily floated into the air. It was as if he was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and no matter how he struggled he could not resist. The other demon kings naturally would not sit by and watch. As they exchanged glances, they activated their demonic chi and were about to rush forward. But before they could do anything, Yang Kai suddenly pressed down with his other hand. At the same time, an irresistible power descended between heaven and earth. That power was so strong that it was like the will of the entire world. It suppressed the 15 demon kings on the spot, making it difficult for them to even move their fingers. The demons' expressions changed. Although this Wizard Bull had shown an unimaginable power before, they still felt that they might not be able to defeat him. However, everyone felt that if they worked together they might have a chance. With so many devil kings working together, even the devil saint would be flustered. But the truth was that they were scared out of their wits. Suppressing 15 demon kings with just a raise of his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he did not use any strength. Demon kings. The eyes of the demon kings trembled violently as they looked up with difficulty. Fei Li gritted his teeth. Never bow down. The panic and bewilderment in the eyes of the demon king called Cook disappeared. It was replaced with determination. He nodded and said, I will never lower my head. He tried to raise his head and looked into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tightened his grip. There was a soft sound as if he had crushed something. Cook, who had been floating in the air, suddenly broke into pieces. The flesh on his body turned into stone-like existences. They fell from the air and fell to the ground with a clatter. Cook was a stone demon. His flesh was like the hardest stone in the world. His defense was the strongest among all the demon kings. Even the shadow demon Makoto did not have the confidence to break through his defense in an instant and give him a fatal blow. But such a demon king had been casually crushed by that guy called Wizard Bull. Moreover, he had crushed him through the air. The stones fell. They were Cook's flesh and blood. Among them were 3 heart-like things. Those were Cook's demon hearts. As long as the demon hearts were not destroyed, the demon race would not die. As long as any of the 3 demon hearts were left, Cook would have a chance to be resurrected. Puff. In the process of falling, the 3 demon hearts exploded one after the other. The pure and terrifying demonic chi swept out, turning the whole world dark. The demon kings felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They felt cold all over. Cook was dead. He died without doing anything. The 3 demon hearts were all destroyed. Even the great demonic god did not have the ability to resurrect him. Every demon king knew that this was the wizard's method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. But they still could not help but feel shocked. He actually killed Cook. They thought that when he said that he would make them his slaves, he would more or less cherish their lives. After all, the dead could not be slaves. But he killed Cook without hesitation, as if killing a few more did not matter. I forgot to tell you. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back. He swept his eyes over the demon kings and said, neither too fast nor too slow. My ability is limited. I can only take 10 slaves. After all, your cultivation is higher than mine, so 10 is my limit. I can't do anything more. But there are still 15 of you, so. Yang Kai smiled. Some of you must die. That smile was imprinted in the eyes of the demon kings. They felt that it was even more terrifying than the anger of the demon saint. Bao Qi stood beside Yang Kai without saying a word. He did not know if Yang Kai's 10 number was true or not, but from what he knew, it should be true. After all, to plant the divine soul brand in someone else's mind, one had to pay a portion of one's attention. If there were too many splits, the body would not be able to bear it. The Wizard Master Ox's true realm was not too high. Being able to use the soul-splitting technique to enslave 10 demon kings was already shocking enough. Including himself and Xianxia, there were only 8 spots left. And excluding Xianxia, there were 14 demon kings present. In other words, he had to kill 6 more. If Bao Qi could calculate such a simple matter, then the other demon kings could naturally calculate it as well. For a moment they all looked somewhat gloomy. Killing Cook was not only to set an example for others, but also a necessary method. Because there were too many people, it was useless for him to keep them alive. Realizing this, some of the demon king's mentality changed. If not for Yang Kai's words, everyone working together was not a big deal. Living and dying together was a refreshing thing. But now that some people were going to die and some could live, the selfish side of the demon kings began to stir in their hearts. It took root and sprouted, and the atmosphere of a common enemy seemed to be broken in an instant. Yang Kai said again, I'm not afraid to tell you, even if you are not willing to submit to me, I still have a way to turn you into my slaves. But I prefer people to take the initiative. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. Felix shouted in a low voice, don't listen to his nonsense. He wants to break our psychological defenses. As long as we persevere, there is nothing he can do except kill us. As demon kings, we would rather die than submit. This shout had indeed aroused the bloodthirst in the hearts of many demon kings. Being a slave of a different race was a disgrace. If the cultivation of this different race was not as high as theirs, then it would be an even greater disgrace. Yang Kai smiled faintly and did not stop Felix's bewitching. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at a demon king with red eyes. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Do you want to live or die? The demon king had an unruly expression. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he sneered. His power was confined in his body and could not be used. He could only open his mouth and spit a mouthful of saliva at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Don't act like I bullied you. It was you who set foot on this land for no reason and burned, killed and plundered my barbarian race. You are the invaders." The Demon King laughed. "Then you can just kill me. In any case, this king has also killed many different races. Dying is not a loss." "As you wish." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tapped the Demon King's forehead. Accompanied by a light poochie sound, a hole was pierced through the head of the Demon King. Immediately after, several explosive sounds came from the Demon King's body. The Demon King's body softly fell down and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. "I will continue to ask until I have killed enough people. The rest of you will have to congratulate you. You will have the fortune to become my slaves." Yang Kai's tone was indifferent. Compared to the helpless Demon Kings, it was as if he was the real Demon King. Standing in front of him was a weakling who could not obtain any protection. "So you better pray that the people I ask will reject me. That way the others will have a way to live." He walked step by step and soon arrived in front of Xianxia. He asked indifferently, "Dead or alive?" Xianxia's face was pale. It was as if the death of the previous two Demon Kings had given her a great shock. Even her expression had become panicked. Facing Yang Kai's question, she did not immediately answer. Felix shouted in a low voice, "Xianxia, we will come to accompany you soon. Death is just returning to the embrace of the great demon god. There is nothing to be afraid of." Xianxia snorted, "Felix, you make it sound so easy. The person being asked is me, not you. Dying is not a big deal, but dying in such an ugly manner would be a disgrace to our demon race." "You?" Felix was shocked. He looked at Xianxia with a gloomy gaze. "Do you really want to? You have 3 breaths of time." Yang Kai slowly raised a finger and pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately half knelt on the ground and lowered her head. Xianxia is willing to pledge her loyalty to the Wizard Master Bull. The expressions of all the Demon Kings changed. Most of them looked at Xianxia with disdain and anger. They felt that it was a disgrace to be a Demon King like her. Only a few people could empathize with Xianxia when they saw her expression. Every race had people who were unafraid of death, and there were also people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Although the Demon Kings were strong, they could not avoid this rule. "Very good." Yang Kai showed a smile as he reached out and placed his hand on Xianxia's head, putting on an act. When Xianxia raised her head again, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. "Many thanks, sir." Saying this, she stood up and walked to Bao Qi's side. Bao Qi glanced at her and gave her a look of approval. To be honest, if he did not already know about Xianxia's background, he would have been fooled by her. "I should have killed you before." Felix gritted his teeth and shouted. Dying by his own hands was better than being enslaved by another race. This was the true disgrace to the demon race. Yang Kai turned around and shouted with a serious expression, "I will ask you one last time. Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Chapter 2875. For the last time, do you want to die or live? If no one is willing to surrender, I don't mind killing all of you. The Demon King is not only limited to you, I have many other choices besides you. Moreover, you don't have to feel ashamed. Those who don't surrender to me will die, and those who surrender to me will live. No one will remember your choice today except for yourselves. Last 3 breaths. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became a little impatient. He issued the ultimatum, then raised 3 fingers and at the same time said with a cold expression, 3. After a pause he continued, 2. All the Demon King's expression froze. They knew what kind of scene would happen after this wizard finished counting down. Without waiting for him to say the last number, a Demon King with a terrifying scar on his face immediately stood up and said in a low voice, "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Master." He gritted his teeth and said these words. His expression changed, and it was obvious that he was struggling fiercely in the depths of his heart. The ghost fire in the eyes of the bone demon Philip didn't have any waves. When Xianxia was the first to surrender to this alien, he had already expected such a scene, so at this moment he didn't go and blame others. Standing to die, kneeling to live, this was their own choice. Some guys were willing to throw away their dignity and pride to show their humble side to the alien, and he couldn't care less. However, he knew that most of the Demon Kings present wouldn't be so cowardly. They were Demon Kings. The facts were indeed as Philip expected. Under the cold gaze of him and most of the Demon Kings, only a few Demon Kings chose to surrender with shame and uneasiness. They half knelt on the ground, not daring to look at their former companions, as if they were a group of children who had done something wrong and were waiting for Yang Kai's judgment. 5. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looking at the demon kings kneeling in a row below, and then looking around at the 8 behind, he smiled and said, "It seems that you have all made your choice." Fei Li snorted. He looked at the 5 demon kings in front of him with disdain, then met Yang Kai's eyes. His eyes were filled with mockery. "The number is just right." Yang Kai grinned. These words made the demon king somewhat baffled. Yang Kai slowly raised his hand, his expression indifferent. "No. Please go to hell. The demon fire will not be extinguished, the demon race will not be extinguished." Fei Li shouted. The other demon kings also shouted, their faces showing that they were ready to face death with equanimity. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of the demon king exploded into a bloody mist, and not even their bones remained. Even the demon heart hidden in his body had disappeared without a trace. Xiaya's smiling expression froze on her face. Bao Qi's eyelids were twitching violently. The 2 balls of will-o-the-wisps in Philip's eye sockets burned even brighter, revealing the shock in his heart. The other demon kings were also dumbfounded. Because the ones that were killed by Yang Kai were not the demon kings who would rather die than submit, but the 5 cowards who had shown him their sincerity. Killed the wrong person? Every demon king couldn't help but have this thought, but thinking about it carefully, how could such a thing happen? If he didn't kill the wrong person, then there was only one explanation left. This was a deliberate move by the strange races. The ones he wanted to leave behind were not those cowards, but the remaining demon kings who would rather die than submit. No wonder he said that the number was just right, excluding Bao Qi and Xiaya who had already submitted to him. The remaining 8 people were just the right number. What do you mean? Fei Li coldly looked at Yang Kai and asked. What do you mean? Don't you understand? Yang Kai slightly smiled. Fei Li said, "We will never submit, you should just kill us." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I have no doubt about this, you have also used practical actions to prove it. But as I said, even if you are not willing to submit to me, I still have a way to turn you into slaves. I need the strong among you, those who take the initiative to submit are not of much use." His words made Xiaya blush. Back then she had surrendered without being tortured. Now that she thought about it, it was fortunate that she was the first to submit to Yang Kai. If she had been in the same situation, she would have probably been killed. Just because of this, you humiliated them, mocked them, and then killed them? Fei Li's mood suddenly became agitated. If those cowardly demon kings were to die, then so be it. But Yang Kai's way of doing things still made him angry. Yes, just because of this. Yang Kai's expression was cold and emotionless. Only in this way can I get rid of those few trash. Fei Li still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai waved his hand, not giving him a chance to speak, and said impatiently, "All right. Now it's your turn." As he spoke, he reached out with his hand and a demon king was directly in front of him. His left eye suddenly became golden, and he looked at the demon king with a dignified gaze. The demon king struggled with all his might, but he could not escape at all. And with the suppression of this world and the influx of Yang Kai's divine sense, the demon king's face gradually showed a trace of pain. Soon the pain disappeared and it was replaced by a look of comfort. When Yang Kai put him down, the demon king shook his head uncomfortably. When he raised his head to look at Yang Kai again, his gaze was somewhat complicated, but there was no longer any hostility. He bowed respectfully and stood beside Bao Qi and Xiaya without saying a word. "Welcome, power demon Yura." Bao Qi smiled. The power demon called Yura glanced at him and still did not say a word, which made Bao Qi feel embarrassed. Hey, what is this? This isn't good, is it?" The shadow demon Makoto swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was not in the mood to continue using the secret technique to hide his body. Seeing a demon king who was unwilling to lower his head in the face of death being subdued by a different race in such a short time, Makoto was greatly shocked and felt uncomfortable all over. The other demon kings who saw this scene also felt the same. They were not afraid of death. If they were, they would not have stood in place and refused to submit. But they were afraid of being enslaved for no reason and becoming someone's slave. Even the demon Saint Master had never enslaved them before. If not for the suppression of this world, they would rather use their magic power to self-destruct than drag out an ignoble existence. Sadly, they did not even have the ability to self-destruct now. Another demon king was brought in front of that different race. Everyone could predict what would happen next, which made the hearts of the remaining demon kings turn to ashes. Master, didn't you just say that a forcibly picked melon is not sweet? Just let us die, why go through so much trouble? Makoto opened her mouth and shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet, but it quenches my thirst. Makoto's expression froze and her face twitched. What kind of bullshit logic is this? Just as she was feeling indignant, her body was involuntarily sucked over by Yang Kai. She sighed slightly, knowing that she could not escape no matter what, so she could only stand there helplessly. One by one, the demon kings were branded with the soul brand. Finally, it was Fei Li's turn. As the invisible leader of the many demon kings, Fei Li did have the capital to be proud. Even when Yang Kai branded him, he still tried to resist. Unfortunately, in the small sealed world, his resistance had no effect at all. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, the 8 demon kings led by Fei Li had finished dealing with them. Everyone stood together, looking at each other with strange expressions. Xianxia enthusiastically circled around the many demon kings, intentionally or unintentionally flattering Yang Kai's strength to dispel their dissatisfaction. This process consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength, but he had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so he could bear such consumption. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. In the small sealed world, the 10 demon kings all looked solemn and focused their attention on Yang Kai. Looking around, Yang Kai said, I need you to do a few things for me. Please speak, Master. Fei Li said somewhat awkwardly. The first thing is to send all the transformed demons under your command to me. I know that each of you more or less have a few transformed barbarians under your command. I need those people. Fei Li nodded and said, yes. The transformed demons had a low status in the demon race, so no one would take them seriously. The second thing is, I want your demon beast. Yang Kai said again. This request was more difficult than the previous one, but it was not impossible. Now that the devil saints were recuperating from their injuries, there was almost no one who could restrain the devil kings. They had the final say in their respective territories. If they wanted to send the demonic beasts away, their subordinates would not dare to question them. The third thing is to gather the subordinates of the demon kings I killed today. Also, be careful not to leak the news of their deaths. All the demon kings nodded in agreement. Fei Li said, Master, do we need to meet up with you after doing this? No need. Yang Kai shook his head. After doing this, you can do what you need to do. When I need you, I will naturally summon you. Makoto said, what if there are foreign races attacking us? Master, you know that your clansmen are fighting back everywhere. Yang Kai looked at her and said, it shouldn't be difficult to send your subordinates to their deaths, right? As soon as this was said, the 8 demon kings' expressions changed slightly. They had indeed been implanted with the soul brand by Yang Kai and had become his slaves, but it was still difficult for them to accept sending their clansmen to their deaths, even if this was Yang Kai's order. Yang Kai did not care what they thought. After saying what needed to be said, he sent them all out of the small sealed world. In the wilderness, the 8 demon kings went their separate ways. After watching the demon kings leave, Xianxia smiled slightly and said, I thought Master would use them like before and then nibble away at their subordinates. Yang Kai said lightly, it's not a good thing to have too much power. I need a little more time. The Wizard's Bull clan originally only had 3,000 people, and they had already nibbled away 2 demon kings' troops. If they did as before, they would be invincible in a short time, but it would also attract the attention of the demon race. Chapter 2876. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, there were some changes in the Wizard Bull tribe's camp. The most obvious change was the sudden increase in the number of people. After 3 months of battles, the army of 3,000 people had expanded to 5,000 people. After conquering this city, the number of people had increased by a lot to 7,000 people. And now the 7,000 people had increased by 2 to 3 times. The number of people was approaching the 20,000 mark. This was an extremely terrifying number. It was not a number that a great wizard could control. Only the Wizard King could command so many people. The extra clansmen were naturally sent over by the demon kings led by Felix. Under the leadership of Yu Lu and the other wizards, many of the clansmen had recovered their consciousness under the treatment. The wizard did not know where these demonized people came from. They just followed Yang Kai's orders and accepted them from time to time. During this time, Bao Qi and Xia also contributed a lot. If the two Demon King did not take the lead, the handover work would not have been so smooth. Every wizard was so busy that their feet did not touch the ground, but they were all happy. This was not the only good thing, because among the people who were sent over, there were some wizard existences. Originally, the Wizard Bull tribe only had 12 wizards. But after a month, this number had increased to 40 to 50. Most of them were apprentices and wizards. Only a few were wizard-level existences. There was not a single great wizard. Thinking about it, the great wizard himself had the protection of wizard spells. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that they would be demonized. If they really encountered a strong demon race, they would definitely be killed. How could they leave them for Yang Kai? In addition, the Demon King's subordinates were also sent over. Originally, the cavalry of the Witchcraft Bull tribe only had a few dozen people. But now it had expanded to 1,000 people. Once 1,000 cavalrymen charged, the might that they could cause was not to be underestimated. They would play a huge role in the future war. The number of people increased. Of course, the small teams had to be rebuilt. But Yang Kai did not interfere. He let Yilu do it. He believed that they could handle it well. The air cavalry went out to investigate every day. The range of investigation was also getting wider. According to the news, the barbarians' counterattack was quite effective. They had already recovered a large amount of lost land. Everywhere the army of the barbarians went, there were more victories than losses. Step by step, the demon race was suppressed to the north. As the vast line of defense shrank, the forces of the devil race gradually began to concentrate. The resistance encountered by the barbarian race was also getting stronger and stronger. Their resistance was also getting more and more intense. There were already several large tribes that had gathered all their forces to fight against the devil race. Both sides had victories and losses. That was indeed the case. On a certain day a month later, a sharp horn suddenly sounded in the encampment. It was a clarion call to gather everyone. At the same time, there was a knock on the door of Yang Kai's room. Rain's voice was heard. Yang Kai got up and opened the door. The twins were standing outside with a solemn expression. After seeing him, Rain immediately said, "Master, the Wizard King has summoned all the people of the southern barbarian tribe to gather at Jiaohe." Yang Kai looked serious. "How long is the deadline?" "Within 10 days. Are they going to fight with someone?" Yang Kai frowned. Rain said, "The message said that more than 10 demon kings have gathered there, so they need to integrate all the forces of the southern barbarian tribe." More than 10 demon kings. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The first thought that came to his mind was whether there were any of his people among the demon kings. If there were, then things would be easier. The sound of the horn was still echoing in the city. Since it was an order from the Wizard King, Yang Kai naturally couldn't disobey. He nodded and said, "Let the people get ready. We will set off in 2 hours." "Yes." The twins nodded and turned to leave. 2 hours later, nearly 20,000 people gathered outside the city. Yang Kai didn't ride a giant eagle. Instead, he sat on the back of a tall demon beast and looked around at his army. He didn't say much and just waved his hand, "Let's go." The sound of neat footsteps sounded, and the rhythm of the footsteps was like the sound of war drums. Nearly 20,000 people were divided into more than 20 teams and marched toward Jiaohe. After a while, Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Qi and whispered, "Ask Felix what's the situation with the demon race." Bao Qi gently nodded and a black crow flew out from his body. It flapped its wings and disappeared from everyone's sight. The barbarians didn't find it strange. The march of 20,000 people was not a simple matter. The coordination, cooperation, and vigilance between the teams were all knowledge. Although it was the first time Yang Kai controlled so many people, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. His spiritual sense was strong, so after the first few days of not adapting, he was able to give out all kinds of orders in an orderly manner. He was like a commander who had experienced the battlefield. Although the army was large in number, their speed was not slow at all. On the way, they encountered some stragglers of the demon race. They killed all of them without any effort. The morale of the Wizard Bull division rose steadily. However, Yang Kai's heart was filled with a trace of uneasiness. Because Felix didn't reply, which made him feel that something bad was going to happen. Felix had been planted with his soul brand and had become his slave. Although he was too far away to feel his thoughts, Yang Kai knew that Felix would never betray him. But after a few days he still didn't receive any reply. From what he could sense, Felix hadn't died. It wasn't until the 7th day that a small black dot appeared on the horizon. Yang Kai looked up and confirmed that it was a black crow formed by the demonic qi. This was the most common method that the demon kings used to communicate with each other. The black crow flew over, circled above the army for a while and then landed on Bao Qi's shoulder. Bao Qi grabbed the black crow, and the lifelike black crow turned into a black gas that was absorbed into his body. Immediately after, Bao Qi's body shook and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Modo is here." "What?" Xiaya's beautiful face turned pale as she looked at Bao Qi in shock. "How could he be here?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Who is that?" From the expressions of the two demon kings, he guessed that this Modo was definitely an incredible person. Otherwise, Bao Qi and Xiaya wouldn't be so afraid. And for an existence whose name could have such an effect, it could only be, Modo is a demon saint. Yang Kai became more and more confused. Aren't the demon saint all healing their wounds? What's going on with this Modo? He turned to look at Xiaya. He had basically gotten all the information about the demon race from Xiaya. Xiaya had indeed said that the demon saint were all healing, and the information from the barbarians had confirmed this. For someone as strong as the demon saint, it would take a few months for them to fully recover. Xiaya said with a pale face, "Master Modo, he should be new." Bao Qi said, "He only recently arrived." Yang Kai was shocked. "That's possible? Your demon territory can send a demon saint over at any time?" If that was the case, then the barbarians had no hope at all. In the last battle between the saints, the demon saint and the wizard saint didn't have it easy either. Both sides were rushing to heal, which was why there hadn't been any activity from the saints in the past few months. But if the demon territory could casually send another demon saint over, the barbarians wouldn't have the power to resist at all. Bao Qi shook his head. It's impossible under normal circumstances. The last time the demon god opened the world barrier, enough demon race passed through. If more demon race passes through, the world barrier will definitely become unstable, and we won't be able to return. Master Modo might have paid some price to descend to this land. Xiaya also said, "The demon saint's methods are beyond imagination. Perhaps there's something we don't understand." Bao Qi took a deep breath. No matter what, the Modo demon saint is already here and his target is the southern barbarians. Yang Kai's expression changed. "Master, we can't go over." The reason why Felix replied so late is because the Modo demon saint is by his side, so he doesn't dare to casually send a message. But according to the information he received, the Modo demon saint wants to destroy one of your tribes this time and let you barbarians know the consequences of killing the demon race. The reason why he hasn't made a move yet is because he's waiting for you to gather. Once the time is right, he'll use the divine technique to annihilate all of you. Xiaya said, "That's right, master. Let's go back." Yang Kai glanced at them and said in a low voice, "If it were you, would you charge forward bravely or retreat timidly?" The two didn't answer. Regardless of what Xiaya would do, Bao Qi would definitely charge forward bravely. 20,000 people was not a small number. Once they gathered in the southern barbarians, they might have some unexpected effect. Not to mention turning defeat into victory, they would definitely increase the strength of the southern barbarians greatly. The two already knew Yang Kai's choice. "Speed up," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He urged the demon beasts under him to speed up suddenly. The wizard's incantations sounded. Circles of light from the lightness spell enveloped the army. The marching speed immediately increased by a lot. In 1 day's time they had traveled for 2 days. The gathering point was in sight. But at this moment, an extremely uneasy aura suddenly shrouded them from all directions. It was as if the entire world had sensed something abnormal and was warning everything in the world. The demon beasts under the cavalrymen clearly showed uneasiness. They actually roared uncontrollably and became irritable. Dozens of demon beasts even charged into the crowd, causing chaos in the orderly troops. The army's rhythm was suddenly disrupted. Yang Kai frowned. He looked forward as if he sensed something. His eyes narrowed slightly and he raised his hand to stop the army from advancing. The demon beasts became more and more restless. The cavalrymen tried to suppress them but to no avail. Chapter 2877. The clansmen didn't know why they stopped here. They all looked at Yang Kai and followed his gaze into the distance. More and more clansmen cast their gazes in that direction. For some reason, everyone felt a palpitating feeling from the sky over there. At a certain moment, a black dot suddenly appeared on the horizon. Although the black dot was small, it was extremely conspicuous. At first, the small black dot quietly floated in the air, fluctuating with a terrifying aura. But after only 3 breaths, the small black dot suddenly fell vertically. During the falling process, the small black dot rapidly expanded, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Everything in its path turned into nothingness. Dark light. Bao Qi's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Xiaxua's face suddenly turned pale without a trace of blood. She stared at the rapidly expanding black hole with fear and horror, unable to say a word. If Yang Kai wasn't standing next to her, she would have turned around and run away immediately. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. Although he didn't know what the dark light that Bao Qi mentioned was, he could still feel the aura of destruction from it from such a distance. The direction that the dark light fell was obviously the Jiaohe boundary, the place where all the southern barbarian tribe gathered. This was a conspiracy to destroy the southern barbarian tribe. The wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe didn't know, and neither did the great wizard of the southern barbarian tribe. Yang Kai knew, but it was too late. How is this possible? How is this possible? Bao Qi kept muttering after the shock, as if everything in front of him was incomprehensible. What is that? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Bao Qi took a deep breath and explained, that is a natural disaster in the demon territory. It has an extremely strong corrosive power that can even corrode the earth. Once it appears, ordinary demon race can't resist at all. Even the demon king has to retreat. But how could the dark light appear here? The demon territory was not a pure land. Compared to this land, the environment in the demon territory was extremely bad. From time to time, natural disasters would appear. The dark light was one of the many natural disasters in the demon territory. No one knew what it was, but every time it appeared, it would take away a large number of lives of the demon race and destroy a large area of the demon territory. That was why the demon race had to constantly fight. On the one hand, it was in their nature to fight, and on the other hand, they were making plans for their own survival. However, every great world they conquered would become fragmented in less than 10,000 years. Then they would set their sights on a new great world. The cycle repeated itself. Bao Qi did not understand why the dark light, a natural disaster that belonged to the demon territory, would appear in this land. However, the truth was right in front of him. Most likely no one would survive the dark light. As he spoke, the black light had expanded to the point where it almost covered half of the sky. To the naked eye, it looked like stars had flown from outer space and crashed heavily onto the ground. There was no strange sound, and the land was instantly enveloped in darkness. The darkness gradually spread to the surroundings. The bull demon wizard clan's demonic beasts became more and more irritable. They swung their hooves and refused to move forward no matter how the warriors on their backs urged them to. Butterfly! Yang Kai shouted. Butterfly looked at him. Yang Kai calmly said, if I don't return in half an hour, take your people and leave this place. Butterfly gently nodded. Master, what are you doing? Bao Qi looked at Yang Kai in shock. However, he did not get any response. The next moment, Yang Kai, who was sitting on the back of one of the demonic beasts, had disappeared. Xiaxua was uneasy. He is. She looked at the area covered by the dark light. Sure enough, she saw a faintly discernible trace that was moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from her sight. Bao Qi's face was ugly. What is he doing? The dark light exploded. The barbarians gathered there would definitely die without a burial place. The best thing to do now was to immediately turn back and retreat. However, as the commander, the wizard Master Bull actually took the risk alone. From his point of view, he really could not see through this. It's over, it's all over now. Xiaxua seemed to have lost her soul. Her eyes were blank. If Yang Kai did not plant the divine soul brand on her, she would rather Yang Kai die early and reincarnate. However, since there was a layer of divine soul connection, she could not help but worry about Yang Kai's safety. This was obviously not a wise decision. Yang Kai did not know how terrifying the dark light was. However, the demon race knew better than anyone else. Even the demon king had to retreat. The wizard master bull was only equivalent to a demon commander. What good would come of going there? The two demon kings looked at each other. They could only secretly pray that the dark light would disappear before Yang Kai arrived. It was unknown if their prayers were effective, but the darkness in the distance only lasted for a stick of incense's worth of time before gradually dissipating. This surprised Baoqi and Xia. In the demon territory, once the dark light exploded, it could last for a few days or even a few months. During this time, large areas of land would disappear and turn into nothingness. The laws of heaven and earth would be destroyed. It could be said that the destruction of the demon territory had a lot to do with the dark light. This was the first time they had seen the dark light disappear after a stick of incense's worth of time. They had never even heard of it before. The appearance of the dark light in this land was unusual. The two guessed that it was either the demon Saint Modo or the great demon god who had used some heaven-defying method to transfer the dark light from the demon territory to this place. Although the method was shocking, there were always various restrictions. This was probably the main reason why the dark light lasted for such a short time. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed this. He continued to approach that place. Although he knew that a demon saint had suddenly arrived, this did not make him afraid. He did not even know why he wanted to go there. There might not even be a single person alive, but there was an impulse in his body that made him want to go forward. He suddenly realized that he had completely adapted to his identity as a barbarian. Had he adapted to his role as a great wizard? Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Yang Kai used his eyesight to see that in the distance, there was a huge crater with corpses lying everywhere. At the edge of the crater, more people were gathering and surrounding the crater. The distance was too far. Even with Yang Kai's eyesight, he could not see the situation clearly. However, he knew that the southern barbarian tribe was not completely wiped out. There were still survivors. The demon race had obviously expected this. That was why they surrounded the crater and prepared to massacre. Under the fluctuation of the law of space, Yang Kai teleported again and again. The demon race that surrounded the crater began to charge down. They were like ferocious beasts that wanted to devour all the barbarians. The surviving barbarians gathered under the command of their respective leaders and tried their best to resist. Unyielding roars and blood-boiling battle cries began to reverberate in his ears. The crater that was corroded by the dark light suddenly became a bloody battlefield. The demon race was approaching from all directions. The southern barbarian tribe's survivors were shrinking their defense line little by little. They did not show any sign of weakness. However, the huge disadvantage in numbers and the damage caused by the dark light made them unable to resist the long-planned attack of the demon race. The destruction of the southern barbarian tribe was only a matter of time. At this time, Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield. He rushed down from the outermost edge of the crater. Holding the wide myriad sword, he was invincible. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Yang Kai plowed one abyss of death after another in the demon race's army. Countless demon race members were scared out of their wits. Many demon race members noticed his existence. Different demon race members of different races rushed toward him fearlessly. However, they could not stop him at all. They turned into ghosts under his sword one after another. Even the powerful demon commanders were the same. No matter how powerful the demon commanders were, they could not withstand Yang Kai's attack. The remaining power of the myriad sword shattered their bones. 30 miles away, a pair of deep eyes stared at him. The owner of that gaze was a young man with fair skin. He was tall and slender. The appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have injected new vitality into the stagnant pool of war, arousing his interest. Several demon kings gathered around him respectfully. Occasionally they would look at him with awe. There was only one identity of this young man that could make the demon kings show enough humility. Demon Saint Modo. Before seeing his true face, no one would have thought that the murderer who attracted the dark light and killed 200,000 to 300,000 people of the southern barbarian tribe in one fell swoop was actually a harmless-looking young man with fair skin. There was no trace of demonic chi on him. It was as if he was just an ordinary human. But the demon kings who were familiar with him all knew how terrifying the demon saint master was. That kind face was just a meaningless disguise. One of the demon kings noticed Modo's gaze and carefully asked, "Master, do you need me to teach him a lesson?" This was a battle to establish the might of the demon race. The outsiders only needed to stand there obediently and let the demon race kill them all. This battle was used to attack the outsiders' morale and let them know what the end result of resisting the demon race would be. So those outsiders couldn't be allowed to be impudent. That outsider youth who swept through everything on the battlefield was clearly a bit too excessive. This demon king couldn't help but want to go down and kill him. Moto shook his head and said with a smile, "That's good." The demon king who spoke immediately stopped talking. He coldly stared at the other side as if he wanted to see how Yang Kai would die. The huge crater was extremely large, occupying at least 100 miles in radius. And within 100 miles it was a battlefield. The 300,000 people of the southern barbarian tribe gathered here under the order of the Shaman King. When the dark light broke out, more than 2/3 of the 300,000 people died in an instant. Those who were lucky enough to survive mostly had broken limbs. None of them was in good condition. There were also many people on the demon race's side. All the forces under the command of more than a dozen demon kings were gathered together. There were nearly 100,000 people of the demon race. Right now, nearly 200,000 people were gathered here. This was almost the largest battle since the outbreak of the war between the two races. But the situation was extremely unfavorable for the barbarian tribe. Chapter 2878. Yang Kai's sword swept across everything. A few demon generals who were confident in their strength were cut in half by Yang Kai. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The remaining power of the sword cleared a wide area. All the demon race were smashed into pieces. There was only one tall barbarian standing there. The light of a witchcraft shield flickered on his body, but it still couldn't hide the fact that half of his body had turned into a puddle of liquid. Before Yang Kai came here, he had killed dozens of demon generals and demon commanders with his own witchcraft. The flames of his life were burning madly, supporting his incomplete body from collapsing. The two of them looked at each other. The barbarian grinned. "Hee, the wizard is awesome. Wizard too?" Yang Kai looked at the great wizard in front of him with a complicated expression. Just a few months ago, the two of them had some conflicts in the southern barbarians' king's city. This wizard too provoked him and was not convinced. After a few months, the great wizard still looked at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. There was a hint of rivalry. "I thought you didn't come. Turns out you were here a long time ago." Wu Tu chuckled softly. He didn't care about the fact that half of his body had been corroded by the dark light's explosion. Bones were exposed one by one. Even the internal organs were clearly visible. They were constantly melting and dripping to the ground. "I just arrived." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Very good." The wizard too was still smiling. The pain didn't make him lose his mind. Instead, he became more clear-headed than before. He said with a serious expression, "In the past few months, more than 7,000 demon race people died in my wizard two's hands. What about you?" "Not as good as you," Yang Kai replied. Wu Tu laughed heartily. "That means I've won." "Ah." He still remembered the bet he made with Yang Kai before leaving King's City. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You have indeed won." He paused for a moment and said, "Can you still hold on?" The wizard shook his head and said, "I can't. You've seen me like this. Besides, my people are all dead. I'm the only one left in the wizard's map department. It's time for me to go find them." "Take care." Yang Kai nodded and placed his hand on his chest. Wizard Tome raised his skeletal hand to return the greeting. Suddenly he shouted, "Go find the Wizard King, Master. The southern barbarian tribe will not perish." With that, he turned around and strode towards the territory where the demon race was most concentrated. Wu Tu's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. That light was like a ball of fire and it engulfed him fiercely. Life sacrifice. This was a forbidden technique. It was a magus spell that was forbidden to be used casually. However, at this moment Wu Tu had used it to display the final brilliance of his life. In this ancient era, all barbarians believed that they would return to the arms of the barbarian god after death, and their souls would go to the wizard temple. Death was not the end for them but another kind of beginning. Only one kind of people did not have this qualification, and that was the wizard who used the forbidden technique of life sacrifice. So under normal circumstances, even if the great wizard died, he would not use such a forbidden technique easily. Once he used it, it meant that he had lost the right to return to the arms of the barbarian god, and his soul would go to the wizard temple. This was almost intolerable. But facing the demon race who invaded his home, the wizard too had no other choice. Even if he was abandoned by the barbarian god, he had to contribute his last bit of strength to his people. The demons who didn't know what was going on surrounded him. Wu Tu laughed loudly and allowed the sharp weapons to slash his body. However, the flames of life that were burning brighter and brighter. The demon race who gathered around him finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to turn around and escape. With a loud explosion as if someone had lit a colorful firework, the wizard too exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and the demon race who gathered around him also disappeared in an instant. Within a radius of 100 feet. Everything was cleared. Yang Kai had already rushed to the center of the battlefield. He sensed a familiar aura there. It was the aura of the Wizard King, but it was weak. Obviously, the wizard's condition was also very bad. After the outbreak of the Dark Light, there were only a few tens of thousands of people left in the southern barbarian tribe. Now, after the demon race's attack, the number of barbarian soldiers fell one by one. Without the protection of the soldiers, the wizard could not play his role. Although they were relatively weak, even if they used the most exquisite wizard spells, they could not make up for the huge gap in numbers. There were constantly great wizards singing the incantation of life sacrifice in desperation. There were constantly people who burned their last bit of life force, dragging the demon race down with them. All the scattered barbarians were slaughtered. Only the tens of thousands of barbarians gathered in the center of the battlefield were able to maintain an orderly rhythm. All kinds of magic had dyed their bodies with all kinds of colors. Every single one of these barbarians was fighting the demons with an unflinching look on their faces. The defense line shrank step by step and the tens of thousands of people were rapidly reduced. Yang Kai's sudden appearance shocked everyone. Even the demon race stared blankly at him, watching him kill a bloody path and regroup with the barbarians who were surrounded. Rushing to the innermost layer, Yang Kai quickly saw the wizard Dang. Vaster. The wizard Dang was blind in one eye and thick water was flowing out. His appearance was terrible. His condition was really bad. Just like the wizard too, his body was corroded by the dark light. There were several other great wizards around him and each one of them looked more miserable than the last. The wizard Dang raised his only eye and when he saw Yang Kai he could not help but bitterly smile. Why are you here too? Yang Kai knew what he was worried about so he quickly explained, the wizard bull did not come, I came alone. When the wizard Dang heard this he immediately showed a relieved expression and nodded, good, very good. While talking he took out a wood carve-like thing from his arms. That thing was carved out of an unknown material. There was nothing special about it, but the wizard Dang regarded it as a treasure. He solemnly put it in Yang Kai's hand. This is the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe. Take it and leave here. The southern barbarian tribe cannot be destroyed. Every tribe in the barbarian race had their own sacred objects. These sacred objects were a kind of spiritual sustenance. They weren't rare treasures. However, these sacred objects symbolized supreme power. The person who possessed these sacred objects could even command the entire tribe. Generally speaking, the sacred object was in the hands of the most powerful wizard king of the tribe. The wizard Dang was the sixth wizard king, so the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe would not fall into his hands. There was only one explanation for this situation. The other wizard kings were all dead. The wizard Dang was the last wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe, but he knew that he would not live for long. Among the people present, Yang Kai was the only intact great wizard, so the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe could only be given to him. The wizard Dang had no other choice. Can you do it? The wizard Dang grabbed Yang Kai's hand and looked at him solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and made a promise. The southern barbarian tribe will not be destroyed. The wizard Dang showed a smile. That's all I need to hear. Like the last radiance of the setting sun, he regained the aura he had when Yang Kai first met him. The power of the Wizard King instantly awakened in his body, and he said in a deep voice, we will create an opportunity for you to escape from here. After leaving here, take your Wizard Bull tribe to the other big tribes and tell them what happened to the southern barbarian tribe today so that they can learn from it. Yang Kai opened his mouth and wanted to tell him that there was still a demon saint here. The wizard Dang probably did not know that all of this was the work of the demon saint, so he was so confident in creating an opportunity for Yang Kai to escape. If he knew, he would not think so. However, Yang Kai did not say that if possible he was even willing to use the small sealed world to take the rest of the people away. But even if he had this intention he could not do it, because all the barbarians he saw were corroded by the black light like the wizard picture. Their bodies were slowly melting. Even the most powerful wizard king was no exception. When he used the small sealed world, all he could take away was a pool of thick water. The shackles of life on them couldn't save their lives, they could only delay their deaths. He clenched the holy artifact in his hand and said with a serious tone, "The southern barbarian tribe will be reborn in the fire, I promise." The wizard Dang laughed and suddenly asked, "You and Lu, they are all good?" Yang Kai replied, "The war has made them grow a lot. It should not be long before they become great wizard. Master, do you have any words for me to convey?" "No need." The wizard Dang waved his hand. "They know their duties, I don't need to worry about them." He took a deep breath and said, "Are you ready?" Yang Kai nodded. The wizard Dang immediately waved his hand and a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lifelike electric python and blasted into the demon race in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. The demons were thrown off their feet. The electric python wandered and guided the rest of the southern barbarian tribe forward. The great wizard's spells and the warriors' shouts intertwined into a tragic melody. All the remaining clansmen gathered around the wizard Dang and formed a rope and drilled forward fiercely, as if they were trying to drill a way out. It was like cutting tofu. Even if they were facing enemies 10 or 20 times their number, the barbarian tribe was like a hot knife through butter, quickly advancing forward. Unfortunately, this momentum could not be maintained for long. When several demon kings came together, the southern barbarian tribe's advance was blocked. The wizard Dang flew up into the air, his wizard power fluctuating wildly. With his own strength he faced the several aggressive demon kings. At the same time he shouted at Yang Kai, "Think of a way to escape." He was unable to provide more protection for Yang Kai. Whether he could escape or not depended on Yang Kai's own efforts. Although the hope was not great, he still tried his best. Yang Kai nodded at him. He had no intention to expose himself here. Ever since he stepped into this battlefield, he had felt a pair of eyes silently watching him. Without needing to confirm, he knew that the owner of the eyes was Demon Saint Modo. So he had been hiding his true strength. He had not experienced how powerful the Demon Saint was, but he knew that he was definitely not a match for the Demon Saint. If the Demon Saint really attacked him, he might not be able to escape from here. Chapter 2879. Teleportation was of no use here because the laws of heaven and earth had been severely damaged by the dark light, and the void was extremely unstable. As long as he could find a way to leave this crater that spanned 50 kilometers, he would be able to use the techniques he was most proficient in. This huge crater with a radius of 100 miles was the key. He did his best to charge out of the battlefield without leaving a trace. However, someone still noticed him. One of them was a demon king with a pair of wings. He didn't seem interested in attacking the wizard, so he simply stood in the air with his arms crossed and coldly watched. Yang Kai's abnormality quickly attracted his attention. He first watched with interest as Yang Kai fled, but he quickly became furious. This was because he discovered that this outsider actually had some ability. Not a single one of his clansmen could stop him. As he charged out, several hundred of his clansmen had died at his hands. Seeing that this outsider wanted to kill even more, the winged demon king couldn't hold back any longer. With a flap of his wings he swooped down and blocked Yang Kai's path. He wielded a spear that flickered with cold light and thrust it at Yang Kai. A fist-sized ball of pitch-black energy condensed at the tip of the spear. Yang Kai leaned to the side and hurriedly raised the myriad sword, looking extremely flustered. This embarrassed state caused the demon king to laugh loudly, his face filled with delight. It was as if he could already foresee the scene of Yang Kai being blasted to smithereens by his spear. However, the result left him shocked. Not only did this outsider not die immediately, he even borrowed the force of his attack to float away as if he was weightless, breaking free of his entanglement. The demon king frowned and muttered, "His luck isn't bad." He attributed all of this to Yang Kai's good luck. He didn't think that this was all done on purpose. With that, he began to give chase. Although he couldn't kill this outsider in a single blow, he was still a demon king. He couldn't let this outsider escape right under his nose. Master Modo was paying attention to this massacre, and his clansmen were all doing their best. If he couldn't even take down a foreign kid, he would most likely be punished. He no longer held back. With a flap of his wings, he arrived above Yang Kai's head in an instant. The long spear danced once again, fiercely thrusting downwards. Only this time the pitch-black energy ball at the tip of the spear was no longer the size of a fist, but the size of a wash basin. The aura emitted by the energy ball had also become extremely terrifying. Even a demon king wouldn't be able to easily withstand this attack. The foreign races who were in the midst of breaking out of the encirclement didn't seem to notice at all. His attention was still focused on the demon race around him, ignoring the demon king above him. But in the next moment, it was as if the outsider had eyes on the top of his head. He raised his sword and struck the tip of the spear. With a loud bang, the energy ball exploded. The Devil King was caught off guard and was forced to take a few steps back. By the time he steadied himself and looked back, the alien had already fled more than 300 meters away. Furthermore, the more he fled, the faster he ran. Not a single member of the demon race was able to hold him back for even a moment. The wide sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. His clansmen would die if they touched it, and they would be injured if they touched it. His two attacks had been inexplicably neutralized, and the foreign race kid had used the power of his own attacks to escape even further away. This was no longer something that could be explained by pure luck. The Demon King's expression changed and he angrily roared, "Damn it, I'm going to cut you into 10,000 pieces." He felt as if he had been toyed with by a foreign race kid who was weaker than him. He felt as if he couldn't keep his face. He charged forward with all his might, breaking through the barrier of sound and chasing after Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. This was the third time he attacked, and this time he used his full strength. He didn't hold back in the slightest. In an instant the demonic chi rolled and the demonic spear's might was astonishing. Yang Kai had no choice but to turn his head and face him. The myriad sword in one hand was dazzling and the other hand was constantly changing seals. The incantations in his mouth changed and powerful wizard spells bloomed with dazzling light. The two of them instantly became entangled in a fight. To Yang Kai this battle was extremely difficult, but it wasn't because his opponent was too strong. He was now an upper-level great wizard. Although he was still a step away from the Wizard King, the foundation of the Emperor realm was there. The many divine technique and methods weren't something that a great wizard could possess. He had the ability to kill this Demon King who had grown wings and was like a maggot on a bone. However, this Demon King was easy to kill and it might attract the attention of the Demon Saint. Therefore he had to show just the right amount of strength, as if he was going to use all his strength. Under his opponent's attacks he was on the verge of collapse and could be killed at any time. This moderate amount of strength wasn't easy to grasp. Fortunately he did well. The Demon Saint's attention was still there, but it didn't increase his interest too much. He retreated while fighting with his opponent, retreating purposefully to the periphery of the giant pit. Compared to Yang Kai, his opponent at this moment was getting more and more frustrated. There was always a strange feeling in his heart. Because this foreign race kid was like an undying cockroach, standing firm under his frenzied attacks. Even though he seemed to be in a fluster and was in imminent danger, he was always able to turn the situation around in the nick of time. The strength of his attacks became stronger and stronger, but he still couldn't kill him as he wished. On the contrary, the aftermath of the collision between the two of them killed many of his clansmen. He felt that beside the Demon Saint Master in the distance, his colleagues were pointing at him as if mocking his incompetence. This was intolerable to him. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes and he stabbed his spear. Although Yang Kai blocked it with difficulty, he revealed a cold smile and said malevolently, "Die." At the same time, one of the wings on his right wing suddenly turned scarlet red and left his body. Like an indestructible spear, it attacked Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. This was the Demon King's divine technique. Unlike Sha Ye's light of charm, which could be released without limit, his divine technique required the use of his own wings. Moreover, it was a wing that had been carefully refined. After it was used, it would disappear. It was a consumable item. However, its lethality was also incomparably great. Under normal circumstances, this Demon King wouldn't use this move so easily. However, this foreign kid had humiliated him too much and he urgently wanted to kill him to regain his face. All the pores on Yang Kai's body tightened. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him and alarm bells rang in his heart. He hadn't encountered such a crisis in a long time. Even if his strength was at its peak, he probably wouldn't be able to resolve it so easily. He instinctively stretched out his hand. This time he didn't use the wizard's spell but, Banish. A black hole suddenly formed in front of him as if it could swallow everything in the world. Seeing this scene, the two-winged demon king's expression changed drastically. He stared at the black hole and almost turned to flee. This black hole looked very similar to the dark light that had erupted earlier. The demon Saint Master had used a shocking method to transfer the dark light to this land. He had seen it with his own eyes. Countless demon kings had died in an instant, and it seemed that only one of them had survived. He was only a demon king, so he naturally couldn't face the terror of the dark light directly. However, he soon realized that he had seen wrongly. That wasn't the dark light because his wings had directly shattered it. Although its power had been greatly reduced, it still shot straight toward that outsider brat. Everything happened in a flash. When the wings broke through Yang Kai's space divine technique, he had no choice but to roar, "Dragon form!" Behind him, a golden dragon phantom raised its head and roared. Its voice was loud and resonant, covering the noise of the battlefield, causing the entire world to tremble. Demon Saint Modo, who had been watching the battle from afar, finally changed his expression. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the barrier of space and reach Yang Kai's heart. The golden dragon phantom flashed and disappeared, entering Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Kacha. His body, which wasn't very tall, suddenly doubled in size. Scales covered his exposed skin, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws that seemed to be able to shatter metal. Two short dragon horns grew out of his forehead. The myriad sword, which could be considered quite large, was held in Yang Kai's hands like a child's toy. With a chi sound, the crimson feather struck Kai Yang's chest, but it didn't have the expected effect of killing him in one hit. After dragon forming, Yang Kai's body was greatly strengthened, and his body was covered in dragon scales. The two-winged demon king's innate divine technique was extremely powerful, but it was only able to penetrate 3 inches into his flesh before it was unable to do anything else. The two-winged demon king was stunned by this turn of events. He didn't think that this outsider would have this kind of ability. Moreover, the aura this outsider was emitting made him feel extremely uneasy. He instinctively felt that he wasn't a match for this guy in front of him. He let out a strange cry and thrust his spear forward, preparing to feint and escape. However, Yang Kai grabbed the spear tightly with one of his dragon claws and pulled it in front of him. The two-winged demon king couldn't help but pounce towards him. Yang Kai's feet moved, and at the same time he put away the myriad sword, he jabbed at the demon king's chest with one hand. With a whoosh, his arm pierced through the two-winged demon king's chest like a piece of paper. At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a beating pitch-black demon heart in his hand. The two were so close that their eyes met. The demon king had a terrified expression while Yang Kai's expression was cold. Exerting force in his hand, the demon heart was crushed. The two-winged demon king let out a mournful scream, and was turned into a bloody mist by the terrifying dragon aura. Of the 3 demon hearts in his body, 2 were destroyed in an instant, leaving only the last one. It flew away as if it had a mind of its own. Inside that demon heart there was still a faint human-like black aura. From its appearance, it was clearly the two-winged demon king that had shrunk countless times. Yang Kai didn't chase after it. He didn't want to chase after it, and he didn't have the time to do so. With 2 of its demon hearts destroyed, even if the demon king could revive with the help of the last demon heart, its strength would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be a cause for concern in the short term. He turned around and rushed out of the huge pit. He wasn't far from the edge. After 10 breaths, when Yang Kai rushed to the top of the huge pit, a figure blocked his way. That figure wasn't tall, but the shadow it cast seemed to cover the entire sky. Chapter 2880. I'm going to get medicine in a bit. I've been treating my stomach for 2 months and still haven't recovered. I drink 2 cups of medicine every day. Modo hadn't been in this land for long, but he knew the methods of these outsiders like the back of his hand. He suddenly discovered that one of them had used a completely different kind of power, and this power could easily kill a demon king. Modo was naturally very interested. As such, he personally took action. He wanted to capture this outsider and study what kind of power it was. When he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, he stared down at this foreign race in front of him without any trace of politeness, releasing his powerful divine sense unscrupulously, as if he wanted to examine him thoroughly from top to bottom. However, the result shocked Modo because even he couldn't pierce into the depths of this outsider's sea of consciousness. This outsider sea of consciousness seemed to be protected by a layer of invisible power. That power was so strong that even the demon saint couldn't do anything about it. What a strange fellow. Modo's interest grew. He asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai maintained his dragon transformation and stared warily at the youth in front of him. Even though it was their first time meeting, Yang Kai still knew his identity. This was because this pair of eyes gave him a very familiar feeling. It was a gaze that had always been paying attention to him. He nimbly jumped out of the crater and stood 100 feet away from Modo. He clapped his hands and grinned. "Damn you!" With that, Yang Kai immediately took action. With a clap and a pull, a massive crescent blade formed and slashed at Modo. Modo frowned, revealing a surprised expression. However, he was even more pleasantly surprised. He didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out to grab the pitch-black crescent blade as if he wanted to personally experience it. The crescent blade sliced through his large hand, banishing half of his arm into the void. Blood immediately flowed out from the wound. Modo's expression became even more excited, as if he had seen something new and fun. Not only did he not retreat because of the pain, he even took a step forward. Yang Kai's storm-like attacks arrived as expected. After using the moon blade, he pounced towards Modo and faced Modo's body in front of him. The two dragon claws turned into claw images that filled the sky, instantly enveloping Modo. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. Blood spurted out from Modo's body and his body quickly shattered. 3 short breaths of time later, Demon Saint Modo had died an unnatural death, turning into a pile of minced meat. The demon kings who were watching in the distance were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at this scene, wishing they could gouge out their eyeballs. Demon Saint Modo died? How was this possible? Moreover, the one who killed him wasn't a king saint of the alien race, but a nameless guy who didn't know anything about him. This was definitely an existence of the great emperor's head. This was definitely an existence comparable to the great emperor's. That was because only a great emperor could emit that kind of aura. But such a guy was actually killed by him with just a few punches and kicks? There was no surprise at all. On the contrary, he felt somewhat uneasy. He quickly realized where this uneasiness came from, because Modo, who should have been dead, had inexplicably appeared behind him, as if everything he had just experienced was just an illusion. But Yang Kai knew that it was not an illusion because the feeling of the tentacles and the splattering of blood were so real. If it was an illusion, there was no reason for him not to feel it. Modo, who was standing behind him, opened his arms. Demonic chi flew out from his fingertips and quickly closed, turning into a cage that seemed to want to capture Yang Kai alive. How could Yang Kai just sit there and wait for death? Facing a powerful enemy comparable to the great emperor's, he immediately used his trump card. Ding! A light sound rang out. A small, simple bell appeared in his palm. The surface of this bell was engraved with images of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts. It gave off a desolate aura. Mountains and Rivers Bell. Although it was a little difficult for Yang Kai to control this emperor artifact with his current strength. However, this was indeed the most powerful technique he could use. When the bell rang, Modo frowned. The pitch-black demonic chi released from his 10 fingers suddenly shrank, revealing a gap in the encirclement. Yang Kai reacted extremely quickly, immediately jumping out of the gap. Turning around, he tossed down the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The small bell spun, rapidly growing in size as it descended towards Modo. Modo raised his head, wanting to escape, but to his shock he found that everything within the range of the small bell had been sealed. With his strength, it would be quite difficult for him to leave. Before he could do anything, the Mountains and Rivers Bell suppressed him with a rumble. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he charged forward and slapped the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Guang. A loud sound rang out, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with the Mountains and Rivers Bell as the center. The demon kings who were about to come over to help were hit by this sound wave, and like birds with broken wings, they fell to the ground with faces full of shock and confusion. The weaker ones even coughed up blood as if they had been struck by lightning. As for the demon race who were still encircling the southern barbarian tribe in the huge pit, they could not withstand the terrifying power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell at all. Whether it was an ordinary demon race or a demon general, they were all reduced to dust by the sound wave. One bell rang and tens of thousands of enemies were wiped out. However, Yang Kai was not happy at all because Moto, who had been suppressed in the mountains and river's bell, had actually exploded into a bloody mist. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Interesting. Who are you? You're not a barbarian. Moto's voice came from behind him. It was full of energy and he did not seem injured at all. It was as if he had an undying body, and he could recover even after exploding into a bloody mist. I'm your grandpa. Yang Kai put away the mountains and river's bell and turned to look at Moto with a scrutinizing gaze. Moto did not mind, or rather disdained, to argue with him. Instead, he seriously sized up Yang Kai, and a moment later he looked like he had come to a realization. He said with interest, "Which world are you from?" The methods Yang Kai used and the treasures he took out were clearly not something a barbarian could possess. He naturally believed that Yang Kai was the same as the demon race from another world. Yang Kai did not answer the question. He smiled and said, "So you're just strong on the outside but weak on the inside." After 2 rounds of fighting, he finally saw some clues. This demon Saint Moto in front of him was indeed in existence on the level of the great emperors. However, the current him could not use the abilities of the great emperors. Otherwise, even if he recovered to his peak, he would not be able to cause any waves in front of him. Bauchi was right. Moto had definitely paid a price to enter this place from demon territory, so his strength had been reduced. The dark light destroying the world had definitely consumed a lot of his energy. At this moment, Yang Kai was only facing someone who had the foundation of the great emperors but could not use their full strength. This was somewhat similar to his current situation. Answer my question first. Moto looked seriously at Yang Kai as if he was just chatting with him and meeting an enemy. Yang Kai said, "I'm a wizard ox, a wizard of the southern barbarian tribe." Moto shook his head and extended a hand to Yang Kai. "Come to my side. I can give you anything the barbarians can give you. I can also take you to see more great worlds. This is something the barbarians can't give you." Yang Kai sneered disdainfully and pointed at him with his dragon claw. "Take your clansmen and get out of this land or you will perish." Moto sighed and retracted his hand. He looked at the huge pit and said indifferently, "Those who are still struggling on the verge of death are your clansmen. They are about to perish. Your threat is meaningless." Yang Kai said fiercely, "I will avenge them. Today 300,000 of the southern barbarian tribe died. In the future the demon race will pay the same price." Moto smiled. "But you won't have the chance. I'm standing here. You can't leave. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Moto did not say anything else. The demonic chi in his body began to surge. Clearly he had lost his patience. To him, Yang Kai's appearance was just a novelty. He had invited him to become the demon race because he wanted to study his power. Since he did not agree, he could only destroy him. He raised his finger slightly. A pitch-black energy ball suddenly appeared on his fingertip and spun. As Moto's demonic power poured in, the energy ball spun faster and faster. Although it did not increase in size, its power rose steadily, emitting an extremely shocking aura. He gently pointed in Yang Kai's direction, and the energy ball at his fingertips suddenly flew over. Yang Kai had no intention of dodging. He only maintained his smile. Moto frowned imperceptibly. When the energy ball was about to hit Yang Kai, a strange energy fluctuation appeared, and Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared. Spatial teleportation. Moto's expression changed slightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He raised his hand and slapped at the void. This attack seemed ordinary, but it seemed to be able to break through the barriers of space and hit that mysterious area. Moto faintly heard a groan, and then the wizard's voice resounded through the world. "The demon race will pay the price for today's scheme. All members of the demon race will live in fear and unease." The voice disappeared. Moto could no longer grasp the traces of the wizard. Only the words he had left behind echoed in his ears like a curse. Moto's expression sank. After a while he softly snorted. If he was at his peak, even if the other party had used teleportation, he would have been able to pull him back from the void. However, reality was just as Yang Kai had expected. He had the foundation of a demon saint, but he could not display the strength that a demon saint should have. He was completely helpless against an enemy who could use spatial teleportation. Everyone had heard Yang Kai's words before he left. including the hundreds of thousands of members of the demon race and the hundreds of barbarians who were still alive. The wizard was bathed in blood. He had fought several demon kings alone. There was not an inch of his body that was unscathed, and he was missing an arm and a leg. Only a few barbarians remained standing beside him, but it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, the wizard smiled. At the last moment he ignited the flame of life and used life sacrifice. Chapter 2881. The city that originally belonged to the barbarian tribe had long been occupied by the demon race. The demonic chi lingered in the city and did not disperse for a long time. However, at this moment the huge city was silent. Not a single person could be seen on the streets. It was as if it had become a dead city. Clouds of black fog floated over from afar at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the city, revealing the figures of several demon kings. There were quite a few of them, as many as 5 of them. The demon king in the lead did not have any flesh on his body. He was just a pitch-black and tall skeleton. 2 gloomy will-o-the-wisps in his eye sockets were constantly jumping. Bone Demon Felix. We're late. A demon king standing behind Felix scanned the entire city with his divine sense. His face suddenly sank. The other demon kings' expressions were not very good either. Only Felix could not show any expression because he did not have any flesh. However, the will-o-the-wisps in his eye sockets were jumping more and more fiercely, as if showing the anger in his heart. This is the 19th place. Abominable alien. The demon king who spoke gnashed his teeth as if he had a deep hatred with someone. Another demon king stood out and frowned. I remember that when that alien was escaping from Master Moto, he once said that the southern barbarian tribe had exterminated 300,000 people. Our demon race will also have to pay the same price. Could it be that he will only stop after killing 300,000 people? Where did he get so much energy? 300,000 people, not 300,000 insects. Even if there were 300,000 insects, it would take a lot of effort to kill them. But in fact, since that alien escaped that day, he had been wandering in the demon race's territory. He had become the demon race's rear. Everywhere he went, the demon race station there would be completely wiped out. Even the demon king was not spared. In a month's time, that alien had already wandered through 19 places, turning 19 demon race stations into ghost regions. All the demon race that he encountered were completely wiped out. Moto was furious about this. He even personally tracked down the alien's whereabouts, but to Moto's helplessness, the alien was extremely cunning and could avoid his pursuit every time. The closest the two of them had been to each other was only 50 kilometers away, but that foreign being had still managed to escape without a trace. He never fought with the demon saint. He only looked for soft persimmons. Furthermore, the demon race that he killed were also extremely strange. 90% of the demon race did not have any obvious wounds on their bodies, but every single one of them had a terrifying expression on their faces. It was as if they had encountered something extremely frightening and then died in fear. That outsider's unreasonable pestering had taken away a large portion of the demon race's attention. Within a month, the number of demon race members that had died at his hands was more than 100,000, including 5 demon kings. Such a loss was extremely heavy for the demon race. Although there were as many as 100 to 200 demon kings invading this time, no matter how many people there were, they could not withstand this kind of expenditure. Most of the demon saint members were recovering from their wounds. Although Master Moto had rushed over to help, for some special reasons he could not use his full strength. In the battle against the aliens, the demon kings were a cornerstone of strength. Once too many of them were used up, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the future. The demon race's line of defense quickly shrank. The demon kings did not dare to move alone, instead forming groups of 3 to 5. Some resisted the attacks of the alien army, while others pursued the whereabouts of that alien great wizard. Gazing at the city below, Felix said, I remember that this is Bahan's territory, but I can't sense his aura. Who can go over and see how he's doing? I'll go take a look. The demon king who had spoken first hesitated for a moment, then volunteered. He turned around and descended, heading straight for the largest building in the city. The remaining 4 demon kings released their divine senses. They remained vigilant. Although they had not encountered that alien during this period of time, and every place they went was filled with corpses, no one could guarantee that the alien great wizard would not be lying in ambush here. Every demon king felt fear towards that alien great wizard, because he had the strength to kill a demon king. The surroundings were quiet, but the air was inexplicably cold. Apart from Bone Demon Felix, the remaining 3 demon kings were all slightly nervous. At this moment, a berserk wave of demonic energy suddenly surged out, disappearing in a flash. Immediately after, a building below suddenly collapsed, turning into fine powder. The expressions of the several demon kings all changed. Their divine senses swept over like a tide, but after investigating they were extremely shocked. This was because there was actually nothing there. Even the companions who had just gone to investigate the situation did not have the slightest bit of aura. Someone began to call out that demon king's name, but they did not receive any response. This made their hair stand on end, faintly realizing that their companions had encountered some kind of mishap. "He's right here," Felix shouted in a low voice. His skull turned left and right, and the will-o'-the-wisps in his eye sockets flickered, as if he was looking for traces of the enemy. The remaining 3 demon kings also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They each took out their demon weapons and the demonic chi in their bodies surged, ready to attack at any time. The air seemed to have frozen, and the tense and austere atmosphere made every demon king's hair stand on end. What made them helpless was that no matter how they searched, there was no way to find traces of that alien great wizard. He had always appeared and disappeared unpredictably, making people's hearts feel like a sharp sword. But every demon king knew that he had not left, and was still hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at any time to deal a fatal blow to one of the demon kings who had let down their guard. If only Mokito was here. In terms of concealment and assassination, she was a grandmaster. With her ability, she could definitely find traces of that alien great wizard. "Behind!" Felix suddenly shouted, making the 3 demon kings who were already nervous instinctively react. And at the same time that he shouted, Felix had already raised his hand, and a will-o'-the-wisps attack flew in that direction. The other 3 demon kings released their killing moves at the same time, attacking the void. They did not sense the alien great wizard's aura approaching, but Felix was the strongest among them, so everyone believed in his judgment. All the attacks hit the same place, but there was no effect. Just as the 3 demon kings were still in shock, a muffled groan suddenly sounded. One of the demon kings lowered his head and looked at his chest, his eyes wide open. He saw a skeleton hand pass through his chest, and that skeleton hand was actually holding his 2 demon hearts. This skeleton hand was so familiar that he did not dare to believe it. Felix. The other 2 demon kings were also frightened out of their wits by the sudden turn of events. They didn't know why Felix, who had been advancing and retreating with them, would suddenly kill his own people. This moment of hesitation made them lose the vigilance they should have. A figure appeared from the side like a ghost, rushing over like lightning, brushing past another demon king and standing 10 feet away. Puff! There was the sound of blood spurting out. Looking over, they saw a tall figure more than 20 feet tall, covered in scales with a short horn on his head. Who else could it be other than the alien great wizard? But at this moment, this alien great wizard was holding half a corpse in each hand. A demon king was directly torn apart by him, blood and internal organs spurting out. The wizard is awesome. The only remaining demon king could only feel the blood in his body freeze as he cried out in alarm. 5 people came together. One of them went down to investigate the situation and did not know whether he was alive or dead. Now it seemed that he was most likely dead. One of them was sneak attacked by Felix and his demon heart was taken. It was estimated that he would not survive. Another one was torn in half by this wizard. He was the only one left. His expression changed rapidly. He looked at Yang Kai, then looked at Felix and said bitterly, "Why?" Felix had obviously betrayed the demon race. Otherwise he would not have sneak attacked his companions and misled them to attract their attention. If he did not interfere, no matter how powerful this alien great wizard was, the demon kings would still be able to fight against him. But now, it was just that he did not understand why Felix betrayed the demon race. He was a demon king and one of the best among the demon kings. What could the alien race give him that made him throw away the dignity and position of the demon race? Since you have already guessed, why ask? Felix coldly replied. His skeletal hand exerted force and the demon heart in his palm burst open. The eyes of the demon king who was pierced through by him quickly dimmed. Felix shook his hand as if he was shaking off something unclean, and the Demon King's corpse fell straight down. You are the disgrace of the demon race. The eyes of the Demon King, who was still alive, spurted out unprecedented anger, as if he wanted to burn Felix. Enemy and traitor, the latter was always more hateful. The ghost fire in Felix's eyes jumped, and he threw himself at him without saying a word. The two Demon Kings immediately fought, and when their demonic chi surged, they were inseparable. But Felix was much stronger. According to Yang Kai's classification of Demon King strength, Felix was a high-rank Demon King. Even among high-rank Demon Kings, he was probably one of the top existences, but his opponent was only a mid-rank Demon King. The difference of a minor realm was an insurmountable gap. It was like the difference in strength between a second-order Emperor Realm Master and a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This battle did not last long. Under Yang Kai's cold gaze, Felix only spent a stick of incense worth of time to smash his opponent's body, shatter his demon heart, and consign him to eternal damnation. 5 Demon Kings came together, and in the end only Felix survived. Master. After a great battle, Felix did not show any signs of fatigue and bowed his head to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had already removed his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original appearance. In order to kill in one blow, he had to use some means. Demon Kings were not so easy to kill. Glancing at him coldly, Yang Kai said, "You should have told me about Mo Duo earlier." A month ago, if Yang Kai had received news of Mo Duo earlier, the southern barbarian tribe might not have been destroyed, or at least would not have suffered such a heavy blow. But that 1 or 2 delays had destroyed the entire southern barbarian tribe's 300,000 people. Chapter 2882. Facing Yang Kai's question, Philip said bitterly, "Modo came very suddenly. None of us expected it. After he came, he began to deploy. I was by his side the entire time, so I didn't have the chance to spread the news." Yang Kai didn't say anything, making Philip a little nervous. He didn't know if Modo would vent his anger on him because of the destruction of his tribe. Fortunately, not long after, Yang Kai asked again, "How much strength can Modo use now?" Philip let out a sigh of relief and replied, "He was slightly injured when passing through the world wall. Right now, he should only be able to use 60% to 70% of his strength. However, if he's given enough time to recover, he'll become stronger and stronger and eventually return to his peak." 60% to 70%. Yang Kai muttered. It seemed that his guess was right. Although Modo was comparable to the great emperors, he was indeed unable to use his full strength. However, the great emperors who only had 60% to 70% of their strength were definitely not people he could fight against. "Master, I've already been exposed. I'm afraid I won't be able to return," Philip said. This time he had come out with the other 4 Demon Kings. All 4 of them had died, but he had returned alive. If there wasn't a demon saint overseeing things, it would have been fine. After all, his strength was one of the top among the Demon Kings. However, if he returned to face Modo, he might reveal some flaws. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. He had clearly expected this. "I want you to take me to Riptide Castle." Riptide Castle. Philip was shocked when he heard this, understanding Yang Kai's plan. "Master, are you really going to kill 300,000 people of the demon race? Do you think I'm joking?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Philip shivered and said worriedly, "But there are more than 100,000 people of the demon race at Riptide Castle. In the past month, more than 100,000 people from the demon race had died in the hands of Yang Kai. If the demon race in the Riptide Castle was included, the total number would be about 300,000. However, the largest stronghold that Yang Kai had destroyed previously only had 10,000 demon race garrison there. Moreover, because of his hunting, the demon race's defensive line was getting tighter and tighter. All the scattered demon race members were gathered in one place, and Riptide Castle was one of the major strongholds. As far as Philip knew, there were as many as 8 Demon King overseeing that place, and more than 100,000 clansmen. In such a terrifying place, the Wizard Master Bull dared to set his sights on it? Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "I'm not alone." Philip was stunned. He quickly understood what Yang Kai meant. It seemed that the chess pieces that the Wizard Master Bull had placed in the demon race were about to play a role. Riptide Castle was originally the capital of a large barbarian tribe. After the demon race invaded, this large tribe was destroyed. The territory was naturally seized, and this place could be considered the hinterland of the demon race. More than 100,000 people of the demon race gathered here, and the converging demonic chi almost turned this part of the world black. The 8 demon kings were overseeing the place, and there were countless demon general and demon commander under their command, making this place impregnable. Because they were still in the hinterland, the demon race here had not yet crossed swords with other races. However, the bloodthirsty and aggressive demon race members were looking forward to rushing to the battlefield every day, wantonly slaughtering those weak races and conquering this land. Philip's uninvited visit surprised the 8 demon kings overseeing this place. However, Philip's strength and reputation were there for all to see, so even if they were surprised, they did not show too much vigilance. Instead, they warmly received him and tried to figure out his purpose for coming here. Philip kept his mouth shut, looking extremely mysterious. No one dared to ask too much, and they wondered if this was Master Modo's orders. The power demon Yura was also one of the demon kings overseeing Riptide Castle. When he exchanged glances with Philip, he read a lot of secret information which made the power demon somewhat nervous. Riptide Castle quickly welcomed more demon kings. Shadow demon Makoto, Flame demon Galen, Snow demon Ashina. In a short 3 days, a total of 7 demon kings had gathered here, including Philip, causing the number of demon kings in Riptide Castle to explosively increase to 15. This was an extremely rare situation. Modo had descended on this strange land. Under his command, every demon king had their own responsibilities and territory to protect, so they would not easily leave. However, the arrival of Philip's group broke this rule. Even the dumbest demon king knew that something was about to happen. Everyone tried to figure out the new demon kings, and in the end they came to a conclusion. They had indeed been sent by Master Modo, but no one knew what their purpose was. Only Philip knew everything. Philip shut himself in and did not come out, making it impossible for anyone to find out. This suspicion ended 5 days after Philip's arrival. In the largest building of Riptide Castle, a total of 15 demon kings were gathered together. Philip took over as the host, sitting at the head of the table, the wisps in his eyes as calm as a pool of spring water. The other 14 demon kings were seated to his left and right. No one made a ruckus, and every pair of eyes was focused on Philip. Philip raised his head and said shockingly, "There's a traitor among us." The hall was completely silent. After a long time, a demon king said in a low voice, "Philip, are you joking?" "That's right. How could there be a traitor among us? What do inferior outsiders have that makes us demon kings betray them?" "Philip, if this is a joke, then it's a great failure." The demon kings couldn't hold themselves back any longer and started shouting at the same time. Philip said, "This is Master Modo's judgment." The noisy crowd immediately fell silent, and their expressions became serious. Their eyes drifted left and right, seriously sizing up each of their companions, their gazes filled with scrutiny. When Philip said that there was a traitor among them, they could still laugh it off, unwilling to believe it. However, if this was Master Modo's judgment, then the problem was serious. Master Modo definitely had enough information and even knew who had betrayed them, which was why he had sent Philip here. In other words, there really was a traitor among them. Who? Makoto's neutral voice rang out. She sat to Philip's left, surrounded by a pitch-black aura. No one could see her true appearance. This question was what everyone was thinking. They all looked at Philip. As long as Philip said the demon king's name, he would immediately be killed by the others. "You know who it is?" Fei Li said with a mysterious look. "Does Master Modo not have any clear instructions?" a demon king asked with a frown. Philip stood up and said, "Master Modo naturally has a way to resolve this." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A vortex appeared in the void in front of him. The vortex was deep and dark, and even the demon kings present could not see what was going on inside. "What is this?" a demon king asked curiously. This was the first time he had seen such an existence, so he felt it was very strange. Philip said, "This is what Master Modo gave me. There is a sacred artifact inside that reflects one's heart. As long as you stand in front of that sacred artifact, you will know who the traitor is at a glance." Everyone's expression turned cold. They were all shocked by Master Modo's methods. "Everyone, please," Philip said indifferently. The remaining 14 demon kings looked at each other, hesitating. No one was willing to be the first to eat crabs. At the crucial moment, It was still the shadow demon Makoto who snorted coldly. Her body was wrapped in black aura as she stepped into the vortex and disappeared. Philip said in a timely manner, "Only those with ulterior motives would hesitate." These words were a bit serious, causing the remaining demon kings to tremble. Coupled with Makoto's actions, no one dared to hesitate and walked toward the vortex. One demon king after another disappeared. Not long after, all the demon kings entered the vortex. Fei Li also followed and stepped into it. It was the same world he had entered last time. There was no sun, moon, or stars, but the environment was very good. When everyone saw Philip appear, a demon king immediately yelled, "Philip, where is that sacred artifact that reflects one's heart? Why didn't I see it?" He wanted to prove that he was not a traitor, so he was a bit impatient. He did not think that this was a trap, and a trap set by 8 demon kings at that. Philip did not answer his question. Instead, he turned to Makoto and the other demon kings and said, "Master said that it's time for everyone to prove themselves." The demon kings guarding Riptide Fortress were confused when they heard this, but Makoto, Galen, and the other demon kings had solemn expressions. They understood Philip's meaning. In the next moment, Makoto's strange laughter rang out. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the demon king closest to him. A scream immediately rang out, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. Before they could regain their senses, Balrog Levin, Power Demon Yura, Snow Demon Ashina, and the others all made their moves. Each of them found a demon king, looking as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for each other. Every move they made was fatal. Apart from Philip, the 14 demon kings were divided into 7 groups. They attacked in pairs. The demonic chi moved freely, and all kinds of innate divine technique bloomed with extraordinary splendor. The demon kings of Riptide Fortress were all unable to recover from the sudden change. However, in the face of danger, they naturally resisted with all their might. However, no one knew why, but this world seemed to have a power that suppressed them, causing them to be unable to use even 30% of their strength. Facing Makoto and the others who were like wolves and tigers, how could they be a match? One demon king after another fell. Their demon hearts exploded, and they died without a burial ground. It was only when the last demon king was about to die that he suddenly realized. "You are the traitors?" Galen's entire body burned with flames as if he could burn everything in the world. The strange flames enveloped the demon king and he said coldly, "It's too late to know now." Under the scorching flames, the demon king only lasted for 3 breaths before being burned to ashes. Even his demon heart turned into ashes. After personally killing a demon king, Makoto and the others knew that they had already walked on a path of no return. Although Yonkai had planted a soul brand and enslaved them, they had been forced to do so. Even if Master Moto had noticed, they still had an excuse. If Moto was in a good mood, they might have been able to escape this calamity. However, personally killing their own companions made it impossible for them to return to the demon race. From now on, they could only walk this path to the end. Chapter 2883. Yonkai's figure suddenly appeared as if he had been hiding nearby the whole time. The 8 demon kings, led by Fei Li, all trembled and bowed in unison, "Master." Yonkai nodded. He didn't praise them, nor did he exchange pleasantries. He only said one sentence, "I want Riptide Fort to be barren and there will be no peace." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the 8 demon kings were thrown out of the small sealed world and returned to the main hall. Fei Li, Makoto and the others looked at each other. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts as if it could freeze the blood in their bodies. The 8 demon kings all knew that this was Lord Voodoo Bull taking revenge for his own clansmen. The curse and oath he left behind a month ago were not a joke, they had to be carried out. And they were the most powerful tools in Lord Voodoo Bull's hands. "Let's discuss it." Fei Li had a headache. Although he had no flesh and blood and was only a skeleton, he still felt a headache that he hadn't felt in a long time. The wizard Master Nyo had given them, the demon kings, a difficult problem. They were indeed strong, but there were more than 100,000 demon race in Riptide Fort. No matter what, they couldn't kill all of them with their own strength. If they wanted to complete their mission, they could only use some means. The only advantage they had now was that the demon kings who were originally stationed in Riptide Fort were all dead. Riptide Fort was like a headless dragon. If the 8 of them operated properly, they might be able to take control of Riptide Fort and find a way to complete their mission. The 8 demon kings gathered in the main hall and began to discuss seriously. The content of their discussion was not about how to deal with the strange races, but how to completely wipe out the demon race in Riptide Fort. Brainstorming, the 8 demon kings quickly came up with a set of rules and dispersed. One day later, rumors began to spread in the Riptide Castle. All kinds of rumors began to spread among the demon race. Some said that the non-human army was coming to invade, some said that the demon king had betrayed the demon race, and some said that the demon race was going to be defeated. No one knew where the rumors came from, but they kept spreading and fermenting among the crowd. The demon race soldiers stationed in the Riptide Castle had nothing to do. All they wanted to do was charge into the battlefield all day long. Their emotions were depressed and sensitive. The appearance of these rumors amplified their various emotions. The entire Riptide Castle was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. In the beginning, the effects of these rumors weren't that obvious. However, as time passed and the Demon King didn't appear to clarify anything, many members of the demon race began to suspect something. In 3 days, the emotions stirred up by the rumors completely exploded. None of the members of the demon race could stay out of it. They were either subjectively or passively implicated, unable to think normally. Felix and the other demon kings stood out at this time. They each gathered a group of people and divided the several 100,000 members of the demon race among themselves. Immediately the civil war began. In the Riptide Castle, large and small groups of demon race met in the streets and alleys. They fought without asking for any reason. Groups of demon race fell down. The Riptide Castle was almost overflowing with blood. Perhaps the clansmen who had been drinking and chatting merrily a few days ago were now irreconcilable enemies. No one knew why this was happening. They only knew that this was the order of the Demon King and the Master. They only knew how to carry it out and never asked for the reason. No one would have thought that the high and mighty Demon Kings would betray them. No one would have thought that these Demon Kings would point their butcher's knives at their own clansmen. There were some demon commanders and smart demon general who saw some clues, but smart fellows didn't live for long. Felix and the other Demon Kings had been paying attention to those demon commanders and demon general. Once someone became suspicious, they would find any reason or excuse to kill them. The Riptide Castle seemed to have turned into a huge meat grinder, trapping the several 100,000 members of the demon race inside and turning them inside out. The civil war didn't stop from the beginning. At the end of the war, every member of the demon race had bloodshot eyes and were delirious. They mechanically raised their weapons and killed any suspicious enemy. This war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Several 100,000 people were divided into 8 groups and killed each other. Countless corpses were piled up in the streets and alleys of the Riptide Castle. They were bitten by mosquitoes and flies, emitting a rotten stench. After 3 days, less than 10,000 people were still alive and all of them were injured. Many of them had broken limbs and were howling in pain. The 8 demon kings stood in the void, silently looking down. The scene they saw was like purgatory. Then they acted together and sent the remaining 10,000 disabled members of the demon race to hell, turning the entire Riptide Castle into nothingness. A figure flickered and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost. The 8 demon kings bowed. "You will follow me from now on," Yang Kai said. After the incident at Riptide Castle, it was impossible for Felix and the others to return to the demon race camp. The 8 demon kings all nodded with complicated feelings. Yang Kai opened the entrance to the small sealed world bead and let them enter one by one before turning around and flying off in a certain direction. 10 days later, Yang Kai arrived above a jungle and scanned the area below with his deep eyes. A moment later, as if he had found something, he rushed straight down. After landing, he looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Come out." Behind a large tree, a graceful figure appeared, and after seeing Yang Kai, she immediately showed a look of surprise and exclaimed, "Master, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken." Saying so, she rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Xianxia suddenly stopped 10 meters away from Yang Kai, as if she had noticed something, her beautiful face changing slightly as she hurriedly tried to explain, "Master, I didn't betray you, I really didn't, please believe me." Yang Kai coldly said, "If you had any thoughts of betrayal, you would already be a dead woman." Xianxia's face turned slightly pale as a look of panic appeared on her face. The joy she felt when she saw Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. "Tell me what's going on. Why are you here alone? Where's Baoqi? Where's the Wizard Bull clan?" Yang Kai threw out a few questions in succession. From what he could sense, Xianxia and Baoqi were not in the same place, which made him feel a little strange, so he came here directly. At first he thought that one of the two Demon King Baoqi and Xianxia had betrayed him and left the Wizard Bull clan to act alone, but after seeing Xianxia he realized that his guess was wrong. Xianxia did not have any thoughts of betrayal, but she was a little anxious, like a lost rabbit. Baoqi is with them. Xianxia quickly replied, they were all captured. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Captured? Who captured them? The Wizard Bull clan had 20,000 people, a few dozen wizards, 1,000 cavalrymen and a few dozen aerial cavalrymen. In the entire war between the two races, it was a powerful force. Although it could not be compared to the demon race's base like Riptide Fortress, it was still very powerful on the barbarian side. Who had the ability to capture 20,000 people? It's the barbarians. I think it's a tribe called the Bone-Eating Tribe. Xianxia recalled. Yang Kai's expression changed. Are you sure it's the Bone-Eating Tribe? I don't know what the Bone-Eating Tribe looks like, but that's what Dai said. He said those people were from the Bone-Eating Tribe. Why did the Bone-Eating Tribe attack the Wizard Bull clan? Before he could finish, Yang Kai suddenly realized the problem. Xianxia said, Baoqi and I were discovered by them. They seemed to think that the Wizard Bull clan was under our control, so they attacked. The twins tried to persuade them, but it was useless. Instead they were injured by the Wizard King. Baoqi and I couldn't beat them. When Baoqi was captured, I found a chance to escape and have been hiding ever since. Xianxia was so sad that she was about to cry. A few months ago she was still the high and mighty demon king of the demon race with thousands of subordinates. A few months later she had been reduced to a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat up. The barbarians did not like her background and identity. They would definitely attack her if they saw her. She did not dare to return to the demon race either, for fear that Moto would discover something. A dignified demon king was actually hiding like a mouse, not daring to show himself. Did the Wizard Bull clan suffer any casualties? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Xianxia shook her head. Only Yulu was slightly injured. The others are fine. Dai ordered everyone not to make a move. Not making a move was the right thing to do. Yang Kai nodded. In that situation, if the Wizard Bull clan really did make a move, they would not be able to clear their names. It was unthinkable for them to be together with two demon kings, so it was normal for the Bone-Eating Tribe to be suspicious. It would be fine if they did not make a move, but if they did, the two tribes would definitely fight. The Bone-Eating Tribe was able to capture Baoqi and force Xianxia to retreat, so they must have mobilized a lot of experts. The Wizard Bull clan had no chance of winning. They were all taken to the Bone-Eating Tribe's camp. I don't know how they are now. Xianxia looked worried as she secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Master, are we going to save them? Yang Kai said, I am a member of the Wizard Bull clan. Of course we have to save them. Xianxia said, but there's no need for you to show yourself. Just stay here. As he spoke, Yang Kai reached out to grab her. Xianxia did not resist and was directly thrown into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. He did not need Xianxia to point out the direction because he could feel that Baoqi was there. He had planted a soul brand in Baoqi's mind, so this was a connection that could not be easily severed. He did not delay and rushed over at full speed. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens, but the fact that 20,000 members of the Wizard Bull clan had fallen into the hands of the Bone-Eating Tribe made him a little worried. Not to mention that the Bone-Eating Tribe was originally an anomaly among the barbarian tribes. If it were not for the Wizard Saint, they would have been wiped out by the other tribes long ago. Just the fact that he had some conflicts with the Bone-Eating Tribe before was enough to make Yang Kai worry about the safety of his 20,000 subordinates. The Bone-Eating Tribe had always been vengeful and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Last time that Wizard Chigai was injured by him and escaped, so he definitely held a grudge. If it were not for the demon race invasion, the Bone-Eating Tribe would have taken an even more intense revenge. Chapter 2884. The Bone-Eating Tribe was one of the 4 strongest tribes of the barbarian race. This was because this tribe had a wizard saint overseeing it. Moreover, compared to the other barbarian tribes, the Bone-Eating Tribe was even more savage and ruthless. Before the demon race invaded, no barbarian tribe was willing to clash with the Bone-Eating Tribe, even though everyone hated this tribe to the core. They were even unwilling to admit that they were barbarian tribes. However, It was undeniable that the bone-eating tribe had played a huge role in resisting the demon race's invasion. The bone-eating tribe had single-handedly held up the eastern battlefront. They had advanced layer by layer, reclaiming large amounts of lost land and killing countless members of the demon race. The bone-eating tribe had used their bravery to prove the barbarian tribe's viciousness. Their savagery and ruthlessness had become an excellent weapon at this time. Many experts of the demon race had learned of their existence and were paying close attention to them. Kangar Valley, one of the bone-eating tribe's encampments. Over 100,000 bone-eating tribe members were gathered here, with 5 wizard kings overseeing them. It was close to the front of the battlefront. It was one of the most important war encampments for the bone-eating tribe, perhaps even the entire barbarian race. Ever since the bone-eating tribe had set up camp here, they had clashed with a demon race army 100 kilometers away 6 times. They had won more than they had lost and had achieved decent results. However, for some reason the demon race seemed to have become much more obedient in the past month. As a result, the bone-eating tribe had nothing to do. Today the entire Kangar Valley was immersed in a bustling atmosphere. Over 100,000 people were gathered at the center of the valley, looking at the temporarily erected platform. Their eyes burned with excitement. The bone-eating tribe members would only reveal such an expression when they saw the most delicious and novel food. There was a thick wooden stake erected on the platform. A tall figure was bound to the stake by various wizard chains, unable to move. The wooden stake was engraved with complicated and strange patterns. Bolts of lightning would occasionally flow out of those patterns, flowing past the bound figure and causing the tall figure to convulse. His expression was twisted as if he was enduring immense pain. All the members of the bone-eating tribe stared at the large figure with burning gazes. Some of them even licked their lips from time to time if they did not know who that person was. He was afraid that someone would rush up and bite off a piece of flesh to taste it. It was a demon king. A powerful demon king. Several of the tribe's wizard king master had worked together to capture it. Even though the bone-eating tribe had no taboo against eating humans, and they had done so for many years, no one dared to have such thoughts in front of a demon king. No one knew if they would be corroded by the demonic chi if they ate a mouthful of the demon king's flesh. Transform into a devil cultivator. However, this kind of fear was still unable to conceal the restlessness in the depths of their hearts. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to taste the demon king's flesh. He wanted to know what would happen to him after eating it. However, this wasn't the time for the ordinary clansmen to indulge in their fantasies because a wizard king was already standing beside the demon king. This was Yang Kai's old acquaintance, Wizard Qi. Wu Qi held a dagger made of an unknown material in his hand. His face was filled with a ferocious and crazy expression. He held the dagger and cut the demon king's flesh piece by piece. At this moment his thick palms actually became extremely nimble. With each cut he only cut off a thin piece of flesh, not a bit more or a bit less. Many of the bone-eating tribe members had done a lot of research on eating the living because to these people fresh flesh was more delicious than the rotting flesh of the dead. Moreover, if they could enjoy the struggle and miserable howls of their food while eating, it was undoubtedly the most enjoyable scene. As one of the best among them, the wizard Qi was especially fond of this. When the first piece of flesh was cut off, Bao Qi's expression didn't change. He just stood there coldly and looked at the wizard Qi. It was as if the flesh that was cut off wasn't his. As a demon king, he naturally had strong willpower and enough tenacity. The reason he had submitted to Yang Kai before was because he had been forcibly implanted with the Divine Soul brand. He couldn't resist. He really wasn't afraid of this wizard king's tricks. However, Bao Qi clearly knew too little about the bone-eating tribe. When the wizard Qi excitedly put the piece of flesh into his mouth and chewed, revealing an ecstatic taste, Bao Qi's expression finally changed. Cutting off flesh from the bone wasn't much. However, the wizard Qi's method of swallowing the flesh was clearly beyond Bao Qi's expectations. The flesh that originally belonged to him was currently being chewed in the wizard king's mouth, making tisk tsk sounds. Even the demon race didn't have such an anomaly. Over 100,000 bone-eating tribesmen stared at the wizard Qi with eager eyes. Some of them kept swallowing their saliva, desperately wanting to know if the demon king's flesh was delicious or not. They wanted to know how different it was from the ones they had eaten before. The ecstatic expression on the wizard Qi's face didn't weaken at all. He closed his eyes as if he was enjoying the best food in the world. After a while, he swallowed the chewed piece of flesh with a gulp and shouted, "Delicious!" The tribesmen were in an uproar. They all seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they cried out loudly. The wizard Qi turned to look at Bao Qi, a sinister smile on his lips. "But you died too quickly. The Demon King isn't easy to catch. You have to let my tribesmen have a taste of something new." Bao Qi's face twitched slightly. Even though he didn't count in detail, he knew that there were at least 100,000 bone-eating tribesmen standing here. In other words, the Wizard King in front of him would only allow him to die after cutting off 100,000 pieces of flesh. The Demon King's vitality was incomparably strong. Even if 100,000 pieces of flesh were cut off from his body, Bao Qi wouldn't die. However, this kind of torture undoubtedly made the pain even more unbearable. The Wizard Qi sneered and cut down again. A short while later, another piece of flesh was cut off from Bao Qi's body. He tossed it back without looking back and said, "This is the punishment for your demon race. My bone-eating tribe will eat all of your tribesmen so that you will never dare to set foot in our territory again." When the thin piece of flesh flew into the crowd, it immediately caused chaos. Many bone-eating tribesmen fought over this piece of flesh. Blood flowed from their heads. In the end, the piece of flesh fell into the hands of a female bone-eating tribeswoman. She swallowed it without hesitation. She hugged her head and squatted down to endure the beatings of her tribesmen while shouting excitedly, "Delicious, delicious. It's so delicious. Do you see? These are my bone-eating tribesmen. Your demon race is nothing." The wizard Qi didn't care about the chaos below. Instead, he was proud of it and smiled sinisterly. Bao Qi remained silent. If he stood in the shoes of the demon race, he could naturally retort, but he had been subdued by Yang Kai long ago. Although he was the Demon King, he had always been working for the barbarian race. Sadly, he had been captured by the barbarian race and would only die after being cut 100,000 times. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to explain, but no one in the bone-eating tribe believed him. "Persevere. You must persevere." The wizard Qi raised his knife again. "Don't die so easily. You are the Demon King. Don't embarrass the demon race." Another piece of flesh was cut off and thrown into the crowd by the wizard Qi, causing another commotion. Then the wizard Qi's movements clearly sped up. Moreover, he really did have good technique. With each cut, the light from the knife seemed to connect into a single line. Every flash of the knife represented a piece of flesh that flew out, causing the tribesmen below to fight over it. In less than half an incense stick's time, half of Bao Qi's arm had disappeared, revealing the white bone. During this time he had endured at least 3,000 cuts. Even someone as strong as the Demon King could not help but tremble. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the intense pain made him grit his teeth. Over a dozen meters away from where the bone-eating clansmen had gathered, another 20,000 odd people silently observed everything. These people were clearly different from the bone-eating clansmen because they seemed to have been imprisoned. They were surrounded by a few bone-eating clansmen. The slightest abnormality would lead to a detailed investigation. These people were naturally members of the Wizard Ox tribe. With the Yulu twins in the lead, they also looked towards the wooden platform. Many of them revealed sympathetic expressions. They all knew that Bao Qi had already submitted to Yang Kai. Many of their previous victories were due to Bao Qi's contributions. Even though the tribesmen could not accept him as a comrade because of his identity as a demon race member, they had indeed fought side by side before. Seeing Bao Qi suffer such torture, many people could not bear it. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding his head. The Wizard King of the bone-eating tribe was simply too cruel. Yu Chao walked over to a great wizard of the bone-eating tribe and stood behind him. She gritted her teeth and said, "I want to see the Wizard King." The great wizard turned around and glanced at her. He sneered and ignored her. "I want to see the Wizard King," Yu Chao shouted again. The great wizard looked at her coldly. "Go back." Yu Chao did not move. She said, "Bao Qi was subdued by the Wizard Master Ox. He is now working for the barbarian tribe. You cannot kill him." The great wizard sneered. "He is the Demon King. The Demon King cannot be subdued by the Wizard Ox. You have all been fooled by him. The Wizard Master Ox will explain everything. Let him go first. When the Wizard Master Ox comes, you will know." The Wizard Ox. The great wizard showed a disdainful smile. "Who is that? I have never heard of him." The wizard Master Ox is the great wizard of the southern barbarian tribe. The southern barbarian tribe? The great wizard pretended to think for a moment and showed a look of realization. But the southern barbarian tribe has been destroyed. With us here, the southern barbarian tribe is not destroyed. Yu Chao shouted. The southern barbarian tribe is not destroyed. A group of people behind her shouted. They all showed a look of righteous indignation. They stood behind Yu Chao and glared at the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe. It had been a month since the dark light destroyed the world. The news of hundreds of thousands of people in the southern barbarian tribe being destroyed had already spread like wildfire. The wizard Ox tribe naturally knew about it. They might be the only team left in the southern barbarian tribe. As long as they were still alive, the southern barbarian tribe would not be destroyed. Chapter 2885. The great wizard glanced at everyone and revealed a meaningful smile. The southern barbarian tribe will be destroyed. Rain frowned. Suddenly her heart sank. She understood the meaning of the other party's words. The thought that appeared in her mind made her hair stand on end. Lu seemed to want to say something more but was pulled by her sister. She shut her mouth. Rain walked back and went straight to Butterfly. She whispered, "Can't you escape?" Butterfly was the strongest out of everyone present. She was a great sorcerer. If there was anyone who could escape this place, it was most likely Butterfly. However, ever since she was captured, Butterfly had been quietly staying here without any intention of escaping. Butterfly shook her head. "Aren't you from the floating tribe? You're the best at hiding." Butterfly said, "But I'm just a great wizard. There are 5 wizard kings here." You was speechless. The huge difference in strength made it impossible for Butterfly to have any hope of escaping. Rain said, "We will be eaten by them. Someone has to escape and find the wizard Master Bull." Butterfly said softly, "He will come and we won't be eaten." But Rain was anxious. The great wizard's words made her realize something. The 20,000 wizard bull tribe members were imprisoned here not because they were with the Demon King, but because the bone-eating tribe treated them as food. Hundreds of thousands of bone-eating tribe members gathered here. They definitely needed to eat and drink, but how could there be so much food in this chaotic world? The 20,000 wizard bull tribe members were food sent to their doorstep. That was why the great wizard said that the southern barbarian tribe would be destroyed. "Aren't we here now?" Butterfly suddenly pouted her lips and smiled as if she had expected this. Rain and the others quickly turned to look. The next moment their eyes lit up. On the platform, the wizard Master Bull had appeared out of nowhere. He stood in front of Bao Qi in the wizard pool and grabbed the wizard pool's right hand. The sudden appearance of a person stunned the 100,000 bone-eating clansmen for a moment. Wizard Qi's expression changed drastically. He instinctively used his wizard powers to block the attack. However, he found that his right hand was bound and he couldn't break free. When he looked up, he saw the face that made him unable to sleep and eat well. "It's you." Wizard Qi gritted his teeth and growled, his expression suddenly becoming ferocious. "Wizard Pool, you're getting old." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wizard Qi's face twitched when he heard this. "What kind of wizard spell did you use on me?" Compared to half a year ago, Wu Qi had indeed aged a lot. When Kai Yang first met him half a year ago, Wu Qi looked like he was in his 40s, but now that they had met again, Wu Qi was much older. He looked like he had aged 10 to 20 years. This was very unusual for a wizard king. However, the wizard king who was hit by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle was an exception. Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle was the divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It had the power to control the flow of time. Yang Kai used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal as a great wizard outside Songnan village. Wizard Qi was hit. Although it wasn't fatal, he was still affected. This aging of 10 to 20 years was the mark left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle. Wizard Qi didn't know what kind of wizard spell this was. Every time he thought about it, he felt uneasy. The hatred in his heart grew stronger and stronger. "You don't understand and you don't need to understand." Yang Kai replied indifferently. How could the wizard king of this world understand the divine technique of the great emperors from hundreds of thousands of years in the future? He exerted force, and Wizard Qi couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. "Bao Qi is one of my people." Yang Kai looked straight at Wizard Qi. "He doesn't deserve to be tortured like this." "Master." Bao Qi resisted the trembling of his body and softly called out. He thought that he would definitely die here, but Yang Kai's appearance gave him hope of survival. Although there were 5 wizard kings here, Bao Qi believed that the wizard master could save him. It was an instinctive feeling and Bao Qi firmly believed in it. Yang Kai nodded and a light flashed in his hand. He tapped on Bao Qi's body, and the wizard's spell binding Bao Qi immediately broke apart, allowing him to regain his freedom. "How dare you let him go?" Wizard Qi angrily roared in order to capture this demon king. The bone-eating tribe had put in a lot of effort, but this wizard Qi let them go as soon as he arrived. He didn't even put the bone-eating tribe in his eyes. "Open your mouth." Yang Kai ignored him and ordered Bao Qi. Bao Qi obediently opened his mouth, and in the next moment, something was thrown from Yang Kai's hand. It shot into Bao Qi's throat. "Refine." Bao Qi immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and urged his power to refine the thing that entered his stomach. He immediately felt a cooling sensation spread throughout his body, greatly reducing the pain. This was especially true for his arm, which had turned into white bones. There was a numbing sensation. This scene made Wizard Qi's lungs explode with anger. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move, so he just sneered and said, "Wizard Qi, I should be the one thanking you." "Thanking me for what?" Yang Kai looked up at him. Wizard Qi urged the wizard power in his body, and an extremely powerful force immediately spread out. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Middle-level Mage King, I really have to congratulate you." Wizard Qi said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to become a middle-rank Wizard King so quickly." Last time he suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Although he was injured, Wizard Qi was still brave after the humiliation. During the healing period he actually faintly realized something. During this period of time he continuously fought with the demon race, which allowed him to break through in one fell swoop. He was promoted from a low-rank Wizard King to a middle-rank Wizard King. "You're welcome. This is your own effort." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Wizard Qi's face twisted. This kind of response wasn't what he wanted. He immediately shouted, "Wizard Qi, the southern barbarian tribe has already been destroyed. If you want to live, you better know your place." "The southern barbarian tribe hasn't been destroyed." Yang Kai's expression was solemn. "The southern barbarian tribe still has me and my subordinates." Wizard Qi laughed. "With a great wizard like you? The wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe is all dead. Without a wizard king, the tribe doesn't have the qualifications to exist. Don't you know this? Among the barbarian tribes there were often annexations. For example, in Tsangnan village, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's appearance after the old village chief died, the village without a wizard's protection would quickly be annexed by other villages. It was the same for all the large and small tribes. The most important criterion for the existence of a large tribe was to have a wizard king. A large tribe without a wizard king would lose its foothold. Having a wizard king is enough? Yang Kai closed his eyes as he spoke. "Then as you wish." When he opened his eyes again, the light in his eyes was wanton, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out from his body. Wizard Qi's expression changed. He thought that Yang Kai was going to attack him and he couldn't wait for this to happen. This way he could fight back without hesitation and take revenge for the previous hatred. Hatefully, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai didn't have the intention to attack him. It was just that the aura in his body was getting stronger and stronger, more and more fierce. In a flash, it surpassed the level of a great wizard and directly approached the Wizard King. "This is..." Wizard Qi couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Before his voice fell, Yang Kai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. In the dark, it seemed that some shackles were broken and Yang Kai's realm climbed to a new level. Wizard Qi's eyes trembled and he almost couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. "Wizard King, so this is it." Yang Kai grinned at him. Not far away, the imprisoned wizard tribe's 20,000 people suddenly burst into cheers after a moment of silence. All of them were extremely excited, especially Yulu. Wizard King, the southern barbarian tribe still had a wizard king. This meant that in this war between the two tribes, the southern barbarian tribe still had the right to be independent. They didn't have to rely on or become a vassal of other large tribes. The cheers were quickly suppressed. A few figures suddenly appeared around the high platform and surrounded it in 4 directions. All of them had deep cultivation and revealed the aura of a wizard king. They were the wizard kings of the bone-eating tribe who were guarding the Tsang Air Valley. They didn't want to appear before because they didn't think it was necessary. Yang Kai was just a great wizard and the wizard Qi could easily deal with him. However, when Yang Kai inexplicably became a wizard king, they had no choice but to appear. Among them, a bald wizard king had the strongest aura. He seemed to be a lot stronger than the others. He looked at Yang Kai with a dignified gaze and said, "I have never seen a wizard king who had such an easy promotion process. That means your vision is too shallow." Even when facing a high-rank Magus king who was 2 levels higher than him, Yang Kai's expression didn't change at all, and he spoke with confidence and assurance. "I heard that you were blessed by the barbarian god. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems that it is possible." The bald wizard king looked at Yang Kai from head to toe as if he wanted to see through him from the inside out. "Master, you have heard of me?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. The bald wizard king glanced at the wizard Qi and said, "You defeated the strong and injured the wizard Qi's people. Of course, I know a little about you." The wizard Qi's face became ugly. He stared at Yang Kai with hatred. It was as if someone had poured salt on his wounds that hadn't healed yet. "But," the bald wizard king continued, "even if you broke through the wizard king realm, it doesn't mean anything. The southern barbarian tribe has already perished. This is a fact. No one can change it. I'm still alive. My 20,000 subordinates are still alive. We can rebuild the southern barbarian tribe." Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "Master, you don't have to be so arbitrary." The bald wizard king shook his head and said, "The southern barbarian tribe's holy relic is gone. Where did you get it?" His eyes suddenly stared at the wood carving in Yang Kai's hand. There was a similar wood carving in the bone-eating tribe, but it was in the hands of the wizard holy master. Even if he was an upper wizard king, he wasn't qualified to touch it. The holy relic was a symbol of the power of every tribe. Most people thought it was just a symbol, but only a few wizard kings knew that the holy relic had many other uses. Being able to get a holy relic was a great help to a wizard king's training.